In a parallel world, in the depths of a lush jungle beneath a thick-trunked pine tree, a massive tiger shuddered its body. As the tiger lowered its hind leg, a wet stain appeared on the bark and trickled down along the tree trunk. A thunderous roar shattered the stillness of the forest, startling the nearby birds into frantic flight. If that roar could be translated into human speech, it would say, "This is the 8th time this year I've marked my territory. I've been transmigrated for 8 years, and I still can't get rid of this damned habit." Chen Hu would never have imagined that pulling an all-nighter would end with him transmigrating into another world and becoming a tiger. When he was still a small cub, he followed close beside his tiger mother, nursing at her side. Tigers are quintessential solitary creatures. When Chen Hu was around 2 years old, his mother ruthlessly drove him away. Wandering alone, he eventually came to this mountain range and crowned himself king of the mountain. Now the entire stretch of mountains has become Chen Hu's domain. Over 2 years, he tore into wild boars and kicked down black bears, defeating every beast in the surrounding ranges and becoming an undisputed king. Since becoming Beast King, Chen Hu's days have followed a fixed pattern, patrolling his territory, hunting, eating, sleeping, then patrolling again. Today he has just finished his rounds. He roared, "Boring. It's unbearably boring. There isn't a single person to talk to here, and I can't communicate with the other animals at all." After roaring, Chen Hu listlessly searched for a rock and sat down. He was fed up with such a dull existence. At 8 years old, a tiger is in its prime. In another 2 years, he would step into old age, and his physical functions would begin to decline. With no companions in the mountains, Chen Hu's body and mind were empty, lonely, and bored. He did not want his twilight years as a tiger to be miserably bleak, and lately, he had even begun to entertain the notion of going to a zoo to spend his retirement. Going to a zoo wouldn't be bad at all. At least I'd never have to worry about food and drink, and there would be plenty of people watching. Even if I couldn't talk with them, just listening to them would be better than this mountain life. Here there isn't even another tiger. A tiger's life is utterly dull. Although Chen Hu's body remained powerful, 2 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Once a tiger grows old, it cannot escape, eventually becoming someone else's food. Chen Hu's desire to retire in a zoo grew stronger and stronger. Joining a zoo would be easy. He only needed to show his face in a city. He had been transmigrated for 8 years. A cheat like Golden Finger, cultivating to transform into human form. He no longer dared to hope for such things. With these thoughts, Chen Hu rose from the rock and started walking toward the edge of the mountain range. As he passed a small stream, Chen Hu spotted a doe and 2 fawns drinking from the water. He remembered this doe. A month ago, he had eaten the stag and allowed the doe to flee with the young. When the fawns grew up and reproduced, he would have more deer to eat. This was what he called sustainable development. His stomach rumbled. He had been too focused on patrolling his territory and had not yet eaten lunch today. "I'll have a good meal first before heading out." Chen Hu lowered his body into a hunter's crouch and crept toward the 3 unsuspecting deer. The 3 pitiful deer had no idea that danger was closing in. Yet, a roar suddenly rang out again, filling the forest air with a suffocating sense of peril. The 3 deer panicked instantly at the sound, turning and bolting in blind terror. "Another tiger dares to enter my territory." Hearing the other tigers roar, Chen Hu was astonished. He lifted his head and looked toward the source of the sound. A tiger leaped out from the grass, a creature of pure white fur streaked with black stripes. This tiger cut off the deer's escape route. She was a tigress, her coat sleek and lustrous, roughly 3 to 4 years old. In the world of tigers, practically a young maiden. Broadhead and sturdy, yet undeniably adorable. Realizing they could not escape, the 3 deer trembled violently before her. Seeing this unexpected tigress, Chen Hu's powerful body shivered. At last he understood what his tiger's life had been missing. Suddenly, he no longer felt like going out to retire, nor did he feel so empty, lonely, and bored. What a beautiful white tiger! Far above, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, blood mist spreading across the heavens. Spiritual energy revived. Heaven and earth underwent strange transformations. Animal bloodlines awakened, strengthening their bones and sinews. They gained spiritual intelligence and became cultivation-capable demon beasts, bringing calamity upon mankind. To confront these changes, the human race awakened talents within the tide of spiritual energy, allowing them to cultivate and grow stronger, and for 300 years they waged war against the demon beasts. I am Bailey, the 2nd human emperor realm powerhouse, and the only one of that realm still living among humanity. I am humanity's hope. Yet now, what has happened to me? Bailey stared at her own furry paws. Panic seized her, and she hurried to a nearby pond. Using the water's surface as a mirror, she saw her reflection, a cute tiger face filling her view. A dignified human empress have actually been reborn as a white tiger. Bailey recalled the events before her rebirth. In humanity's archives, there was record of a tiger demon rated SSS, its power on par with a human emperor realm cultivator. That tiger demon was known as the Tiger Heavenly Emperor. Its strength was terrifying, its spiritual intelligence astonishing. After unifying all demon beasts, it devoted itself to hunting humans. Humanity's first Emperor realm powerhouse was eaten by the Tiger Heavenly Emperor. At that time, the Tiger Heavenly Emperor launched its third full-scale invasion of mankind. As human empress, Bai Li led humanity's powerhouses into battle. That war raged for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, Bai Li and the Tiger Heavenly Emperor perished together. What she had never expected was that after death, she would be reborn. I've actually been reborn as the very tiger I detested most. Bai Li clenched her sharp teeth together. Then she took a moment to sense the current state of heaven and earth. There is no spiritual energy in heaven and earth. I've returned 300 years into the past before the spiritual energy revival. Bai Li lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings. The trees looked ordinary, the sky a clear blue. It truly was the era before spiritual energy revived. It should have been a good thing, but she had become a white tiger. No, that's not entirely bad. Right now the Tiger Heavenly Emperor should still be just an ordinary tiger. As long as I can find it and kill it, then 300 years from now the Tiger Heavenly Emperor that could annihilate humanity will never exist. And I, with my talents, will inevitably become the new Tiger Heavenly Emperor. Once I unify the demon beasts, I will command them to retreat 3 leagues from humanity, never to invade humans again. Bai Li silently made up her mind. Since she had returned to the past and become a tiger, she knew she could no longer be human. Instead, she would change the future. Even as a tiger, Bai Li's heart still leaned toward humanity, though every thought was for humans. Her soul remained human. Her stomach growled. Before becoming the Tiger Heavenly Emperor, I should at least fill my stomach. Bai Li relied on a tiger's instincts and began searching for prey. Her luck was excellent. Before long, she spotted 3 deer drinking by a stream and lunged at them. The 3 deer panicked and tried to flee. Trying to run, Bai Li cut off their escape route. Driven by animal instinct, she was just about to enjoy a hearty meal. A roar thundered through the forest. A larger, even more robust male tiger appeared before Bai Li's eyes. Faced with 2 tigers, the 3 deer were nearly scared to death. Chen Hu stared at Bai Li, this white tiger, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Should I just snatch her away and make her my wife? If he captured a tigress to take home as his mate, at least life would no longer be so boring. With a tigress by his side, life as a tiger would finally have meaning. He would no longer be lonely and bored. This thought grew even stronger. Congratulations, host. System loading complete. Just as Chen Hu decided to seize the white tiger, a voice echoed in his mind. A system. Before Chen Hu could even react to the voice echoing in his mind, a curtain of light unfolded before his eyes. Double feedback system. Host Chen Hu. Race tiger. Bloodline not activated. Realm none. Abilities none. Bound target none. It truly was a system. Chen Hu stood frozen on the spot, then ecstasy surged in his heart. 8 years. A full 8 years. He had finally weighted the system into existence. He had thought that crossing into this world without a cheat meant his tiger life would pass in dull mediocrity. Just as Chen Hu was growing more excited, a new line of text appeared on the system. Detected bindable target, Human Empress Bai Li. Do you wish to bind? Human Empress. How could there be a human here? Was it not only tigers and deer in this place? Yet Chen Hu noticed that above the white tiger before him, the word bind had appeared. Is she the one I am meant to bind? But she was clearly a white tiger. How did that resemble a human empress? Had the system glitched? Chen Hu hesitated, then silently uttered the command bind. Human Empress bound successfully. Once bound, the bond can never be severed. Any cultivation or increase in strength of the bound target will be doubly fed back to the host. Congratulations to the host. You have received a randomly gifted ability from the system mind reading, allowing you to hear the inner voice of the bound target. The binding was completed just like that. Studying the flood of system information, Chen Hu felt a new thread of doubt. The animals here can cultivate. The system had not explained how one was supposed to cultivate at all. Could it be that only once the bound target cultivated would he himself be able to cultivate? Chen Hu lifted his tiger head, his doubtful gaze falling upon Bai Li before him. Bai Li was just about to enjoy a hearty meal when another tiger suddenly leapt out. For an instant she was genuine. She had thought Chen Hu was going to fight her for the prey and had already prepared to strike, but instead saw him standing there in a daze, utterly motionless. She had no idea what he was doing. This stupid tiger, what is wrong with him? Was he not about to snatch this deer from my imperial self? Why has he not moved? A delicate, charming voice blossomed within Chen Hu's mind. He truly could hear her inner thoughts, and the white tiger's voice was astonishingly pleasant. Imperial self. Chen Hu looked at Bai Li again, a bold conjecture forming. This white tiger seems to possess intelligence, and she is labeled Human Empress. Could she, like me, be someone reborn? Thinking of the system prompt about binding Human Empress Bai Li, he felt certain that he had not chosen wrong. The white tiger was actually a reborn empress. Chen Hu had no idea what kind of empress Bai Li had been, nor from what world she had come. But whatever empress she had been, it no longer mattered. Now that she had become the system's bound target, even an empress would not be able to escape. After 8 years in this world, Chen Hu had finally encountered a tigress who genuinely stirred his heart. He was determined to end his lonely tiger life. He absolutely had to bring her back, even if she truly was an Empress Chen who intended to have her utterly subdued. A long, resonant roar burst from his throat, one of the mating signals of the tiger race. This stupid tiger, why is he roaring so loudly? If you do not wish to eat, at least do not disturb my imperial self's meal. Bai Li had absolutely no idea what Chen Hu's display meant. Chen Hu fell silent. It seemed this empress had only just been reborn and was not yet accustomed to the habits of tigers. But that was fine. Taking the initiative, Chen Hu strode toward Bai Li. He first paced slowly, deliberately displaying his physique. Then he rubbed himself against Bai Li, trying to nuzzle her face and lick her ears. Seeing this, Bai Li finally grew furious and roared, "Do not come near my imperial self." Bai Li lifted a paw and swiped it toward Chen Hu. She even wants to attack. Worthy of a tigress, indeed, so fierce. Chen Hu had no intention of indulging her. He raised his own paw to block. He deflected Bai Li's paw. Chen Hu's own paw then swung toward Bai Li's adorably ferocious tiger head and struck. Bai Li was utterly shocked, as she had never imagined this stupid tiger would dare fight back against her. His speed was astonishing. At over 350 kilograms, Chen Hu was a robust adult male tiger. Bai Li weighed little more than 200 kilograms and was visibly smaller than him. With one heavy paw strike, Bai Li could not resist at all and was left reeling. A dignified human empress. When had Bai Li ever suffered such humiliation? Hearing Bai Li's inner voice, Chen Hu did not wait for her to counterattack. He rushed in, pressing his weight down. He pinned Bai Li beneath him. She let out a thunderous roar. "Stupid tiger, get off my imperial self. You dare touch my imperial self. You court death." Bai Li struggled with all her might, but Chen Hu's suppression was absolute. "If I can't tame this tigress now, how will I have any authority in our family in the future?" Chen Hu pressed down even harder. Bai Li was utterly bewildered, crying out in tiger cries as she tried to overturn him, but the difference in strength was simply too great. Worthy of an empress, she has spirit and strength to match. Chen Hu, having made up his mind, raised his paw and slammed it down toward Bai Li's head again, deciding to knock her out first, and then drag her back as his mate. The tigress he had chosen could not be allowed to escape. If Bai Li ran, what would become of the system? He was not even sure whether the system could provide feedback across long distances. To be safe, he absolutely could not let Bai Li flee. In the animal world, there was no such thing as consent or refusal. The law was the weak as prey for the strong. Power was the only kingly path. Now that Chen Hu's strength was more than enough to crush Bai Li, he would simply seize her and take her back. There was no room for mercy. Bai Li was just about to bite Chen Hu when a furry paw flashed before her eyes with even greater force and slammed into her head again. Her vision went black and she collapsed into unconsciousness, unable to struggle any longer. She's not dead. There is still breath. Chen Hu pressed his paw near Bai Li's nose, testing her breathing, worried he might have struck too hard. Subduing a tigress was truly exhausting. When he looked around, he saw that the 3 deer had long since fled. That was for the best. It allowed the population to remain sustainable. Now that he would no longer be lonely, Chen Hu abandoned the idea of retiring in a zoo. He prepared to drag the tigress back and see through the feedback to what heights he could cultivate. After that, he would have a few tiger cubs with her, a wife, children, and a warm den. Such a tiger life would be wonderfully satisfying, no longer lonely, and he would not have to spend every day idling away dreaming of growing old in a zoo. Suddenly his life had something to look forward to. Chen Hu bit down on Bai Li's foreleg and, using that grip, dragged her toward his lair. Fortunately, the lair was not far from here. After crossing a single ridge, a cave entrance came into view. It had originally been the home of a black bear, but that bear had long since become Chen Hu's midnight snack. Chen Hu dragged Bai Li to the deepest part of the cave. At last his home had a mistress. So hungry. Chen Hu thought to himself, the tigress must be hungry too. That's why she came out to hunt. I should prepare some food for her first to ease our relationship. Once she stabilizes, I can study how the system feeds back cultivation, or perhaps start on a few tiger cubs. Thinking of the system again, Chen Hu opened his status panel once more. Double feedback system. Host Chen Hu. Race tiger. Bloodline not yet awakened. Realm none. Ability mind reading. Bound target Bai Li viewable. Just now both the ability and bound target fields were marked as none, but now corresponding descriptions had appeared. However, behind the name Bai Li were the words viewable. Chen Hu silently muttered view, and Bai Li's panel appeared before his eyes. Name Bai Li. Race tiger. Bloodline not yet awakened. Realm none. Ability none. Background: after the revival of spiritual energy, she became the second human Emperor Realm powerhouse, and 300 years later perished together with the mighty beast expert, Hu Tiandi. Now she has returned to 300 years in the past. So this tigress actually comes from 300 years in the future. Chen Hu also noticed another phrase: revival of spiritual energy. This world definitely isn't Earth. Having transmigrated for 8 years, Chen Hu had always felt this world was unlike Earth. Seeing the four characters' revival of spiritual energy, he became certain he had crossed into another world. Earth had nothing of the sort. Chen Hu pondered, could cultivation arise from the future revival of spiritual energy? When will it begin? He glanced at Bai Li but for the moment had no answer. However, when Chen Hu saw the words Hu Tiandi, they sounded tremendously impressive. It was also a tiger. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled again. He decided to fill his stomach before thinking about anything else. After making sure Bai Li would not wake up for the time being, Chen Hu walked out of his cave. He was the beast king of this area and knew exactly where prey could be found. Leaving the cave, he headed toward a certain valley. However, just as he reached halfway up the mountain, he noticed something hidden in the grass reflecting a faint glimmer of sunlight. He moved closer to take a look. A surveillance camera. Chen Hu studied it for a while and thought, I don't know whether this is for scientific research or something else. There were quite a few wild animals on this mountain. For now, spiritual energy had yet to revive. It was normal for someone to place a few cameras here for scientific observation. However, Chen Hu had no desire to be secretly recorded. Pretending not to notice, he casually flicked his tail. The tail strike shattered the camera. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain inside an off-road vehicle, a man opened his laptop, pulled up the mountain camera feeds, and exclaimed, "Boss, one of our cameras is gone." It was knocked out by a tiger's tail. Another man with a face full of fierce lines, towering build, and a rifle in his hands leaned over and asked, "We finally found that Tiger King. Which camera was destroyed?" The man operating the computer replied, "Number 12. The boss burst into loud laughter and said the Tiger King's range of activity should be near camera 12. Keep monitoring and send a few drones up there. I'll go back and prepare the equipment. Such a massive Tiger King, if we can capture it alive, will fetch a handsome price." Chen Hu arrived at the valley and found a nest of wild boars. He devoured the sow, ate his fill, and then dragged 2 piglets back with him for the tigress at home. She's so small, 2 wild boars should be enough for her. Chen Hu thought to himself. Before long, he returned to the cave entrance. "You stupid tiger, how dare you knock this emperor unconscious and drag this emperor back? This emperor will let you know what regret truly means. When you come back, I'll show you my might." Bai Li's inner voice surfaced in Chen Hu's mind. So the tigress had already awakened, yet she had not left. She was lying in ambush, planning a sneak attack to avenge the earlier humiliation. What an intense sense of retaliation. Chen Hu laughed inwardly. "Still dare to ambush me? Then I'll let you know who truly rules this household." Acting as though he knew nothing, he dragged the dead piglets back inside. Just as he stepped into the cave, a sudden gust of wind swept past. He saw a white blur flash by. Bai Li launched a sudden assault, her sharp claws striking straight for Chen Hu's neck. Chen Hu, undefeated across all the surrounding mountains, naturally possessed formidable strength. He twisted his body, evading the attack, then rammed heavily into Bai Li's side. Bang! Bai Li was knocked flying, tumbling twice along the ground before coming to a stop. Ouch! This stupid tiger's reactions are so fast, as if he foresaw it in advance. How did he know this emperor was going to ambush him? Bai Li's inner voice was once more read by Chen Hu. Seeing this, Chen Hu grinned. Yet Bai Li refused to admit defeat. She leapt up, intending to attack again. Chen Hu pounced and pressed Bai Li beneath him. Roar! Bai Li let out a loud cry. "Stupid tiger, get..." In her heart, Bai Li was shouting, wanting to bite Chen Hu, but he moved faster. His sharp teeth were already clamped against Bai Li's neck. His saliva began to dampen her snow-white fur. In that instant, Bai Li felt the shadow of death looming over her. No, this emperor cannot die. Bai Li had yet to destroy Hu Tiandi, had yet to resolve the future calamity befalling the human race. She could not die yet. She immediately dared not move another muscle. Seeing that, Bai Li no longer struggled. Chen Hu released her and retreated 2 steps, thinking, now, this is a well-behaved little white tigress. Bai Li stared at Chen Hu unwillingly, emitting a low growl. Chen Hu did not attack again. Instead, with a swipe of his paw, he placed the 2 piglets in front of Bai Li, indicating that they were for her to eat. It was troublesome, not being able to communicate. Even among the same species, they could not understand each other's beast speech. Is this for this emperor to eat? Could this stupid tiger really be that kind? If he's so kind, then why bully this emperor? Why humiliate this emperor? Bai Li shot Chen Hu a vicious glare and shook her head to show she would not eat. Even if this emperor starves to death outside, I will not eat a single bite of yours. Having just been reborn, Bai Li felt extremely hungry, which was why she had gone hunting earlier. In the past, she had despised such bloody raw meat, but now she only felt that the 2 piglets smelled incredibly delicious. The more she tried not to eat, the more tempting and fragrant they seemed. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. She was truly starving. Chen Hu raised an eyebrow at the sound and found Bai Li rather amusing. He let out a roar, clearly telling her to eat. He's threatening this emperor to eat. Detestable, it's only because he's threatening this emperor that I'm willing to eat. Just 1 bite. It really smells so good. At last, Bai Li could no longer resist her hunger. Perhaps this was simply the instinct of a tiger. Her human consciousness could no longer withstand the beast's instincts. The craving for food slipped out of her control as she tore off the front leg of 1 piglet in a single bite. It truly was delicious. Having eavesdropped on her every inner thought, Chen Hu concluded that this human empress was in fact a Sundara empress. Yet Bai Li's inner voice continued. Once this emperor begins cultivating, the first thing I'll do is make that stupid tiger pay for today's humiliation. When he's not paying attention later, this emperor will run away. I shouldn't have ambushed him just now, or I should have fled first. It's too late for regrets now. Since spiritual energy hasn't revived yet, this emperor can begin by tempering the body, enhancing physical strength in advance, adapting early to the revival. When the sky is filled with blood mist, this emperor will directly transform, then kill. Ending him would be too easy for that stupid tiger. This emperor will make him serve as slave and servant forever, prostrated beneath my feet. This emperor still remembers that all resources born after the revival of spiritual energy can be seized. With this emperor's talent, I will definitely become Hu Tiandi. While eating merrily, Bai Li plotted in secret. What she did not realize was that every thought in her heart was being laid bare before Chen Hu. You've become my tigress and still want to run. Not a chance. But my tigress has such grand ambitions. After being reborn, she actually wants to take Hu Tiandi's place. I like that. Chen Hu grew ever more interested in the revival of spiritual energy. Revival of spiritual energy, skies filled with blood mist. Chen Hu thought perhaps that too will be the great opportunity of my tiger life. What is he planning, knocking this empress unconscious, dragging me here, and forcing food into my mouth? As Bai Li calmed herself slightly, a flurry of thoughts surfaced in her mind. She took another careful look at the cave, and could now confirm this was Chen Hu's lair. Then her gaze fell on Chen Hu, who sat immovably at the cave entrance, clearly unwilling to let her leave. He wouldn't intend to treat this empress as his captive wife, would he? At last that alarming thought surfaced in Bai Li's mind. In order to deal with Hu Tiandi, humans had once conducted in-depth studies on the habits of tigers. Chen Hu's roar, just now, along with the rubbing of his face against hers and his licking of her cheeks. Bai Li finally remembered that these were the signature movements of a male tiger in courtship. Suddenly the little piglet in her mouth no longer tasted delicious. Her adorably round face was now filled with shock. What should I do? Chen Hu read every nuance of her inner voice and mused, this silly she-tiger has finally realized that she is my mountain stronghold's lady tiger. With that thought, he bared his fangs at Bai Li in a grin, pondering when he might start siring little tigers. It would have been better had he not smiled. That smile alone made Bai Li's heart pound in terror. No, this empress must leave. The instant that thought formed, Chen Hu rose to his feet. This stupid tiger is blocking the cave entrance. Right now this empress is no match for him and cannot force her way out. Even if this empress has to perish together with him, I will never allow myself to be humiliated. I would rather die. I must find a way to escape and not let him have his way. For now he still has not taken action. This empress still has some time and can cultivate. As an Empress realm powerhouse, this empress has mastered countless cultivation methods. Some special techniques can be practiced even without abundant spiritual energy. Bai Li steadied her mind and tried to recall those cultivation techniques, yet she soon halted. They are useless. All are methods meant for humans. This empress once obtained a body-refining art for beastkin, named Wan Shi Duan Tiju, the 10-devour body-refining cannon, which tempers a beast's physique mainly through devouring flesh and blood assisted by specific body-forging movements. It was a cultivation method deduced by beastkin after they birthed spiritual intelligence. They even extrapolated their own realm system. Flesh and blood. This empress has plenty. Bai Li gazed at the half-eaten piglet before her. She recalled the beastkin mental formula, silently ran through it once, and then continued eating the remaining pork. Hearing that she had finally begun to cultivate, Chen Hu felt a surge of delight. He watched Bai Li cultivating, and soon realized that simply observing was useless. Merely looking would never allow him to learn it. Feedback. Chen Hu opened his system panel. Feedback cultivation 2. Feedback cultivation 2. He noticed that a progress bar had appeared on the panel. Cultivation progress 4100. There really was feedback. When the she-tiger devours a bite of flesh and blood, she gains a point of cultivation, while the feedback I receive is 2 points. Chen Hu quickly grasped the system's feedback mechanics. As Bai Li ate more meat, the cultivation fed back to him increased continuously. When the total reached 50, Chen Hu finally felt his body begin to change. His muscles grew denser and more solid, and the claws on his tiger paws lengthened, becoming sharper and more menacing. He had yet to break through, no new realm had appeared, yet his body was already changing. The system was truly a marvelous thing. Keep eating. This empress refuses to believe that after cultivation I still cannot defeat that stupid tiger. Although beastkin body refining ordinarily requires a certain amount of spiritual energy, it can also proceed without it simply by devouring flesh and blood, while employing beastkin techniques to temper the body. Once spiritual energy resurges, this empress with a stronger physique will be able to absorb far more of the world's spiritual energy. Bai Li finished the first wild boar and started on the second. As she continued eating, she herself noticed her body beginning to change. Her strength was enhanced, her muscles grew firmer, and the snow-white fur covering her body shimmered with a faint luster, making her appear even more beautiful. Feeling herself grow stronger, Bai Li ate even faster. To think that the devouring method of beastkin could be so dramatically effective. No wonder that at the dawn of spiritual energy's resurgence, beastkin benefited the most and grew stronger the fastest. The bodies of animals are far superior to those of humans. The second wild boar was quickly devoured by Bai Li as well. Cultivation progress 100100. At that moment, Chen Hu received the latest feedback. The progress had reached completion. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the limits of an animal and advancing into beastkin. Current realm first layer of body refining. Chen Hu felt his physical strength ascend to an entirely new tier. His qi and blood surged within him, flooding his body with inexhaustible power. Congratulations to the host. Upon your first breakthrough beyond the animal limit, you have gained through feedback a new ability, Tiger Roar. Sonic Wave Attack Group, deterrence effective within a radius of 500 meters with power increasing as distance decreases. Congratulations to the host. Through feedback you have obtained the cultivation art, one Shi Duan Tiju. 2 more notifications popped up from the system. It could not only return cultivation but other things as well. Tiger Roar looked extremely practical. Within 500 meters its sonic attack was more than sufficient for close quarters combat. As for the cultivation art, Chen Hu skimmed through it and dismissed it too lazy even to attempt comprehension. With his own she-tiger cultivating, he could obtain double feedback for himself. Cultivation. What a waste of time. Is it not far more pleasant to lie flat and enjoy it? With this golden finger in hand, he truly could do as he pleased. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the bodies of animals are indeed blessed by nature. This empress merely devoured flesh and blood and circulated a cultivation formula, yet the transformation has already been so great. Bai Li clenched her claws, feeling her entire body brimming with power. This empress feels ready and should be able to teach that stupid tiger a lesson. What is that stupid tiger doing standing there so blankly? Huh? Why does this empress feel as though that stupid tiger has grown a bit larger? No matter. First I will give him a harsh lesson so he understands how formidable this empress truly is. Bai Li believed she was ready. Though she had not yet broken through to the first layer of body refining, her strength had increased greatly through devouring flesh and blood, and she was impatient to test it. Otherwise she feared that tonight she would truly become his captive wife. Bai Li rose slowly, then suddenly kicked off with her hind legs, lunging straight at Chen Hu. She intended to launch a sneak attack, using all her strength as second ambush. Chen Hu saw it coming and swatted with his paw. With a resounding thud, Bai Li was sent flying for the second time, landing where she had fallen earlier. She was stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This empress has cultivated and grown stronger. How can that stupid tiger still defeat me? No, stay back, do not come any closer. Bai Li had fallen so hard that stars danced before her eyes. As she just lifted her head, she saw Chen Hu walking over. She sprang up in an instant, trying to dodge and make a run for it, but dizziness overwhelmed her, leaving her barely able to stand. Chen Hu let out a roar and settled himself down right beside Bai Li, trying to rub against her again. Bai Li extended a paw, attempting to push him away, but his own paw pressed firmly on her body, leaving her unable to move. Do not crowd this empress. Bai Li screamed inwardly, but Chen Hu only pressed closer, their bodies touching as he gently rubbed against her neck. Bai Li was on the verge of tears. A dignified female emperor being defiled like this. She let out a wailing howl, her fury surging straight to her heart, and fainted from sheer rage. Passed out from anger, Chen Hu pushed Bai Li with his tiger paw, finding her motionless. She had indeed fainted from rage. It was mainly because the blow to Bai Li was too great. She could not accept the reality. Chen Hu got up and stretched, looking outside. The sun had not set yet, so he decided to go out and randomly select a few pitiful small animals to hunt. Since his own tigress could cultivate by devouring flesh and blood, he might as well let her eat to her heart's content. When the tigress grew stronger, it was equivalent to Chen Hu becoming stronger. Before the sun set, Chen Hu dragged back a deer, a goat, and 2 rabbits from outside. He decided to turn Bai Li into a glutton, constantly eating. Eat. Chen Hu saw Bai Li still unconscious and shook her awake forcefully. Bai Li, what's wrong? She just lifted her head and saw a tiger face right before her. Chen Hu did nothing to her for now, but raised his paw to point at the goat, deer, and other animal carcasses beside them. Eat again. What is this stupid tiger thinking? Is he addicted to feeding me? He brought me prey again. Bai Li's adorable tiger face was full of confusion. This is perfect. Once this emperor has eaten enough, I will surely defeat you. Bai Li did not care about that anymore and devoured 1 rabbit in a single bite. Since there was more prey, she would devour it first. She would make Chen Hu regret. Cultivation 2. Chen Hu watched Bai Li as she finished eating the 2 rabbits. Then she started eating the goat. This tigress is such a glutton. Chen Hu did not know when the spiritual energy revival would come, but based on his experience from reading novels, before transmigrating, once the revival happened the entire world would likely descend into chaos. Survival of the fittest would become even more pronounced. If other animals evolved quickly, even a wildcat could potentially kill a tiger. Humans would also hunt animals. For safety, Sake the tigress should eat as much as possible. I want to survive. Chen Hu did not want to die, let alone become food. This goat tastes good. How about eating while performing the body-tempering movements? Bailey had a new thought. She first tore off a mouthful of meat, then began moving in the strange body-tempering motions of beast cultivators, moving in a very odd manner. Combining the body-tempering movements, the mental method, and devouring flesh and blood, Bailey felt the absorption speed increase. Great effect. Chen Hu watched Bailey curiously. If not for his ability to read minds, he would have thought Bailey was performing acrobatics. Those body-tempering moves were so ugly. You stupid tiger, what are you looking at? Soon this emperor will make you know what regret means. Roar. Bailey felt ashamed being watched by Chen Hu. The body-tempering moves were indeed not very graceful. But this way absorption was faster. Go ahead and watch. Bailey thought with Sundra attitude. Chen Hu laid down at the cave entrance, no longer watching. Bailey ate more and absorbed even more. Chen Hu saw the numbers rising continuously, as if another breakthrough was imminent. What he got was double feedback. Bailey was half slower than him, but after devouring all the flesh and blood, she felt the beast blood surging in her body. Skin tightened, muscles filled, strength erupted. Body tempering first stage finally broke through. Bailey felt her physical body strengthening, her strength multiplying, and thought she could do it again. She abruptly raised her head and looked at Chen Hu. Chen Hu felt a pulling sensation in his muscles. It was his fascia proliferating and thickening, power doubling. Looking at the system's progress panel, when Bailey reached the first stage, he smoothly broke through to the second stage. So this is the feeling of the second stage of body tempering. Chen Hu clenched his paw. A stone on the ground was easily crushed into powder by him. So strong. Die for this emperor. Bailey thought she could do it again and decisively launched a third sneak attack. However, a paw came over. Bailey's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in her heart, how is this possible? Before she could defend or dodge, she was struck by Chen Hu again. Bailey fainted for the third time, lying stiffly on the ground. Oh no! Chen Hu immediately jumped over and reached out his paw to check her breathing again. Just broke through, could not control my strength well. Fortunately, I did not kill the tigress. If he had killed the tigress, the loss would have been severe. Chen Hu actually did not want to knock her out this time. At this moment, the sun had completely set and the mountain forest was pitch black. It was very late. Chen Hu yawned. He was quite tired from all the commotion today. Seeing Bailey lying inside, she certainly would not be able to get up or run away for a while. So he also lay down extremely sleepy. After a while, he fell into a deep snoring sleep. Nearly dawn. So painful. You stupid foolish tiger do not understand how to cherish a lady. This emperor has already started body tempering. How can that stupid tiger still send me flying? This is unreasonable. Could it be that before the spiritual energy revival, he has already awakened a special bloodline? Or is his talent extremely high and his current strength already very strong? But that is not right either. In 300 years aside from the tiger heavenly emperor, I have never heard of a second monstrous tiger. He must have fallen along the way. He has not woken up yet. Bailey looked at Chen Hu. Now was a perfect opportunity. A dignified female emperor absolutely cannot become a tiger's captive wife. If not now, when? Bailey dared not take revenge now, because she was not absolutely sure of Chen Hu's strength. If she failed and woke him up, she would surely lose the chance to escape. She would escape first, then figure out how to get revenge. She walked quietly towards the cave entrance. As a feline, she had thick pads under her claws. As long as she moved lightly, the sound was negligible. Bailey left the cave and quickly chose a direction to flee, or she would be caught again. Stupid tiger, you just wait. This emperor will not let it go. At the foot of the mountain, 2 more SUVs arrived. Xiao Wu, I have roughly delineated the area. A man operating a computer said, apart from the 12th camera, the 13th, 14th, and 17th cameras are all within the Tiger King's territory. Yesterday we captured footage of him hunting, and he did not discover our cameras again. The man called Xiao Wu said, Lao Zhang launched the drone to survey the terrain. The boss will bring the equipment. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, a drone flew towards the designated area on the mountain. Just then their boss got out of the truck, opened the compartment, and took out guns. There was also a sturdy iron cage inside. He said, set the traps first. Bring the electric shock guns and tranquilizer guns up the mountain. Try to capture the Tiger King alive. Alive is more valuable. It is almost dawn, and around sunrise is usually tigers' peak hunting time. It was already dawn, so they could go up the mountain without flashlights. Their traps had been set days ago, they just needed to activate them on site. The plan was to drive the Tiger King on the mountain into the designated area, then use traps along with electric shock devices and tranquilizer guns to capture him alive and take him away. This was the usual tactic of poachers like them. They were experienced and confident of success. The boss also carried a rifle ready to shoot if anything went wrong. If they could not get him alive, dead was fine too. Boss, the drone operator Lao Zhang suddenly said, it is not just the Tiger King. There is also a white tiger. White tiger. The boss took the controller and looked, indeed seeing under the drone's lens a white tiger walking near the 17th camera. He said excitedly, this is an unexpected surprise. She must be the Tiger King's mate, the queen. First catch the white tiger, then the Tiger King. Wild white tigers are extremely rare and more valuable. Hurry up. They rubbed their hands excitedly, thinking they would make a huge fortune this time. Where's my tigress? Chen Hu opened his eyes to find himself the sole tiger left in the cave. The figure of Bai Li was nowhere to be seen. After a moment of grogginess, Chen Hu realized that the wife he had forcibly taken had escaped. This would not do. He had been too exhausted yesterday and had accidentally overslept. His vigilance had also dulled. He had no idea when the tigress had slipped away. Chen Hu had not yet managed to influence her heart to stay by his side. He could not let her flee. Just as he was about to go search for Bai Li, a panel materialized before him, displaying a red. Detected that the bound target has left the host. The system will automatically track her location. Chen Hu quickly understood that the red dot marked Bai Li's position. The entire panel presented a map of the mountain range. Judging by the location of the red dot, Bai Li had not gone far. She had likely just left. Let's see where you can run. Chen Hu marveled at the system's sophistication. It had such functions. Knowing where Bai Li was, he no longer felt anxious. He dismissed the panel and leisurely made his way out of the cave. He intended to give Bai Li a surprise. But the moment he stepped outside, a tiger's roar echoed in his ears. Roar. The sound was not normal. It carried a note of anguish. The tigress is in trouble. Bai Li, having successfully slipped away, breathed a silent sigh of relief. At last she would not have to be the captive wife. She planned to hunt in a different mountain range, continue devouring flesh and blood, and await the arrival of the spiritual energy resurgence. Then she would return for vengeance. But after walking a short distance, she noticed something unusual in the sky. Looking up, she saw a drone hovering above her. A drone. Humans. Bai Li felt a surge of joy. There were humans nearby. Her soul was human. She had once been the human empress. Though she had become a tiger, Bai Li still harbored an instinctive affinity toward humans. The presence of a drone meant people had come into the mountain. Bai Li even entertained the idea of cooperating with humans to inform them in advance of the impending spiritual energy resurgence, so that humanity could prepare. Bai Li still considered herself human, and her thoughts were always for humanity. Boss, it's here. The man called Chen Hu emerged from the grass, exclaiming excitedly, it really is a white tiger. The boss, leading more than 10 men, emerged from all directions and surrounded Bai Li. This was a deep mountain forest where no one normally came. Bai Li felt something was amiss seeing so many people appear. Then she noticed they were holding what looked like weapons. Though the weapons of 300 years later were different from those of 3 centuries ago, she could still recognize them as guns. An uneasy feeling crept into Bai Li's mind. The boss and his men were armed with tasers, tranquilizer guns, rifles, and other firearms. They were experienced poachers. Not just any white tiger. Even facing a Tiger King like Chen Hu, they would not be afraid. They had the confidence to take him down. Humans armed with weapons stood at the top of the food chain. Move, ordered the boss. Several men wielding tasers prepared to act, intending to electrocute Bai Li into numbness, while others armed with rifles began to take defensive positions. If the capture failed, they would kill her outright. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Bai Li finally realized this cruel truth. Her first thought was to break out. It was her first time as a tiger, and she had little experience. She had also forgotten that she was no longer human. Feeling the danger closing in, Bai Li charged toward the edge of the encirclement. But the moment she moved, the men with tasers fired. A dangerous sensation assailed Bai Li from all sides. She nimbly dodged. The taser shots missed her as she rapidly closed in on one of the men. Once she was at close range with her speed, she had no fear of guns. A single swipe of her claw sent the man flying. Whether he was dead or not, Bai Li did not bother to check. She only wanted to flee. She was not even sure she could Don't let her escape. Fire, ordered the boss. They had underestimated the white tiger's strength. Seeing that one of their own had been sent flying at the start of the siege, the boss feared the consequences of failure and decided to disregard Bai Li's life. The moment they pulled the triggers, Bai Li sensed an even more dangerous aura closing in. She dodged bullets, rapidly swatted another enemy, then turned and plunged into the grass. She was incredibly fast. However, in her panic, Bai Li failed to notice that another man was hiding in the grass. Seeing her approach, he remained calm and promptly pulled the trigger. A shot struck Bai Li. The distance was not too close, but not too far. Within that range, the gun was both accurate and fast. In her hurry, Bai Li could neither dodge nor retaliate. Fortunately, it was a taser. Roar. Bai Li let out a shrill roar that echoed through the forest. The moment the high-voltage electricity coursed through her body, she felt her tiger form go numb. Temporarily immobilized, Bai Li tumbled down the slope. Hit. The boss was overjoyed, but it seemed they might capture her alive. Tranquilizer gun. Instantly someone raised a tranquilizer gun ready to administer another shot. Bailey forced herself to get up, rolled on the ground to evade the tranquilizer, and then gritted her teeth as she sprinted down the mountain. Boss, that's the direction of the traps, said old Jean. Chase. The direction Bailey was fleeing was exactly where they had set their traps. Because there was no one blocking that path, Bailey ran into it in her panic. After being hit once, her strength had greatly diminished. All she wanted now was to escape, as she could not think of much else. But after a short distance, she tripped on something. Two large nets dropped down, covering her, and then tightening. As the human empress, when had Bailey ever been so humiliated? Break. She used all her strength to tear the nets, but the more she struggled, the tighter they became. Compounded by the recent taser hit, she was completely drained of energy and could no longer rip them open. Xiao Wu was the first to catch up. He aimed a tranquilizer gun and shot Bailey in the leg. The anesthetic took effect rapidly. Bailey felt drowsy but did not lose consciousness immediately. Having recently broken through by devouring flesh and blood, her physique had changed. Ordinary anesthetics in insufficient dosage could not render her completely unconscious. She gritted her willpower to resist the drug, gathered her strength for a moment, and then let out another startling roar. Roar. The roar shot upward. It was even more anguished than the previous one. Can that stupid tiger hear me? Bailey had no other choice but to cry out for Chen Hu. But would he come to save her? Their relationship did not seem very good. Hearing the roar, the boss barked. She's calling the Tiger King. Get ready. Seeing that Bailey was gradually going still, they assumed the anesthetic had taken effect and never imagined they could capture her alive. Then they immediately turned to hunt the Tiger King. Chen Hu, racing down the mountain, heard a loud sound from below. That's gunfire. Then came a second tiger's roar rising to the sky. The sound was more piercing, but the force behind it was weaker than the first. Something must have happened, and it was serious. Why were there gunshots on this mountain? Poachers. Chen Hu could not let Bailey be gunned down. He was about to speed down the slope when he noticed a drone flying in the sky. A drone. Chen Hu paused for a moment, daring not to rush forward rashly. He was certain poachers had come to hunt tigers, and they had even targeted him. He was not yet sure if his current cultivation level could withstand bullets. If not, his tiger life would end here. Chen Hu hesitated briefly, then decided to descend from another direction, try to shoot down the drone, and then rescue his tigress. He had to be cautious. However, the moment Chen Hu appeared, the experienced poachers detected him. They were not novices at hunting tigers. They immediately locked on a Chen Hu's position. Before Chen Hu could circle around, the boss led his men to surround him. The boss exclaimed excitedly, "Found the Tiger King." Fire! Roar! Seeing the guns, Chen Hu sensed the threat to his life. In desperation, without a second thought, he let out a furious roar, activating his ability Tiger's Roar. The sound waves spread through the air like ripples. The poachers felt a sharp pain piercing their ears, the sound penetrating their eardrums and reaching deep into their brains. They were about to fire, but had no chance to act. The tiger's roar lasted but an instant. As Chen Hu retracted his ability, the sound ceased abruptly, and the poachers collapsed straight to the ground, blood trickling from their ears. They died swiftly without much suffering. Is the tiger's roar that powerful? Chen Hu stared in shock. It was true. The closer the distance, the greater the damage. This sonic attack was formidable. Chen Hu casually checked one of them, stone dead. These men had come to hunt, never expecting to be annihilated here by Chen Hu. Though it was his first time killing, Chen Hu felt little remorse. He was now a tiger, no longer human. It was no different from killing a few small animals. The tigress. Chen Hu soon dismissed them and hurried over according to the system's location. After a while, he found Bailey trapped under two large nets, barely able to move. The dosage of anesthetic wasn't enough to knock Bailey unconscious, but it left her immobile, especially with the net. Seeing Chen Hu arrive, Bailey let out a pitiful, helpless whimper. The empress, reduced to this state, trapped by mortals, and needing Chen Hu's rescue, felt utterly humiliated. Since you saved this empress, I'll temporarily spare you. In the future, you may follow me as my mount. It's your honor to be this empress mount. Bailey thought haughtily, trying to salvage her dignity. Chen Hu was speechless. He found this empress amusing, still so proud, even in such a predicament. Before reincarnation, the empress had been so aloof, hadn't she? Release this empress at once. Bailey looked at Chen Hu, thinking silently. With that in mind, Chen Hu wasn't in a hurry to free her. He first circled around Bailey, then rubbed against her. Finally, he extended a tiger paw and patted the tiger's rear. They say a tiger's rear is not to be touched, but Chen Hu touched it anyway. Bailey's eyes widened. You? What are you doing? Foolish tiger, remove your paw. Bailey was going mad. She feared Chen Hu might take advantage of her helpless state. As he moved to rub against her again, she had no recourse, convinced she was about to be defiled. Suddenly, a sense of danger enveloped her. Not good. In that instant, Chen Hu also felt danger approaching. But the peril was not aimed at him. It was directed at Bailey. Someone else. Chen Hu jerked his head up. Beneath a tree to the east stood old Jean, the man who had been operating the drone and had not joined the hunt. He now appeared with a rifle. Old Zhang aimed at Bai Li and pulled the trigger without hesitation. This is the end. Bai Li felt the danger closing in. She couldn't move and believed the foolish tiger lacked the intelligence to save her. What could she do? Bai Li could only await death. Chen Hu's heart pounded. No, the tigress must not die. If she died, what would become of his bound partner? Gritting his teeth, Chen Hu made a bold decision and leaped forward to shield Bai Li. Old Zhang was aiming for Bai Li's head, seeking a fatal shot. Chen Hu placed himself before Bai Li's head using his thick hind leg to absorb the bullet. He hoped that his enhanced physique after the breakthrough could withstand the bullet's impact, or at least mitigate half. Big brother, I will avenge you. Old Zhang cried inwardly. They were all poachers' brothers in crime. Old Zhang wasn't sure what had happened on the mountain, but he guessed that after that tiger's roar no one up there could have survived. This tiger had come down to rescue the white tiger, and the hunters who went up never reappeared. Old Zhang knew his big brother must have died on the mountain. Rage surged within him. He craved only vengeance. He hadn't been too close to the epicenter of the roar, only dazed by the sound waves, and was just now recovering. The rifle's bullets sprayed out. But after just a few shots the gun jammed, and the remaining bullets refused to fire. Chen Hu roared in pain. The bullets hurt his leg. Looking down he saw blood staining his fur. Old Zhang guessed that Chen Hu's roar had something special. Before acting he had stuffed his ears with tissue. Seeing Chen Hu shielding Bai Li and the rifle jamming, Old Zhang turned and fled. Ignoring the pain, Chen Hu leaped more than 10 meters in a single bound, chasing after Old Zhang. Bai Li watched Chen Hu's retreating figure and let out a low, mournful cry. She was stunned. Along with the shock came a faint ache in her heart, as if she felt something akin to tenderness. Never had she imagined a tiger could treat her so well. How could he be willing to take a bullet for this empress? He must have sensed the danger too, yet he chose to sacrifice himself to protect me. His intelligence is certainly not low. And that roar just now. Bai Li recalled how after the roar on the mountain ceased, the poachers seemed to vanish. When Chen Hu had roared earlier, Bai Li could clearly feel the sonic attack. Though she was anesthetized, her strength was enough to withstand Chen Hu's sound waves, but she still felt somewhat dizzy. His intelligence is definitely not low. Spiritual energy hasn't even revived yet, but he already possesses abilities beyond ordinary animals. He must have a special bloodline. But why is he so good to me? I am merely his captured wife. Bai Li thought with a pang of pain, her gaze fixed on Chen Hu's disappearing figure. This foolish tiger was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hu caught up to Old Zhang. The wound stung, but the pain was bearable. The bullet hadn't penetrated deep into his hind leg. This showed that his breakthrough had indeed enhanced his physical defense. He couldn't completely stop bullets, but he had a certain level of resistance. Old Zhang found that plugging his ears had some effect, but Chen Hu was too fast. He couldn't escape. Almost there, just ahead. Suddenly, he flung himself to the ground, rolling into the grass, and pulled a rope. The traps they had set on the mountain were certainly not limited to one location. 2 more large nets sprang up, just like the ones that had captured Bai Li, attempting to ensnare Chen Hu. Oh no! Chen Hu was alarmed. But his sharp tiger claws extended from their pads. He leapt up and swiped, a flash of sharpness cutting through the air. The net rushing toward him was torn open by his claws, forming a hole. Chen Hu leaped through. Old Zhang's He desperately wanted to avenge his big brother, but this was his last resort. He fumbled around his person and pulled out a pistol. He tried to fire wildly. However, he even forgot to release the safety catch. Chen Hu pounced, his tiger claw raking across Old Zhang's chest. Tearing away a strip of flesh, the wound was a bloody mess deep enough to reveal the internal organs. Chen Hu pressed down with his claw, breaking all of Old Zhang's ribs, which then pierced his heart. Old Zhang's eyes bulged as he breathed his last. To ensure he was truly dead, Chen Hu also tore open his neck, blood gushing out. Without ruthlessness, there would be endless trouble. Make sure Old Zhang is dead. Chen Hu released his tiger paw from holding Old Zhang down and noticed a backpack on him. He grabbed it with his claws and pulled it off. He still wanted to see what was inside. This was a parallel world on the verge of spiritual energy resurgence, and Chen Hu wanted to know what this world held. He needed to gain some understanding of this world, hoping the backpack might contain something to help him. After the spiritual energy resurgence, there would be struggles, not only among animals, but also between humans and animals. Chen Hu still knew nothing about the people here after 8 years. As for firearms and such, he didn't bother. A tiger's paw couldn't use a gun. Dragging the backpack with his paw, Chen Hu prepared to head back. Hiss. It really hurts. He hadn't paid much attention to his wounds earlier, focused only on rushing out to kill. Now that Old Zhang was dealt with, his attention returned, and he found the pain worse than before. Still, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings to ensure no other humans were hiding. Chen Hu returned to Bai Li's side. Bai Li let out a low growl upon seeing him back. For this foolish tiger who had taken a bullet for her, she felt a mix of emotions and wanted to ask what had happened to him. But Chen Hu couldn't understand her animal language, and she couldn't understand his either. He's fine, that's what matters. Overhearing Bai Li's thoughts, Chen Hu thought the tigress did care about him. He had finally moved the tigress. Now he could probably keep her here, let her cultivate well, and then have her repay him. and also be his white tiger wife. Then Chen Hu set aside his thoughts patted by Li's tiger rump, extended his sharp claws, and tore the net open with a strong swipe. Foolish tiger, don't pat this emperor's rear. Bai Li's gratitude vanished instantly. But seeing she was free, she jumped out, the effects of the anesthetic slowly fading. She could move now, though she had little strength. Let this emperor take a look. Bai Li immediately wanted to examine the gunshot wound in Chen Hu's hind leg. After all, he had taken the bullet for her. She couldn't just ignore it. Blood was still flowing, staining the tiger fur red. Bai Li wanted to dig out the bullet with her claws, but feared worsening the injury or causing an infection. Being a tiger, she had no medicine or tools. The abilities she once possessed as an empress were confined within this tiger body, completely unusable. Bai Li could only fret, though the wound wasn't life-threatening, just a hit in the hind leg. What to do? Seeing her anxiety, Chen Hu also wanted to treat the wound. In the past, when he fought bears and other animals, he just waited for the wounds to heal on their own, but those wounds weren't as deep, and there was no bullet embedded in the flesh. The bullet had to be removed. However, Chen Hu had an idea. He patted Bai Li's rump again and growled, signaling her to follow him back. You're still patting. Bai Li was about to bristle with anger, but she obediently followed Chen Hu up the mountain. Weak as she was, she could do nothing but go with him. Chen Hu had become her savior, and Bai Li couldn't ignore his situation. She first returned to the cave to think of a way to treat the wound. Inside the cave, Chen Hu dropped the backpack on the ground. He growled and pointed his tiger paw deeper into the cave, signaling Bai Li to stay inside and not go out. Then he turned and left. What is this foolish tiger up to? Come back, don't run around when you're injured. Bai Li grew anxious and wanted to stop him, but Chen Hu vanished in the blink of an eye. She could only obey and stay in the cave, feeling helpless. He has intelligence, he should be fine. Maybe he's thought of a way to treat the wound. An intelligent animal with such strength would be safe even when injured. Chen Hu went outside to hunt, planning to bring prey back for Bai Li to keep eating. He returned to where the poachers had fallen. He saw 3 wolves feasting on the poachers' corpses. Chen Hu didn't want to eat human remains, and he believed Bai Li wouldn't either, but other animals were fine. The 3 wolves spotted Chen Hu and howled in unison. They assessed their numbers and felt they might have the advantage. They weren't even afraid of this Tiger King, thinking he had come to steal their food. They had to defend their meal. Chen Hu didn't want to steal their food. He regarded them as his own prey. He lunged swiftly, killing 2 wolves in a few bites. Despite the bullet wound in his hind leg, Chen Hu's hide was thick and his tiger body had changed significantly. Even injured, his strength was hardly affected. Dealing with 3 wolves was more than enough. The 3rd wolf finally panicked and turned to flee. But as it ran, Chen Hu charged from behind and bit its neck. Pathetic. Chen Hu dragged their bodies back. Bai Li was worried about him, but he returned shortly after leaving, dragging 3 newly dead wolves. She looked puzzled. Chen Hu dropped the wolves beside her and signaled her to eat. Feeding this emperor again. Why does he go hunting while injured just to bring food for this emperor? Does he know I can devour flesh to Bai Li was astonished. If he truly knew, then this foolish tiger's intelligence was far higher than she had thought. How could he possess such high intelligence before the spiritual energy resurgence? Chen Hu nodded slightly, as if confirming her guess, and urged her to eat. Finally eat. Bai Li bit into one of the wolves. As she devoured the flesh again, Chen Hu saw his cultivation progress rise. With the increase, the pain in his wounded leg eased, and it no longer bled with every movement. This was his healing plan. By having Bai Li devour flesh, he could break through, hoping to force out the bullet. 3 wolves alone were certainly not enough. Seeing Bai Li eating, Chen Hu turned and went out to continue hunting. Bai Li was increasingly baffled by what this intelligent tiger was up to. But since she could devour, she would devour first. She was still worried about Chen Hu's injury. He wasn't treating it and was still running around. Half an hour later, Chen Hu dragged back 3 deer. Bai Li devoured them, aided by her cultivation technique and the unsightly body tempering movements, eating faster. Chen Hu saw the progress fill up again. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 3rd level of body forging. This breakthrough brought no other rewards, but Chen Hu didn't mind. He watched the wound gradually heal as he broke through, but the bullet remained inside. Apart from that, nothing else changed. Bai Li saw 3 more deer and looked at Chen Hu in confusion. Chen Hu pointed his tiger paw at the deer, signaling her to continue eating. Bai Li had no choice but to keep eating. As she ate, the effects of the anesthetic completely faded from her body. This emperor is about to break through. 2nd level of body forging. Bai Li felt her fascia snap, thicken, and strengthen, her physical power steadily increasing. 2nd level of body forging breakthrough. Bai Li could feel that her tiger body was filled with power. She clenched her claws, and the surge of strength she felt restored her sense of security. She felt capable again. Perhaps this time she could defeat that foolish tiger. Why not give it a try? Bai Li raised her head to look at Chen Hu, feeling a stir of eagerness within her. Try? That's impossible. After hearing her inner thoughts, Chen Hu stood up first. Just as Bai Li broke through, Chen Hu received double feedback, and also successfully broke through, his muscles thickening continuously. His muscles were already quite compact before, now even more so. he became a muscular tiger. Chen Hu clearly felt that his body had grown larger once again. The bullets inside his hind legs were finally pushed out by the newly regrown muscle. His gunshot wounds had completely healed without even leaving a scar. It seemed that breaking through really did have an effect on healing. Chen Hu's guess was correct. The last time he broke through to the second level to Bai Li Chun, who had grown noticeably. Now after another breakthrough rising 2 levels to the 4th stage, Chen Hu's body, which weighed over 300 kilograms, now exceeded 400 kilograms. He stood at the cave entrance. Like a small mountain, he blocked the entrance. Bai Li's vision instantly turned dark. Only residual light remained at the cave opening, filtering through the cracks. How has he grown bigger again? Bai Li's desire to test herself was immediately crushed by reality. She looked in disbelief at Chen Hu, who had grown even larger. He seems to have broken through again. Spiritual energy hasn't even recovered yet. How did he manage it? Can one break through while sleeping lazily? If his talent was truly extraordinary, there wouldn't just be the Tiger Emperor 300 years from now, there would be him too. Could he be the Tiger Emperor? Bai Li looked at Chen Hu in disbelief. By the time the Tiger Emperor appeared 300 years later, he had mutated beyond recognition as a tiger. Even if the Tiger Emperor truly appeared before Bai Li, she wouldn't recognize him. It can't be the Tiger Emperor. Bai Li thought it unlikely, but Chen Hu was indeed stronger. Am I the Tiger Emperor? Chen Hu pondered. I might as well become the second Tiger Emperor. With my white tiger empress reincarnated as my wife, becoming the Tiger Emperor should be effortless. Regardless of how shocked Bai Li was, he silently activated the system panel. Host Chen Hu. Species Tiger. Bloodline not activated. Cultivation stage 4th level of body tempering. Abilities mind reading Tiger Roar. Martial art 1 sure body tempering technique. Found object Bai Li viewable. Cultivation progress 4,500. The higher the cultivation stage, the more cultivation progress required, meaning Bai Li would need to consume even more food. A new entry for martial art had been added to the panel, though Chen Hu had no interest in cultivating it. Why bother practicing when one can simply lie back? Then he checked Bai Li's attributes. Name Bai Li. Species Tiger. Bloodline not activated. Cultivation stage 2nd level of body tempering. Abilities none. Martial art 1 sure body tempering technique. Seeing that his own female tiger had only reached the 2nd level of body tempering, Chen Hu felt it was still too slow. Only at the 2nd level already. My white tiger wife still needs to eat. Chen Hu thought this wasn't enough. He wanted his female tiger to work harder before spiritual energy revived. Only after spiritual energy revived could they astonish the animal kingdom. Only then could they become the Tiger Emperor. At this moment, Bai Li stood before Chen Hu like a little kitten. She pitifully looked young and helpless. Damn it, I've broken through again, but still can't beat him. I refuse to believe he'll never be able to beat him. Bai Li grumbled with dissatisfaction, let out a growl, and began performing those body tempering exercises. She had consumed all of the previous prey. Since Chen Hu refused to go hunting himself, she resorted to body tempering exercises to increase their intensity. She must defeat that foolish tiger. These unglamorous movements weren't very effective, progressing far too slowly compared to consuming flesh and blood. Truly my female tiger so diligent. Seeing Bai Li working hard again made Chen Hu feel gratified, yet the results of the body tempering exercises were unsatisfactory. Roar. Chen Hu roared once, instructing Bai Li to stay safely inside the cave. He turned around and left. Why is he leaving again? Doesn't he fear he'll leave once I'm gone? Bai Li watched. Chen Hu thought, of course I'm not afraid. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. The female tiger bound to him surely couldn't escape. What could he possibly do? Bai Li grew increasingly confused about this foolish tiger, unable to communicate normally. After exiting, Chen Hu quickly found other small animals. As the king of the entire mountain range, hunting was effortless for Chen Hu. Within less than an hour he had captured 8 more animals, wolves, deer, and goats alike, all piled before Bai Li. Upon returning and finding Bai Li hadn't left, Chen Hu felt his female tiger was growing obedienter, surely moved by him. Eat for me. Chen Hu roared again, pushing the prey toward Bai Li. Bai Li, does he think I love eating so much that he keeps bringing me hunts? I'm not a glutton, damn it. It smells so good, I want to eat it. Seeing so much raw meat, Bai Li uncontrollably swallowed her saliva. She glanced at Chen Hu once more. Since he had saved her life and was otherwise decent, Bai Li hadn't left earlier. Yet she still harbored resentment regarding the notion of being his mountain stronghold wife. That was absolutely impossible. Bai Li firmly rejected the idea of becoming a mountain stronghold wife. Chen Hu wondered perplexedly, what's impossible? You don't want to eat? Hurry up and eat. He pushed the prey closer again, urging Bai Li to enjoy it while it was fresh. You asked me to eat. If I grow stronger, you won't be able to control me anymore. Don't regret it later. Want me to be your mountain stronghold wife? Forget it. Oh, so delicious. Bai Li devoured the food greedily, enjoying every bite immensely. Chen Hu relaxed. If I can't overpower you now, I'll try pressing you later. Chen Hu grinned. This proud female tiger was so cute, really adorable. From a tiger's perspective, the female tiger was flawlessly beautiful, a white tiger nonetheless. What are you looking at? Bailey noticed Chen Hu gazing at her repeatedly, and suddenly felt a pang of fear. Worried Chen Hu might lean in again and do something inappropriate. Just you wait, one day you'll get yours. Bailey continued eating, but internally she resolved must defeat Chen Hu, make that foolish tiger realize the empress might. Chen Hu didn't care. The household hierarchy was settled. He could definitely dominate the female tiger. As the head of household, he had some confidence. With increasing cultivation stages, the cultivation progress values grew higher, meaning Bailey consuming flesh and blood remained too slow. Breaking through via consumption wasn't easy. For Chen Hu, it was equally difficult. By the time Bailey finished eating, she failed to break through this time. Chen Hu pondered inwardly. At the current pace, the difficulty of future breakthroughs would only increase. How much more devouring would it take to keep breaking through? Perhaps I don't need to devour that much. Once the spiritual energy recovery begins, everything will be fine. Chen Hu thought he was overthinking things. All problems would be resolved after the spiritual energy recovery. Chen Hu decided not to worry about it, and let the tigress devour freely while he wondered what else he had left undone. That backpack. Chen Hu remembered the backpack he had taken from old Zhang, which he had casually tossed aside. He had yet to see what was inside it. Bailey hadn't looked either. Chen Hu retrieved the backpack and tore it open with his claws. Inside lay a magazine, a cell phone, a notebook, and 2 packs of tissues. There was nothing else. Is that all? Chen Hu's tiger paw flipped through the notebook, curious about its content. It was all accounting data. He had thought it might be a diary. A roar. Bailey had just finished the last prey and turned to see Chen Hu fiddling with something. She remembered the backpack Chen Hu had brought back from those poachers and immediately approached, wanting to see what was inside. She also desperately wanted to know what time period it was. She knew she had returned to 300 years ago, but which, it was still unclear. Bailey was utterly lost regarding time. This is a cell phone from 300 years ago. Do you stupid tiger even know how to use a phone? Bailey drew close to look. She had no interest in the notebook, magazine, or tissues. But the cell phone could certainly provide much useful information. Hearing Bailey's inner thoughts, Chen Hu swung his tiger paw and kicked the phone toward her. He didn't want Bailey to know he was also a transmigrator, so he pretended not to know how to use it, casually pushing the phone to her feet. This emperor wants to see what time it is. Bailey stared at the phone by her paw, completely unable to believe that Chen Hu had deliberately shown it to her. She simply thought Chen Hu didn't know what a phone was. The pad of her tiger paw pressed against the screen. The screen lit up, displaying a lock screen. Chen Hu nuzzled Bailey's neck. Seeing the lock screen, he knew the phone was useless, unless he could go down and bite off old Zhang's finger to bring back. But old Zhang's corpse was probably already devoured by other beasts. Bailey also knew it couldn't be unlocked, but she ignored the phone's contents, simply staring at the time displayed on the lock screen. 26/20 June 11th. Today is June 11th. Tonight the blood moon will hang in the sky and blood mist will fill the air. The spiritual energy recovery will descend tonight. This emperor has not yet found the tiger heavenly emperor, who is still an ordinary tiger. If the recovery begins, that tiger will become even harder to deal with. What to do? Seeing the date, Bailey grew deeply worried. She knew well that the tiger heavenly emperor, who would become the supreme beast sovereign, would display astonishing abilities from the very start of the recovery. But as this thought occurred, Bailey froze for a moment. Why should this emperor still help the human race? She was now a tiger, and it had only been a short while since the human poachers had tried to kill her. After the spiritual energy recovery, humans began to purge animals. Once they discovered that beasts posed a great threat, could devour and kill people, they launched bombardments with thermal weapons. Bailey knew that many beast sovereigns who harbored deep hatred for humanity had been bombarded by humans at the dawn of the recovery. They had escaped death and resolved to take revenge. This emperor is now also an animal. Once the recovery begins, this emperor too could be purged by humans. No matter what I was before, I am no longer human. Countless thoughts flooded Bailey's mind. Should she still help humans? It seems unnecessary. After a long inner struggle, she made this decision. In this life, she was no longer human. Even if she helped them, humans would never be grateful to a beast. But this emperor will still become the tiger heavenly emperor. Sooner or later, I will find that tiger and snap its neck. Bailey had never had much fondness for tigers, all because of the tiger heavenly emperor 300 years later. Ambitious. Chen Hu thought, marveling that his white tiger wife still aspired to be the tiger heavenly emperor. Then I shall become the tiger behind the tiger heavenly emperor. How could my tigress wife become a powerhouse with? But tonight is the spiritual energy recovery. Recalling Bailey's inner voice, Chen Hu had long been anticipating it. Yet he hadn't expected it to come so soon. He wasn't prepared. Do I need to prepare something in advance? Chen Hu glanced at his white tiger wife beside him. There was probably no need to prepare anything. He could just let Bailey handle it. If his wife trained hard, he could lie back and grow stronger. Thinking about it, that was quite pleasant. Chen Hu nuzzled Bailey's neck again, then rubbed her adorable tiger head. Don't touch this emperor. Bailey was preoccupied with thoughts of humanity and had unwittingly let Chen Hu nuzzle her several times. Seeing him about to nuzzle again, she raised her paw to push him away. Chen Hu now weighed over 400 kilograms. Bailey had also grown to over 300 kilograms, but she still seemed like a tiny kitten beside him. Chen Hu pressed himself onto Bailey. She couldn't resist and was pinned beneath him. Damn stupid tiger, get off. Bailey couldn't believe this foolish tiger would push his luck. If this continued, wouldn't she become his rightful cat? No, absolutely not. Bailey struggled and resisted, but she was pinned and unable to move. Chen Hu licked her fur, and she instantly stiffened. A mournful howl escaped her. Chen Hu thought of Bailey possibly choosing mutual destruction or being defiled. She might not want to live. In the end, he didn't go too far. Just nuzzling. Damn stupid tiger, when the blood moon rises tonight, and the blood mist fills the air, just wait, and see how this emperor deals with you. All of Bailey's goodwill toward Chen Hu vanished once more. She now thought only of how to get back at him, determined to make him know her true power. Chen Hu smiled. After tonight, he would make Bailey realize she still couldn't beat him. He released Bailey and smashed the phone with one paw. The other items were useless for now. They were all tossed deep into the cave. The two waited quietly in the cave. As they waited, night fell. Bailey stepped out and looked at the sky. Night had just enveloped the world when a full moon slowly rose on the horizon. The moon first took on a faint pink hue, and as time passed, a bloody crimson covered the entire moon. A layer of blood color also spread through the air. The spiritual energy recovery was finally about to. The full moon hung high in the sky. Blood mist filled the air. Bailey could see the long-lost spiritual energy drifting within the blood mist. The blood moon in the sky gradually turned eerie, reflecting the blood mist on the ground, making the entire forest appear utterly uncanny. The spiritual energy revival is here. Bailey was ecstatic. Finally, the day had come. She gently inhaled, and the blood mist outside quickly entered her body, making her tiger body begin to stir restlessly. Such pure spiritual energy. So in the early stage of spiritual energy revival, the chi can be this pure. If I want to use the absorbed spiritual energy, the 10,000 devouring body forging art is no longer suitable. After more than 200 years, I happen to obtain a breathing technique for beast cultivation. I have many foolish tiger, just you wait. Bailey inhaled another mouthful of blood mist, and a series of memories surfaced in her mind. A brand new cultivation technique appeared in her mind and began to circulate. As it circulated, a vortex formed around Bailey, quickly absorbing the blood mist. The vortex spun continuously, and the blood mist around her was almost completely absorbed in the blink of an eye. This is only the first stage of the spiritual energy revival, yet the generated celestial chi is already so pure. Now that I have been training my physical body in advance, combined with the breathing technique, the absorption speed is faster, and I will soon be able to break through again. Bailey felt the comfort of bathing in the blood mist. Her cultivation base kept rising. Not only was Bailey's cultivation rising, but Chen Hu's was also increasing. What he could see was even more intuitive. Data appeared directly before his eyes. So that blood mist is the revived celestial chi. The spiritual energy revival also has stages. Through Bailey's inner voice, Chen Hu learned some new things, and then he also walked out of the cave. Just stepping into the blood mist, Chen Hu also felt a sense of comfort all over his body. He didn't know any breathing technique, but a gentle inhalation allowed him to absorb the celestial chi. According to Bailey's inner voice, Chen Hu knew that after spiritual energy revival, animals would gain intelligence, and in the future could deduce their own techniques and cultivation realms. However, Chen Hu experienced for a moment and felt no significant change. Maybe because I am a transmigrator with a human soul in a tiger's body, that's why there are no such changes. As for deducing techniques, I'll leave it to my white tiger wife. Chen Hu stretched lazily, only occasionally taking in 2 mouthfuls of blood mist. At that moment, he heard faint wolf howls nearby. Sharp bird calls came from distant trees. Other animals on the mountain began to make sounds one after another. It seemed that all the animals in the mountain were about to stir. The spiritual energy revival was finally beginning to affect ordinary animals. Chen Hu saw that beside the cave there had been a crookedly necked tree. The tree began to grow, its branches and leaves becoming denser. Originally only as thick as a bull's mouth, the crooked tree now became as thick as a basin, still growing, its foliage like a giant umbrella shading the cave entrance. Not only animals are changing, but plants as well. Chen Hu looked in surprise at the nearby plants and found them all growing. He also found that not only plants were changing, but even the ground was beginning to transform. The cave behind them was actually growing taller and wider. Originally only as high as a black bear, it now became 1.5 times that height. Animals, mutated plants grew, and even the land expanded. This spiritual energy revival far exceeded Chen Hu's imagination. Foolish tiger, your standing still quickly absorbed the blood mist. I thought your intelligence was high, but it seems not that great. Forget about you. Bailey glanced at Chen Hu, wondering why this foolish tiger had suddenly become so dumb. She continued circulating the breathing technique, focusing on getting stronger first. Having already trained her body in advance, Bai Li absorbed the celestial qi extremely quickly, her cultivation base continuously rising. Chen Hu listened to Bai Li's inner voice and found his own cultivation maxed out again. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 5th level of body forging. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the technique beast breathing technique through feedback. There was another new technique, but Chen Hu didn't even bother to look. After all, he had his white tiger wife. He didn't need to cultivate. But soon Bai Li also broke through. A brand new aura emerged from Bai Li's body. Body forging 3rd level finally broke through. Bai Li breathed a sigh of relief, but the blood mist continued, and she couldn't stop. Having just revived, she aimed to stand at the pinnacle of all beasts, looking down upon the masses. Continue. Bai Li kept absorbing, continuously absorbing. Compared to devouring flesh and blood, this was much faster. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 6th level of body forging. With Bai Li's breakthrough, the system's pop-ups arrived as expected. This time Chen Hu could feel the bones inside his tiger body, making sounds like popping beans. The bones began to thicken and enlarge. There was some pain in the process. As his skeleton expanded, Chen Hu found himself growing again. Just now he weighed over 400 kilograms, but in an instant he was over 600. His massive body was like a small hill. The crooked tree that had grown earlier could barely shade Chen Hu's body, and the cave entrance could hardly accommodate him. I've gotten bigger again. Chen Hu was overjoyed. Then the system prompt came again. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 7th level of body forging. The breakthroughs came so fast, his white tiger wife was truly amazing. Chen Hu looked at the system panel notifications and wanted to grin, but as soon as he opened his tiger mouth, it was a gaping maw. Fortunately, Bai Li was engrossed in cultivation and didn't see it, otherwise she would have been terrified. But the next moment, Bai Li made another breakthrough. I, the Emperor, have reached the 4th level of body forging. Finally awakened the ability freeze 1,000 miles. As her words fell, Chen Hu felt a gust of cold wind hit him, and faint frost appeared on the crooked tree. A thin layer of ice formed on the ground where Bai Li stood. It was bone-chilling cold. So animals can awaken new abilities. As expected, a freeze 1,000 miles, it's so cold. As Chen Hu thought this, the system pop-up appeared again. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 8th level of body forging. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the new ability Blazing Flames through feedback. The feedback of the new ability also came. Chen Hu felt as if there was fiery heat in his body about to burst out at any moment. His entire body was burning hot. This blazing flames seemed capable of incinerating everything, and flames wanted to erupt from his tiger mouth. Such a scorching aura. Chen Hu dared not breathe fire, afraid of accidentally burning things around him. But the feedback wasn't over yet. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the bloodline Lingyuan Tiger Ancestor bloodline. The Lingyuan Tiger Ancestor was formed from the essence of slaughter and primal gold Sha at the dawn of heaven and earth, the true ancestor of the Tiger clan. Having just obtained the new bloodline, Chen Hu could feel his blood and qi surging violently. An ancient aura emanated from his body. Killing intent and the Tiger clan's prestige swirled around him. Feeling the changes in his bloodline, Chen Hu couldn't help lifting his head and letting out a long roar. A roar resounded across the mountain range, as if it could shatter the void itself. The leaves of the twisted old tree beside him fluttered down in waves. The restless small animals nearby, upon hearing the tiger's roar, fell silent, daring not to make a sound. The oppressive aura of the tiger ancestor emanated from Chen Hu. Even Bai Li, who had been reborn as a female emperor, was forced to crouch low. The other small animals could only hide and tremble in fear. Such was the terror of the king of beasts and the mighty pressure of the tiger ancestor. Bai Li, also a white tiger, could barely endure it. After a moment, Chen Hu restrained all his power. Why did I suddenly receive feedback and awaken my bloodline? He was quite satisfied with the tiger ancestor bloodline, but he was certain its activation was connected to Bai Li. If not for Bai Li, there would be no feedback. That was the pressure of the primordial tiger ancestor. How did he awaken the primordial tiger ancestor bloodline? He does nothing, yet he grows stronger just standing there. He seems to have grown much larger. Before him, I feel more and more like a little kitten. Bai Li's tiger eyes widened. She had also grown, but compared to Chen Hu's size, she truly resembled a I just awakened the white tiger bloodline and thought I would be invincible among tigers, that I could avenge the humiliation of being forced into marriage. But he is the primordial tiger ancestor. Impossible. Bai Li was shocked. Why was it that despite her utmost effort in practicing the breathing technique and absorbing the blood mist, her transformation was less significant than Chen Hu's, who did nothing? This was unfair. So it was my white tiger wife who awakened her bloodline. Chen Hu opened his own panel. Host Chen Hu. Species tiger. Bloodline primordial tiger ancestor bloodline. Realm body tempering 8th layer. Abilities mind reading tiger roar blazing sky. Techniques 10,000 devouring body tempering art beast breathing technique. Bound partner by Li viewable. Cultivation progress 150900. After a glance, he opened by Li's panel. Name by Li. Species tiger. Bloodline orthodox, 4 symbols white tiger bloodline. Realm body tempering 4th layer. Abilities frozen 1000 miles. Techniques 10,000 devouring body tempering art beast breathing technique. So it really is the white tiger bloodline. Orthodox 4 symbols. That is the white tiger of the 4 divine beasts. Impressive, but compared to my primordial tiger ancestor, it is still lacking. Chen Hu was satisfied after viewing the panels. Most importantly, his tigress had never been able to resist him. Thus his position in the household remained secure, and the fierce tigress could no longer act tough. But why has the progress stopped? Chen Hu saw that the cultivation progress had halted. He looked around, the blood mist had vanished, and the blood moon returned to normal. A bright moon hung high in the sky. Moonlight bathed the earth. The deep jungle was covered in moonlight. It was as if everything that had happened earlier had never occurred. The blood mist came suddenly and ended swiftly. Yet the changes it brought were real. Chen Hu could sense a very special kind of energy in the world. It must be what Bai Li called spiritual energy. Though the blood mist had disappeared, spiritual energy had truly revived. However, this was only the first stage of revival, and the spiritual energy was not as pure as the blood mist had been. So this is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After sensing for a while, Chen Hu found the remaining spiritual energy too thin, but this was only the first stage. He believed there would be more changes in the future. With his tigress around, he grew stronger without effort. Thinking this, Chen Hu gently patted Bai Li's rear with his tiger paw. Not only did he touch a tiger's rear, but it was a white tiger's rear, and the feel was quite pleasant. A woo. Bai Li snapped out of her shock, stared blankly at Chen Hu, and had already forgotten that he had just patted her rear. It really is the tiger ancestor bloodline. This fellow. If he isn't the tiger heavenly emperor 300 years from now, then he must have fallen prematurely. Otherwise there is no way that name would be unknown in the future. As for what bloodline the tiger heavenly emperor possessed, no human in the future ever knew. If he really is the tiger heavenly emperor, should I still try to replace him? A new thought arose in Bai Li's mind. Those of a different race are bound to have different hearts. These 8 words were not the first time they appeared in Bai Li's mind. In this life, I am a beast. I cannot return to humanity, nor will I be accepted by them. There is no need for me to do anything for humanity. Bai Li gritted her teeth and made a final decision. What did human affairs have to do with her now? As long as humanity did not become her enemy, she would not actively invade them. Let them keep to themselves, at least for now. Still, I will become the tiger heavenly emperor. Bai Li's gaze. This foolish tiger's bloodline is indeed powerful, but my white tiger bloodline is not inferior. Just wait. One day I will defeat you. Bai Li shot a glare at Chen Hu and gave a soft snort. She would definitely beat Chen Hu. The blood mist has vanished, the blood moon has receded. But spiritual energy has revived. I must practice the breathing technique. Just you wait. Bai Li set aside other thoughts and resumed her cultivation. Chen Hu patted her rear once more, then lay down beside her to sleep. Cultivation. Not for him. If Bai Li cultivated, it meant double the progress for him. Perfect. Bai Li was speechless. If that damn tiger dared to pat her rear again, she would. She didn't know what she would do. Once I become strong, I will pin you down and beat you. Bai Li's sharp teeth lightly clenched. Her cute tiger face became even more adorable with her angry expression. Truly beautiful. From Chen Hu's tiger aesthetics, Bai Li was indeed beautiful. A tiger maiden. After daybreak, human cities fell into brief chaos. Special news report: a teddy bear suddenly mutated and devoured its owner's left leg. The fish in the aquarium grew 2 legs and 2 arms. Oh my heavens. Is this world going mad? What's happening? The ground beneath us seems to have expanded. A distance of 100 meters is now 120 meters. The earth has definitely grown. My house was torn apart by the expanding ground and nearly collapsed. Holy cow, I just saw a morning glory swallow a wild cat in one bite. Official latest update: everyone still with a home should stay inside, lock doors and windows, do not go out and kill or discard all pets and plants. Those without homes should contact the police and go to shelters. Armed police and military have entered the city. Please do not panic. The internet was flooded with various messages. Finally, the official announcement calmed the fears of ordinary people. As long as the authorities acted, it meant safety. Yet various strange mutations continued to occur, shaking everyone's psychological defenses. Within the capital of Dongchuan country, 4 elderly men gathered around a round table. Their expressions were grave as they fixed their gaze upon the projection screen, which displayed a variety of videos. All the videos showed mutated animals and plants, filling them with deep concern. What do you 3 think we should do? One of them asked. A second elder, unable to bear the sight any longer, spoke with worry. Last night's blood moon and crimson mist were utterly eerie. In a single night, the entire world began to mutate. Not just our Dongchuan country. Another elder added solemnly. After the mutations, the greatest threat to humanity comes from animals. Plants are relatively docile except for a few dangerous species. As for the expansion of the land, it is indeed real. Satellite imagery has already been transmitted back. He pressed a button on the projector's remote, and a new satellite image appeared on the screen. The planet beneath our feet has increased in size by nearly double. The planet's expansion, the Elder continued, has caused buildings to collapse, but for now it poses no major harm. To ensure everyone's safety, I propose we begin by culling the animals. A third Elder concurred. I agree. Our priority should be to eliminate all uncontrollably mutated animals. As for those not yet mutated, we should gather them for observation. Then we can deal with the plants. The first Elder asked, how do we cull them? Urban areas might be manageable, but what about the wilderness? The third Elder replied, indiscriminate bombardment. Cleanse them with firepower. Furthermore, the animal mutations are undoubtedly linked to the red moon and blood mist. After securing everyone's safety, we must investigate the source of the blood mist and red moon, and why only animals mutated while we humans remained unchanged. We have changed. The fourth Elder, who had remained silent until now, spoke. I've just received word that an ancient martial artist voluntarily reported himself. He suddenly gained immense strength, able to shatter a 200-ton rock with one punch. Another ordinary person can spew flames from his mouth. The second Elder exclaimed with delight, is that true? The third Elder put down his phone and said, it's true. I've received similar news. Some in our military have also mutated. Thereafter, various pieces of information continuously converged upon them. The fact that humans could also mutate seemed to offer a glimmer of new hope. After discussing among themselves, the four Elders promptly formulated a new strategy. To ensure human safety, culling the animals was the top priority. Second, they must contact all mutants, ancient martial artists, or those trained in martial arts to study the cause of the mutations and trace the origin of the red moon and blood mist. These two strategies were rapidly disseminated, setting the entire Dongchuan country into motion. From a human perspective, human safety was always paramount. From Chen Hu's perspective, his own safety was the most important. Ensuring his own well-being and that of his white tiger wife was the foremost task. After waking from a nap, Chen Hu found that his cultivation progress had increased by another 100 points, though the speed was not swift. Without the blood mist, it was indeed much slower. He glanced at the tigress at home, who was still diligently practicing the breathing technique and occasionally performing a set of body-tempering exercises. Good, very hardworking. Chen Hu felt quite satisfied. He gently patted Bai Li's small head with the padded paw of his tiger claw. Bai Li jolted upright and first let out in a woo at Chen Hu, venting her displeasure. When she saw that Chen Hu had been lazing around all night, she felt confident. This emperor is working so hard, yet he's sleeping in. How can he compare to me? Bai Li was smug, believing that hard work would surely yield results. Chen Hu found this amusing. Feeling a bit hungry, he was about to head down the mountain to find something to eat, when to his surprise it seemed that some animals had come to deliver themselves as a meal. A deer, also the size of a small hill, was swiftly making its way up toward the tiger's den. Behind it followed two slightly smaller deer. The deer's hooves struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, slightly revealing how heavy the creature had become. Bai Li was also alerted. Aren't those the 3 deer from the stream the other day? Chen Hu recognized them as well. He had spared them before for sustainable harvesting. Now they were voluntarily coming forward, offering themselves as his breakfast. However, above the heads of the 3 deer floated a narrow panel. Race deer, cultivation, body tempering, second layer. This was the mother deer's panel. The 2 smaller deer both had cultivation at the body tempering first layer. So after the spiritual energy resurgence, he could also view the approximate attributes of other animals. The system had gained an additional function. But even at the body tempering second layer, the deer's physique appeared larger than Chen Hu's. These 3 deer must have obtained some kind of opportunity last night. Chen Hu mused, could it be that they think they're strong enough now and have come to avenge their father? Pondering this possibility, Chen Hu realized that animals, after gaining intelligence, could bear grudges. The 3 deer had clearly developed intelligence, and now they were here for revenge. Could they be here to take revenge on us? With bodies that large, they've gained some confidence. Bai Li thought the same, and also felt hungry. The mother deer suddenly let out a sharp, piercing cry, and charged fiercely toward Chen Hu. It now truly believed it was formidable, no longer afraid even of a tiger. Chen Hu leaped aside to evade the charge. The foolish deer crashed into the mountain. The entire mountain trembled for a moment. The deer scrambled up, ready to seek out Chen Hu and continue its assault. With a swipe of his tiger claw, Chen Hu tore a strip of flesh from the deer's body. Then he clamped his jaws around the deer's neck. The sweet deer blood flowed into Chen Hu's tiger mouth. The mother deer shrieked incessantly, struggling desperately. Yet before Chen Hu's absolute strength, no matter how pitifully it cried, it was all in vain. The 2 young deer, witnessing this, were enraged. They raised their antlers and charged at Chen Hu. But as they moved, a blast of frigid wind swept over them. Bai Li's frost eternity spread out, freezing the 2 young deer into ice sculptures. She walked over without feeling the cold. Taking a bite from a deer leg, the frozen blood appeared dark red. It's just like eating an ice pop. Bai Li's tiger teeth easily crushed the frozen meat, and she circulated her heart method to devour it. Cultivation 8. Chen Hu had just released the mother deer when he noticed a system notification. This time eating meat no longer gives just 2 points. Could it be that the higher the quality and cultivation of the animal, the faster the cultivation increase? Chen Hu had worried that in the future he would only gain 2 points at a time. If the required progress grew higher, Bai Li would become a glutton without being able to eat enough to gain cultivation. Now he was relieved. Chen Hu dragged the mother deer aside, ate one hind leg for breakfast, and left the rest for Bai Li. This deer provided 10 cultivation points. This was excellent. Again, you give me food. This emperor is no glutton. Bai Li shot Chen Hu a glare, but still buried her head and bit into the meat, eating with relish. Just as Bai Li was about to finish, the sound of helicopters echoed from the sky. She looked up to see helicopters loaded with missiles, and even higher, some fighter jets streaked across the sky. The jets were also armed with missiles roaring over the mountain range. Not good. The humans have begun culling the animals. Bai Li still recalled this history. The Dongchuan kingdom reacted the fastest. The day after spiritual energy surged forth, numerous animal mutations and cannibalistic incidents occurred. Dongquan's authorities issued orders to ensure everyone's safety, first targeting wild animals in the open wilderness. The method was straightforward, overwhelming firepower. Under artillery fire, all creatures are but ants. Just like the helicopters hovering overhead and fighter jets flying even higher, they were here to wipe them out, clearing animals. Chen Hu looked up toward the sky, seeing a helicopter not only carrying shells, but also mounting heavy machine guns. He thought, am I too one of their targets? This couldn't continue. Chen Hu now had confidence he could withstand bullets from ordinary rifles. But artillery shells? No way. Humanity now held absolute truth. Even if animals mutated, they could not yet oppose it. At the beginning of spiritual energy resurgence, every nation on Earth first sought to purge animals. Animals that survived under thermal weaponry and evolved into demon beasts. Such a feat was no small matter. Thus, many demon beasts would come to harbor deep hatred toward humankind in the future, like the Tiger Emperor and others, constantly attacking and hunting humans. Now Bai Li herself was an animal, viewing matters from their perspective. Her natural inclination leaned toward animals. Unless she could regain human form. If she could never return to humanity for a long time ahead, they would remain enemies of man. Hearing Bai Li's thoughts, Chen Hu sighed inwardly, realizing how difficult life for animals truly was. Earlier, when he heard Bai Li's inner voice, he knew that at the very start of the spiritual energy surge, animals had gained the greatest benefit. Their mutation was fastest, their power grew quickest. They could directly develop consciousness. Yet against absolute firepower, such advantages seemed insignificant. There were pros and cons, benefits and drawbacks. Must leave. Bai Li sensed danger approaching from above. They could no longer linger here. She glanced back at Chen Hu once, then let out a roar, signaling him to follow her. Though she didn't wish to become a captive wife, fearing defilement by Chen Hu, she couldn't abandon him. He was her savior. Quickly move out. Chen Hu headed downhill first. If they didn't leave soon, they'd become cannon fodder. For now, he had no means to counter aircraft in the sky. Bai Li saw that Chen Hu understood her intent, as she thought this stupid tiger wasn't so foolish after all. His consciousness was growing sharper. She hurried to catch up, heading toward another side of the mountain range. Bai Li was a reincarnated empress, but the woman from 300 centuries later was unfamiliar with this place, unsure which direction to go. Chen Hu was different. He had been the mountain king for many years. Where should we go? First, head back to Mother Tiger's Peak. That area is relatively remote, far from cities, likely less likely to be bombed quickly. Chen Hu quickly determined the direction. Mother Tiger had long since passed away. Tigers lived only about 10 years or so. Chen Hu was 8 years old now. Had there been no spiritual energy resurgence, he would have died within 2 more years. Roar. Chen Hu let out a call, signaling Bai Li to follow. Bai Li wondered, did he know somewhere they could hide? Then she'd follow and try. It was better than having nowhere to go. However, as they reached a valley, the sound of artillery finally echoed through the mountains. Boom. Shells fell from the sky. Soldiers aboard the aircraft used instruments to scan the entire mountain area, determining where animals gathered most densely, prioritizing those locations for bombardment. Fortunately, Chen, who was the mountain king, few animals dared gather near him, thus temporarily avoiding the primary target zones. As shells rained down, smoke billowed, and the earth trembled beneath the assault. Fortunately, Chen, who was the mountain king, few animals dared gather near him, thus temporarily avoiding the primary target zones. As shells rained down, smoke billowed, and the earth moved faster. Bai Li thought anxiously. The 2 tigers sprinted at incredible speed. Yet as they ran, they could hear the agonized cries of other animals on the mountain echoing endlessly. The bombing continued, covering the entire mountain range. These were standard shells, not using truth weapons, but still overwhelmingly terrifying. Yeah. A piercing screech suddenly pierced the air. Even Chen Hu could hear it. They both looked upward. They saw an eagle half the size of a helicopter darting out from the forest, diving straight at one helicopter. What a huge eagle. No good. It's flying toward us. Lock onto it. Open fire. The crew on that helicopter immediately panicked. Such a large eagle. If it attacked, it would surely destroy the plane and kill everyone inside. They hastily aimed their machine guns at the eagle, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The eagle's body instantly became a sieve. Yet it continued screaming, relentlessly charging toward the helicopter. Its sharp beak struck with force, piercing through the helicopter's glass. Its talons gripped down, tearing open the fuselage, then crashed violently into it. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the helicopter slammed into the mountainside, erupting in flames. Only one bird had dared to charge forward in such desperation, perhaps protecting something precious, hence its ferocity. Chen Hu felt deeply moved by what he witnessed. But with one helicopter lost, the aerial firepower intensified even more. They sought vengeance for all aboard the downed aircraft, raining down relentless barrages, shells falling ceaselessly, bullets pouring like rain. Why wait? Move. Bailey bumped into Chen Hu, urging them to exit the valley. Chen Hu snapped out of it. Before and after his transmigration, he had never seen anything so awe-inspiring, so he couldn't help lingering a moment longer. Fortunately, the shells hadn't reached them yet. After crossing the valley, Chen Hu took Bailey and climbed toward, but barely had they gone a short distance when a faint squeaking sound came ahead. They paused briefly, only to see a large group of rats, over 50 of them, pouring out from a cave entrance. The rats were fleeing, seeking new shelter to escape. Rats typically live in colonies. After the spiritual energy resurgence, they mutated rapidly. The smallest already matched the size of a hunting dog. The largest measured 3 to 4 meters long. The sight of a horde rushing out was quite spectacular. Damn, watch out. Chen Hu suddenly collided with Bailey and both rolled down the slope, returning to the previous valley. As they landed at the stream bed, a deafening explosion erupted from the hillside above. Those rats that had emerged from the cave attempting to relocate were blown apart. Squeaks of agony filled the air without end. They must have used life detection instruments. As long as scans passed overhead combined with thermal imaging, any living presence would be immediately revealed. Bailey understood human technology fairly well. Chen Hu thought, in this parallel world, is technological advancement really this advanced? But soon a problem arose. They too were alive, possessing body heat. Once scanned, wouldn't they lose all? Run! That was the only thought in Chen Hu's mind. They could no longer head toward the rats, but instead sprinted in a different direction. Bailey rolled down the slope and fell into the stream, now utterly disheveled, her pristine white tiger fur plastered against her body. Seeing Chen Hu change direction, Bailey followed immediately. No sooner had they left than a shell landed right in the... Chen Hu and Bailey barely dodged it, but the blast still left them thoroughly disheveled. The helicopter that had dropped the shell spotted and locked onto them, then quickly gave chase to kill them. Now that spiritual energy had revived, even a single rat could bite a person to death alive. A tiger was hundreds of times more powerful than a rat, posing an even greater threat to humans. Such a ferocious beast was undoubtedly their primary target. The helicopter continued to hover overhead, firing relentlessly. Witnessing this, Bailey completely abandoned any thought of helping humanity. She was no longer human, but a tiger. Roar! Chen Hu let out a loud cry and led Bailey into the jungle. They deliberately chose paths with thick trees and undergrowth, hoping to block the view. It's useless. They have instruments that can scan. Bailey understood Chen Hu's intention and knew it was futile, but at this point she could only follow behind him. Chen Hu certainly knew they couldn't escape the instruments scanning. He was anxious. How could they deal with that helicopter? They couldn't fly, so they couldn't shoot it down. Run faster, it's getting closer. Chen Hu was extremely anxious. So fast. The people in the helicopter looking down at the tiger exclaimed, "Keep locking on them. If they get out of the city, who knows how many people will die." After walking for a while, Chen Hu finally emerged from the dense forest. The helicopter began to descend, preparing for a new round of attack. Chen Hu saw the helicopter descending, suddenly turned around and spat out a stream of fire. Blazing flames soared into the sky. A pillar of fire shot straight toward the helicopter. Seeing this, Bailey prepared to condense ice to freeze the helicopter. Not good. The person piloting the helicopter immediately pulled up. Chen Hu's fire pillar missed, and Bailey's freeze 1,000 miles hadn't been unleashed in time. Spitting fire, he can spit fire. Someone shouted in shock. Everyone on that helicopter found it hard to believe. The mutated animals they had seen were usually immensely strong, grew larger in size, and then ate people. But an animal that could spit fire, they had never seen that before. It was impossible. Kill it quickly. This tiger cannot be allowed to live. Someone else shouted. Such a tiger had to die. It was absolutely a calamity for humanity. Chen Hu saw that breathing fire was useless. The helicopter quickly adjusted and prepared to strike again. Helpless, they had no choice but to keep running. But by then they had reached the edge of the jungle, where there was a cliff. Just as Chen Hu was worrying about the lack of cover, he suddenly spotted a massive boulder standing at the cliff's edge. Opportunity has come. Chen Hu's eyes lit up, and he strode toward the boulder. What are you going to do? Then she watched Chen Hu ram the boulder loose. The boulder was nearly half a meter in diameter. Roar. Chen Hu first let out a furious roar, activating Tiger Roar, initiating a sound wave attack. Bailey quickly braced herself against the terrifying sound waves. The reason Chen Hu hadn't used the sound wave earlier was that it had many limitations. The people in the helicopter were certainly wearing headsets and other communication gear, plus the noise of the rotors was loud and the distance was great. All these factors would cancel out part of the sound wave attack's effect, unless the helicopter was very close. But now using the sound wave was mainly to intimidate the people on the helicopter. The sound wave stunned them for a moment, and Chen Hu's tiger body swelled with bulging muscles. All the strength in his body erupted at that moment. He forcefully shoved the boulder, sending it flying toward the cliff. At that moment, the helicopter was hovering above the cliff. The boulder was launched and flew straight toward the helicopter. Such a piercing sound. No good. Pull up quickly. Someone on the helicopter yelled. The helicopter pilot, also dazed by the sound wave, recovered only to find the helicopter already struck by the boulder. The others had no time to parachute. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded, and the helicopter was destroyed. Success. Let's go. Chen Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Bailey also felt somewhat relieved. At last they could shake off the pursuit. Without pausing or hesitating, they immediately moved away from the cliff. Fortunately, there were few creatures in this area, and only that one helicopter had tracked them. The others hadn't managed to follow. Chen Hu was familiar with this place. After all, for 8 years the entire mountain range had been his domain, and he often patrolled it. Descending from the cliff, he quickly found a karst cave leading underground. Going deep into the cave would block the instruments scanning. Once deep inside, Chen Hu could no longer hear outside sounds, and could stop to rest for a while. Bailey let out a breath and sat down next to Chen Hu. She hadn't expected that at the start of the spiritual energy revival the purge of animals would be so fierce. The greatest threat to animals was humans, not other creatures. No wonder over 300 years so many demonic beasts had come to hate humanity. But this hatred was nothing more than a difference in perspective. From a human standpoint, if an animal eats people it must die. The logic is similar. The two tigers leaned against each other momentarily, unwilling to move again. Inside the command center. We lost 2 helicopters. A middle-aged man with a square face said seriously, the first one was destroyed by an eagle. As for the second, leader, you'd better watch the live video transmitted from the aircraft. As for the tiger spitting fire, he didn't know how to describe it. In front of the square-faced man sat an elderly man covered in metals who nodded gently. The man turned on the projector, and the video that had been transmitted in real time appeared on the screen. The helicopter was pursuing 2 tigers, one enormous and the other white. As the chase continued, the helicopter descended. The enormous tiger suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of fire that shot toward the helicopter. The old man watched his gaze sharpening. Animals mutate and can spout fire. It was utterly The square-faced man nodded. I was even more shocked than you when I first saw this video. If this tiger gets out of the city, many people will die. A fire-spitting tiger is certainly not a single case. I fear other mutated animals will also possess similar special abilities. The old man's face darkened, and he lowered his voice. Issue the order, hunt down these 2 tigers. Send this video to the capital. The higher-ups must know and adjust their strategy. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine what might happen. It seemed that humanity would face an overwhelming disaster. The bombing gradually ended. A brief calm returned to the jungle. Some soldiers descended from the helicopters and began clearing the battlefield. Their mission was not only to eradicate the animals, but also to bring back some carcasses for the research institute to study. The mutation of the animals had come too suddenly. For the safety of humanity and to understand what was happening, research was imperative. They had to study not only the red moon and blood mist, but also the mutated animals. Meanwhile, the mutation of humans, the strengthening of some martial artists, was also under investigation. The Donchuan Official Research Institute had set up a task force overnight. They needed to bring back a large number of animal carcasses, preferably alive if possible. Considering the danger, they started by retrieving the carcasses from the cleansed battlefield. Soldiers slid down ropes first, selecting large animal carcasses, securing them to the ropes, and then hoisting them onto helicopters to be taken away. The forest was riddled with craters, and the ground had been plowed by artillery shells. We've just received orders from higher command, hunt down the 2 tigers. Preferably capture them alive, if not do whatever it takes to kill them. Codename Operation Tiger Eradication. The specific details have been sent to everyone's communicators. A new command came through the soldier's earpiece. Immediately a soldier took out a screen-equipped communicator from his uniform. Opening the unread messages, he first saw 2 pictures of tigers. There was also a video of Chen Hu's recent fire-breathing attack on the helicopter. The video came with an explanation: one tiger could breathe fire, the other's ability was unknown. They must exercise caution and prioritize their own safety. A fire-breathing tiger, a soldier exclaimed in disbelief. How can a tiger breathe fire? It was utterly impossible. If not for the video evidence, he would have thought the command center was joking with him. Another soldier said in a trembling voice, "This world is going crazy." "There's movement ahead," a third soldier shouted. They immediately raised their guns and moved toward a mountain. Beside the stream, there was a crevice formed by rocks just large enough for a person to hide. "Don't shoot." A voice came out urgently. "I am human, don't." A soldier barked, "Come out." Xiao Wu, one of the poachers, carefully crawled out of the crevice. That day Xiao Wu had joined the others in hunting Chen Hu, but unlike the other poachers, he didn't appear directly before Chen Hu. He had wanted to follow, but he fell in the mountain forest and couldn't catch up in time. Then Chen Hu's tiger roar killed the others, and Xiao Wu was knocked unconscious and remained in a coma for a long time. Fortunately, he wasn't discovered by other beasts and survived. When he woke up, the air was thick with blood mist. Terrified, Xiao Wu quickly found a place to hide. Ravenously hungry, he casually picked a wild fruit and ate it. After eating the fruit, he unexpectedly mutated. But his mutation was unique. Only his sense of smell was greatly enhanced. No matter the scent, as long as he caught even a whiff of it, he could remember it forever and even track its direction. He could also use scents he had smelled before the mutation. Before Xiao Wu could develop this ability, the authorities began bombing the mountains and cleansing the animals. He could see the animals had mutated, but fearing he would be accidentally bombed in the mountains, he hid in the mountain stream, where the rock crevice provided shelter. He was fortunate to survive. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu overheard the conversation outside, so he made some noise and revealed himself. Xiao Wu said hastily, "I'm a hiker who came up the mountain. I know about those two tigers. I can help you find them." He was certain that the fire-breathing tiger was exactly the target they had been hunting. Thinking of the gruesome deaths of his poaching teammates, including his nephew, Xiao Wu, like Lao Zhang, gritted his teeth with vengeance. He decided to take a gamble. To that end, Xiao Wu had already thought of various reasons to gain their trust. Seeing that it was indeed a human, the soldiers finally relaxed. One of the soldiers said, "Take him back first." Inside the cave, the two tigers moved swiftly. Having taken refuge here, they were finally safe, at least for now. Bailey followed behind Chen Hu. She was not familiar with this place, and the cave had many forks. Only by sticking close to Chen Hu could she possibly find a way out. They meandered for a while. The underground river inside the cave grew increasingly turbulent and deeper. There was still some ground along the riverbank where they could walk. However, it was quite narrow, and Chen Hu's massive size made it difficult to proceed. "There's something in the water." Bailey's telepathic voice appeared in Chen Hu's mind. Chen Hu turned to look into the water. A pair of green glowing eyes emerged. Race Crocodile Realm Body Tempering Second Layer. It was a crocodile at the second layer of body tempering. Currently, animals' intelligence had not yet developed to the point where they could deduce realms and techniques. However, in the system's display, the realms of other animals were already shown. The authorities' cleansing of animals was only targeting those on the land surface. Animals hiding in caves like this or in deep rivers were temporarily beyond their reach, such as this crocodile. The crocodile, realizing it had been spotted, suddenly leaped out of the water. It aimed to bite Bailey, drag her into the water, and perform a death roll, turning her into its lunch. Freeze 1,000 miles. The crocodile hadn't even leaped out before it was frozen into an ice sculpture by Bailey. Chen Hu spat out a blast of fire. Sizzle. The crocodile was roasted to a fragrant crisp, but Chen Hu overdid it, and the next moment, it was charred to ash. "Stupid tiger, that's not how you barbecue." Bailey thought helplessly. "Burn like this, how am I supposed to eat it?" Chen Hu had no choice but to retract his flames, looking embarrassed. "Accidentally overcooked it. Let's go out and find something else to eat." Roar. He could only gesture for Bailey to follow him. Not being able to communicate verbally was really troublesome sometimes. Bailey felt it was a waste of an edible crocodile, but there was no helping it. She had to follow Chen Hu. There were plenty of animals outside for them to eat. The cave soon came to an end. However, the exit was narrow, so Chen Hu had to forcefully break through the opening. Emerging outside, light flooded his eyes. Finally out. But the moment he left the cave, Chen Hu smelled the stench of gunpowder smoke. Looking around, everything was in ruins. "This place has been cleansed already." Chen Hu sighed. But just as humans treated animals this way, animals would be cruel to humans in return. "This area has been bombed. It shouldn't be bombed again for a short while." Chen Hu looked into the distance, thinking, "We should be safe." For now, there was no need to worry about a second cleansing. He wondered how Tiger Mother's grave was. When Tiger Mother had passed away, Chen Hu had returned briefly and simply buried her body under rocks. As for Tiger Father, he had long since vanished. The nature of tigers was that the male didn't need to take responsibility or participate in raising cubs. He would leave after mating. Within the body of the tiger Chen Hu resided the soul of a human. He held some affection for Tiger Mother. After all, she had raised him until he was 2 years old before driving him away to fend for himself. Chen Hu calculated the remaining time of Tiger Mother, planning to go back and see her when the time came and ultimately accompany her to her death. This was an emotion that animals lacked, but humans possessed. As for his other siblings, Chen Hu indeed had a younger brother and a younger sister, but they had long since disappeared to unknown places. Even if he encountered them, now he might not recognize them. At this point the relationship was completely severed, though only his bond with Tiger Mother was closer. He seemed a bit melancholic returning here. Bailey followed Chen Hu out of the cave, noticing that his mood seemed off. She just didn't know what Chen Hu intended. Chen Hu left through the cave exit, and after a short walk arrived at the foot of a dirt slope. The surrounding area had been bombed, but the pile of rocks beneath the slope remained intact for now. Tiger Mother was buried there by Chen Hu. As a tiger, it was no easy task for Chen Hu to carry so many stones back then. Yet for Tiger Mother he still did it. Seeing that Tiger Mother's grave was unharmed, Chen Hu could temporarily relax, but after escaping, he didn't know what to do next. Get stronger, Chen Hu thought to himself. If he wanted to survive the spiritual energy resurgence and become the Tiger Heavenly Emperor, there was nothing to do but keep getting stronger. The upcoming law of the jungle would become even fiercer. Without sufficient strength, even a Tiger King could become prey to other animals. Is this Tianding Mountain? Bailey's voice echoed in Chen Hu's mind. Tianding Mountain. So this place was called Tianding Mountain. Chen Hu learned its name for the first time. On Tianding Mountain, there was a 9 lotus fruit. A mutated sparrow who ate it awakened the demon rock bloodline, and eventually became a generation's demon king. Bailey's eyes grew fervent. Having just experienced the spiritual energy resurgence, she had found a heavenly opportunity. With that thought, she ran toward the north side of Tianding Mountain. 9 lotus fruit. Sounds impressive. Chen Hu followed after her. Bailey knew roughly where the 9 lotus fruit was located. The later human race compiled a map of all recorded locations where heavenly opportunities appeared after the spiritual energy resurgence. Bailey had obtained this map, so she clearly knew where the opportunities were in the current situation. Let's get the 9 lotus fruit first. Bailey accelerated toward the north of the mountain. Chen Hu followed her, and soon a lake came into view. In Chen Hu's memory, the lake was not that large. After the spiritual energy resurgence, the land had expanded, and this lake appeared as vast as the sea. It stretched as far as the eye could see, calm as a mirror. A gentle breeze blew, creating faint ripples. Under the sunlight, the surface shimmered. At first glance, the scenery was beautiful. About 20 meters from the shore, a plant resembling a lotus, but not quite a lotus, grew. Its leaves were large like lotus leaves. On the stems hung a fruit that looked like a lotus pod, but was red. It had 9 holes, each of which seemed to contain. Perhaps this was the reason for the name 9 lotus fruit. Bailey stared at it with burning eyes. This is my opportunity, but there's only one 9 lotus fruit. Will he snatch it from me? Thinking this, Bailey glanced at Chen Hu and raised her brow. I am no match for him. If he wants to take it, I definitely can't stop him. What should I do? Bailey began to worry, becoming anxious, and thus grew wary of Chen Hu. Stupid tigress, Chen Hu thought. He could understand Bailey's current thoughts. Heavenly treasures go to those who are capable. Worrying about being robbed was normal. Oh, will he save me? He'll let him eat this 9 lotus fruit first. I know countless opportunities. It's just one 9 lotus fruit. He'll repay the favor first. Let him take the lead for now. In the future I can catch up to him anytime, and then I'll teach this detestable, stupid tiger a lesson. Bailey decided to give up the 9 lotus fruit, and was even willing to help Chen Hu seize it. She would first give it to Chen Hu to repay his kindness, then consider other matters. Chen Hu heard her thoughts and laughed inwardly. I didn't expect the tigress to be grateful. Worthy of an empress. Let's see how I'll help you snatch it back. With that thought, he patted his tiger rump. Here it comes again. Bailey jumped up. The intention to give the 9 lotus fruit to Chen Hu was instantly about to be cancelled by her. This guy is getting more and more detestable. Is my rear something you can touch? Chen Hu smirked triumphantly. I touched it, or what can you do about it? You're still laughing. Bailey snorted inwardly and pushed away this shameless, stupid tiger who had come nuzzling up. In the following time, they did not leave waiting here for the 9 lotus fruit to ripen. That wait passed in the blink of an eye. Over a day. At noon, they could sense the 9 lotus fruit undergoing changes, emitting an intoxicating sweet fragrance. It smelled sweet and tempting. It's about to ripen. Bailey ignored the stupid tiger and raised her head excitedly to look at the 9 lotus fruit. The 9 lotus fruit, which had been somewhat green, now gradually turned rosy. Especially the 9 holes resembling lotus seeds, they glowed with an appealing luster. Chen Hu said, how fragrant. Heavenly treasures were indeed special. Let's go. Bailey was about to pick the fruit, but they lacked the ability to fly. The lake water was deep. What should they do? They arrived at the shore and stopped. Freeze 1,000 miles. Bailey decided to use her big move. A cold wind blew and a layer of solid ice formed on the lake's surface from the shore to the 9 lotus fruit. They walked on the ice and ran toward the 9 lotus fruit. Chen Hu thought that the freezing ability was useful. Freeze 1,000 miles could be used like this. But just as they reached the base of the 9 lotus fruit, a plop came from the lake. A slender carp leaped. Its leap was just high enough to reach the 9 lotus fruit. It only needed to open its mouth to eat it. Chen Hu said, want to take the fruit? No way. He swung a claw, and the leaping carp was torn apart. Seeing this, Bai Li was about to break the stem of the 9 lotus fruit and pick it, but no one noticed that a chopstick-sized crimson snake had already crawled up the stem. Such heavenly opportunities attracted animals to fight over them. Especially when the 9 lotus fruit emitted its sweet fragrance, anyone who smelled it wanted a bite. There would surely be many animals trying to snatch it. Seeing the snake about to beat them to it, Bai Li slammed the stem hard. The red snake was thus shaken off. At the same time, a cheetah and a wildcat dashed out at incredible speed. With astonishing jumping power, they leaped straight toward the 9 lotus fruit, all aiming to seize it. Chen Hu had just dealt with the carp when he saw so many animals coming. He simply roared. The sound waves spread, piercing their ears. The close-range sonic attack proved remarkably effective. The leopard and wildcat had just leapt into the air when Chen Hu's sonic blast brought them down. They landed on the ice, their heads splitting with pain, blood trickling from their ears, writhing and howling in agony. The red serpent was likewise afflicted. Yet the red serpent soon recovered, able to swell and shrink again. In an instant it expanded, its body as thick as a bucket and over 30 meters long. According to Chen Hu's system prompt, this serpent was merely at the 3rd level of body tempering, slightly higher than the animals he had seen before. But at the 3rd level they were utterly unafraid. Unfortunately, as soon as the serpent enlarged, it slammed its tail violently, shattering the ice surface that Bai Li had formed. Chen Hu and Bai Li were forced to retreat to the shore, while the leopard and wildcat fell into the lake, their fate unknown. Seeing Chen Hu and the others retreat, the red serpent raised its head and lunged to bite off the 9 lotus. Suddenly, a sparrow the size of a fist dove from the sky, without warning, its claws gripping the 9 lotus fruit, and turned to fly back into the jungle. The red serpent, seeing its fruit stolen, roared furiously with an ear-splitting screech and prepared to chase the sparrow. Meanwhile, Chen Hu had earlier heard Bai Li's inner voice and knew that a small sparrow would appear. This small sparrow would one day become a demon king, so he was already prepared. The moment the sparrow appeared, Chen Hu locked onto it. While Bai Li was still astonished by the sparrow, Chen Hu had already used his tail to whip a stone with precise force. The stone arced through the air, struck the sparrow, and killed it instantly. The sparrow's corpse fell together with the 9 lotus fruit. Chen Hu opened his tiger maw and caught both the corpse and the fruit. Seeing this, the red serpent immediately changed direction, opening its gaping maw to swallow Chen Hu whole. "Watch out!" Bai Li cried inwardly. Chen Hu raised his tiger claws, grasped the serpent's head as it lunged, and with a violent tear ripped the serpent's head apart. Foul serpent blood sprayed across the ground. The serpent writhed in agony, coiling its body to constrict Chen Hu, seeking to crush him to death in a mutual destruction. Chen Hu opened his tiger maw and spewed a pillar of fire. The serpent's mouth, already torn open by Chen Hu, was bleeding profusely, blood gushing out. The pillar of fire entered the serpent's body through its mouth in an instant. Once ignited, the fire was not easily extinguished. The flames roasted the red serpent from the inside out, leaving only a charred, stinking odor permeating the air. The leopard and wildcat had fallen into the lake and were now nowhere to be seen, perhaps too afraid to reappear. As for the little sparrow, Chen Hu had devoured it. However, Chen Hu spat out the 9 lotus fruit and placed it by Bai Li's tiger paw. Now that no other animals dared to snatch the fruit, only Chen Hu and his companion remained, and the 9 lotus fruit was safely obtained. Chen Hu certainly would not eat it. He had to give it to Bai Li to maximize the benefits. For this emperor, Bai Li shook her head and refused, kicking the 9 lotus fruit back to Chen Hu, insisting it was her repayment for his help. Since she had decided to give it to Chen Hu, she absolutely would not eat it. Yet seeing Chen Hu willing to offer the 9 lotus fruit to her, Bai Li felt a warmth in her heart. This foolish tiger wasn't so bad after all. Not only was he willing to save her, but he also wanted to give her such a celestial treasure. He didn't even attempt to keep it for himself, merely helping her reclaim it. Bai Li's heart felt very warm. Annoying as he could be, he was also genuinely kind. Glancing at the 9 lotus fruit at his feet, Chen Hu had no choice but to pick it up with his paw and walk toward Bai Li. He then raised his paw and gently touched Bai Li's tiger head. "What are you doing?" Bai Li started to growl, signaling Chen Hu not to touch her head, but Chen Hu grabbed the 9 lotus fruit and shoved it into her mouth. "Eat it." The next moment, Bai Li could no longer speak, for the fruit entered her mouth and was swallowed. "You foolish tiger, what are you doing to this emperor? This emperor doesn't need it." Bai Li wanted to spit it out, but it was impossible. As soon as the 9 lotus fruit entered her stomach, it took effect. Bai Li felt a wave of warmth originating from her tiger belly, spreading throughout her body. Why does this foolish tiger keep giving things to this emperor? This is terrible. The debt keeps growing. I don't know how to repay him. I can't exactly offer myself. But since she had already eaten it, Bai Li had to refine the effects of the 9 lotus fruit rather than waste it. At the dawn of spiritual energy revival, animals that consume celestial treasures undergo tremendous transformations. I wonder what this emperor will become. As Bai Li pondered, she noticed that her transformation had already begun. After a while, she felt a faint pain along her spine, as if something was growing. Chen Hu also noticed Bai Li's metamorphosis and observed her with curiosity. He saw faint flowing light appearing on her back. The flowing light gradually coalesced, swirling around Bai Li. At the same time, a pair of wings extended from her back. The light circled her and finally formed into feathers that adhered to the wings. The outstretched wings were also covered with feathers, the kind found on birds. A tiger with avian wings and feathers looked quite strange. Yet on Bai Li the combination was not at all discordant. The next moment she spread the wings on her back. With a gentle flap, she soared into the sky, circled for a while, and then descended. Her body shimmered with flowing light, wings spread wide. Coupled with her pure white fur, she gave Chen Hu a sense of holiness and nobility, truly worthy of the empress of 300 years later. In Chen Hu's tiger aesthetic, the sacred and noble Bai Li appeared even more beautiful and lovely. A single glance moved his heart. Chen Hu thought, "Oh no, this is the feeling of affection." Bai Li landed before Chen Hu, gradually retracting her wings and hiding them behind her back. These wings could be spread at will whenever needed. Now that she didn't need them, she could retract them with a single thought. Foolish tiger stunned. Bai Li returned to Chen Hu and raised her tiger head proudly. She hadn't expected such a dramatic change from eating a single 9 lotus fruit, and was about to show off to Chen Hu. However, she soon noticed that Chen Hu seemed different too. Chen Hu's body was undergoing a transformation as well. He didn't eat the 9 lotus fruit. How can he be changing? Could it be that the fruit entered his mouth briefly, allowing him to absorb some spiritual energy? Bai Li saw pieces of armor appearing on Chen Hu's body. The armor pieces were diamond-shaped, jade-like, with edges as sharp as blades overlapping like scales and combining together. It was as if a layer of jade armor had clothed Chen Hu's entire body. Then the jade flashed with a golden light, turning into a golden hue that perfectly blended with Chen Hu's intrinsic color. The golden luster appeared even more noble. Congratulations, host. By receiving feedback, you have obtained a special form transformation golden Vajra jade scale armor. At the moment the system prompt appeared, Chen Hu sensed the change accelerating. A flash of golden light swept over him, and an entire suit of scale armor clung to his body. At first glance, Chen Hu felt that the jade scale armor pieces stacked layer upon layer resembled the scales of a fish. They also seemed like a garment clinging to Chen Hu's fur. However, Chen Hu discovered that the golden firmament jade scale armor was not just like clothing. As he activated the scales, a layer of phantom image appeared around his body. The phantom image was also shaped like armor pieces. It resembled an enlarged golden firmament jade scale armor, floating in the air, protecting Chen Hu and emitting a faint golden light. It exuded an extremely noble aura, even more so than Bai Li's feathered wings. This golden sparkle was not at all tacky. These scales are for defense. Chen Hu quickly figured out the use of this form change. That was defense. Chen Hu had a method of attack, but what he lacked was defense. He thought, I wonder how strong the defense of the golden firmament jade scale armor is. Roar. He glanced at Bai Li and called out again. Then he made a motion as if to fight, as if telling Bai Li, hit me, come on, hit me. Bai Li had thought that by sprouting a pair of wings and further evolving, she could absolutely leave Chen Hu far behind. But she never expected that in the blink of an eye Chen Hu had also changed, becoming much more powerful than her. Bai Li wondered if Chen Hu was cheating. Her adorable tiger face was stunned on the spot, until Chen Hu's roar brought her back to her senses. You want me, the emperor, to hit you? Bai Li could clearly understand what Chen Hu meant. Why did this stupid tiger suddenly ask for a beating? Was he trying to test those scales? In fact, Bai Li had always been a little jealous of Chen Hu. Why did this guy always dominate her? Since that was the case, Bai Li would not be polite. It is ill, grant your wish. Roar. Bai Li let out a loud cry, raised her tiger paw, and struck at Chen Hu with all her might. Boom. The tiger paw slammed into Chen Hu's scales. A flash of golden light appeared. Chen Hu stepped back 2 paces. Bai Li was repelled by the defense of the golden firmament jade scale armor, stumbling backward and falling. Such strong defense. Seeing Bai Li sent flying, Chen Hu was very satisfied with this defense. Then with a thought, his scales could also be retracted at will, just like Bai Li's wings. After retracting the scales, Chen Hu looked just like an ordinary tiger. However, he also discovered a problem. The scales had 2 layers of defense. One was the phantom image, and the other was the jade scales attached to his body. When the phantom image was shattered, the jade scales formed the last line of defense. Amazing. Chen Hu marveled inwardly. The reward this time was indescribably good. Looking at the tigress lying on the ground, dazed from the recoil, Chen Hu had no choice but to walk over and extend his paw to help her up. Damn stupid tiger, this emperor doesn't need your help. Bai Li was about to act tsundere again, feeling intensely envious. Chen Hu liked this tsundere attitude of the tigress. He lifted her up with his paw, then lowered his head and gave her a kiss. Bai Li, don't touch this emperor. This guy was as annoying as ever. They had all gained intelligence now, didn't he know they should be more mature? But at that moment the sound of helicopter rotors came from the sky again. They both looked up. Chen Hu thought irritably, why are they back already? Wasn't this place just bombed by them? coming back for a second round so soon. They meant to exterminate all. Bailey also felt uneasy and looked at Chen Hu. Chen Hu naturally would leave this place. They couldn't be scanned by their instruments. Although not afraid, being constantly chased was quite troublesome. They were flying in the sky. Bailey could fly up and crash the helicopter, but how dangerous would that be? There were so many helicopters in the sky. If Bailey could only take down one, the rest would immediately concentrate fire on her. What would happen then? Chen Hu didn't want his tigress to be killed like that. Without his white tiger wife, how could he become stronger? Even if Bailey wasn't afraid, Chen Hu was. He said, "Let's go." They couldn't communicate directly, so they just roared. Chen Hu called to Bailey and headed back to their cave. Bailey quickly followed. They would hide in the cave for a while. When they awakened other abilities in the future or broke through to a level where they were not afraid of the aircraft in the sky, they would counterattack. For now, there was no hurry. Soon after, they entered the cave, but they never heard any bombing sounds from outside. Chen Hu didn't care about the commotion outside. As long as he was safe, it was fine. In the sky, the helicopters flew over Chen Hu and his companion's location, scanning the life below combined with thermal imaging search. They quickly pinpointed Chen Hu's position, but just as they were about to lock on and strike, Chen Hu vanished. Report: the two tigers suddenly disappeared. Not disappeared. We saw them enter a cave. These two tigers have evolved higher intelligence. They know how to evade our scanning. What do we do now? After a while, a grave voice sounded in everyone's earpiece. Have that man go down and take a look. You follow behind him, bring enough equipment. Capture alive if possible, kill directly if too dangerous. After receiving this order, one of the helicopters lowered its altitude and dropped a rope. That day after Xiao Wu was found, he was first taken back. Because Xiao Wu had eaten a fruit, he developed a very special ability, an exceptionally keen sense of. It was more than 100 times sharper than police dogs. Any scent he sniffed he could remember permanently, and after confirming that Xiao Wu also possessed a special ability, the authorities first conducted a series of examinations on him, including various blood draws. As for Xiao Wu's identity as a poacher, as long as he didn't bring it up, no one would care for now. He only said that his nephew had been eaten by tigers. He wanted revenge. He could cooperate with the authorities in hunting down those two tigers. Afterward, he might even gain an official identity. In fact, Xiao Wu genuinely wanted revenge, just like old Zhang back, then only he wasn't as unlucky as old Zhang. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. The authorities wanted to find Chen Hu's whereabouts through Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu wanted to use the authorities' power to help him take revenge. As for what would happen after the two tigers were dealt with, he wasn't considering it for now. Anyway, he had obtained a special ability, which would surely be very significant to the authorities. They descended from the helicopters, and other helicopters dropped various equipment on the ground. A total of 20 people plus Xiao Wu made 21. They carried various equipment, including heavy weapons, determined to deal with those two tigers. If the tigers weren't dealt with, they would be uneasy. Humans wouldn't be safe either. After Xiao Wu descended, he took a deep breath and said, "I smell their scent. Follow me." Xiao Wu walked ahead, heading toward the entrance of the karst cave. Shortly afterward, the mouth of the cave at the foot of the hillside came into view before them. A small river flowed out from within the cave. Inside was pitch dark and unfathomable deep. Xiao Wu said, "Their scent is right inside." Even before they boarded the helicopter, they had observed two tigers entering the cave. Now arriving at the entrance, they reported the situation back and received new orders to attempt entry into the cave. The plan from the upper command remained unchanged: inflict maximum injury on the tigers and take them back for research. Both tigers held significant research value. If serious injury couldn't be achieved, they would have to kill them ruthlessly. That's why no targeting coordinates were deployed or heavy weapons used. The team leader said, "Send a robotic dog in first to scout the situation. Everyone else prepare your gear." At that moment, a soldier stepped forward and said, "Leader, you'll go ahead. There's water here. My ability is water control." With a gentle wave of his hand, a portion of the river lifted into the air, condensing into a sword. He then struck a nearby tree with one swipe. A tree about the thickness of a bowl trunk was cleanly severed in half, the cut perfectly smooth. The mass of water scattered across the ground. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, not only martial artists and ancient warriors saw their strength increase dramatically, but ordinary people also awakened special abilities or unique powers. However, such individuals are currently few in number. This command post temporarily consists of only 20 people, all valuable assets cooperating with the Research Institute. To counter Chen Hu, the command dispatched an individual who had awakened a special ability. Others carried various cutting-edge equipment, including exoskeletons and some undisclosed thermal weapons. There were also heat-resistant protective materials. They believed one empowered individual combined with sufficient advanced gear should be able to handle two tigers. Even if things went wrong, they could retreat safely. Others envied the soldier's water-controlling ability, especially Xiao Wu, who could only track scents. Who wouldn't want such an offensive power? The team leader said, "You'll lead the way when we start." Immediately someone released a robotic dog deeper. These high-tech devices featured built-in infrared night vision and environmental scanning functions. As the robotic dog penetrated further, details of the cave quickly appeared on the screen. Chen Hu and Bai Li were still unaware of what was happening outside. Having reached this place, they assumed humans couldn't penetrate it. They felt temporarily safe and harbored little concern. Inside the cave, Bai Li found a flat spot and lay down, beginning to perform cultivation movements from the beastly breathing technique and the 10,000 devouring body refinement scripture. The empress had always trained diligently whenever time permitted. Seeing this, Chen Hu felt rather lazy himself. Being lazy is fine. I don't need to cultivate anyway. Thinking thus, Chen Hu flopped onto the ground and began dozing lazily. Bai Li inwardly thought, just sleep. Once my cultivation grows stronger, you'll regret it. I'll make sure to grind you into the dirt. Let this guy bully me every day, always patting my rear end. The empress cannot be disgraced. Just as she thought, so faint sounds suddenly echoed from within the cave, as if something had entered. Chen Hu heard the sudden noise too, and both turned toward the sound. In the darkness, a red light appeared. The red light grew closer soon after. A machine-like creature approached them. The red glow came from its infrared night vision device. Chen Hu and Bai Li paused simultaneously upon seeing it. It was clearly human-made technology. Oh no, they found us again. Bai Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Though she wished to avoid direct confrontation with humanity's firepower, it didn't mean they were easy prey or afraid of humankind. Chen Hu stepped forward and smashed the thing flat with one paw. The controller of the robotic dog hadn't even had time to dodge. The machine was destroyed instantly. Roar. Chen Hu turned and roared at Bai Li, signaling might as well not run anymore. Since they've tracked us down, let's deal with them first. Who knows how they found us? No more cleanup. It causes endless trouble. Those falling to the ground aren't flying, and we can handle them. Roar. Bai Li responded, agreeing. Then let's take them out first. Chen Hu assumed Bai Li, once a human empress, wouldn't wish to fight those she'd protect. Her transformation surprised him, but it made sense. Bai Li was no longer human. If she showed mercy, only she would perish. After destroying the robotic dog, they did not leave. They simply stood still, waiting for others to enter the cave entrance. Commander, target detected. The soldier operating the robotic dog spoke, just as the screen suddenly went black, helplessly saying, they've destroyed our equipment. Xiao Wu asked, should we go in? Commander replied, of course. You lead. Continue tracking their scent. Follow me, everyone. The soldier, capable of water control, led the way, with Xiao Wu trailing behind. He constantly monitored the water ahead, ready to strike immediately if anything unusual occurred. Xiao Wu recalled the situation on the mountain earlier and warned, one of the tigers uses sonic attacks. The commander reassured him, don't worry, we're all prepared. They equipped themselves with various gear, including night vision goggles. The commander added, communicate via radio when we move in. Finally relieved, Xiao Wu thought, at last I can avenge my nephew and eliminate these two tigers. Perhaps afterward, he could clean up his record and join the official forces. As someone with special abilities, the government surely needed him desperately. With these thoughts, hope filled Xiao Wu's eyes. He viewed this as maximizing personal benefit. Now that heaven and earth had changed, animals killed humans, and even plants became dangerous. Gaining powers and joining the official forces was the best choice. Xiao Wu firmly believed he belonged among the first batch of awakened individuals. If he helped resolve the tiger crisis, he'd certainly gain recognition. And finally, he could avenge his nephew. Deal with these two tigers first. Thinking so, Xiao Wu stepped into the cave. Inside weren't just one path. The layout was complex. The previous robotic dog had taken only one route, by chance encountering Chen Hu and companions without fully mapping the interior. To avoid getting lost or trapped, Xiao Wu had to guide them. They walked for about 20 minutes until Xiao Wu detected intensifying scents there ahead. Commander, all set. The water-controlling soldier gestured expansively. A shimmering sheet of water materialized, coalescing into a protective shield before them, advancing together. Everyone quickly unlocked safeties and readied their equipment, pushing forward together. But as soon as they drew near, before they could act, Chen Hu could hear their approaching footsteps. Regardless of how many had come or their equipment, he roared first, letting out a tiger's roar. In the confined environment of the cave, sound could be amplified and reverberated more intensely. Normally, a single roar would suffice to solve most problems. Bai Li knew what Chen Hu intended to do, so she quickly covered her ears with her tiger paws in a somewhat comical motion, while circulating her spiritual energy to resist the impact. As of now, Chen Hu lacked the ability to control the sound waves with precision, making it easy to accidentally harm Bai Li. For the time being, there was nothing she could do about it. The moment the tiger roar erupted, the sound waves spread throughout the cave, traveling toward both ends. The 21 individuals who had entered felt a sharp pain in their ears instantly. Though they wore professional gear that could block a significant amount of sound waves, the attack was too ferocious. The water-controlling individual's shield, which had just formed, shattered into pieces on the spot. They retreated in disarray, taking a while to recover. Fortunately, their equipment could insulate them from the sound as much as possible, preventing them from being killed by the sound waves. Still alive, Chen Hu was surprised to see this, but he quickly realized that they must be wearing some equipment that could block sound. The drawback of sound wave attacks was quite evident. A sudden roar catching them off guard would be effective, but if the enemy knew about the ability, they could prepare in advance. Once precautions were taken, the effect would be limited. The captain shouted, "Move." The water controller raised a hand and waved. Tiny droplets of water rose from the liquid, flying like bullets from a heavy machine gun toward Chen Hu and Bai Li. Chen Hu shielded Bai Li, activating his golden firmament scale armor. A massive phantom appeared, blocking all the droplets. Water control. Chen Hu looked at the man and turned his head curiously to Bai Li. Bai Li was also surprised. This is an awakened human with a special ability. He possesses the power to control water. Besides special abilities, humans also have martial arts. Many people practice martial arts or are ancient warriors who can grow stronger during the spiritual energy resurgence. Those who came this time are ability users. Bai Li was well aware of human affairs and could identify them at a glance. Chen Hu suddenly understood, so they are ability users. He raised his head again, looking at the enemies. Bai Li's gaze swept across them and landed on a particularly. He is a poacher. One of the poachers from before had actually appeared here. Chen Hu followed Bai Li's gaze and focused on Xiao Wu. Being stared at by two tigers, Xiao Wu broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that animals nowadays were different from before and quickly realized that the two tigers had recognized him. Xiao Wu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack now." They saw a golden light flash beside Chen Hu, and a phantom of scale armor appeared out of thin air, blocking all the water attacks. This tiger could not only breathe fire, but also possessed such an incredible ability. They were stunned, forgetting to act. Was this still a tiger? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the captain yelled, "Attack, attack now." They finally opened fire with bullets continuously shooting at Chen Hu. Those high-tech weapons rained down on Chen Hu. Meanwhile, the water controller formed a sharp blade from water capable of cutting even steel in half. But against Chen Hu, even the phantom of the scale armor could not be diminished in the slightest. Chen Hu exclaimed in delight, "This defense is incredible." Someone even fired a few grenades which exploded in front of the defense, causing no harm to Chen Hu. The next moment, the captain shouted, "Run, run now." At this point, they realized that their current equipment was completely useless against the two tigers. Heavier weaponry would be needed to deal with them. Full of confidence before entering, they were now panic-stricken. Following the captain's order, they turned to flee. Xiao Wu ran the fastest. Though they wore exoskeletons that aided movement and were fast, they could not outrun a wave of chill. A wave of cold swept through the cave. "Not good, my feet are frozen," Xiao Wu cried out. They tried to lift their feet, but the ground was covered in a layer of ice, seemingly out of nowhere. The ice spread up their bodies, covering them entirely in no time. Before the others could speak, even the ability user was similarly encased. They became statues of ice. The cave was bone-chillingly cold. These pursuers were easily dealt with. Bai Li approached Xiao Wu, recognizing him as the one who had hunted her. The empress held a grudge as she swung a tiger paw, sending Xiao Wu's head flying. She ignored the rest, but frozen like this, they were essentially dead. In the command center, "We've lost contact." The square-faced man frowned and said, "Sir, we've completely lost contact with the cave. What should we do?" There was still an ability user inside, but no one in the cave could be reached. They were probably all lost. Just how powerful were those two tigers? Even an ability user couldn't handle them. They must have all fallen. The old man's face was grim. He sighed. "I shouldn't have sent them in. Instead, I should have pinpointed the location and used more extreme measures." The square-faced man asked, "Sir, do you mean?" The old man waved a hand, cutting him off. He picked up a special phone and dialed a special number. He reported the situation entirely. After the blood moon had hung in the sky, the only mutated animals discovered in the entire Dongchuan area were those two tigers, the most extraordinary and dangerous. According to their strategy, they would stop at nothing to eliminate these highly dangerous mutated animals, even if it meant using more powerful weapons. When necessary, more severe weaponry could be employed. After about 5 minutes, the old man finished his consultation and hung up, saying, "Dispatch the launcher, target the coordinates above that cave. Must be in position within 10 minutes. Use earth-penetrating bombs to destroy the entire cave interior." He didn't believe that completely blowing up the cave interior wouldn't kill those two tigers. The square-faced man replied, "Yes, sir." He immediately went to pass on the order. Shortly after, the missile vehicle was ready. They had already pinpointed the cave's location. After locking the navigation, the missile launched, soaring into the sky. Chen Hu was studying the awakened individual who could control water, curious about how his ability manifested. But the person didn't look particularly special, just like an ordinary human. Roar. Bai Li, seeing Chen Hu so idle, let out a call, signaling him to leave quickly. The people outside knew about this cave. If they lost contact with those who entered, they would surely send more people in, though they weren't afraid it would be troublesome. Who knew what other special actions modern humans might take? Better to leave first and seek other opportunities in the world to grow stronger. Chen Hu reluctantly set aside his research, responding with a roar. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a particularly loud and strange noise from outside the cave. The next moment the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Rocks and debris fell from the cave's ceiling as if it were about to collapse. Chen Hu said, "Not good, hurry." Chen Hu had underestimated their determination to cleanse the animals. They must have discovered that Chen Hu and the others had mutated more severely capable of breathing fire and possessing remarkably high intelligence. Such tigers were not only valuable for research, but also extremely dangerous. Chen Hu could guess that the humans initially intended to wound them severely and capture them alive, but now realizing they lacked the capability to do so, they resorted to bombing. They decided to use heavy weapons to blast both Chen Hu and Bai Li to death. Their first instinct was to flee the cave, but as bunker-busting shells exploded inside, the path ahead was severed. They attempted to change direction and run. Yet the explosions continued unabated. The cave began to collapse, debris falling continuously, the shock waves drawing ever closer. A sense of danger relentlessly pressed upon them. Chen Hu stiffened. He had intended to take shelter here, but now all exits were cut off in an instant. They faced either being blown to bits or buried alive. What to do? Chen Hu pondered. What to do? Bai Li was equally anxious. Could it be that the once great human empress, before becoming the tiger heavenly emperor, would be killed by her own kind? Chen Hu gazed at the river before them and said, there should be a way out in there. During idle times in the past, he had explored this cave and knew that the underground river led to other spaces. Roaring, "Let's go in." Chen Hu leaped, splashing into the river with a plop. Is there an exit inside? Bai Li's eyes lit up at the sight. She followed Chen Hu into the river. Not long after they entered the underground river, more bunker-busting shells. Continuous explosions partly buried the underground river, collapsing the entire mountain. 5 drones and 2 helicopters hovered above. They circled the mountain, various instruments and cameras trained on the cave. The authorities conducted a thorough sweep to ensure the 2 tigers could never escape. As for those who had entered the cave, there was only heartache. Some things had happened irreversible. Report the 2 tigers should be unable to emerge. Report no sign of the tigers. The aircraft in the sky relayed their findings to the command center. The elderly figure at the command center breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. Those monstrous tigers were finally eliminated. He then issued another order: find the tiger carcasses. If not completely pulverized, they could still be studied. Deep in the underground river, Chen Hu and Bai Li swam desperately into the depths. The depths of the river extended beyond the cave's range. Chen Hu had once stumbled into that area. Deeper inside, it wasn't all water. There was still some space. The mountain's internal terrain was complex with intertwining underground rivers. The first time Chen Hu entered, he almost couldn't find his way out. They swam for a while underwater. Chen Hu realized that in this state, they didn't need to breathe, moving as freely as fish in water. The sounds of explosions still echoed behind them. The earth-shaking sensation remained intense, as if capable of annihilating everything. Chen Hu dared not linger and quickened his pace forward. Even in the underground river, they felt debris raining down. Only after swimming far enough did the subterranean world become calmer. Bai Li followed Chen Hu along the underground river. After an unknown duration, they spotted light ahead and swam out. Gurgling, they emerged from a river. The surrounding environment was now the north side of Tianding Mountain, far from the cave's location. Yet they could still see aircraft circling in the sky. Follow me. Chen Hu dared not linger. Glancing north, there stood a snow-capped mountain. Chen Hu wasn't sure of its exact name, but it likely offered safety, as bombing a snowy mountain could trigger avalanches with severe consequences. That is Tianji Snow Mountain. Bai Li quickly identified it. On Tianji Snow Mountain lives a snow leopard that consumed a tenth of sandier snow lotus and prematurely formed a demon core. Though it has a demon core, its strength is not high. If we could obtain its demon core, it would be immensely beneficial. But it'll give that core to the foolish tiger. Bai Li would not forget the debt of gratitude. Earlier, Chen Hu had given her the 9 lotus fruit. Now she decided to gift the demon core to Chen Hu, repaying part of that debt. I must repay kindness. Bai Li was not one to ignore favors. That foolish tiger was detestable, but had a decent character. Aside from the mountain stronghold wife matter, he was good. Still thinking about repaying kindness. Chen Hu shook his head after hearing her. No way you should take the snow leopard's demon core. Yet did these beasts really have demon cores? Chen Hu was uncertain where his own demon core lay. For now, he dismissed the thought and headed toward Tian. The distance to the mountain was immense. They had to evade aerial surveillance, moving slowly and stealthily. Moreover, the land had expanded, stretching distances even further. The snow-capped peak loomed much taller than Chen Hu remembered. It took them nearly 2 days to reach the mountain's base. No sooner had they arrived than they were ambushed by a bear. The bear was pure white, nearly invisible against the snow, and enormous in size. But Chen Hu saw it was only at the first level of body tempering, a negligible threat. He opened his mouth and breathed a column of fire, roasting the bear without burning it to a crisp. His control over fire had improved. It was cooked to perfection. Chen Hu tore open the bear's belly with his claws, gutting it completely. The process was bloody, but for tigers such flesh was tantalizing. They were no longer human and felt no. Chen Hu burned off the bear's fur and devoured one leg whole. Breaking through didn't mean they no longer needed food. On the contrary, their appetites had grown. They required increasing amounts of sustenance. Chen Hu's sharp fangs crushed even the bear's hard bones with a satisfying crunch. The bear was larger than Chen Hu, providing ample meat. After eating 2 legs, Chen Hu left the rest for Bai Li. Bai Li had grown accustomed to such arrangements and no longer stood on ceremony. Such savage, bloody feasting did not trouble Bai Li either. She was no longer human. She could eat however she pleased. Mental burden? None at all. Yet even after devouring the bear, they failed to break through. A first-level body-tempering bear yielded little cultivation progress. To advance faster, they would need to await the second stage of spiritual energy revival or seek out heavenly treasures and earthly opportunities. Since Bai Li knew where those heavenly opportunities lay, Chen Hu decided that Bai Li would have the final say on where to go next. After all, with the system in place, Bai Li couldn't escape anyway. That bear was soon devoured by them. Bai Li ate with a lingering desire, but unfortunately still couldn't break through. She only felt that she had become slightly stronger. They both looked up at this snow mountain. Bai Li decided to climb it in search of the snow leopard that had eaten the 10th sandier snow lotus. Chen Hu naturally followed, staying by Bai Li's side. The snow mountain was already vast, with long mountain ranges, high terrain, and great altitude. Now that spiritual energy had revived, the mountain had become even larger. It stretched endlessly, towering into the clouds. Bai Li turned back and glanced at Chen Hu. Is he really going to follow this emperor? If he didn't come along, how could she give him the demon core? Let him follow then. After becoming a tiger, Bai Li's only goal now was to become the tiger heavenly emperor, replacing the one who would appear 300 years later. With her talent, she was confident there was no problem. First, find that snow leopard. Then find a place rich in spiritual energy, develop a tribe, establish a demon race, expand power, and gain enough self-protection ability to stand tall in the environment of spiritual energy revival. Now this emperor is not human. Among animals, competition is fiercer, the living environment harsher, and he needs to create a safe environment for himself. Bai Li muttered inwardly and began to walk up the snowy mountain. As for whether it would be cold, that was not a problem. Ambitious, worthy of being an empress. Chen Hu eavesdropped on Bai Li's thoughts and nodded secretly. In fact, he agreed with what Bai Li was thinking. Now that spiritual energy had revived and he had a system in hand, he had to do something in this world, otherwise it would be a wasted transmigration, a wasted system. Chen Hu, like Bai Li, was a tiger with ideas. But the most important thing now was still to find that snow leopard and obtain its demon core. The mountain where the cave was located was completely ruined. Various large machinery began to excavate, trying to dig out the 2 tigers inside. They had already dug up the human corpses, but the tiger corpses seemed to have disappeared. Not to mention tiger corpses, not even a single tiger hair could be found. The old man from the command center arrived at the scene. Looking at the various reports, he couldn't help frowning and asked, really nothing can be found? The square-faced man shook his head and said, Leader, we can't find them. We suspect they might still be alive. Even missile bombardment like that couldn't kill the 2 tigers. They felt immense pressure. Those 2 tigers were even more extraordinary than they had imagined. The square-faced man continued, if they are really still alive, they will cause great harm. Before he could finish, his phone rang. He opened his phone and saw an email from their official special channel sent by the high-level authorities in the capital. The text described that a bat capable of sucking human blood and creating illusions had appeared in the southwest. That bat disappeared after being hit by a shell. An order was issued across the entire Dongchuan country to hunt down this bat. Leader, there's another new order. The square-faced man opened a video and handed it to the old man. The video footage was quite shaky, but it clearly showed a bat flying in the sky. A pink light emanated from these light shadows could affect the people below, causing everyone to fall into a state of madness or obsession, doing all sorts of strange things. This was the illusion. Suddenly the bat flew down, grabbed one of the people, and dragged them into the sky. The bat bit the neck, drained the blood, turning the person into a mummy, and dropped them. But at that moment a shell hit the bat. The bat let out a strange screech. Its body, originally over 2 meters, shrank to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye, and flew away at extreme speed in the sky. After watching the video, the old man sighed and said, this world is going to fall into chaos, and the times are changing. They still couldn't figure out what exactly was happening. How did the blood moon and blood mist appear? This was something science couldn't explain. The square-faced man remained silent, not knowing what to do. What's wrong? Something happened. At that moment, someone shouted from the excavation site. The old man and the square-faced man both looked towards the sound and saw a crowd gathered there. The square-faced man walked over first and shouted, everyone spread out. What's going on? He pushed through the crowd and saw a soldier lying on the ground, but he wasn't unconscious. The soldier's muscles were growing at a visible speed, and his clothes soon couldn't bear the strain and burst open. He was in some pain at first, but quickly adapted and stood up from the ground. The muscle growth wasn't over. He kept growing bigger and taller. In less than 3 minutes, he was over 3 meters tall. His clothes were all torn, and his muscles were thick like chunks of rock. With his towering figure of over 3 meters, he stood like a giant among the rubble right in front of them. The soldier was stunned by his own transformation. Looking at himself, he said in disbelief, I've become a monster. The old man also walked over, staring at the scene in disbelief. Everyone else was shocked. What on earth had happened? The square-faced man asked, "What did you just do?" The soldier recalled for a moment and said, "I was resting just now and saw a wild fruit by the roadside. It was so fragrant and tempting. I couldn't resist picking it and eating it, and then I turned into this." Leader, the square-faced man turned to look at the old man and said, "It's the same as Xiao Wu's situation. It seems there is more than one such wild fruit. The experience can be replicated." Xiao Wu was brought back earlier. To gain trust, he had recounted all his experiences of acquiring the ability. The old man's eyes lit up as if he had found a new method. He said excitedly, "Those who mutated without eating anything develop their abilities automatically after the blood moon and blood mist. Now there are also those who eat wild fruits. Keep this matter confidential for now. Immediately arrange for people to search for other wild fruits. I need to fly to the capital." This was a major discovery unparalleled before today. It had to be reported. The old man couldn't wait and immediately went to make arrangements. After the square-faced man arranged for someone to send the old man back, he went directly to search for other strange fruits. Everyone present had burning eyes. At this point, who wouldn't want to mutate and gain abilities? Since they weren't like those ancient martial artists, they hoped to start from abilities. Chen Hu and Bai Li searched on the snowy mountain for another day. They couldn't find the snow leopard anywhere, but that was normal. The entire mountain was so vast, and the snow leopard was so small. If they had found it right away, that would have been suspicious. Bai Li even flew in the sky for a while, but still couldn't find any trace of the snow leopard. They found a random ice cave on the snowy mountain to rest temporarily. Time passed quickly, and it was evening again. Chen Hu went out and came back dragging a large pile of prey for Bai Li. "Bai Li, this stupid tiger really treats this emperor as a foodie." Thankfully, being a foodie now meant she wouldn't gain weight. Bai Li opened her mouth and ate deliciously. Bai Li ate with relish. Chen Hu noticed his cultivation progress rising quickly, reaching 850 points, when suddenly he heard other noises from outside. A woo. A howl pierced the night. "That's a wolf howl." Chen Hu had hunted many wolves before, and no one knew better than him what a wolf sounded like. No sooner had the wolf's howl faded than a sweet maiden-like voice came from outside. "Help! Help!" The voice was ethereal and exceptionally pleasant. Chen Hu thought it sounded as lovely as Bai Li's, but was it? Is there someone outside? Chen Hu wondered. The altitude here was high, and with the spiritual energy resurgence and animal mutations, how could anyone dare to ascend the snowy mountain at night? Especially a young maiden. Not human. Bai Li's thoughts echoed in Chen Hu's mind. That sound came from the spirit. Some beasts have awakened mental abilities. They can transmit sound directly into our minds. Bai Li was well versed in these special abilities. She didn't hear it with her ears, but perceived it through mental waves, similar to receiving signals via brain waves. Bai Li grew deeply interested in the demon beast that could mentally vocalize. She left the remaining meat and leaped lightly outside. Mental vocalization. Chen Hu found it fascinating. If he could acquire this ability, wouldn't he be able to? But how could he obtain it? Chen Hu could only bond with Bai Li, not with other animals or demon beasts. For now, there was no way to get this ability. Still, he was equally curious, so he followed Bai Li toward the direction of the sound. The sound was transmitted mentally directly into his mind, yet he could still sense where it originated. Now that spiritual energy had revived, what strange abilities had these animals awakened? It seemed anything was possible. Chen Hu followed the sound and soon arrived at a snowy peak. A woo. The wolf's howl came again. They could see a snow wolf chasing a snow fox, the fox tumbling through the snow. Since it was nighttime and both animals were snow white, their figures were barely visible as they moved across the snow. Only thanks to good eyesight could they be seen. The snow fox sensed other animals approaching and cried out telepathically, "Help! Please save me." The snow wolf could also hear the mental voice. It stopped, but still kept the fox cornered, then turned its head toward Chen Hu and Bai Li. Chen Hu studied them. Species wolf cultivation body tempering, second layer. Species fox cultivation body tempering, second layer. Both were demon beasts at the body tempering second layer, but the snow wolf was stronger, and the snow fox could only take a beating. Even at the same realm, strength varied. The snow fox pleaded, "Two tigers, save me." A woo. The snow wolf let out a roar that echoed far. It seemed to warn Chen Hu and the other tiger not to meddle. It was a wolf. Normally wolves cower before tigers, but recently it had killed a tiger at the body tempering first layer, and its confidence swelled, believing the king of beasts to be nothing special. Though two tigers stood before it, the snow wolf considered itself formidable. Just tigers. If they don't know their place, well, fight. Sensing a faint threat, Chen Hu found this snow wolf audacious and arrogant. How dare a wolf threaten a tiger given the natural order? Brother tiger, sister tiger. The snow fox's address was remarkably human-like, its voice sweet. It's threatening you, showing no respect. Hearing this, the snow wolf grew agitated and glared fiercely at the fox, then pounced. It decided to devour the fox first, then deal with the two insolent tigers. The snow fox rolled in the snow, throwing up a flurry of flakes, barely dodging the attack. It added, Brother tiger, sister tiger, I know where a 10th sandier snow lotus is hidden on this mountain. I can guide you to it if you save me. 10th sandier snow lotus. Chen Hu was pleasantly surprised. Wasn't that exactly what Bai Li wanted? Has that snow leopard not eaten it yet? Bai Li's eyes lit up. A snow lotus untouched by a snow leopard was far better than one already consumed. They could gather it and split it, half for each tiger. Unable to contain herself, Bai Li leaped off the snowy peak to rescue the fox. The snow wolf understood the fox's words and knew about the 10th sandier snow lotus. Its eyes gleamed with greed. It decided not to eat the fox but to capture it, and then find the snow lotus. As for the two reckless tigers daring to compete, they would surely die. They would definitely die. The snow wolf moved to seize the fox, but saw Bai Li approaching. Utterly clueless about death, the snow wolf roared, ready to attack Bai Li. But a chilling wind swept by. Bai Li had mastered the control of freeze 1,000 miles, to the point of effortlessly freezing whatever she wished. The snow wolf about to strike found its entire body frozen solid, except for its head. The cold seeped into its marrow, congealing its blood. Terrified, it struggled violently. Yet apart from its head, no other part could move. Chen Hu approached lightly and patted the snow wolf's head with his tiger paw. Weren't you so arrogant? Keep threatening me. He thoroughly enjoyed this kind of taunting. Bullying the weak sometimes brought its own pleasure. Awoo! Awoo! The snow wolf begged for mercy, emitting pitiful whines and pleading with its eyes, hoping to be spared. The snow fox chirped happily, Sister tiger, you're amazing. Bai Li rather liked being called Sister tiger. She then turned her gaze to the snow wolf. She froze the snow wolf's head as well, cutting off its life completely. Roar! Bai Li called out to the snow fox, frustrated that she couldn't speak. She envied the snow fox's mental speech ability, but the meaning of her roar was clear. She wanted to know where the 10th sandier snow lotus was. Records from 300 years later about the 10th sandier snow lotus on Tianji Snow Mountain only mentioned its existence, not its exact location. Those records were not always detailed and inevitably had gaps. The snow fox said, Sister tiger, it's nighttime now. Can I take you there tomorrow? It wasn't lying. It also wanted to lead them there to repay the rescue. Take her back. Bai Li thought, then howled at Chen Hu. Chen Hu understood. They needed to keep an eye on the snow fox. He signaled that if it brought them to the snow lotus, it would be safe. If not, it would be breakfast tomorrow. Bai Li dragged the snow wolf's corpse back to devour it. Bai Li walked ahead while the snow fox bounced along behind her. Chen Hu brought up the rear, his gaze fixed on the snow fox. The creature was not large, merely 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary fox, petite and exquisitely charming. Yet in Chen Hu's eyes, such a snow fox could be devoured in a single bite. It wouldn't even fill the gaps between his teeth. For now the snow fox was still useful, so of course Chen Hu would not eat it. Whether to consume it or not would be decided only after obtaining the Millennium Snow Lotus. Big brother tiger. The snow fox slowed its pace and settled by Chen Hu's feet. Its snowy white fur gently brushed against Chen Hu's tiger-striped coat, and the fox chuckled. You are so tall and majestic. Far more imposing than Sister tiger. Naturally, Chen Hu raised his tiger head with a hint of pride. With his current physique, it was impossible not to appear commanding. The king of beasts must indeed bear the mien of a king. Bai Li, walking ahead, merely gave a cold snort. The snow fox continued, Big brother tiger, I once spied on human life and learned that they all have names. I gave myself a human-like name too. I'm called Ping Ping. A name? Ping Ping. That sounded quite pleasant. Chen Hu thought that for a fox's intelligence, coming up with a decent name was no small feat. Unfortunately, he could not speak, and thus could not converse with Ping Ping. Snow fox Ping Ping added, a pity that brother tiger and sister tiger cannot talk. Actually, I cannot speak either, but somehow I can transmit my thoughts to other animals, and they seem to hear me as if I were speaking. She still did not understand what spiritual power exactly was, as she only knew that it felt akin to speaking aloud. Beyond that, she comprehended nothing. Ping Ping rubbed against Chen Hu again, happily saying, staying by brother tiger's side gives me such a sense of security. Brother tiger is truly kind. Hearing this, Bai Li, walking ahead, clenched her sharp fangs and nearly snapped the snow wolf's neck she held in her jaws. Vixen, Bai Li snorted inwardly. If I didn't still need this slutty fox, I would devour you first. This emperor. Detecting Bai Li's thoughts, the first notion that surfaced in Chen Hu's mind was jealous. Who would have thought a tigress could be jealous of a fox? But Chen Hu considered this excellent. The jealousy was perfectly timed. Wasn't the tigress supposed to be tsundere? Let her be tsundere and jealous, savoring her own bitterness. Chen Hu suddenly felt that this fox was not entirely useless. Keeping her around might prove beneficial. To provoke the tigress. With that thought, Chen Hu grinned. He raised his tiger paw and gently patted Ping. Brother Tiger is so gentle. Ping Ping's voice sounded again. But if Brother Tiger is so good to me, won't Sister Tiger get angry? Good heavens. Chen Hu found this fox utterly deceitful, a classic green tea bitch. He wondered if it was innate or learned from humans. Still he liked it. Mixing green tea. Bailey ground her teeth. This slutty fox was putting on an act right in how infuriating. Chen Hu was thoroughly pleased with Bailey's jealous reaction. Ping Ping added, Brother Tiger is truly the best. I wonder if Brother Tiger would be willing to keep me by his side. I could be Brother Tiger's little sister. Crack. The snow wolf's bone was crushed by Bailey's jaws. She had never witnessed such a shameless victim. She thought it a blessing that she could not speak, otherwise she would have cursed Ping Ping thoroughly. How dare this vixen try to seduce a tiger? Too odious. Chen Hu grinned again. Sometimes angering Bailey worked wonders. It made her drop her haughty airs. Ping Ping asked, Sister Tiger, are you hungry? She wanted to eat the snow wolf right now, crunching its bones with a loud crack. Surely she was hungry and craving food. Growl. Bailey roared, dropping the snow wolf. Stupid tiger, come up here and drag it back. Bailey's roar was filled with displeasure. She had to set down the snow wolf's carcass to grit her teeth. She would not let Chen Hu and Ping Ping continue their sweet talk. She wanted to keep Ping Ping under her own watch, while having Chen Hu drag the snow wolf back. Chen Hu naturally understood Bailey's intentions, and the sight of the tigress growing more sour made his heart light. This was a good thing. Though Bailey would not admit it, she was already jealous. Chen Hu stepped forward, picked up the snow wolf's corpse, and headed back toward the ice cave. Bailey stared intently at Ping Ping with a look that could devour her. Ping Ping's heart fluttered, and she said timidly, Sister Tiger, your gaze is terrifying. Bailey raised her tiger paw, pointing at Chen Hu, signaling Ping Ping to follow him. Ping Ping had no choice but to walk behind Chen Hu, murmuring, Brother Tiger is much gentler. The moment those words left her mouth, Bailey's paw came down. It sent Ping Ping reeling in dizziness, and she could no longer sidle up to Chen Hu as she had to walk directly in front of Bailey. Chen Hu turned back and gave Bailey a grin. You wretch, still laughing? What are you laughing at? At this emperor's anger? At that thought, Bailey froze. An inexplicable notion popped into her mind. Why should this emperor be angry? Logically, there was absolutely no reason for anger. She did not care about that stupid tiger. This emperor is not angry. He'll ignore them both. Things between different species can never end well. Why should this emperor bother with them? You stupid tiger, still laugh. Stop laughing. Only then did Bailey's mood slowly calm. Yet she still could not figure out one question: why did seeing Chen Hu and Ping Ping together make her feel angry? Bailey could not yet name the word jealousy. She merely felt a vague displeasure. Chen Hu thought to himself, foolish tigress, you don't even know you're jealous. TSK. This tigress can't escape my tiger claws now. He clamped the snow wolf's carcass in his jaws and trotted back cheerfully. Ping Ping dared not speak again, thoroughly cowed by Bailey's beating. She could not understand why Bailey had hit her. She could only follow silently behind Chen Hu. If she told them about the Millennium Snow Lotus, would they let her go? Ping Ping finally considered this question. She was merely a pitiful little fox, and naturally she was terrified. Not long after they returned to the ice cave. Growl. Bailey called out, signaling Chen Hu to watch Ping Ping while she buried her head in eating. Ping Ping could not help but remark, Sister Tiger sure can eat. Among humans, she would be called a foodie. Clearly she was quite familiar with human affairs. You're the foodie. And that stupid tiger. Once this emperor grows strong, he'll pin you down and rub your face into the ground. Bailey shot a glance at Chen Hu and sniffed. She continued eating. Her only thought now was to become strong enough to pin Chen Hu down and beat him. She must break through to a level where she could handle Chen Hu. She would make him understand who really ruled in this home. The empress believed that within this household, she was undoubtedly the one in charge. Absolutely not that foolish tiger. Her family status must be secured. She must suppress that stupid tiger. Thinking this, Bailey paused. Why was she pondering family status? Why did she care so much? Something was off, but she decided not to dwell on it. First eat, then grow stronger. As she devoured the flesh, she performed body-tempering movements, while simultaneously practicing the breathing technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy on the Tianji Snow Mountain was richer than elsewhere. Cultivating 3 methods at once, her progress was rapidly increasing. However, this spectacle left Ping Ping stunned. The body-tempering movements looked strange and unseemly. What are you looking at? Bailey thought with pride. Ping Ping asked, Brother Tiger, what is Sister Tiger doing? She's so strange. It had never seen such an odd sight. Bailey felt embarrassed, but ignored the sly fox. As long as she wasn't awkward, it was the fox who would be awkward. Chen Hu also wanted to tell Ping Ping what this was about, but he couldn't speak yet. He wondered if cultivation or further recovery of spiritual energy would allow demon beasts to speak. For now, only Ping Ping could convey thoughts through mental power. The inability to speak was indeed troublesome. Seeing that they couldn't respond, Ping stopped pressing. It simply lay beside Chen Hu, watching Bai Li's peculiar movements. As she watched, Ping found it intriguing and tried to imitate. In doing so, she felt a stretch in her bones and a warm, comfortable sensation throughout her body. She couldn't devour, but she could imitate and found it extraordinary. Sister Tiger's movements are so magical. After experiencing it, Ping said, "My whole body feels great afterward, as if some kind of air is entering my body." Hearing Ping's words, Bai Li paused for a moment. So simply imitating the movements without the specific inner technique, she can still learn and cultivate. Demon Beast's cultivation methods are indeed peculiar. Ping's change brought Bai Li some surprise. But without the inner technique, Ping would hardly achieve anything. Bai Li ignored her and continued her own cultivation. Chen Hu, upon hearing this, saw nothing unusual. Since he didn't need to cultivate himself, he hadn't even looked at the techniques reflected back through Bai Li. Looking would be a waste of time. For now, lying down was enough. Just lie there. Seeing Chen Hu so resigned, Bai Li felt reassured. Wait until this empress works hard to become strong. He'll definitely hang that foolish tiger up and beat him. It seems I'm about to break through again. Bai Li swallowed the last piece of flesh and felt her aura begin to shift. Her tiger body also changed, growing larger. A new sensation emerged from Bai Li, one of great comfort. Body tempering 5th layer. This empress has achieved it. Bai Li was exhilarated. Foolish tiger, just wait. This empress has grown stronger again, and soon will be terrifyingly powerful. Ping said, "I feel like Sister Tiger has changed again." She blinked, curious, and looked at Bai Li. Another breakthrough, Chen Hu thought in surprise. It should be my turn now. Sure enough, the system prompt followed. Congratulations, host, for reaching body tempering 9th layer. Chen Hu could also sense new energy surging into his body. Inside his tiger frame, a warm current rapidly circulated through his 5 viscera and 6 bowels for numerous cycles. He could feel this warm current gathering. It swiftly converged in the skull between his brows, directly beneath the crown of his head. All the energy in his body now concentrated there. Chen Hu's body also enlarged. His weight was about to exceed 800 kilograms. He suddenly became much larger, a behemoth. Even while lying inside the ice cave, a slight lift of his head would touch the frozen ceiling. What is this? Chen Hu could also perceive something extra where the warm current had gathered. He had a vision that let him see inside his own skull. He discovered a bead inside his head. It wasn't very large, roughly the size of a human fist. The bead was golden, adorned with tiger stripes. "I can see my skull, but what is that thing inside?" Chen Hu wondered in astonishment. This sudden bead was completely unfamiliar, and the system offered no hints. In the early days of spiritual energy recovery, many things born, whether humans or animals, were not fully understood. However, Chen Hu found another puzzle as he looked at the system. That tigress is at the 5th layer. Shouldn't I be at the 10th? Unless the peak of body tempering is only the 9th layer, so it stops here. But that's not right either. According to the doubling principle, if the 9th layer is the peak, then my current realm should be above body tempering. I shouldn't be stuck at the 9th layer. Could it be? The system is suppressing my realm. Pondering the changes, Chen Hu felt that the damned system might indeed be suppressing him. But what lay beyond body tempering was still unclear. The only one who understood such things was his tigress. Unfortunately, they couldn't communicate directly. Chen Hu had to set aside his conjectures for now. As long as he could break through, that was enough. A breakthrough meant becoming stronger. That was good. But now he was more curious about what the bead in his head was, and whether it would affect him. How should I figure this out? Chen Hu wondered. On the other side, Bai Li finally digested the new sensations that came with her breakthrough. She felt an urge to test her strength. Having grown so much larger, she wanted to see if she could pin Chen Hu to the ground and beat him. Just as Bai Li thought this, Ping's voice came again. "Brother Tiger, why did you suddenly grow so much larger?" Suddenly larger. Bai Li raised her head and looked at Chen Hu. Now Chen Hu was so tall he almost touched the cave ceiling. He hadn't been that big moments ago. How did he get bigger? No, he's become stronger again. Another breakthrough. Bai Li realized she was still a tiny kitten in front of Chen Hu. Hadn't that guy been lying there sleeping just now? How had he changed in the blink of an eye? No. Bai Li examined Chen Hu's aura. His aura is different. When did he reach the 9th layer of body tempering? Bai Li was shocked. She hadn't paid much attention to Chen Hu's cultivation level before. Besides, her own level was too low to see through his. Now that Chen Hu had broken through and hadn't restrained his aura, still studying the bead in his head, she finally perceived it. Hearing Bai Li's astonished thoughts, Chen Hu smiled with delight. He extended his tiger paw and gently patted Bai Li's head. Seeing Bai Li's eager stance, Chen Hu knew his tigress seemed ready to strike again. But as soon as Chen Hu's claw gently patted her, Bai Li instantly abandoned all thoughts of making a move. Chen Hu was deeply satisfied with this outcome. His position in the family remained as stable as ever, unshakable by the tigress. Bai Li was still stunned, unable to believe how Chen Hu had suddenly grown stronger. This state of his, body tempering 9th level, he has already condensed a demonic core. Bai Li's voice appeared again in Chen Hu's mind. Demonic core. Chen Hu finally understood, exclaiming in surprise, so that pearl was the demonic core. However, he still didn't know how to use it for now. Having a demonic core was certainly not a bad thing. That snow leopard had consumed a snow lotus, allowing it to condense a demonic core ahead of time. It sounded very impressive. He is already at body tempering 9th level. How could he break through so quickly? The next realm for us demonic beasts is the spirit gathering realm, where spiritual energy around the body can be controlled freely. Only demonic beasts at this realm can truly speak and understand the beast languages of other beasts. The cultivation techniques for demonic beasts can only be deduced by some highly talented beasts after reaching the spirit gathering realm. It is only after reaching the spirit gathering realm that a beast's intelligence advances further, allowing for future techniques and a series of subsequent realms. This stupid tiger is about to reach the spirit gathering realm. Bai Li's self-confidence suffered a tremendous blow. She had thought she could give Chen Hu a good lesson today, but in front of him, she was still just a little kitten. So above body tempering is the spirit gathering realm. Chen Hu thought to himself, once I reach the spirit gathering realm, I can speak and communicate with beast language. That's good, but it requires a large number of animals to break through to the spirit gathering realm before communication becomes barrier-free. He began to look forward to the spirit gathering realm. Bai Li had not yet broken through, and Chen Hu knew he wouldn't break through for now. He was still too lazy to cultivate. He would just wait for Bai Li. After all, at this realm, as long as he didn't encounter human firearms, no other demonic beast posed any threat to him. Chen Hu thought, I must be invincible now. At least before demonic beasts, he was an invincible existence. He just needed to avoid provoking humans for now. Chen Hu temporarily set aside all these thoughts. He had already experienced the benefits of breaking through. The feeling of becoming stronger was still quite pleasant. Now only Bai Li was left in a world of pain. She had been confident once again, but was now thoroughly crushed by Chen Hu. She really couldn't understand how Chen Hu had grown so strong so quickly. Too monstrous. Ping Ping watched their strange interaction and asked curiously, Brother Tiger, Sister Tiger, what are you doing? But in that instant, Ping Ping could sense that both Chen Hu and Bai Li had changed. They were already quite terrifying, and now they seemed even more frightening. As for the specifics, Ping Ping couldn't figure it out. That she had become what she was now was a passive result of the spiritual energy resurgence. Other than Chen Hu and Bai Li, all other animals' changes were passive. Their current intelligence was insufficient to understand the spiritual energy resurgence. Once they reached the spirit gathering realm, things would be different. Since Chen Hu couldn't communicate with Ping Ping, he ignored her. Bai Li shot Ping Ping a glare. She was still very annoyed with this vixen. Ping Ping was so frightened that she didn't even dare to perform the body tempering movements and could only hide aside waiting for dawn. It knew that after being saved by Chen Hu and the others, if it didn't take them to find the 10,000-year snow lotus, it wouldn't survive. It hoped that by leading them to the lotus it might still live. Ping Ping actually had no confidence in her heart. Chen Hu could block the entire ice cave just by lying down at its edge. To leave, one had to climb over his massive tiger body. It was almost impossible for Ping Ping to leave, so she had no choice but to obediently stay and wait for Chen Hu and the others to decide. If she was willing to cooperate, she would be safe. If she disobeyed, she would certainly become food. Among demonic beasts, the law of the jungle prevailed. This emperor's fastest way to improve now is to devour flesh and blood and absorb the residual spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once I reach the spirit gathering realm, the effect of devouring flesh and blood will not be as good. The 10,000 devouring body tempering art is only suitable for use before body tempering and in the body tempering realm. But it doesn't matter, this emperor has other techniques. Bai Li thought, then glanced at Chen Hu again, letting him take the lead for now. In the future, she believed she would definitely defeat Chen Hu. Just because she couldn't beat him now didn't mean she couldn't in the future. No one could stay ahead forever. Chen Hu continued to sleep in and soon fell asleep. Bai Li cultivated diligently, striving to grow stronger. Ping Ping saw that they were no longer paying attention to her. After hesitating for a moment, she imitated Bai Li's movements and started moving again. It found those movements truly amazing. Seeing that, Bai Li didn't stop it and allowed it to secretly learn. It didn't hold back. Time passed quickly and finally dawn broke. When Bai Li woke up, she saw another snow wolf inside the ice cave. When did this guy go out to hunt? In truth, being fed by Chen Hu all along made Bai Li feel warm inside, but she was tough-mouthed and refused to admit it. Precisely because of this, Bai Li still got jealous when she saw Chen Hu and Ping Ping being lovey-dovey. Ping Ping watched Bai Li eating meat and swallowed her saliva. She kind of wanted some, but was too embarrassed to ask. She was a fox, so of course she ate meat too. Bai Li remembered that they still needed Ping Ping to lead the way to find the 10,000-year snow lotus, so she tore a piece of meat and tossed it to her. Ping Ping said happily, "Thank you, Sister Tiger." She began devouring the meat in big bites. Chen Hu had gone out to hunt and had returned full a long time ago. Now watching Bai Li eat, his cultivation progress would increase again. However, whether he could break through to the spirit-gathering realm before Bai Li did was not yet clear. But it didn't matter, he had plenty of time and could wait. After Bai Li finished all the snow wolf meat, she looked at Ping Ping, signaling her to take them to find the snow lotus. Ping Ping knew she couldn't delay any longer and had to leave the ice cave. Bai Li kept her lock on Ping Ping. Even if that vixen tried to run now, she could catch her back in the first moment. Ping Ping had no intention of running away also because she didn't dare. She led Chen Hu and the two tigers heading all the way towards the snowy mountain. After walking for about half an hour braving the wind and snow, they arrived at the edge of a canyon. The wind and snow on the heavenly ridge snow mountain were fierce, and the snow was deep. They did not sink into the snow. Walking across the snowfield, they left only faint footprints. When other gales blew over, the footprints were quickly covered again. Brother tiger, sister tiger. Ping Ping said, it's down below. Should we go down now? Of course they should go down. Bai Li was the first to leap down the canyon. A pair of wings emerged from her back, then spread out, and she flew into the canyon. Ping Ping said enviously, sister tiger's wings are so beautiful. Bai Li stretched out her wings and flew into the canyon. She did not take Chen Hu along, for his massive size was simply too great to carry. As for that sly fox Ping Ping, she felt a mix of disdain and jealousy. There was no way she would bring Ping Ping down with her. Ping Ping asked, Brother Tiger, what shall we do? Sister Tiger has already gone down, he replied. Looking again at the canyon, it seemed bottomless. He had visited this place before, but never entered from this spot. Now standing at the edge of the canyon, Ping Ping only wanted to tell Chen Hu first that the snow lotus lay below, to prove she wasn't lying. Then she would find another route and bring the two tigers into the canyon. Who could have expected Bai Li to be so direct? Ping Ping never thought an ordinary tiger could grow wings. She was stunned by Bai Li's transformation for quite some time, unsure how to react. The canyon was far too deep. As a small fox, she couldn't possibly descend on her own. Detouring would take forever. Ping Ping asked Brother Tiger, shouldn't we go around and follow Sister Tiger? But they'd need to round a mountain peak before reaching the canyon entrance. Going the long way meant she could finally be alone with Brother Tiger. She always thought him far gentler than Sister Tiger. Chen Hu didn't want a detour, yet he couldn't fly himself. Gazing into the canyon, he realized it wasn't necessarily steep or straight. The cliffs jutted out with various rocks and platforms. For Chen Hu, there were enough ledges to jump down now that his cultivation level had risen greatly. Though large in stature like a small hill, he remained agile enough to leap gracefully as a tiger. With this in mind, Chen Hu grabbed Ping Ping and tossed her onto his back. With a startled cry, Ping Ping clung tightly to the fur on Chen Hu's neck as she suddenly rose into the air. The next moment, downward plunge. Ping Ping looked down to see the sheer cliff face rushing toward them. Already carrying Ping Ping, Chen Hu leaped onto a protruding rock far below. He quickly targeted the next stone and launched himself forward with astonishing power and precision. He landed safely on the lower ledge without hesitation. After breaking through to his new realm, Chen Hu discovered improvements across all areas: jumping ability, judgment, everything had become vastly stronger than before. Even upon landing, he could control the force of impact. He could land lightly. His weight wouldn't crush the stones beneath him. After breaking through, or rather after my transformation, he mused internally, my body has changed in every way, gaining strength everywhere. Ping Ping clung to Chen Hu's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Watching him leap swiftly downward, she cheerfully said, Brother Tiger is amazing. Go on, Brother Tiger. Her voice sounded sweet and coy, almost like a green tea archetype, but emotionally supportive. And honestly, it was very pleasant to hear. Even Chen Hu felt almost floating from her words. This fox truly knew how to charm others. No wonder so many were drawn to fox spirits. Even a tiger like him couldn't resist. Focusing fully, Chen Hu jumped off the final rock. Though nearly 10 meters high, it meant nothing to him. He landed smoothly on the ground with ease. Brother Tiger is awesome. Ping Ping jumped off his back and cheered loudly. You're incredible, Brother Tiger. Bai Li hadn't gone far. She waited at the bottom, hoping Chen Hu would arrive soon. If she'd known earlier, she would have brought Ping Ping down, immediately preventing that fox spirit from tempting that foolish tiger. That fox truly was infuriating. Glancing at Bai Li, Chen Hu thought, she's jealous again. But honestly, seeing her jealous made him happy. What Chen Hu loved most was watching Bai Li become envious. Seeing his grin, Bai Li let out a silent snort inside her heart, assuming he was still caught up in calling her sister tiger instead of focusing on reality. But the 10,000-year snow lotus mattered more. They needed to find it first. Eager to obtain the artifact, Bai Li glared angrily at Ping Ping. Shaken by that gaze, Ping Ping inwardly thought once again that Brother Tiger was gentle. He'd never harshly speak to her. Over here. All right. Ping Ping led the way deeper into the canyon. But barely inside, they heard sounds of combat. Some animal beat us to it. Chen Hu rushed forward instantly. Bai Li mentally sighed. It had arrived too late. Spreading her wings, she flew ahead faster than Chen Hu could run. Ping Ping quickly hid aside. Divine battles weren't something she wanted involved herself in. While possessing spiritual abilities, her combat prowess was low. Not naturally inclined toward battle, she dared not join such conflicts. Initially considering fleeing after a brief pause, she decided to stay behind. In this world, survival favored the strong and ruthless. Since she lacked fighting skills, being eaten by other creatures was always possible. Better to attach herself to Chen Hu instead. Perhaps those two tigers might even accept her. Compared to other recently transformed animals, Ping Ping possessed higher intelligence, and thus more ideas. Being eaten by anyone was still being eaten, but Chen Hu probably wouldn't eat her. Her plan seemed feasible, so she temporarily abandoned, moving onward. Soon after flying overhead, Bai Li reached where the commotion originated. A snow leopard locked in fierce combat against two bears. The snow leopard was entirely white. The two bears, one male, one female, had brown fur. However, both now bore patches of clinging white snow on their coats. Flanking left and right relentlessly, the bears chased the snow leopard fiercely. Yet amidst their attacks, the agile creature darted back and forth between them effortlessly. A faint luminescence emanated from the snow leopard's form, a subtle glow shining brightly within the icy landscape, suggesting something extraordinary was happening to it. Bai Li saw this marked the end of the canyon. Beneath them sat an ice platform bearing some object, but now the 10,000-year snow lotus had been devoured by the snow leopard. Witnessing the predator, Bai Li confirmed conclusively that the treasure resided nearby. They believed timing was perfect. The snow lotus should still exist, but fate dictated otherwise. Coincidentally, the snow leopard also arrived here and consumed it. The two bears fought desperately, trying reclaiming the stolen prize. Arriving shortly afterward, Chen Hu witnessed the scene, one formidable snow leopard facing off against dual opponents, effortlessly maneuvering through attacks. Arrived too late, came Bai Li's inner thought. Observing the snow leopard closely, Chen Hu speculated, it seems. Undergoing transformation, the ancient snow lotus begins activating its powers. Everyone watched intently as the beast evaded both bears' paw strikes simultaneously, then unleashed a deafening roar. Its body contorted briefly before opening wide jaws, biting off the male bear's head cleanly. Decapitated torso stumbled momentarily, spraying blood, vertically collapsing lifelessly onto. After the snow leopard bit off the male bear's head, it crunched the bear's skull with its sharp teeth, shattering even the hardest bone. As it devoured, its body doubled in size. Its fur bristled, each strand standing erect like a sharp fangs protruded from its lips, still stained with the bear's flesh and bone, making the snow leopard grow hideous and terrifying. Bai Li watched from above, looking down at the snow leopard and the bear below. Chen Hu also observed, but refrained from intervening. Since the bear and leopard were still locked in combat, he decided to let them continue their slaughter until the opportune moment arrived. Bai Li's inner voice resurfaced. She would slay the leopard later and dig out its demon core. The snow leopard would surely not escape. Chen Hu continued to watch the bear and leopard. Seeing the male bear's headless corpse, the female bear flew into a rage. With a furious roar, the female bear lunged at the snow leopard. By now, the snow leopard had fully digested the 10th Sandier snow lotus, and its Botus transformation had finally stabilized. As the female bear charged, the snow leopard sidestepped, leaped, and kicked her away with its hind legs, effortlessly sending her flying. The female bear crashed headfirst into an icicle at the bottom of the canyon. Ice and snow instantly covered her, and she roared in pain as she struggled to break free. The female bear warily regarded the snow leopard, finally comprehending its terror. No longer daring to avenge the male, she hesitated for a moment after leaping up, then turned and fled, her massive body traversing the canyon. The ground trembled with each step. The snow leopard let out a thunderous roar, moving like lightning to appear behind the female bear in an instant. The snow leopard opened its jaws wide, aiming its sharp fangs at the female bear's neck. Sensing danger, the bear spun around and pressed her paw backward. She managed to block the leopard's jaws. However, the snow leopard extended its razor-sharp claws and raked them across her head, leaving several bloody gashes. The wounds cut deep into the skull. The female bear roared in agony and released her grip on the leopard's head. With immense strength, the snow leopard pinned the female bear to the snow, lowered its head, and bit down fiercely on her neck once more. The snow leopard drank the bear's blood until it was all drained, then wore an expression of sheer satisfaction. Seeing the battle conclude, Chen Hu strolled out slowly. Bai Li remained aloft, gazing down at the snow leopard. The leopard snarled, baring its teeth. Its pristine white neck fur was stained with blood, accentuating its ferocity. The snow leopard's body now nearly matched Chen Hu's size. Though it sensed his imposing stature, it felt undaunted. Its increased size instilled an unprecedented confidence. Yet with Bai Li still watching, the snow leopard grew wary and hesitant. But recalling the 10th Sandier snow lotus it had consumed, and the surge in power, it believed itself formidable once more. Chen Hu clearly perceived the snow leopard's strength. Species, leopard realm, 3rd level body refinement. Seeing the snow leopard growling at him aggressively, Chen Hu grinned and approached it with a leisurely, assured stride. He dismissed a mere 3rd level beast as negligible. Unaware of Chen Hu's true power, the snow leopard found his provocation intolerable, and its savage nature surged forth. It would not allow any creature to challenge its might. With a roar, the snow leopard charged at Chen Hu again. As the leopard drew near, Chen Hu simply raised a tiger claw and pressed the beast's head to the ground with ease. The snow leopard was stunned, frozen in place. For a moment it forgot to struggle. Only when it saw Chen Hu's gaping maw about to sink into its neck did it realize. The snow leopard thrashed desperately, but in vain. Chen Hu's teeth easily pierced its neck, and with a snap he tore it apart. Blood gushed out, pooling on the ground. The flow quickly froze in the icy cold. In such a frigid, snowy environment, any liquid solidified swiftly. With a final choked sound, the snow leopard breathed its last. Bai Li then flew down and smashed the leopard's head with a single claw, revealing a round bead. This is the snow leopard's demon core. Even at the third-level body refinement, it could condense a demon core. The 10th Sandier Snow Lotus power was truly remarkable, with 80% of its spiritual energy preserved within. If swallowed, it would greatly enhance one's strength. Bai Li picked up the demon core with her tiger claw and handed it to Chen Hu. She had promised it to him and would not take it for herself. This harvest was meant to repay her debt. Although Chen Hu was already exceptionally strong, consuming this core would only make him even more formidable, making it harder for her to defeat him. But a debt is a debt, it must be repaid. Bai Li thought to herself, proud and defiant. After all, I know far more than he does, including countless cultivation techniques. They'll let him leave for now. Despite her inner pride, Chen Hu found his queen adorable. Little did she know he would not only lead now, but forever remain ahead of her. Chen Hu accepted the demon core, holding it between his tiger claws. Their claws had undergone subtle changes, allowing them to grasp small objects with some dexterity. Bai Li urged him silently, eat it quickly, so I can repay my debt. But Chen Hu had no intention of eating it. Instead, he leaned in to nuzzle and rub against her. He roared playfully. Bai Li, seeing his attempt to take advantage, raised a claw to push him away. Yet Chen Hu seized the moment and slipped the demon core into her mouth. The moment it entered, she swallowed it involuntarily. Bai Li was speechless. She thought, you foolish tiger, why give this to me again? I don't want it. It's meant to repay you. Now my debt keeps growing. What am I to do? Panicked, Bai Li tried to spit it out, but to no avail. The demon core reached her stomach and immediately began to take effect, making her feel her cultivation realm on the verge of loosening. Another breakthrough was imminent. Bai Li felt like crying. Why did he insist on giving her every valuable thing? When asked to take it himself, he refused. Don't be so touching. She thought Chen Hu was genuinely kind, but his habit of taking liberties vexed her. Now she had eaten it, like it or not. Unable to expel it, Bai Li had to refine the demon core, converting its spiritual energy into her own cultivation. Next time she promised herself she would give him something and stop owing him. For now she had no choice but to be in his debt. The empress was loyal and righteous, always repaying. Bai Li crouched to one side, refining the demon pill. Chen Hu certainly wouldn't leave. He paced back and forth beside Bai Li. He had no idea how long it would take for Bai Li to fully absorb the demon pill, but he wouldn't abandon her, in case any accidents occurred, or if other spirit beasts came to disturb Bai Li. They had dug out the snow leopard's demon pill, but other beasts might also ambush Bai Li and steal her core. His tigress must not face any mishap. Brother Tiger. Ping Ping finally entered. First she cautiously peeked from behind an ice block, afraid the fierce tigress would glare at her. But upon seeing the tigress ignore her, she lightly hopped out from behind the ice. Her fur was pure white, her eyes lively and blinking. A small tail gently swayed. This fox spirit was undeniably adorable and extraordinarily vivacious. Had it not been for the spirit chi revival, and had Chen Hu still been human, he might have been interested in keeping a little fox. Why hasn't she left yet? Chen Hu watched Ping Ping, curiously, thinking the little fox would have slipped away when she hadn't run off. Why had she returned? Ping Ping asked, Brother Tiger, are you done with your business? Chen Hu nodded slightly, then showed Ping Ping the corpses. By now the snow leopard's body was frozen stiff. The snowy mountain was bitingly cold, and the corpse had been instantly frozen. Ping Ping tentatively stepped forward. Seeing that Chen Hu didn't chase her away, she relaxed a little, and asked, Brother Tiger, can I stay with you? Don't worry, I mean no harm. I just want to be by your side. Stay with us. Chen Hu glanced at Ping Ping, oddly neither agreeing nor refusing. Ping Ping lowered her head. I can't fight, and it's dangerous now. If I follow you. Even if you eat me, She now wore a pitiful expression. Yet Chen Hu believed only 30% of Ping Ping's words. The remaining 70% was suspicion. After all, foxes were cunning. With the spirit chi revival, all beasts had grown sly. How could he trust her so easily? Chen Hu said nothing and made no gesture. He simply sat beside Bai Li and watched. Through the system panel, he could see that Bai Li's cultivation was improving. She had already reached the 6th level of body tempering. But when Chen Hu checked his own level, he found no sign of loosening. This damn system is suppressing my strength. To break through to the spirit gathering realm, he'll have to wait for the tigress to reach that level first, then receive feedback. If she doesn't break through, he'll have to rely on my own cultivation. Chen Hu quickly figured out the reason, but cultivating on his own was such a waste of time. Unless Bai Li could no longer advance. But as a female sovereign, how could she fail to break through? Chen Hu continued lazing around. Seeing that Chen Hu paid her no attention, Ping Ping didn't leave either. She remained there watching them curiously. Bai Li knew Ping Ping had arrived, but likewise ignored her. Ping Ping was still nervous, unsure if she could stay. But she had brought Chen Hu and the others up early this morning and hadn't eaten anything yet. Feeling hungry, she timidly asked Brother Tiger, could I have a bite of this meat? Just one bite. Chen Hu, remembering that Ping Ping had helped find the snow lotus, nodded lightly. Thank you, Brother Tiger. You're the best. She then looked at the bear and the leopard's corpse. Which one should she? Ping Ping thought the bear had more meat. Though the leopard was large, it wasn't as big as the bear. She would eat the smaller portion and leave the larger one for Chen Hu and the others. So she began to eat the leopard. Ping Ping bit into the leopard's neck. To her surprise, the leopard's blood was still warm. The corpse was frozen stiff and the blood that had spilled had already iced over. But the blood inside the body still had warmth. After one sip, Ping Ping found it quite sweet and fragrant. Delicious. She gulped down the blood. The entire leopard had a large amount of blood, but she seemed able to drink it all. She kept drinking, yet her belly didn't swell. Drinking blood. Upon hearing Ping Ping's voice, Chen Hu merely glanced and then ignored her. It was just leopard blood. He didn't care if she drank it. They wouldn't bother with such things. But as Ping Ping drank, she felt her body growing warm. Not understanding what was happening, she continued drinking anyway. After a while, she felt an itch near her tail, as if something were about to grow. What she couldn't see was that her ears had perked up a bit more. The fur on her body had become even whiter than before. She looked more delicate and adorable with a hint of fox-like allure. Ping Ping didn't notice her own changes. After finishing the blood, she felt full and no longer wanted to eat. She let out a soft burp, about to go back and fawn over Chen Hu, when she finally noticed something amiss. There was an extra tail. She had originally only one tail, now there were two. Staring at the new tail, Ping Ping stood in shock for a moment before hurrying over to Chen Hu, exclaiming in surprise, Brother Tiger Eye. How do I have an extra tail? An extra tail? Chen Hu looked at Ping Ping, equally surprised. Two tails swayed faintly and adorable. Chen Hu even felt a sudden urge to touch them. She really does have an extra tail? Chen Hu pondered in amazement. This little fox couldn't possibly be of the nine-tailed fox lineage, could she? Now 2 tails, then 3, 4. Until 9. The more tails, the stronger she becomes, right? He thought that was plausible. But the question was, why had Ping Ping gained an extra tail for no reason? Chen Hu's gaze shifted toward the snow leopard. The tigress said the demon pill contained 80% of the 10th Ascendier's snow lotus spiritual power. Could the remaining 20% be left in the snow leopard's blood? Chen Hu speculated about this possibility. Only after drinking the blood did Ping Ping grow an extra tail. This hypothesis seemed quite plausible. But was it just an extra tail? Chen Hu looked at Ping Ping again and saw a pop-up above her head. Race Fox Cultivation Body Tempering 4th level. Previously, Ping Ping was only at the 2nd level of body tempering. Now she had jumped 2 levels and grown stronger. Chen Hu thought, so she gets to benefit from this too. Maybe it's her destiny. As for Ping Ping reaping a windfall, Chen Hu considered for a while, but didn't object or take any action. This fox spirit seemed quite formidable. She wanted to follow him. Could he take her in? Unfortunately, the system was bound only to the tigress. If there were extra binding slots, taming a 9-tailed fox would be rather nice. Seeing that Chen Hu didn't respond, Ping Ping felt a little disappointed. Brother Tiger still can't talk. What a pity. Chen Hu wished he could respond and ask Ping Ping about her tail. But he could not speak, so any attempt at a reply. He lay on the ground waiting for Bai Li to refine the demon core, setting aside Ping Ping for now. Ping Ping realized she had changed. With an extra tail, her strength had grown considerably, but she dared not become complacent or arrogant. After all, weren't even stronger demon beasts just little kittens before Chen Hu. Ping Ping resolved to stay close to Chen Hu, clinging to his powerful thigh. Whether she would be driven away, she would consider later. Ping Ping cautiously approached Chen Hu, nestling against his furry leg in a coquettish manner. Meanwhile, although Bai Li was refining the demon core, she felt displeased seeing Ping Ping so close to Chen Hu. Vixen sly fox. Damn it, why am I drawn to them, swayed by a sly fox? I am definitely not a jealous tiger. I've broken through again, now at body tempering 7th level, and frostbone cold armor. A layer of ice armor appeared on Bai Li without warning. A chilling cold radiated from Bai Li, colder than the snow on the mountains. Ping Ping felt this sudden chill, and her whole fox body trembled involuntarily. Brother Tiger, look. Sister Tiger is covered in ice. Ping Ping exclaimed. Chen Hu had already noticed Bai Li's transformation. It was not ice covering her, but a condensed layer of ice armor. Frostbone cold armor. It was a new special ability awakened when Bai Li broke through and refined it. The nature of this ability was clear. It was for defense. Bai Li had obtained something to protect herself. But this ice armor was indeed bone-chilling cold, causing Chen Hu to shiver slightly. Then he watched Bai Li control the armor's manifestation and retraction. At the same time, the system responded. Congratulations, host. Through feedback, you have gained a new ability, Crimson Fire Demon Eyes. Two flames flickered in Chen Hu's tiger eyes. He could feel a great heat in his eyes, yet it was not the kind that harmed them. With a glare, the ice and snow before Chen Hu vanished at a visible rate. The ice and snow did not even have a chance to melt into water, they sublimated instantly. This, Chen Hu marveled inwardly. So this ability was that powerful. It also seemed very convenient. With a single glare he could burn whatever he saw if the fire in his tiger eyes acted invisibly, reaching an astonishing temperature. An incredibly strong ability. After the shock, Chen Hu felt ecstatic. This power allowed him to set fire to enemies at will, catching them off guard. A single glance and enemies would be burned before they could react. The system was indeed generous. Brother Tiger, you're so hot. Why are your eyes blazing? What are you doing, Brother Tiger? The snow disappeared. Ping Ping was so heated that she quickly moved away from Chen Hu. She could see actual fire erupting from his eyes. Not long after, Bai Li's changed, Chen Hu suddenly transformed, as well, leaving Ping Ping bewildered. Well, how did he also gain a new ability? Bai Li watched Chen Hu with a sense of defeat. She had just grown stronger and obtained a new ability, barely able to restrain her pride, yet Chen Hu lying there doing nothing awakened a new power as well. Was that fair? Clearly not. She could not understand how Chen Hu had acquired this ability. She would never dream that his change was related to her. After all, to Bai Li there seemed no connection. She could not fathom any link between herself and Chen Hu. She assumed Chen Hu amidst the spiritual energy had gained a new insight and thus changed. Lying there doing nothing, he still underwent a transformation. It nearly unsettled Bai Li's Dao heart. Why was this foolish tiger so blessed? Hearing her thoughts, Chen Hu retracted his crimson fire demon eyes, glanced at Bai Li provocatively, and displayed his power. Damn! Bai Li understood the provocation. She grew angry. The pride of an empress would not tolerate being challenged by any tiger. However, Bai Li wanted to test how strong her ice armor was, just like the day Chen Hu tested the defense of his jade. Roar! Foolish tiger, come hit me and see. Bai Li manifested the frostbone cold armor. Hit you. Chen Hu naturally would not refuse. He slowly walked up to Bai Li. Today he would assert his dominance. Not exactly reassert, because his status in the family had always been high. Since Bai Li wanted to be hit, Chen Hu obliged. He struck her ice armor with full force. Boom. Their strengths collided. Chen Hu was knocked back 2 steps by the recoil. Bai Li fared worse. Her ice armor shattered on impact, and she was sent flying. She rolled across the snow for a long distance before crashing into a block of ice. Foolish tiger, how dare you hit me so hard? It's not that my defense is weak, but that brute tiger's strength is too great. The gap between the 7th level and the 9th level is still too wide. The difference in power is even larger. Bai Li scrambled up, inwardly complaining that Chen Hu had no idea how to be gentle. She stared at him with a resentful gaze, thinking this tiger was too foolish. If he were dealing with his fox sister, he would surely hold back. Her gaze grew more resentful. As she thought about it, she inexplicably felt a wave of jealousy. Lately, she had been feeling sour for no reason. I still can't control my strength well. Chen Hu looked helplessly at his paw. He had been growing stronger so fast recently that his power had increased too quickly. He could not judge the force for testing. He hadn't meant to send the tigress flying. Brother tiger, sister tiger, what are you doing? Ping Ping blinked, confused. She had just seen them both change, and then Chen Hu struck Bai Li. Why were they suddenly fighting? Ping Ping did not understand. Bai Li studied Ping Ping, feeling a strange familiarity with this fox. She really has an extra tail? It seems she awakened her bloodline just now. But her bloodline is very special. Why does it give me such a familiar feeling? It feels like I've seen it somewhere. Could she be the Demon King I personally slayed about 250 years from now? The 9-tailed celestial fox. Looking at the little fox, Bai Li found it coincidental. The more she looked, the more familiar the fox seemed. Before her bloodline awakened, Bai Li could not tell. Now that it was activated, Bai Li was certain. This was the 9-tailed celestial fox. Demon King. 9-tailed celestial fox. Chen Hu, hearing Bai Li's thoughts, stared at Ping Ping in shock, thinking to himself, is this fox's origin that formidable? It is the future Demon King. Yet this Demon King seemed somewhat underwhelming, as it could be slain by Bai Li in 250 years, presumably not exceptionally powerful. A true Demon King should be like the Tiger Heavenly Emperor. But the Tiger Heavenly Emperor must be a Demon Emperor by then, no longer just a king. It is definitely her. This emperor remembers her aura. Who would have thought that a former enemy would be saved by this emperor 300 years ago? Now she can no longer be an enemy, can she? After being reborn, there are too many variables. Even the fate of the 9-tailed celestial fox is being altered by this emperor. I wonder what else will change. Bai Li would surely not tell Ping Ping everything about the future 9-tailed celestial fox. Knowing it herself is enough. It seemed possible to keep this fox. Back then this emperor slew the celestial fox, and it fell. If the 9-tailed celestial fox were given another 50 years to develop, even if not as strong as the Tiger Heavenly Emperor, it would not be far behind. Now this emperor intends to take it as a servant, make it submit, and let it become a capable ally in the future. Bai Li was well aware that Ping Ping wished to stay by their side. Now an opportunity could be given to Ping Ping. As for preventing its betrayal, Bai Li already had an idea. Taming a beast was quite simple for Bai Li, only slightly inferior to the tiger heavenly emperor. Chen Hu's gaze fell upon Ping Ping once more, thinking, so it's that formidable. I underestimated it. To receive such praise from Bai Li, even being compared to the tiger heavenly emperor, Ping Ping would surely not be too weak. Chen Hu mused, if the tigress wants to tame this little fox, let her tame it. Having a future demon king as an ally would be nice. Moreover, Ping Ping had been clamoring to stay by their side. This could be a chance for her, to see if it truly wanted to stay or if it could be of help once it did. Why? Are you staring at me? Ping Ping noticed their gazes and felt a flutter of panic. She did not know what they intended, but it felt ominous. Even if not hostile, being stared at like this made her uneasy. The strange changes in Chen Hu and Bai Li moments ago, followed by their unbroken gaze, left her feeling unsettled and lacking confidence. Chen Hu stepped forward and patted Ping Ping on her small head. He gestured for her to follow. Ping Ping was tense, her body rigid. After all, Chen Hu's frame was enormous. Standing before her, he seemed impossibly huge, as if he could crush her at any moment. Ping Ping asked, Brother Tiger, are you telling me to follow you? Chen Hu nodded. Seeing this, Bai Li silently cursed the vixen. She only knew how to act pitiful and clingy in front of Chen Hu. Still, this fox was acceptable. Since she was special, they might as well keep her. Ping Ping gently rubbed her cheek against Chen Hu's fur and said happily, Thank you, Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger is the best. Roar. Bai Li could not bear to hear such words from Ping Ping and immediately let out a roar. Vixen, watch your words before this emperor. Startled, Ping Ping had no choice but to step away from Chen Hu. Being a fox rather than a human, she could not quite understand why Bai Li was angry, but the fear was real. Chen Hu thought, she's jealous again. Having a jealous white tiger wife, Chen Hu felt he needed to soothe her. When there was time later, he would gradually coax her. After all, this tigress was his wife. Roar. Chen Hu signaled again for Ping Ping to follow him back. Ping Ping knew this was her chance. Since she had already decided to cling to Chen Hu's mighty thigh, she knew nothing of her own grand future. For now, she was just a pitiful little fox. Bai Li gave a cold snort, but watched as Ping Ping followed Chen Hu back. This trip to the heavenly spine snow mountains had brought new gains, 2 consecutive level-ups. For Bai Li, this opportunity was perfect. This fortune came thanks to Ping Ping. She could be granted some benefits, but from now on Ping Ping must be properly tamed to become Bai Li's servant, and one who would never betray. They temporarily returned to the ice cave they had been in before. The next celestial opportunity. This emperor has not yet decided. According to the timeline, the first batch of celestial opportunities from the initial phase should have largely emerged. This emperor has obtained just about all that could be obtained. Those still unclaimed are too far away. If I rush there now, they might already have been taken by other beasts or humans. It would be meaningless to search further. The second phase of the spiritual energy revival is still half a month away. Bai Li was calculating the time, needing to pinpoint exactly when the next celestial opportunities would appear. Only then could she strike swiftly and decisively to seize the next celestial opportunity when it emerged. With our current strength, snatching the celestial opportunities born in the second phase is not particularly difficult. Bai Li slowly formed a plan in her mind. Chen Hu, overhearing her thoughts, mused, so the second phase is still half a month away. He was curious about what further breakthroughs would bring. Reaching the spirit gathering stage would allow him to speak normally. Chen Hu looked forward to it. Back inside the ice cave, Ping Ping hopped and skipped all the way in. Bai Li ignored her and continued pondering the next steps. This place lies northeast of Dongchuan Kingdom. The heavenly spine, snow mountains form the border. From the snow mountains heading north and east respectively, bordering 5 kingdoms, 2 major ones and 3 minor ones. At the start of the second phase, the first opportunity of that phase will emerge in the border region with the major kingdom. This emperor is determined to claim it. Listening to Bai Li's thoughts again, Chen Hu finally gained a rough understanding of this place. This parallel world is completely different from the Earth I knew before my transmigration. This Dongchuan Kingdom is a country I have never heard of. Yet the people are the familiar East Asian race. I wonder if there will also be Westerners, black people, and others. Everything in a parallel world is different. Chen Hu mused about the world setting, but the phone he had obtained last time could not be unlocked. If it could, he could have gained a more intuitive understanding of this world. After securing the opportunity at the border, this emperor will leave the snowy mountains and head south to find the second opportunity. During the second phase of the spiritual energy revival, humans still have national boundaries. By the fourth phase, when the demonic beasts formally invade humanity, national borders will gradually blur. By the fifth phase, the demonic beasts will dominate and humanity will no longer have nations. Only a human alliance. All human variant psychics or ancient martial artists will have to unite against the ever-growing beast race. The fifth phase of the spiritual energy revival will occur 5 years from now, followed by a long wait until the sixth phase. Bai Li briefly organized these temporal clues and formulated a plan for what to do next. These timelines were completely unknown to Chen Hu. Had he not been able to eavesdrop on Bai Li's thoughts, he would never have known when the second phase was approaching. Only after several more years would beasts be capable of resisting humanity and attacking human cities. Chen Hu felt this was still too slow, thinking the tigress once said that animals possess natural advantages. No, wait. Now humans wield far superior weapons. Missiles, mushroom bombs, and such. All truths held firmly within humanity's grasp. In the earlier phases, beasts and animals relied solely on flesh and bone to confront these truths. Even with their inherent advantages, they stood no chance against humankind. Only by constantly growing stronger and reaching a certain level of physical prowess could resistance become possible. This would take about 4 or 5 years. Chen Hu mused to himself, for the next few years it's best not to recklessly challenge humanity's truths. He had once been human himself. As long as people did not seek trouble, he would not initiate murder. Like before, if they were driven into a cave by pursuers, Chen Hu would show no mercy. Ordinary guns and cannons posed no problem for him now. In the 6th stage of spiritual energy resurgence, beasts and humans will engage in nearly 300 years of conflict. Spiritual energy resurgence consists of 7 stages. The 7th stage gives rise to even more powerful beasts, while humanity also sees its share of strong individuals. They even alter genes to create mutated beings. Emperor Hu rose during the 7th stage approximately 200 years ago. Whether Emperor Hu exists now or whether he will emerge in the future remains uncertain. After spiritual energy resurgence, both humans and animals gained greatly extended lifespans. Animals could live for hundreds of years naturally, while humans might live 1 or 2 centuries. It is entirely possible that Emperor Hu has already been born, yet has not yet grown strong enough. Bai Li continued contemplating her next plan. This gave Chen Hu, who could overhear thoughts, a deeper understanding of the timeline. However, these developments were too distant for immediate concern. What mattered most was focusing on the present moment. Chen Hu thought, let's just wait for the second phase to arrive. Yet the farther ahead one looked, the greater the time intervals between phases. Would the 7th stage truly come 200 years later? Chen Hu pondered, with the tigress beside me, I may not need 200 years to become Emperor Hu. Bai Li kept strategizing her next move. Chen Hu decided to ignore everything else and lay down nearby to sleep. Pingping's gaze darted back and forth. One couldn't tell what she was thinking, but she seemed curious about Chen Hu and Bai Li's relationship, appearing somewhat like partners, yet not quite. Pingping had once studied among humans and knew certain aspects of human life, but ultimately remained only a fox. Even after gaining consciousness, her intellect fell short of human levels. Many things about humans escaped her comprehension. Though neither Chen Hu nor Bai Li were human, their souls resided within tiger bodies, distinct from ordinary animals. After consuming the beast's core, Chen Hu no longer went out to find food for Bai Li. They left behind the corpses of beasts in the canyon as well. Following Bai Li's plan, they remained inside the ice cave. Days passed swiftly. The second phase drew nearer. Whenever Bai Li had free time, she diligently trained Pingping until she became obedient and submissive. Actually, it was quite simple, combining kindness with authority. Pingping still retained animal traits. With proper training, she could be made compliant. Pingping finally confirmed she would not run away again. Therefore, if she wished to go outside and wander, neither Bai Li nor Chen Hu objected. They knew she would return. For now, they simply awaited the second phase, hoping new opportunities would arise. That afternoon, Pingping returned quietly. Tiger brother, tiger sister, a group of people has arrived from the north. They seem to be searching for something on the mountain. People coming from the north. According to Bai Li's description, those from the north were not Dongchuan citizens. Pingping added, they're just 2 ridges away from our ice cave. Should we prepare ourselves? She merely came to deliver news, or whether to act depended on Chen Hu and Bai Li's decision. Roar. Chen Hu let out a call instructing Bai Li to stay inside the cave. He decided to investigate personally himself. Given the current circumstances, surely no one would dare climb this snow-covered mountain lightly. If someone truly did, so it must be for a specific purpose. Chen Hu asked Pingping to lead the way, and soon the tiger and fox reached a peak of the snowy mountain. Here ice and snow blanketed everything visible. This mountain remained perpetually covered in snow, though some areas lacked accumulation. Typically, mountains have snow lines. The northern slope's snow line sat higher. Standing atop the snowy peak and gazing downward toward the northern slope, Chen Hu spotted figures appearing below the snow line. Below the snow line, signs of human activity were evident. Chen Hu wondered. The tigress mentioned that near borders heavenly opportunities might emerge. Is this possibly where it occurs? Could others already know this place would soon witness a heavenly opportunity? Watching the people below, he wondered what they were doing. Pingping stated, they're all down there. Chen Hu descended the peak, with Pingping following shortly after. They walked only a short distance before reaching the vicinity of the snow line. Rather than revealing themselves immediately, they observed the group below, trying to discern their intentions. This group consisted of both men and women. All carried weapons, clearly divided into 2 factions. One comprised individuals with Eastern features familiar to Chen Hu. The other group appeared Western, with golden hair and blue eyes. There are Westerners here too, Chen Hu reflected. So this world contains different races after all. After observing for some time, he wondered why can these Westerners appear here. Judging by normal geographical divisions, nations near Dongchuan should predominantly consist of Eastern peoples, right? However, whatever race they belonged to, Chen Hu found it irrelevant. After all, they were all human. Ping asked, "Brother Tiger, shall we descend and kill them?" She believed those below the snow line wouldn't stand a chance against them, making them easy targets. Chen Hu shook his head slightly. His intention was merely to observe what they intended to do. This location closely resembled the opportunity Bailey had mentioned. With only 10+ days remaining until the second phase and people arriving early, could the heavenly opportunity really be manifesting prematurely? That possibility existed. If it did occur early, Chen Hu would certainly ensure his white tiger wife claimed it for herself. As he watched, sudden commotion erupted among the crowd below. "Oh no, a flower is eating people," someone shouted loudly. "That's a man-eating flower. Quickly save everyone and destroy it." Even from above, Chen Hu heard the cries echoing up from below. Looking closer, the figures below had descended into chaos. Below the snow line of the snow-capped mountain, several dozen people arrived. Carrying various instruments, they seemed to be searching for something here. They were not from the same group, but from two different nations, yet they appeared to be working together, exploring something. Just as they were jointly exploring, one Western-looking individual spotted a particularly beautiful flower. This person wished to pluck the flower and give it to a female companion in the group. But the moment his hand touched the blossom, two vines suddenly extended from behind it, binding him tightly. The vines were strong with a formidable force. They coiled around him, then squeezed with all their might. The Western-looking man who had wanted to pick the flower felt his body deform under the vine's grip, and he let out a pained, piercing scream. As soon as his cry faded, the seemingly small flower unexpectedly expanded. Within the flower, instead of stamens or pistils, there was a mouth lined with teeth, vicious and sharp, gleaming with a cold light. The flower snapped shut around the man, his body instantly severed into several pieces, swallowed and crushed by the blossom. The flower is devouring people. Only then did the others realize what was happening. Panic struck them, but they quickly began attacking the flower. The flower was soon battered into pieces, but the man it had consumed was never retrieved. "Careful, there's still danger," someone shouted. No sooner had those words fallen than two more vines emerged from the ground, dragging a man and a woman toward the underbrush. "Help me," the woman shrieked. The man reacted swiftly, slicing the vine around his leg with a single stroke, then rolling to his feet. They rushed to save the woman, but as they plunged into the thicket, not even a shadow remained. Whether she had been devoured or something else, no one could tell. The aura of death enveloped them. Someone said, "Look, the trees around us have changed." They recalled that there had not been so many trees nearby. Now a dozen more trees had appeared, encircling them. The branches were sparse, and the boughs stood bare like clawed hands looming before their eyes. A middle-aged man spoke gravely. "The plants here have mutated. We may have inadvertently entered a plant's domain. Let's fight our way out." The remaining people dared not linger. Following the middle-aged man's words, those with weapons drew them, while activated variants drove their supernatural abilities and special powers to break out of this area. Race, Tree Realm, Body Refinement, 4th level. Chen Hu on the snow peak saw a system prompt appear above the canopy of a nearby large tree. It was a tree at the 4th level of body refinement. Among all the mutated things Chen Hu had seen, except for himself and Bai Li, this was the highest realm. Previously, the highest he had witnessed was only the 3rd level. That such a high realm tree existed here surprised. This tree was hunting those below. The several dozen people used every skill at their disposal to escape, but against the tree's absolute strength, they could not get away. Within the tree's domain, every blade of grass and every flower was part of it. Though the tree itself could not move, the surrounding flora were its extensions. Those people probably could not even locate the tree's main body. Some were devoured, others absorbed by the tree. The chaotic human figures soon vanished completely, and the screams fell silent, as if nothing had ever happened. All of them perished. Not a single one escaped. "Brother Hu," Ping said, "that tree and flower are so—" It raised a paw, pointing at the distant main body of the tree. It seems everything was controlled by that tree. Hearing that Ping could discern the tree's main form, Chen Hu was surprised, but then recalled that Ping's own realm was not low either. It was only natural for her to notice. Chen Hu nodded slightly, showing no intention of descending. Ping asked, "Brother Hu, should we go down and take a look too?" With Chen Hu present, Ping was not afraid of the tree below. Chen Hu surveyed the situation, unable to detect anything special there for the moment. After all the people died, everything returned to calm. As for whether something unique had been born here, Chen Hu could not tell for now. Perhaps it was due to his limited knowledge, unlike Bai Li, who was an empress reborn. After watching for a while, he decided to turn back toward the ice cave. Ping hopped lightly and followed behind, asking, Brother Hu, are you going to tell Sister Hu and see what she thinks? Ping understood Chen Hu's thoughts quite well. Indeed, that was his plan. Not long after they returned to the ice cave. What's wrong? Bailey growled, asking for Chen Hu's news. Chen Hu glanced at Ping, who was perceptive enough to relate everything they had witnessed. Could it be that the spirit bamboo has appeared early? That's impossible. The second stage hasn't arrived yet. Or has my presence as the Heavenly Emperor altered these opportunities? And also changed the original course of history? Bailey was perplexed. How could something appear in those bordering regions ahead of time? That was abnormal. I must go and see. Bailey rose and headed out of the ice cave. She too wanted to know what had exactly happened. Those people were clearly not here because of them. Instead, they were searching for something on the mountain. Bailey was deeply curious. If there were to be a new celestial opportunity, one not recorded in later ages, would that not be even better? She did not believe the spirit bamboo could emerge so soon. The spiritual energy it brought would not be conceived until the second stage. Chen Hu naturally followed, and at the same time learned that what appeared on the snow mountain during the second stage was called the spirit bamboo. But could bamboo really grow in an icy, snowy environment? Perhaps it has mutated, Chen Hu mused as he walked ahead to lead the way. Wait for me. Ping soon caught up. Not long after they returned to that snow peak. The mountain was covered in white snow, and the cold wind howled, tousling their fur. Below the snowline, faint patches of green could still be seen, some vegetation surviving. The mountain above and below presented two distinct landscapes. Ping said, Brother Hu, that tree earlier. It's gone. Indeed, it was no longer there. Chen Hu was shocked. Could a tree move? Not only had the tree vanished, but all the plants it had controlled were gone, leaving behind only the scattered equipment and various special instruments left by those people. Let's go down and take a look. Bailey leaped from the snow peak and landed at the spot where the tree had killed its prey. The weapons and equipment left behind by humanity were useless to Chen Hu. His tiger claws could not wield them. There were also some instruments, but he had no idea how to operate them. However, amidst the scattered debris, he discovered several mobile phones. Chen Hu quickly checked them and found that one phone was unlocked and appeared to be functional. He wanted to learn about the changes in this world through the phone. Chen Hu did not wish for Bailey to know that a human soul resided within his tiger body. After briefly glancing at the device, he kicked it toward Bailey's feet, intentionally letting Bailey see it. A phone without a lock screen. Bailey's eyes lit up, then she kicked it over to Ping, asked Sister Tiger, should I keep it for you? Bailey nodded. Ping, being very sensible, picked up the phone with her paws, promised not to drop it, and then stayed close to them. The remaining items seemed worthless to Chen Hu, at least for his current stage. He needed none of them. Bailey felt the same way. Soon she stopped dwelling on these things and quickly scanned the area nearby, but failed to find anything special. As for Lingzhu, it had not yet been born. What is the purpose of humans coming to this snow mountain? Bailey muttered to herself, then heard Chen Hu let out a roar. She snapped back to attention and looked in the direction Chen Hu was gazing. In that direction lay a cliff on the snow-covered mountain, a straight ice-covered cliff face. The bright ice surface glittered under the sunlight. It resembled a massive mirror hanging on the sheer cliff wall. The key detail, however, was not on the ice surface itself, but rather behind it. Something white and snowy seemed encased within the ice. Looking through the ice, the white mass gave a hazy impression, yet faint spiritual energy emanated from it. Even the thick, solid ice could not conceal the spiritual energy within. Although the amount was minimal, just a single trace, Bailey sensed that this particular trace was exceptionally pure. That is jade essence. Jade essence still exists here. There were no records of it 300 years later. Such pure jade essence. It is an excellent tonic for cultivation. Both humans, animals, and plants can use jade essence. Yet this jade essence is not yet mature. It requires time to develop fully. Bailey was greatly delighted upon seeing this jade essence. Taji Snow Mountain not only contained Lingzhu, but also such a precious treasure as jade essence. Yet according to records 300 years hence, there was no mention of jade essence existing here. Jade essence. Chen Hu had no idea what this thing was. Since Bailey deemed it valuable, it must be so. That piece of jade essence was now claimed by Chen Hu. Others would surely come to claim it later. Then they could simply take it by force. Bailey gazed at the jade essence, her eyes filled with longing. Ping did not understand what it was either, but felt an intense desire to approach it, and wished to obtain it as well. Still before Chen Hu and Bailey, Ping dared not act rashly, only gazing at the jade essence with an eager look. It's not ripe yet. Wait until it matures, then we'll snatch it. Bailey had already considered this item hers. She turned back to glance at Chen Hu, her thoughts resurfacing. The jade essence is so vast. I will share it equally with you, Tiger. At present, Bailey was not thinking of giving the jade essence directly to Chen Hu. Instead, she desired to share it with him. Seeing such a large piece of jade essence, she naturally craved it. Generally speaking, a tiger would not need so much jade essence. I will prioritize using it for you first. Once you've used what you need, I shall take the remainder. Recalling Chen Hu's kindness to her, Bailey ultimately made her decision internally. Chen Hu overheard her thoughts and glanced at the jade essence, indifferently planning to devise a way to give it all to her eventually. He sought reciprocity, not direct cultivation, using the jade essence. That tree. Chen Hu thought, sensing something approaching nearby. Lifting his gaze following the scent, he saw a tall tree approximately 200 meters below the mountain. The tree that had consumed many people had returned. It truly could move around. Where it had gone previously was unknown, but now it had returned. The tree had locked onto them. 2 tigers, 1 fox, and the jade essence encased in ice. Such a celestial spirit object. Who would not want to obtain it? Even a tree longed to seize it for its own. The tree might have temporarily departed earlier, but upon detecting animals nearby, it rushed back again, fixing its stare firmly on Chen Hu and companions. If Chen Hu launched an attack, it would strike immediately. Tiger brother, the tree has come back. Ping Ping whispered softly. Strange. Trees can walk too. Bailey also glanced downward briefly, then turned her head to look in another direction. On the snow peak appeared a yak, its 2 horns nearly 2 meters long, immensely thick. The yak's fur formed layers upon layers, resembling armor worn upon its body. Below the snow line, a chicken slowly approached. Chen Hu was not mistaken. It was indeed a pheasant topped with a vivid red comb, its claws gleaming with cold light. To the east of the chickens swarmed countless creatures. Upon closer inspection, they were a massive group of ants. These ants were small, roughly the size of infant fists. Individually, each posed no threat, yet densely packed together in huge numbers. They could only observe part of the formation. The ant trail stretched endlessly downhill, disappearing into the distance. Such an immeasurable army of ants was far more formidable than a single ant. Their collective presence would frighten any beast. Above the cliff, a rhinoceros beetle appeared unexpectedly. Calf-sized. It exuded immense power, its horn gleaming brilliantly under sunlight, an unmistakably hard substance. Chen Hu and Bailey quickly surveyed their surroundings, noticing newly emerged beasts. But in mere moments, so many creatures coveting the jade essence converged upon them. The others were manageable, but seeing the ants made Chen Hu uneasy. He discovered he suffered from trypophobia. Too numerous, forming dense clusters. Chen Hu wished to burn all the ants with fire. Even insects can now battle against beasts. Chen Hu, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, everything transformed. Even insects were no exception. Chen Hu realized while a single insect seemed harmless, combined in great numbers, they became dangerous. Their greatest strength lay in sheer numbers and rapid reproduction. A swarm launching an assault would pose absolute trouble and terrifying existence. Witnessing so many entities fixate on the jade essence, Bailey paused slightly. The allure of jade essence proved overwhelmingly potent. Many animals might not know what a jade marrow is, but the spiritual energy emanating from it is enough to attract them to gather here, all yearning for it. To obtain the jade marrow, they would engage in a brutal fight. Chirps. A cry rang out from the sky. They looked up and saw vultures, eagles, and other birds circling and swooping in the sky, and even drones flying in from the distance. No one knew if the drones were from Dongchuan or other countries. Whether human or animal, they all had their eyes on the jade marrow. Its allure was too great. But no one would make the first move, as if they all tacitly understood that the jade marrow was not yet ripe, and seizing it now would be a waste. They were all waiting for the moment of ripeness to engage in a fight and maximize the jade marrow's effect. Go back. Bailey thought for a moment and called out to Chen Hu. It is not yet ripe, as staying here will only waste time. Let's go back and conserve strength. The jade marrow will take at least 3 days to mature. Let's conserve our strength and come back for it. They want strike early, because if they do, the unripe jade marrow cannot be extracted. Bailey was well versed in the properties of jade marrow and could safely leave it on the cliff, ensuring no problems. Chen Hu, of course, also felt at ease and followed his tigress orders, turning around to go back with Bailey. Ping Ping glanced at the 2 tigers, then at the other animals, and certainly wouldn't stay. They returned to the snow peak and vanished together into the vast snowy mountains. Seeing Chen Hu and the others leave, some animals felt a bit relieved. With 2 tigers and a fox gone from the competition, the pressure on the other animals lessened, and there were fewer rivals. Tigers are the kings of beasts. Having 2 tigers here certainly exerted some pressure on them. After returning to the ice cave, Chen Hu lay down and slept lazily. Bailey began body tempering and cultivation, staying in optimal condition to fight those demonic beasts in 3 days. Ping Ping didn't know what they were up to, but recently it had become much quieter, mainly because Bailey had tamed it into behaving. Seeing Bailey's hard work, Ping Ping also started to strive, imitating Bailey's body tempering moves. In the entire ice cave, only Chen Hu was lazing around asleep. Inside the Northern Military Region Command of Dongchuan. After the spiritual energy resurgence, all special incidents were taken over by the military with coordination from the Research Institute. Not just the animal purges, but all other issues within Dongchuan were handled by the military, and the results were fully reported to the Research Institute. If the research institute had new data or new findings, they would also immediately relay them to the military. Colonel Yang, our drone reconnaissance, found a very special jade stone on the cliff north of Tianji Snow. According to our instrument scans, the jade stone is sealed in an ice layer, frozen, with faint spiritual energy emanating from within. Strangely, the jade stone is still growing. 2 hours ago, its diameter was 121 millimeters, and now it has become 125 millimeters. It is not yet clear how much larger the jade stone will grow. A soldier in charge of reconnaissance holding a tablet full of data walked into Colonel Yang's office. Inside the office, a square-faced man was reviewing various reported data since the spiritual energy resurgence. The square-faced man named Yang Xiaohui said upon hearing, "Let me see." The soldier handed the tablet to Yang Xiaohui, which displayed the image captured by the drone of the jade marrow on the cliff along with various data compiled after scanning. Humanity had now figured out what spiritual energy was, mainly thanks to the ancient martial artists' insights. They were the most sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and relayed their findings to the research institute. Animals were mutating and humans were also advancing. Especially those with technology, more and more improved devices were being created capable of scanning and surveying. This was human progress. The soldier added, "The latest data will be sent back in half an hour. We don't know if that jade will continue to grow. Even through a thick layer of ice-rich spiritual energy can be detected." Yang Xiaohui said, "With so many animals gathered near the cliff, the jade must be extraordinary." The soldier continued, "We found that several countries to the north of Tianji Snow Mountain have sent people to investigate. Dongchuan was not the only country paying attention to the jade marrow, which put pressure on Yang Xiaohui." After a moment's thought, Yang Xiaohui said, "Keep observing the jade marrow." With that, he took the tablet and went into another office. "Commander," Yang Xiaohui said, "we have new." He reported everything that had just happened and placed the tablet in front of the old man. That old man was the highest leader here, named Chen Hu. After processing the content of Yang Xiaohui's report in his mind, he said, "We must secure this jade by all means." Chen Hu said with a grave tone, "Make arrangements at all costs to obtain it." Yang Xiaohui said, "This location is exactly at the border of several countries. Other countries have also noticed the jade. Should we compete with them? Once we compete, it means starting a war. The consequences would not be favorable." Chen Hu thought for a while and said, "I will report to the higher-ups and ask them to contact the leaders of those countries to join forces and eliminate all the animals first. As for that jade, it is still growing and should not be too small. I believe they will be willing to share it. Rather than fighting each other and being hunted by the animals, it would be better to deal with the animals together and then divide the spoils." Yang Xiaohui thought it was feasible and agreed in his mind, but whether it could be negotiated depended on how the higher-ups handled the talks. Chen Hu added, "Now mutated animals are increasing. The blood-sucking bat in the southwest has not been found yet, and we don't know whether the 2 tigers in the karst cave are dead or alive. They are all formidable among the animals." He said solemnly, "All spiritual treasures born of heaven and earth must be gathered into human hands as soon as possible, so that in the future we can protect more people and resist the mutated animals. They currently put humanity first. Everything they did was for the sake of people, also for survival." Yang Xiaohui said loudly, "Commander, we will definitely gather more spiritual treasures and make ample preparations for the strengthening of humanity." Chen Hu nodded slightly and was about to dismiss Yang Xiaohui, but looking at the video on the tablet, he hurriedly said, "Wait, those 2 tigers are also on the snow mountain." "Tigers?" Yang Xiaohui leaned in to look and then saw a striped male tiger and a white tiger in the corner of the video. Since the drone's lens was focused on the cliff, it only briefly scanned the animals, not capturing them fully. Yang Xiaohui hadn't noticed the tigers in the video at first. With Chen Hu's reminder, Yang Xiaohui took a closer look. Only then did he see 2 tigers appearing at the edge of it. It was just a fleeting moment, about 2 seconds, yet they could immediately recognize the magnificent golden stripes of the male tiger. Yang Xiaohui exclaimed excitedly, "Chief, that's them. No mistake. So they really did escape from the cave, and they're still alive." Yang Xiaohui could tell at a glance whether it was those 2 tigers having pursued them for so long. They had thoroughly studied Chen Hu's data, including a white tiger. Moreover, that male tiger was enormous, larger than any animal they had ever seen. Now seeing it again, there was no doubt. Despite the bombardment of ground-penetrating missiles, those 2 tigers had managed to survive and flee the cave. Yang Xiaohui added, "This male tiger has grown even larger, at least over 800 kilograms. Its transformation is too rapid. It had only been a few days, yet it seemed to have mutated again. Unbelievable." Chen Hu's face darkened. "Prepare the weapons. Spare no effort to kill those 2 tigers first. I will request authorization from higher-ups to use missiles. If those 2 tigers are not eliminated, the crisis for us people of Dongchuan will never end. Also, there's that bat in the southwest. Even though we're in the north, we can't ignore it. Investigate all bats." Chen Hu continued giving orders. Yang Xiaohui replied yes. He immediately went down to relay Chao Wu's commands. Chao Wu opened a video call to contact the leaders in the capital detailing the situation at Tianji Snow Mountain. It must be taken seriously, especially those two tigers. They had to be eliminated. Chao Wu believed that even if it meant destroying the entire mountain, those tigers could not be allowed to survive. Inside the ice cave, Bai Li had almost finished her cultivation and finally stopped, making no further progress for now. It was because her realm was already high. She had reached the 7th level, making further advancement difficult in a short time, unless she absorbed the entire piece of jade marrow. However, Bai Li suddenly remembered that she had brought back a phone. She glanced at Ping Ping. Ping Ping quickly understood and handed the phone to Bai Li. She was now very obedient, like a little maid who needed to behave well in order to survive under the protection of her tiger brother and sister. If she disobeyed, Bai Li would eat her first. A phone. Chen Hu finally remembered as well. He wanted to see how the world outside had become, so he moved closer to look together. He gently rubbed against Bai Li's neck, taking the chance to get some advantage. Bai Li. But she was already used to Chen Hu's shamelessness. For now she let him rub against her, but one day she would pay him back. Bai Li's greatest dream now was not to replace the tiger heavenly emperor, but to gain the strength to defeat Chen Hu. Then she would press his head to the ground and rub it forcefully. That detestable, foolish tiger must pay the price he deserves. Bai Li opened the phone and tried to tap the screen with the pad of her tiger paw. But with their current size, far larger than before the spiritual energy revival, using a phone was a struggle. As soon as the tiger paw pad pressed down, it covered the entire screen, barely able to open the home screen. Then Bai Li turned to look at Chen Hu. Understanding, Chen Hu raised his own tiger paw and showed his pad, indicating that his paw was even larger. It was useless too. They both turned their gaze to Ping Ping. Ping Ping's fur stood on end from their stare. She asked, "Sister tiger, brother tiger, is there anything you need me to do?" Chen Hu looked at the phone. Ping Ping finally understood and said softly, "I've seen humans use this thing. It's called a phone. A light tap changes the screen. Do you want me to tap it for you?" Bai Li nodded. Ping Ping breathed a sigh of relief and hopped over, then asked, "Where should I tap?" She had no idea how to use a phone and couldn't read, but she had seen people using it and knew that tapping could reveal many things. It was unclear where she had lived before, but she had seen people use phones and even learned to mimic human habits, giving herself a name. Bai Li watched for a while, then extended her paw, but this time used the sharp tip of her claw to lightly tap. It was a forum. Coming from 300 years in the future, Bai Li naturally knew this forum. She hadn't expected it already existed 300 years ago. Chen Hu pretended not to understand, just watching from the side. The software used in this parallel world was completely different from what he knew on Earth, though the phone itself was similar. He had no idea what the various apps were for yet. He just needed to observe. Ping Ping's fox paw pad was still small, and she placed it on the screen. The app opened. Bai Li familiarized herself with the software layout of 300 years ago, then guided Ping Ping to open the content she wanted to see. The content on the human internet at the time was nothing more than how the authorities were cleansing animals and how animals were eating people. There were also some people who in a frenzy tried to protect their pets only to be devoured by them. But Chen Hu noticed one piece of news, establishing martial arts schools to teach martial arts and ancient combat techniques to everyone for self-defense. Wasn't this the plot of a high martial world? Seeing this, Chen Hu felt that humanity's countermeasures were constantly improving. There was also an official initiative: anyone who picked an unknown special fruit must hand it over immediately. In return, they would receive money. As for whether anyone was willing to do so, Chen Hu didn't know. All he knew was that after the spiritual energy revival, there seemed to be more fruits outside that could make one stronger upon eating. There were also official calls for all human mutations to be reported. Chen Hu wasn't interested in this content, just getting a general understanding. He now had a certain awareness of this world. In the end, there wasn't much worth seeing. Bai Li had Ping Ping continue swiping the phone screen, taking in all the changes outside. Governments worldwide were implementing countermeasures. Human society hadn't collapsed yet. Bai Li had Ping Ping switch to 2 other apps and browse the online content again. Then she noticed some emails in the inbox messages about the jade marrow on the cliff. They had already discovered the jade marrow. This group of people had come up the mountain to monitor it and find a way to seize it. Bai Li looked at those emails. It was the first time humans had encountered such a coveted celestial treasure. Although sealed by ice, the spiritual energy within the jade marrow still leaked out. The humans might not understand what it was, but they knew this object was extraordinary. It would undoubtedly attract many people and animals to fight over it. As they were reading the inbox, another email arrived. Was it that the people in this country were too lax with their confidentiality, or had they simply never realized the man was already dead? Or perhaps they assumed that once he was dead, his phone and other belongings would be useless, so sending emails to that address didn't matter. Thus their higher-ups forwarded an internal group email to that very mailbox. Bai Li instructed Ping Ping to open the email. Ping Ping couldn't read and had no idea what it said. All nations unite to seize the Jade Stone. Combine our firepower to eliminate all animals that try to claim the Jade Stone. Cleanse the beasts first, then divide the spoils. Dongchuan country proposed this alliance. Chen Hu found the email surprising. That meant the upcoming raid for the Jade Marrow would be a serious battle fraught. He read on. Dongchuan country demands that during the animal cleansing we concentrate all efforts on eliminating 2 tigers. Those 2 tigers possess heaven-defying power and can even breathe fire. If the 2 tigers are not killed and descend the mountain, no matter which country they reach, countless people will die. Missiles are ready. We must join forces with Dongchuan to exterminate the tigers. Chen Hu immediately realized that the 2 tigers referred to none other than himself. The people of Dongchuan country truly were persistent ghosts. Those drones had still spotted them, and now several nations were conspiring to destroy the tigers. This is getting dangerous. Chen Hu muttered inwardly. Being targeted like this was truly frustrating. Targeted again. The day the Jade Marrow ripens will definitely be perilous. We can withstand cannon shells, but can we endure missiles? Should we still go for the Jade Marrow? Bailey finished reading the email and fell into deep thought. For a moment she was uncertain, at a loss for what to do. They've discovered we're on the snowy mountain too, they know we want the Jade Marrow, and they've even prepared missiles. Going for it is too dangerous. But if we don't go, watching the Jade Marrow so close yet unclaimed would be disappointing. Bailey was torn, truly unable to decide. Should they go or not? Of course we go. Chen Hu patted Bailey's tiger head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let's hide and watch. When the men and beasts have fought, well, seize the chance. If there's no opportunity, well, back off. After all, he too feared missiles. Better to play it safe and see if an opening appeared. But Chen Hu couldn't speak, so he could only pat Bailey's head. You stupid tiger, do you even understand? Bailey felt Chen Hu nuzzle against her, giving her a head pat, and couldn't help complaining inwardly. She still believed Chen Hu was merely a tiger that had awakened intelligence, completely unaware that he possessed a human soul. That was why she thought he couldn't comprehend. Chen Hu kept nuzzling, wanting to be close to Bailey. It took great effort for Bailey to push him away. She studied the phone further, but found nothing else of value. The phone's usefulness was over, the remaining battery was low and wouldn't last long. Bailey swatted the phone aside with her claw. For now, Ping Ping had nothing to do. She breathed a sigh of relief and sat quietly to the side. The little fox had grown much calmer, daring to do nothing rash. Bailey was still agonizing over whether to go for the Jade Marrow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Bailey was startled awake by roars from the direction of the Jade Marrow. Here they come, the fight for it has begun. Bailey raised her head and looked out of the ice cave. Chen Hu stretched lazily and strode out without hesitation. You stupid tiger, you really want to go? Bailey let out a roar and leaped to block Chen Hu. Though she had always wanted to beat him up, she genuinely cared and didn't want him to court death. Chen Hu had no intention of dying. He shook his head, nuzzled her again, and urged her to follow. Unable to speak, he could only express himself through simple gestures. Ping Ping asked, Brother Tiger, is it dangerous now? Chen Hu thought for a moment and pointed at the ice cave, signaling Ping Ping to stay inside. He didn't want Ping Ping to die accidentally in the chaos, wasting the training of a 9-tailed celestial fox that could eventually become a valuable ally. Bailey was anxious seeing Chen Hu still determined to go, but she followed nonetheless. Soon she realized Chen Hu wasn't heading to his death. They climbed the snowy mountain and hid near a snow peak about 500 meters from the Jade Marrow. This snow peak was slightly higher than the cliff and not too far away. From above they could take in the entire scene. They could clearly see what was happening. The stupid tiger actually understands my intention. He knows it's dangerous. Bailey breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since Chen Hu knew this, there was no need for risk. Chen Hu's plan was to observe from here. They would wait for an opening to strike. Once they seized the Jade Marrow, they would flee without hesitation. Hesitation meant failure. Bailey lay quietly beside Chen Hu, both looking down. Below, the animals gathered at the cliff had already started fighting. The first to act was that tree. Trees, flowers, and vines around it continuously sprouted from the ground. The ants were not to be underestimated either, small in size, but overwhelming in number. Dense swarms of ants bit and gnawed. A few animals could withstand them. Vultures and other flying beasts tried to use their aerial advantage to strike the ice first, but they weren't the only flying demons. Chen Hu and Bailey could see many more demon beasts now gathered at the cliff. In just 3 days, over a dozen new species had assembled. They were locked in a frenzied slaughter, all for the Jade Marrow. From their vantage point, Chen Hu and Bailey couldn't see the Jade Marrow itself, but they sensed the dense spiritual energy radiating from the cliff. It was even richer than the spirit energy that had surged on the day of the awakening, indicating the Jade Marrow had matured. Chen Hu marveled, such pure heaven and earth spirit energy. No wonder everyone wants it. Even he felt a strong urge to seize it, a desire far stronger than when he was in the ice cave. But his human soul reminded him to be patient. Near the cliff, the battle had devolved into chaos. Yet despite the carnage, no one had managed to retrieve the Jade Marrow from the precipice. Probably they would have to wait until the fighting was nearly over and the victor would claim the prize. No, the humans haven't arrived yet, Chen Hu thought, just as the sound of helicopters echoed in the sky. They both looked up. Over 20 helicopters circled above the cliff. The humans are here, Li thought silently. Chen Hu reasoned that they should bury themselves in the thick snow. The white snow would camouflage them, and the humans focused on the cliff wouldn't spot them for now. Li, though already white, followed Chen Hu's example and buried herself in the snow, waiting while thinking this stupid tiger isn't stupid after all. Upon spotting the helicopters approaching, they first concealed themselves, ensuring they would not be discovered. Lifting their gaze to the sky, they noticed several drones charging toward the vultures and other flying beasts. The beasts were locked in fierce combat when the drones collided with them and detonated. The explosion tore them apart, raining flesh and blood as they plummeted from the sky. A few fortunate flying beasts managed to dodge, but they could not evade the heavy machine guns mounted on the helicopters. Bullets burst forth in torrents, and those second and third-tier beasts had no defense against the onslaught of thermal weapons. Before they could determine a victor, they were mercilessly riddled with bullets, their bodies punctured until they fell like sieves over the cliff's edge. The beasts locked in ground combat, witnessing the scene above, gradually paused their skirmishes. These helicopters instilled a profound sense of unease within them. Ever since the spiritual energy resurgence turned them into beasts, they had endured human purges in the early days and survived only by the skin of their teeth. They harbored an instinctual dread of helicopters and similar machines. As they watched the aircraft circling overhead, anxiety crept into their hearts, and they began to ponder how to respond. The tree could not cry out in agony, but engulfed in flames, its form writhed and contorted as it desperately struggled to escape. From that state one could see the tree could not cry out in agony, but engulfed in flames, its form writhed and contorted as it desperately struggled to escape. From that state one could see the tree was suffering terribly from the fire. The other beasts vying for the jade essence slowly retreated. Yet before they could flee, a second shell descended from the heavens. Dongchuan had even prepared missiles. These shells were meant for ordinary beasts. The missiles were reserved for Chen Hu and his kind. As shells rained down, the beasts scrambling for the jade essence were thrown into panic, rushing frantically down the mountain. Even the ants scattered in chaos, their once orderly formation lost completely. With humans attacking from the air, the beasts on the ground held no advantage. Not fleeing meant waiting for death. But even now, running could not outpace their pursuers. Once locked on, they were doomed. Then a dozen shells were fired simultaneously, targeting the beasts, and their agonized screams rang out without end. A few beasts managed to escape by sheer luck, but even then they were chased down. Shells and bullets kept falling in an unending deluge. From afar, Chen Hu watched the scene and sighed inwardly. At the dawn of the spiritual energy resurgence, humanity has always held the advantage of weaponry. Humanity's strength lay not in physical power or mutations. It was the ceaseless advancement of science and technology over centuries. Relying on these innovations alone was enough to keep humanity standing tall in the early days of the spiritual energy resurgence. This was an advantage that neither animals nor beasts possessed. Chen Hu mused, silently grateful that he had brought back that phone, gaining foreknowledge of human intentions. Now they remained hidden, waiting to see the situation before deciding whether to act. If circumstances were favorable, they could strike to seize the prize. If not, they would continue waiting. Stay steady, do not be reckless. By this time, the people in the helicopters had nearly wiped out the beasts vying for the jade essence. Reporting in, no sign of the two tigers. No sign on my end either. The snow-covered mountain is a frozen wasteland. Thermal imaging scans are useless. We can't find them either. They rapidly relayed the results back to command. But most reports came from the Dongchuan contingent, as people from other nations had long been fixated on that piece of jade essence. Their hatred for the two tigers was not so deep, but they desperately coveted the jade essence. That gem was far more important than the tigers. Keep searching. Those two tigers are far from ordinary. They possess exceptional intelligence and are likely lurking nearby. There's no way they would ignore the jade embedded in the ice. If we don't root them out, danger will persist. Yang Xiaohui's voice echoed simultaneously in their earpieces. The helicopters had no choice but to continue sweeping over the snowy terrain. Drones also darted back and forth near the snowy peaks, not limited to the mountains themselves. Below the snow line, drones constantly traversed the area. They were sworn to find Chen Hu and his companion. As they flew, they passed directly above Chen Hu and Li, the rotor blades kicking up swirls of snow. Chen Hu realized they had begun searching for him. Even though he had not revealed himself, the humans were convinced he must be hiding nearby and launched a thorough search. Lucky we hid deep enough, Chen Hu thought to himself. They had burrowed far into the snowdrifts. Li's white fur made her naturally easy to conceal. Together they lay buried in the snow. The helicopters circling overhead discovered nothing, passing back and forth several times without any success. Report still nothing found. Could your Dongchuan intelligence be faulty? Where are these tigers? Let's retrieve the jade first, no more wasting time. Unable to locate the tigers, the continued search sparked dissatisfaction among the others. Upon receiving the news, Yang Xiaohui reluctantly agreed to proceed with extracting the jade first. They can't find us, they're about to give up. Bailey breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at Chen Hu beside her, as if asking whether he wanted to strike. Chen Hu shook his head. He was not yet ready to act. He would continue observing and wait patiently. Bailey hesitated, but ultimately deferred to Chen Hu. She felt that Chen Hu was far calmer than she was. Although emerging was risky, he was not overly reckless. He could wait with composure. They could see someone descending from a helicopter landing directly above the cliff to inspect the jade essence embedded there. The distance was too great to hear what they were saying. But they had other machines and drones working in tandem, beginning to break through the ice on the cliff to extract the jade within. Should we make a move? Bailey, witnessing the scene, thought she could launch a surprise attack, fly up and freeze the helicopter solid. Chen Hu could then leap out and incinerate the people with a blast of fire. Perhaps they could succeed. If they struck suddenly, those humans might not react in time. With this in mind, Bailey nudged Chen Hu, inquiring if he wanted to act. Chen Hu shook his head, once more telling her to stay calm. He would decide when to move. In his judgment, the time was not yet ripe, and there might not even be an opportunity to act. Since they know we exist, they're certainly on guard. Even while retrieving the jade, if we dare to show ourselves, we'll be locked onto instantly. Chen Hu was indeed far more composed and thoughtful. Recalling the contents of the email, that the humans had even prepared missiles, he doubted they would simply let them go. Perhaps the search had been abandoned only to lure the tigers out. But as they continued watching, something flashed by the cliff edge, and the men there clutched their throats and collapsed. In Chen Hu's line of sight, he saw something flash by. Those few people instantly clutched their necks and fell to the ground, without even the ability to struggle or resist. The pristine white snow was instantly stained with a streak of blood red. The crimson stood out starkly against the vast whiteness. The blood red continued to spread, dyeing a patch of snow, and the fallen people struggled for a moment before never rising again. What was that? Chen Hu was stunned. Before he could even see what had happened, those people suddenly collapsed. What kind of thing could move so fast that its shadow was invisible? Bailey was also startled. Even with her sharp eyesight, she couldn't discern what it was. Such incredible speed. There's something else hidden down there. I can't see its form. Not only is it fast, but it can probably turn invisible. If not for invisibility, Bailey thought it impossible to not see what it was. Only invisibility could explain it. Not only was it fast, but it also had the ability to become invisible, killing so cleanly and swiftly. What kind of demonic beast was it? Bailey wondered for a moment. Invisibility. Chen Hu was quite envious of that. Once invisible, wouldn't one be able to do anything they wanted? Unfortunately, this wasn't the tigress' special ability, or else there would be a chance to have it reflected back to himself. Since there were still other demonic beasts hiding below, they had no need to rush out. They waited to see if there would be any other changes. They continued to stay hidden. The people on the helicopter stared in shock as everyone below collapsed. What happened? How did they all fall? There's definitely something down there. Who knows what's hiding here? Is it those two tigers? Everyone be careful. Gain altitude and prepare for a fire barrage. Bomb it first, and then talk. They all chattered and argued. But seeing that those who went down were dead, their leaders dared not send anyone else down to take the risk. They decided on a fire barrage. They would plow the snowy ground below once more. As long as they didn't bomb the cliff, they wouldn't damage the jade. If there was anything else hiding below under the fire barrage, all would be equal. They didn't believe they couldn't blast it to death. The other countries chimed in agreement. For safety reasons, no one dared to go down first for now. They would bomb around, and then reconsider. Just as they were preparing for a collective bombing. Bang! A loud noise came from one of the helicopters. The helicopter pilot's eyes widened as he saw a pair of scythe-like objects instantly pierce through the windshield and thrust straight in. Before the pilot could even scream, the scythe pierced through his body. Creak! As the scythe retracted, a harsh, scraping sound echoed. What's happening? The people on this helicopter were about to speak, when suddenly a powerful dragging force pulled the helicopter down toward the cliff below. No! Parachute quickly! Just as they were about to jump out, the helicopter crashed down the cliff with a loud bang. That pair of scythes mysteriously disappeared. What is that? A mantis. I saw a huge mantis. Mantises can fly. Everyone be on. This mantis not only flies, but also turns invisible. I saw it vanish instantly. Oh no, it's coming toward me. Bang! Another loud noise. That mantis scythe slashed across the outside of this helicopter. Who knew to what level the scythe had evolved? It was incredibly sharp, and the helicopter was instantly cut in half like tofu. Another helicopter was destroyed. The mantis disappeared again. Turn on the radar and scan it out. The remaining helicopters gained altitude again and increased their distance from each other. When the command center saw this, they launched several drones to quickly search for that mantis. However, after the mantis disappeared, it never reappeared. A mantis that could turn invisible with a pair of scythes that could cleave helicopters. It could even fly. The people here were so terrified they didn't know what to do. No wonder the few who landed earlier died so quickly, because aside from being invisible, the mantis was also extremely fast. It struck successfully and hit instantly. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Now even radar couldn't scan it out. Everyone panicked, constantly looking outside, for fear that the next attack would be on themselves. They couldn't even care about the jade essence. Race mantis. Realm body forging 5th layer. Chen Hu finally used the system to capture this mantis, and was quite surprised when he saw the pop-up above its head. It was a mantis at the body forging 5th layer. The mantis realm was too high. Bai Li as a reincarnator had obtained various opportunities, and with Chen Hu's help was still only at the 7th layer. That mantis had already reached the 5th layer. How had it managed to break through and mutate so quickly? Chen Hu saw the mantis pair of sides glinting with cold light, incredibly sharp. This creature came with its own weapon that could cut through metal like mud. It's actually a mantis. In the past 300 years there have been no famous mantises. Its current strength is relatively strong, but in the future it still fell. Bai Li shook her head slightly. Seeing that Chen Hu had no intention of revealing himself, she continued to watch. Chen Hu soon noticed a change near the cliff and thought to himself, that mantis is going to snatch the jade essence. Everyone was on high alert in the air. The mantis flew to the cliff and struck the ice layer with its scythe, breaking it. A surge of pure spiritual energy instantly gushed out. The mantis sensed the spiritual energy, and its eyes lit up. It thrust its pair of scythes into the jade essence and forcibly pulled it out. The jade essence was a round, jade-like object, crystal clear and translucent. The spiritual energy it emitted would enchant both humans and animals. Having succeeded, the mantis quickly flew down below the cliff. The mantis took the jade. Finally, someone noticed what was happening. They were still on defense and alert, but didn't expect the mantis to be so intelligent as to use a feint. People immediately chased after it. But the mantis was extremely fast, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It flew down and disappeared into the jungle. The helicopters were not convenient. They couldn't fly so low without crashing into trees. Only drones could follow, but as soon as they got behind the mantis, they were knocked down by it. The mantis had tremendous strength. Even carrying such a huge piece of jade, it flew as fast as ever. The people on the helicopters, now furious and humiliated, began dropping bombs, but the mantis seemed to have already planned an escape route. Its intelligence was higher than that of ordinary demonic beasts. After flying for a while, it entered a cave. The explosions were useless against it for now, as they all landed outside the cave. After entering the cave, the mantis did not stop, but continued flying outward, soon exiting from the other side of the mountain. The cave had 2 entrances. It circled around and flew back toward the snowy mountain. It seemed to deliberately use the cave to lure the pursuers elsewhere, then return to hide on the snowy mountain and absorb the jade essence. The most dangerous place is the safest. Chen Hu felt that the spiritual intelligence of this mantis was even higher than Pingping's. It even knew how to use a diversionary tactic, startling those people into panic before suddenly launching an attack to seize the jade core. Having fooled those people, it quickly departed with the jade core. Let's chase after them. Chen Hu leaped out from the snow and immediately began walking down toward the lower slopes of the snowy peak. Should they pursue it? Bai Li hesitated for a moment before following along. She also believed that the opportunity to snatch the jade core might be coming. As long as the mantis escaped and they could locate it, they were sure to reclaim it. The mantis moved swiftly, its scythe blades sharp. However, they were not far behind either. Since the mantis carried the jade core, it couldn't remain completely hidden. Judging by what had just occurred, the mantis was still incapable of fleeing while carrying the jade core in stealth. Watching the helicopters grow ever more distant, Chen Hu and his companions descended the mountain. Yet as soon as they crossed below the snow line, they sensed an aura of spiritual energy approaching Hedon. The spiritual energy was exceptionally pure. It came directly from the jade core. It's back. Chen Hu thought to himself, this mantis intelligence surpasses my expectations. It managed to lead everyone away and then find its way back here. Bai Li too was astonished by such intellect. To think that a mere mantis could possess such profound intelligence. Even at its first stage, it already exhibited capabilities akin to the second stage. If this mantis hadn't perished midway, it would undoubtedly have claimed a place among future demon kings. Alas, crossing paths with them meant its doom was sealed. Following the trail of spiritual energy, they soon spotted a mantis flying ahead, clutching the jade core right before their eyes. Upon seeing 2 formidable obstacles blocking its path, the mantis paused instantly. Had circumstances been otherwise, it would surely have engaged these 2 blockers in battle. However, pursuers might return at any moment. The mantis maximized its speed, ascending rapidly into the air, intending to escape first and settle accounts with the 2 tigers later. Its intelligence was indeed high enough to recognize that now was no time for reckless combat. It avoided engaging blindly. The mantis maintained its swift pace nonetheless. But barely had the mantis taken flight when it sensed a shadow looming overhead. Looking up, it saw a white tiger descending from above, diving toward it midair. The mantis widened its eyes in shock. What the hell, aren't you supposed to be a tiger? When did tigers gain the ability to fly? This makes no sense. Seeing Bailey dive toward it, the mantis sped up, desperately aiming to escape. But having flown from the cliff down to beneath the snowy peak only to return again while burdened with such a large jade core. By now its strength was nearly depleted. After burst flying for a short while its speed diminished, and a chilling breeze swept in from behind. The cold wind struck the mantis, causing its entire body to shiver. Its flying wings were nearly freezing over, encased in ice, forcing it plummet downward from the sky until it crashed onto the snowy ground. The jade core slipped from its grasp, about to fall to the ground. Seizing the chance, Chen Hu approached beside the mantis, eyeing the jade core. Though not yet fully frozen, the mantis flared its wings vigorously, shaking off all frost clinging to its body, then activated its invisibility technique. No longer weighed down by the jade core, the mantis surged forward at greater speed. Instantly vanishing, it reappeared before Chen Hu in the next moment. Raising both sides, it slashed aimlessly toward Chen Hu's throat, seeking to draw blood. Clang! The mantis SCYTHS finally met their match. A golden glow flashed across Chen Hu's body. The blades were deflected away. The mantis itself was thrown backward, heavily tumbling several rolls upon impact before coming to a stop. The recoil force stunned the creature. Staring incredulously at Chen Hu, it could not comprehend why it had been repelled before even closing distance. This scale armor proves truly effective, Chen Hu observed as the golden light surrounding him gradually faded. His defense was formidable. Nothing so trivial as a mantis could breach it. Seeing cracks forming on its own scythe blades, the mantis instantly realized this tiger was beyond its power to challenge. Frantically attempting to retrieve the jade core and flee once more, Chen Hu glared back, flames igniting within his tiger-like pupils. A first-time activation of the Crimson Fiend Eye. Feeling as though engulfed in fire burning inwardly, outwardly, the mantis could endure neither the intensity nor the heat. Struggling futilely against overwhelming odds, it was soon reduced to ashes, including its once unyielding scythe blades now scorched into dust. Only then did Bailey descend from the skies, glancing indifferently at the ash heap before swallowing the jade core whole. Finally, the hum of helicopters echoed from beyond the snowy peaks. Spotting those pursuers returning, without hesitation, they headed straight for the ice cave entrance. Recalling earlier reports that humans prepared missiles specifically targeting these two tigers. If discovered, not only would they reveal themselves, but also lose the coveted jade core, raining destruction from above became inevitable. We cannot linger here, Chen Hu thought urgently. Sprinting back to the ice cave, he noticed fighter jets patrolling overhead on the snow-covered mountainside. They escalated beyond mere helicopters. Should humanity discover they acquired the jade core, enhancing their strength exponentially, they'd surely bombard the snowy range relentlessly. Moved, turning toward Bailey, Chen Hu gestured with a claw. We must leave immediately. Bailey concurred. They needed to depart this location promptly to find a safer spot where they could absorb the jade core effectively. Descending the snowy mountain directly, they chose an arbitrary direction to vanish into wilderness. Ping Ping called out, "Brother Tiger, Sister Tiger, wait for me." It insisted on keeping pace. Regarding Stage 2, the spirit bamboo atop Taji Snow Peak, they planned to revisit later for acquisition. Some time remained before reaching that phase. Exiting safely undetected proved fortunate. Journey thus far went smoothly. Having distanced themselves significantly from the snow-capped summit, neither ventured far nor returned toward Tianding Mountain. Northern Dongchuan country featured numerous mountain ranges. Selecting another concealed themselves within one proximity relative to Taji Snow Peak wasn't excessive. Uncertain whether subsequent human retaliation involving missile strikes would target Taji Snow Peak thoroughly, Chen Hu cared little anymore. No longer relevant concerns. Venturing deeper into mountainous terrain, encountered hostile demonic beasts intent ambushing. All dispatched effortlessly via single swipe by Chen Hu. Ping Ping actively cleared paths, eager avoid disdain despite lacking strong combat prowess. Though overall fighting capacity modest, given cultivation level ordinary tier 3 demons appeared kittens comparatively insignificant before it. Effortlessly controlling situations, previous bombing left some shelter available. After considerable effort, Chen Hu located alternative caverns suitable temporary refuge. Entering cave, Bailey spat out jade core held tightly inside mouth. Foolish tiger, this belongs to you. Imperial One demands none. If anything remains reserved for later consideration. Thought process continued. Mentally contemplating further pressing jade core slightly, then glanced indicating usage intended. Ping Ping witnessing emitted spiritual essence, felt intense longing, restrained expressing desire whatsoever. The jade marrow was not something Ping Ping could lay her hands on, nor did Chen Hu intend to give it to her. Seeing Bailey offering him the jade marrow, Chen Hu slightly shook his head and turned to walk out of the cave, indicating he didn't want it. You don't want it. You still intend to reserve it only for this emperor. Bailey saw Chen Hu about to leave and quickly rushed forward to stop him. Today, no matter whether Chen Hu wanted it or not, he had to accept this jade marrow. Chen Hu shook his head indicating his refusal and continued walking outside unstoppable. This jade marrow was different from other things that could be stuffed into Bai Li's mouth. The jade marrow could only be absorbed, not eaten, by putting it into the mouth. It had to be left for Bai Li to use. Only after Bai Li broke through could Chen Hu receive feedback and break through to become stronger. Giving it to Bai Li would maximize the benefits. Seeing that Chen Hu truly didn't want it, Bai Li was stunned. Any random beast outside knew how good the jade marrow was and how dense its spiritual energy was. Even Ping Ping was covetous. Chen Hu was resolute in his refusal and left without hesitation. Bai Li watched Chen Hu walk out, her emotions instantly complicated. She turned back to look at the jade marrow. He truly let her use it herself. From the initial 9 lotus fruit to the current jade marrow, Chen Hu had wanted none of them. He only left them for her to use, deeply moving Bai Li's heart. This foolish tiger, how could he be so good to this emperor? Looking at the jade marrow, she hesitated. Then seeing Chen Hu walking outside, Bai Li had no choice but to return into the cave. Rest assured, once this emperor recovers my cultivation, I will no longer think of beating you. I can grant you an immense opportunity. Didn't you want a tigress? In the future, this emperor will find you a more beautiful tigress. This emperor will remember your kindness. Since Chen Hu was adamant in his refusal, Bai Li ceased to be pretentious. From now on, if there was anything Chen Hu wanted, she would reserve it all for him. As for this jade marrow, now she thought it better to absorb it herself first. Other tigresses. Upon hearing this thought, Chen Hu mused in his heart. No need to find other tigresses, you are the beautiful tigress. Bai Li was Chen Hu's tigress, already claimed by Chen Hu, and the kind that would never escape. Ping Ping didn't quite understand what had happened, but it also walked out of the cave, leaving Bai Li alone inside to enjoy the jade marrow. Bai Li approached the jade marrow and took a deep breath. The pure spiritual energy above quickly seeped into her body. The sensation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy made her tiger form feel immensely comfortable, her whole body relaxed, and she continued to absorb the jade marrow. Chen Hu walked out of the cave, but did not go far. He lay down outside to protect Bai Li, wondering whether this time Bai Li's breakthrough would still grant him feedback. Perhaps I really have to wait until the tigress breaks through to gathering spirit before I can receive the feedback. But can a single jade marrow enable the tigress to break through? Or do I have to wait for the second phase of spiritual energy revival? Chen Hu thought about this damned system. It was actually suppressing his cultivation. It was too unscrupulous. Brother Tiger. Ping Ping ran out and said, Sister Tiger inside seems to be feeling very comfortable. It couldn't describe what spiritual energy and cultivation were, just simply recounted what it had seen. Chen Hu simply nodded upon hearing this. He paid no further attention to Ping Ping. Ping Ping had become much more obedient and sensible. Seeing that Chen Hu ignored it, it also lay down nearby, waiting for Bai Li to come out. It still didn't quite understand why Chen Hu didn't want that jade marrow. However, it could tell that Bai Li wanted to give the jade marrow to Chen Hu. Why didn't Brother Tiger want what Ping Ping also desired? The relationships and emotions between tigers were too complicated. It was just a small fox. How could it possibly understand such things? The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth overflowed from the cave, but was quickly absorbed entirely by Bai Li. Nevertheless, the aura emanating from here was still very distinctive. The scent of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, even just a trace, was an extremely alluring presence for both humans and animals. Now the aura from the cave began to spread outward, soon attracting the attention of other beasts on this mountain. From the grass outside the cave came soft sounds, as if something was approaching from within. Brother Tiger, it seems like something is approaching us. Ping Ping sensed it at once. Its ability to speak using mental power could be heard not only by Chen Hu, but also by all beasts around it. Upon hearing Ping Ping's words, the thing in the grass knew it had been discovered and stopped pretending. It let out a low growl and suddenly burst through the grass, charging out. Chen Hu had long sensed it, knowing that something would covet the jade marrow. At that moment, he saw a lump of something hurtling toward the cave entrance. Chen Hu leaped and blocked the cave entrance. Bang! The lump of something crashed into the phantom image of Chen Hu's jade scale armor. The sound of the impact was quite loud. The phantom image was immediately knocked flying and rolled on the ground for a while. The lump turned out to be like a furry ball. But it wasn't fur, it was rows of erect spikes. Chen Hu hadn't misjudged, they were indeed spikes, sharp and deadly. This curled-up thing was about the size of a calf, and the spikes sticking out glinted with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. They appeared extremely sharp. After a moment, a face emerged from the lump. It turned out to be a hedgehog. Through the system, Chen Hu could see that this hedgehog's cultivation level was merely body forging stage 2. How dare it come for the jade marrow with such audacity? Nevertheless, the hedgehog looked into the cave. Its eyes revealed a longing for the jade marrow, a determination to obtain it at all costs. The hedgehog gritted its teeth, slightly curled itself into a ball again, and charged at Chen Hu. It was determined to blast Chen Hu away, then rush into the cave to seize the jade marrow. Its intense desire drove it to madness to snatch the jade marrow. Countless spikes flew off from the hedgehog's body, each like steel needles, shooting toward Chen Hu. As those spikes flew out, the hedgehog's spikes miraculously did not diminish, they remained as before. The spikes, dense as raindrops, filled Chen Hu's field of vision. However, these spikes couldn't even break through Chen Hu's defense. Roar! Chen Hu opened his tiger mouth wide and spewed a pillar of fire. All the incoming spikes were burned to nothing. The pillar of fire reached the hedgehog. The hedgehog still curled up, intended to continue attacking Chen Hu, but sensing the intense heat around it, it hastily retreated. As soon as it retreated, it found a shadow looming over itself. The hedgehog looked up and saw Chen Hu had arrived beside it somehow. Chen Hu raised his tiger paw and slammed it down hard onto the hedgehog. He was completely unafraid of the spikes. With one strike, he flattened the hedgehog, then swung his paw vigorously. The curled-up hedgehog, unable to resist, was sent flying by Chen Hu and smashed a rock into pieces. The hedgehog's flesh and blood splattered. "Brother Tiger!" Ping Ping suddenly cried out in alarm. Near the cave, a Venus flytrap appeared. But this Venus flytrap grew as tall as a towering ancient tree. It was covered in leaves, each resembling the jagged teeth of a ferocious beast. Originally, its leaves were meant to catch insects like flies. Now the Venus flytrap was ready to devour Chen Hu. One of its leaves opened wide, capable of biting half of Chen Hu's body, and 2 leaves had already crept close to him. This Venus flytrap could not only extend its branches and leaves, but also move around. It crept silently, appearing beside Chen Hu and Ping Ping without a sound. Just as the Venus flytrap's leaves closed in to swallow Chen Hu, Ping Ping let out a cry and charged forward. The tail on its back suddenly stood upright. The 2 tails lashed out, casting countless shadows as if hundreds or thousands of tails had emerged. These tails could also elongate. They coiled around the Venus flytrap's leaves, and with a powerful yank tore them off. The Venus flytrap writhed in agony, but the tails were not done. They continued to wrap around its stem. Though the Venus flytrap seemed massive like a towering tree, it was surprisingly fragile. When Ping Ping's tails twisted around it, the stem shattered, and the enormous Venus flytrap shrank back into a tiny plant before being uprooted entirely. And so it was vanquished. Ping Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It had always believed itself unskilled in combat with little real strength, but to its surprise, its first strike, since the snow wolf, had proven remarkably effective. It could strangle that plant to death. Ping Ping retracted its tails, returning them to their normal state. This was the first time Chen Hu had seen Ping Ping take the initiative to fight, and those 2 tails were quite formidable. If all 9 tails were unleashed, Ping Ping would surely be even more powerful. Truly worthy of being a demon king, second only to Tiger Supreme. It did possess some real strength. "Brother Tiger, there's more." Ping Ping suddenly spoke again. It spotted a weasel sneaking furtively toward the weasel thought it had escaped detection by Chen Hu and was about to slip inside, but Ping Ping cast a glance at it. Instantly, the weasel felt as if something had invaded its mind. It became dazed. Chen Hu shot a look, and the weasel was incinerated into ashes. It was a weasel at the first level of body forging. Coming here was simply suicide. But Chen Hu realized that Ping Ping also possessed the ability to attack with mental force. The earlier strangulation of the Venus flytrap with its tails was only one of its skills. One glare at the weasel had rendered it motionless. That was a psychic ability. Not only could it communicate mentally, but it could also use psychic powers to strike enemies, which made Chen Hu somewhat envious. This little fox had awakened quite impressive talents. Ping Ping said cheerfully, "Brother Tiger, am I amazing?" Buzz. But just then a droning sound came from all directions, enveloping them. This droning also carried a sonic attack effect. Hearing so many sounds at once left Ping Ping dizzy and overwhelmed. Chen Hu looked up and saw countless mosquitoes flying around them. The mosquitoes were not large, only about the size of an adult thumb. However, their numbers were immense. Like the ants they had seen on the snowy mountain, they were countless, forming the density gave Chen Hu goosebumps. The simultaneous vibration of so many mosquito wings produced an ear-splitting noise. The mosquitoes' proboscises were razor-sharp. There was a feeling that one prick could drain all the blood from a body. Even mosquitoes had mutated to such a terrifying degree. A single mosquito was not a problem, but a swarm of them was extremely difficult to handle. Just the droning sound alone could inflict damage. Had he known there would be mosquitoes, Chen Hu thought he should have brought some mosquito coils. Roar. Then Chen Hu let out a thunderous roar. Tiger's roar, activate. The sound spread outward in ripples. It was countless times more powerful than the vibration of the mosquitoes' wings. The mosquitoes were affected by Chen Hu's roar, flying erratically. The orderly swarm became chaotic. Chen Hu then opened his mouth and spat flames. A column of fire swept across. The mosquitoes in its path were burned with crackling sounds, and a stench of scorched bodies filled the air. Chen Hu kept incinerating the mosquitoes into ashes, and the remaining ones finally grew fearful and fled. Croak. Just as Chen Hu was dealing with the mosquitoes, the croak of a toad sounded. Brother Tiger, I caught a toad. Ping Ping's fox paw slapped down hard on the back of a toad. The toad tried to enlarge itself to push Ping Ping away, but Ping Ping struck faster, not giving the toad a chance to grow, and crushed it flat. The toad didn't even have time to spit its venom. Too many demon beasts are being lured by the jade marrow. Chen Hu, he had underestimated the attraction of the jade marrow. However, none of the demon beasts on this mountain were a match for Chen Hu. No matter how many came, they were just offerings. Basically, every one that came died, and every group that came was wiped out. Even Ping Ping had helped eliminate quite a few. They guarded the cave entrance, preventing any demon beast from getting in. Inside the cave, the aura of the jade marrow was growing fainter, indicating that Bai Li had absorbed most of it. Bai Li felt changes in her body. She was growing larger, and her weight soon reached over 700 kilograms. Ninth realm. Bai Li condensed the last of the jade marrow's spiritual energy atop her tiger head. Begin to refine the demon pill, she thought to herself. She channeled the spiritual energy throughout her body, gathering it all on her tiger head. Through internal vision, she saw a pearl emerging within her skull. The pearl was pure white, shimmering with a soft white radiance, as sacred as Bai Li herself. This is my demon pill. Bai Li tried to operate the demon pill, and felt an explosive surge of spiritual energy around her, stabilizing her realm at the ninth realm. Yet she could not break through further. Bai Li also knew that to advance to the spirit-gathering realm, she would have to wait for the second stage. Until the second stage arrived, the limit was only body-forging ninth realm. The mutation and breakthrough of demon beasts were also restricted by the limits of the spiritual resurgence. Chen Hu thought the system was suppressing his cultivation, but in reality, it was the upper limit imposed by the spiritual resurgence. Bai Li slowly stood up, looking at her own body, weighing over 700 kilograms. Though still less than Chen Hu, she was as tall as a small hill. Her entire tiger frame brimmed with power. It's finally over. Chen Hu sensed the last trace of the jade marrow's aura vanish within the cave. Glancing at his cultivation level and the system, which showed no change, he grumbled inwardly, damn system, it really is suppressing my cultivation. He was deeply dissatisfied with the system. With this thought, he entered the cave to see how Bai Li was doing after her breakthrough. However, they did not know that about 500 meters outside the cave, two men were holding binoculars, having witnessed the entire battle outside the cave. One of the men said, brother, they must be the tigers that obtained the jade. They are the Tiger King being hunted by Dongchuan, and several other countries are also after them. The other nations pursued Chen Hu with the sole aim of reclaiming the jade marrow. Yet now they could not even find a trace of him. The soldiers of Dongchuan had chased the mantis back into the snowy mountains only to discover its charred remains. The jade marrow was gone. Based on Chen Hu's ability to spew fire, they quickly deduced that the two tigers had intercepted the jade marrow. A public bounty was then issued for their capture. The authorities of several nations even formed a temporary tiger hunting squad led by Dongchuan. After all, the tigers came from Dongchuan, and they knew them best. Whether for the jade marrow or for the future safety of humanity, they had no choice but to hunt down Chen Hu and Bai Li. It had become an unavoidable necessity. The eldest brother said, the aura of the jade is gone. The tigers must have absorbed it all. Yet we still must. The second brother, who had spoken earlier, replied worriedly, brother, those two tigers are fierce. The authorities have hunted them for so long without success. Now it's just us. Can we defeat them? The eldest brother dismissed his concern. What's there to fear? We are ancient martial artists at the 9th level of the mortal realm. Surely 2 tigers and a fox are no match for us. Human intelligence far surpassed that of demonic beasts. By now, in the first stage of the spiritual energy resurgence, human martial artists had begun to deduce cultivation realms based on the changes in the world's spiritual energy. The mortal realm, the lowest tier in their system, consisted of 9 levels. This realm was roughly equivalent to the demonic beast's body tempering stage. Humans with their superior intellect had long since begun to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once they could absorb it, the distinctions between realms and tiers among martial artists became increasingly evident. As for ability users and mutants, no official classification had yet been established. The authorities had not evaluated these powers. The eldest brother added, arm yourselves. Let's go hunt the tigers. The second brother asked, the jade is gone. What use is killing the tigers? The eldest brother smacked the back of his head in exasperation. Fool. Their flesh and blood are still there. Eat and drink them. The spiritual energy of the jade remains in their bodies. Once we consume them, it becomes ours. Plus, there's the official bounty. They each drew a long blade from their persons. Before the spiritual energy revival, they had trained in martial arts, but such training was limited to simple techniques and forms. Now, with spiritual energy, they could cultivate internal energy, essentially inner force, in their dantian. The transformation of martial arts was monumental. Empowered by spiritual energy, their techniques gained vastly enhanced power. Those with solid martial foundations advanced through the mortal realm at an astonishing pace. Chen Hu returned to the cave and studied Bai Li's new form. He mused the tigress has grown much larger, almost my size now. Now when Bai Li stood before Chen Hu, she no longer resembled a small kitten. On seeing him enter, she gave a soft snort. She had even considered pinning him down and teaching him a lesson. After all, their cultivation levels were now nearly equal. But remembering how well Chen Hu treated her, she set aside the thought, merely lifting her chin in a haughty gesture. Ping Ping, standing nearby, said happily, "Congratulations, Sister Tiger. You've grown so tall." Though Bai Li had been absorbed in absorbing the jade marrow, she was still aware of what was happening around her. Remembering that Ping Ping had helped guard her, she offered the little fox a fairly gentle smile. This little fox was being quite well behaved. Next, the Emperor will return to the Snow Mountains and await the arrival of the second stage of spiritual energy resurgence. Bai Li's mind was fixed on the spirit bamboo that would appear in the Snow Mountains during the second stage. If she could obtain it, their strength would increase tremendously. Bai Li was determined to obtain the spirit bamboo, no matter what. The second stage was fast approaching. She stepped out of the cave to breathe in the fresh air. Then she planned their return to the snowy mountains. This time, however, she decided not to travel through Dongchuan, but to take a detour around the northern edge. It was easy to imagine that the people of Dongchuan would be frantically searching for them. Returning via Dongchuan would mean exposing themselves deliberately. As Bai Li stood outside pondering this, a sudden sense of danger descended from above. Instinctively, she summoned her frostbone armor. A layer of icy armor covered her body. Whoosh! A flash of blade light. A long saber came down on Bai Li's ice armor. So cold, freezing. The ambusher was the second brother. He had intended to slice off Bai Li's head, but never expected her reflexes to be so swift. Her defense materialized in an instant. A wave of frost traveled upward along the blade, threatening to freeze the second brother into an icicle. He hurriedly wrenched his hands, shattering the ice to free the blade. "Someone's here." Chen Hu felt the cold wind and immediately sprang out. Ping Ping exclaimed in surprise, "How are there still people?" They all emerged from the cave. "Freeze 1,000 miles. Bai Li found these humans utterly despicable. How dare they ambush her?" Without caring how they had found this place, she unleashed sheets of ice in retaliation. Wherever the chill wind passed, every plant and tree was sealed in frost. Though this was not the Snow Mountains, it instantly transformed into a frozen wonderland. The second brother, having just pulled back his blade and retreated, felt the biting wind nearly freeze him. He stumbled on the icy ground as he landed. He cried out, "Brother, this white tiger can manipulate ice. Die." The eldest brother leaped out from the ice, also swinging his blade in a sudden strike. His saber was sharper and more precise than the second brother's, arriving with speed and accuracy. Ancient martial artists of the human race. Have they already reached the 9th level of the mortal realm? Bai Li felt a surge of admiration for these two ambushers. In a past life, she too had been an ancient martial artist, cultivating a supreme technique to the peak, the Emperor realm. But now she had become a tiger. Mortal realm. Chen Hu caught the new term and wondered, so humans also have cultivation realms. Since demonic beasts had realms, it made sense for humans to follow suit. The eldest brother's saber edge was now inches from Bai Li's eyes. Her frostbone armor boasted formidable defense. No matter how fiercely he struck, he could not breach it. Their 9th level mortal realm was equivalent to Bai Li and Chen Hu's 9th level body tempering. But within the same realm, there were disparities in strength and skill. Clearly, Bai Li and Chen Hu were far stronger than these two ancient martial artists. The eldest brother's blows did no damage whatsoever, and his hands were numbed by the backlash. He was a decisive man, quick to assess the situation. He retreated, shouting, "Second brother, we can't win. Once you have exchanged a few moves, the outcome is clear." They were experts themselves. If they couldn't prevail, there was no point wasting time. The eldest brother called out, "Split up." With that, he dashed off in another direction. The second brother, seeing this, did not hesitate and fled as well. "Think you can leave?" Both Chen Hu and Bai Li thought the same. Since they had come, they wouldn't leave so easily. Since they are here, they shall not be permitted to leave. Chen Hu stepped out first, trailing closely behind his elder brother. Though his frame was massive, he was unwieldy and his speed was by no means slow. The elder brother's pace was swift, yet Chen Hu could not be shaken off. Bai Li turned back to hunt the second brother. Wherever she passed, ice and snow would seal over the ground, and biting winds howled in her wake. The second brother saw Bai Li closing in rapidly, the frost encroaching upon him, filling his heart with dread. Just as his anxiety peaked, another gust of cold wind swept toward him. The biting chill made the second brother shiver violently all over. He looked back and saw Bai Li had already closed the distance. She opened her tiger's maw, preparing to sink her teeth into the second brother's neck. Seeing this, the second brother activated the spiritual energy within his body and drew his sword to strike. Their blade technique was excellent, the blade itself sharp and keen, each move a lethal intent, layers of blade shadows surging down like a tempest toward Bai Li. Bai Li neither dodged nor flinched, unfurling her frostbone cold armor. Clang! 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 One blade strike followed another, landing on Bai Li's icy armor. as if cutting through steel, producing a clear metallic clash. Finally, as the last blow descended, the ice armor was pierced by the blade flash. The second brother's cultivation level was also the 9th rank. Though he was inferior to Bai Li in combat, it was not strange that when fighting recklessly he could break Bai Li's defenses. As soon as the ice shattered and defense broke, the second brother dragged his blade along, aiming for Bai Li's neck. Die! The cold glint of the blade's edge stung Bai Li's skin. Bai Li could not allow this stroke to land. She raised her tiger paw, striking directly onto the second brother's blade. After Bai Li blocked the blade, Bai Li lifted her tiger head again, this time lunging forward to bite the second brother's neck once more. Given Bai Li's enlarged form at that moment, when she opened her mouth, it seemed she could swallow the second brother whole. Seeing Bai Li's blood-red maw approaching, a chill ran down the second brother's spine. He dared not walk into the tiger's jaws, leaping sideways. He narrowly avoided the tiger's attack, but as Bai Li's tiger paw swept forward, it came at the second brother again. The second brother jumped up from the ground. The blade in his hand interposed before the tiger's paw. Bang! Bai Li's claws did not fear the blade's edge. With one swipe, even shattered the second brother's blade. The second brother fell under the impact, rolling more than 10 meters before coming to a halt. Looking down, he saw a claw mark across his chest. His ribs nearly severed by Bai Li's tiger claw. The wound burned fiercely. Fortunately, he was of the 9th rank, possessing decent defense. Otherwise, this single swipe could have torn open his chest and exposed his internal organs. So ferocious. The second brother's voice trembled. This was the first time he had ever felt so close to death. However, the second brother was not entirely unprepared. Seeing Bai Li pounce again, he pulled 2 grenades from his body, armed them, and hurled them at Bai Li. At present, Bai Li still hesitated to endure such hot weapons directly. She unfurled her ice armor and leaped backward at the same time. The grenades exploded with deafening sound. After hurling the grenades, the second brother fled in disarray. Yet scarcely had he walked more than 10 steps when he encountered a 2-tailed snowy fox blocking his path. Ping Ping considered for a moment before deciding to pursue the second brother. Her bewitching eyes widened suddenly, catching the second brother completely off guard as confusion flooded his mind. He seemed to glimpse something extraordinary, swaying erratically as he entered a hallucinatory state. Ping Ping said. Bai Li strode forward, decisively delivering a downward swipe from behind with her paw. The claw pierced through the second brother's spine. Only then did he regain clarity, but it was too late. He met his certain demise. Bai Li glanced at Ping Ping, considering that this little fox indeed proved useful. Ping Ping approached Bai Li as if seeking commendation, then under Bai Li's direction rummaged through the second brother's corpse. Nothing valuable could be found on the corpse except for a single mobile phone. Bai Li instructed Ping Ping to unlock the device, but since it remained locked, they discarded it. The second brother possessed nothing else. Nevertheless, Bai Li deduced that he had come solely for the jade core. In the world beyond humans, news must already have spread that 2 tigers and 1 fox had taken away the jade core. The previous animals had been drawn by the aura of the jade core. Humans, however, likely arrived after receiving word from outside. It remained unclear how they located this place, possibly related to the aura and proximity to Tianji. Those truly determined could search the forests surrounding the snow mountains, sensing the jade core's aura there. Locating them would certainly be possible. Bai Li showed no interest in the human corpse. Turning back, she sought out Chen Hu. At that moment, Chen Hu had caught up with the elder brother. Yet their battle proved far simpler. Chen Hu was already of the 9th rank, undoubtedly stronger than Bai Li. Closing in, Chen Hu unleashed a roar. Tiger roar activation. The elder brother's eardrums nearly burst from the shockwave. Though the sonic assault left him dizzy, he managed to withstand it, retaliating with all his might in a final slash. Chen Hu needed no defense. The blade struck his jade-scaled armor. Chen Hu glared again. His tiger eyes ignited with fire. The elder brother felt his entire body burning, as though flames consumed him from within outward. How is this possible? The elder brother attempted to suppress the scorching sensation, but the spiritual energy in his body could not extinguish Chen Hu's demonic fire. Soon only his skeletal remains remained. Chen Hu thought truly boring. These ancient martial artists' strength was not particularly formidable. Although both were of the 9th rank, engaging in actual combat, ancient martial artists stood no chance against him. Chen Hu glanced at the system, opening the map showing Bai Li's location. She was returning toward the cave entrance. Chen Hu hastened back as well. When the 2 tigers met, Chen Hu called out, "We must leave this place." Indeed, departure was necessary. With the first group of ancient martial artists having found them, it was plausible that a second wave would follow shortly. Bai Li shared this intention. They decided to abandon the mountain. Not long afterward, nightfall came, and they rested wherever they happened to be. Chen Hu hunted several small animals to bring back for supper. On the very night they departed, people indeed arrived near the cave, though these facts remained unknown to them. Based on messages sent via email, Chen Hu suspected that these individuals had relentlessly pursued their Tutager and Donna Fox group. Chen Hu realized that he and Bai Li would likely become humanity's enemies. A considerable threat. Humanity would relish putting an end to them. After dawn, Chen Hu and Bai Li deliberated, briefly deciding to return early to Tianji Snow Mountain via its northern side. Ping Ping accompanied them constantly. Wherever Chen Hu went, Ping Ping followed suit. Reaching the northern foot of the snow mountain, they avoided areas frequented by humans, hiding beneath the mountainside instead. They waited for time to pass. Approximately 10 days elapsed, nearing completion. The second phase of spiritual energy revival was imminent. Others and beasts were unaware of this timeline, yet Bai Li knew. It awaited near where the spirit bamboo. Time flew swiftly during this period. No other beings disturbed them save for some beasts serving as their sustenance. It should be tonight. Bai Li lifted her gaze toward the sky. Tonight the moonlight is just right. Another full moon night, with a bright moon and sparse stars. Bai Li looked up at the moon. According to her calculations, the second stage of spiritual energy resurgence would begin tonight. From here, heading north into the snowy mountains beneath a snow-capped peak, a spiritual bamboo will be born. This is the general direction. This deity cannot pinpoint the exact location yet. The spiritual bamboo is inedible, but within its hollow segments, spiritual liquid brews. There are 7 segments of spiritual bamboo liquid in total. This deity will take 3 segments, give 3 to the foolish tiger and 1 to the little fox. This allocation is tentative for now. Bai Li had almost finalized how to distribute the spiritual bamboo. Initially, she wanted to give it all to Chen Hu, but he might not accept it, just like before when he let her have everything. Hence her plan was to split it equally between the tiger and herself, thinking that only with such an arrangement would Chen Hu be willing to take it. As for that little fox, since she intended to subdue it, a bit of favor could be granted. During the encounter with the ancient martial artist the other day, Ping Ping proved to be a good helper. Therefore, this helper should not be too weak in the future, otherwise it would not only fail to assist, but also bring disgrace. Let it be settled for now. Head up the mountain first. Bai Li thought to herself. Now that the snowy mountain held no other dangers, she decided to keep an eye on the spiritual bamboo, lest other animals beat her to it. Listening to Bai Li's inner thoughts, Chen Hu felt that his tigress wife not only got jealous, but also increasingly considered his interests. This white tiger wife could sometimes be gentle and considerate. Seeing Bai Li heading up the mountain, Chen Hu immediately followed. Ping Ping did not understand what they were doing, but still, Chen Hu glanced up at the moon and thought, the second stage is finally coming. When spiritual convergence is achieved, I can speak. It should be possible tonight. He was looking forward to it. Inside the command center, Chen Hu had not yet rested. After the spiritual energy resurgence, his body had grown much stronger, and he slept less than before, partly because he couldn't sleep. The jade marrow was lost, snatched by 2 tigers. Chen Hu could imagine how terrifying those 2 tigers would become after obtaining the jade marrow. The stronger the tigers grew, the harder they would be for humans to deal with, an eternal crisis and an unstable factor. It's our luck that those 2 tigers haven't reached the city yet, Chen Hu said calmly. If they make it to the city, who knows how many people would die. They had always regarded Chen Hu and Bai Li as enemies, never imagining that as long as humans didn't provoke Chen Hu, he would simply ignore them. But due to the inability to communicate and the adage, those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts, both sides were inevitably wary of each other. Sitting before Chen Hu was still Yang Xiaohui, who said, indeed, fortunately they've stayed in the mountains. However, I just received news that the various trace analyses of the ancient martial artist bodies found on the mountain earlier have been completed. Chen Hu asked, what's the result? The deaths of 2 ancient martial artists on the mountain was a serious matter. Ancient martial artists possessed greater strength than ordinary people, and dying in that forest was hardly a good sign. Yang Xiaohui looked at the computer screen and said, preliminary judgment is that they were killed by tigers. Those 2 ancient martial artists must have seen the news about the jade online and stumbled upon the 2 tigers. Them again. Chen Hu's face darkened. Those 2 tigers were definitely a menace. Yang Xiaohui continued. 1 ancient martial artist was burned to ashes, the other killed by tiger claws. At the scene there were also traces of pitcher plants, hedgehogs, and other flora and fauna. They too must have been trying to snatch the jade. Chen Hu nodded. That was plausible. Once the spiritual energy of the jade marrow diffused, it would inevitably attract many plants and animals to compete. Yang Xiaohui glanced at the incoming message and added, the burned ancient martial artist was killed by the golden-striped male tiger. There were also traces of freezing at the scene. We speculate that white tiger can release ice or possesses an ice-related ability. 1 with fire, 1 with ice. Fire and ice, 2 extremes. Chen Hu thought for a moment and said, let's name them separately, 1 fire tiger, 1 ice tiger, easier to identify. Yang Xiaohui said, I'll pass down the names. But our trace experts also found fox tracks. The fire tiger and ice tiger are accompanied by a fox, which must also have mutated. Chen Hu asked in confusion, why would they bring a fox? This question Yang Xiaohui could not answer for now. Since the 2 tigers were already so strong and brought a fox, the fox was surely not ordinary, and Chen Hu felt even more headache. Chen Hu said, they must still be near the snowy mountain. Continue arranging searches. Yang Xiaohui was about to respond when a pop-up appeared on the computer screen. Chief, there's new information. After a moment, Yang Xiaohui said, our satellites have captured that tonight's energy field is abnormal again. Magnetic field disturbances similar to the night of the blood moon and blood mist. Hearing this, Chen Hu walked to the window and looked at the sky. A full moon hung high bright with sparse stars. He asked, is it coming again tonight? Last time the blood moon and blood mist threw the entire world into chaos. If it came again tonight, how could that be tolerated? And more. Yang Xiaohui continued. Our satellite imaging shows even greater changes in the energy field over Tianji Snow Mountain, as if something is about to emerge. This was their latest technology, using satellite remote sensing to monitor all energy fields, magnetic fields, and changes in real time. After the spiritual energy resurgence technology had advanced by leaps and bounds in a short period, many previous conjectures were gradually becoming reality through technology. Tianji Snow Mountain again. Chen Hu pondered, and then ordered, send people to check it out quickly. If another spiritual object appears, well, seize it directly. Yang Xiaohui replied yes. With that, he hurried down. Chen Hu continued to gaze at the sky. The full moon slowly took on a red hue. Startled, he said, blood moon. It's coming tonight indeed. It's here. Chen Hu had been watching the sky closely. Gradually, the full moon turned blood red. Tonight's blood moon was even more crimson, as if blood were about to drip from it. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a vast mist of blood. The swirling blood mist enveloped them. The moment the blood mist appeared, the mountain echoed with the restless sounds of animals. Last time the blood mist came, they grew stronger. Today the blood mist returned, and those animals were naturally excited and restless. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Brother tiger, sister tiger. Ping, unaware of Chen Hu and Bai Li's affairs, exclaimed in surprise. It's here. The blood mist is here again. It too could not forget the changes the blood mist had once brought. Ping didn't hesitate. It took a deep breath, drawing the surrounding blood mist into its body. A warm, soothing sensation spread through its body, extremely comfortable. Then it felt its fox claws become stronger. Ping felt terrifyingly powerful now. Phase 2 finally. Bai Li rejoiced inwardly, immediately activating her breathing technique. The blood mist around her was absorbed at an astonishing speed. As the blood mist entered her body, her demonic core began to spin. It purified the spiritual energy drawn in, circulating it through her tiger form, while simultaneously accelerating the absorption rate. Combined with the breathing technique, Bai Li absorbed even faster. A faint white radiance emanated from her tiger body, once again exuding an aura of nobility and sanctity. Chen Hu watched, but still did nothing. He continued lying down, waiting for Bai Li's breakthrough. Sister tiger. So amazing. But why is brother tiger slacking off? Ping was puzzled by the difference between them. Without a breathing technique, it could only use the simplest method to inhale the surrounding blood mist. Yet even this crude absorption was effective. Ordinary demonic beasts were absorbing it the same way. However, Ping thought of a method. What if it combined body tempering movements with blood mist absorption? Without hesitation, it began to try acting on impulse. One tiger and one fox were both diligently cultivating. Only Chen Hu was slacking off. The restless sounds of animals from the mountain both above and below came intermittently. Chen Hu also noticed some plants undergoing changes, though far less dramatic than the animals. The plants seemed to require more time. As for the spiritual bamboo, Chen Hu was surprised to spot about 20 meters away bamboo shoots sprouting from the snow-covered ground. He wasn't mistaken. They were indeed bamboo shoots. So bamboo can really grow here. Chen Hu marveled. But as he studied the spiritual bamboo, a system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to a new realm, spirit gathering second layer. Immediately Chen Hu's tiger body trembled, and he began to grow, enlarging once again. His weight finally exceeded 1,000 kilograms, and the power within his body surged wildly once more. Muscles bulged on his tiger form, dense with strength. The wholly new experience of the spirit gathering realm manifested through Chen Hu. Just like that, he had broken through. A breakthrough straight to the second layer. Chen Hu silently opened his attribute panel. Host Chen Hu. Race tiger. Bloodline primordial spirit tiger ancestor. Realm spirit gathering second layer. Abilities: mind reading, tiger roar, blazing skies, crimson fire pupils. Techniques: myriad, devouring, body tempering, art, demonic, beast, breathing technique. Found target: Bai Li viewable. Cultivation progress 5606000. It really was the second layer, skipping the first entirely. He then checked Bai Li's panel. Due to the double feedback, if he reached the second layer, Bai Li's realm should correspond to the first layer of spirit gathering. Name: Bai Li. Race tiger. Bloodline 4 symbols, orthodoxy white tiger. Realm spirit gathering first layer. Abilities: freeze 1,000 miles, frost bone cold armor. Techniques: myriad, devouring, body tempering, art, demonic, beast, breathing technique. Sure enough, Bai Li was at spirit gathering first layer. But it wasn't over yet. Chen Hu saw Bai Li's first layer jumped to second layer in the next instant. Another breakthrough so quickly. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to body tempering fourth layer. Almost at that moment, Chen Hu received another system notification. The system didn't even prompt the third layer because Bai Li broke through too fast. The third layer was skipped. The feedback directly granted the fourth layer. Congratulations, host. You have gained a new ability through feedback Crimson Flame Claw Marks. Another new ability credited. Chen Hu looked down and saw a flame bursting from his tiger claws. He scratched a nearby stone with his claw. The claw marks on the stone began to burn. The fire was extreme. The stone was actually melted, though only on the surface. The fire from the claws soon extinguished. Impressive. Chen Hu stared at his flaming claws. Though they couldn't completely melt the stone, the temperature, if he landed a claw on an enemy in a fight, it would char their flesh and even bones to cinders. Since the system had sent a new ability via feedback, it meant Bai Li had also awakened a new ability at this moment. Chen Hu checked Bai Li's panel again. It now displayed Frozen Ice Tiger Claw. He saw Bai Li lift her paw and swipe at another stone. The entire stone was covered in ice. The cold penetrated deep through the stone's cracks, freezing everything inside. Frozen Ice Tiger Claw. The claw tips condense chill. If used on a human or beast, it can freeze the wound, and the cold invades blood vessels, freezing the victim's entire bloodstream, and even meridians. After testing her claws, Bai Li found this ability excellent. As a female emperor with the white tiger bloodline, the abilities she awakened were naturally formidable. Bai Li wanted to continue absorbing, but she noticed that the blood mist had vanished without her realizing. The blood moon, which had been so red it seemed to drip, had also returned to normal. The second phase of spiritual energy resurgence ended rather quickly. But the residual world's spiritual energy left behind is even denser, more suitable for cultivation. The breathing technique can still be used for now, but other humans and demonic beasts will gradually deduce their own techniques. I wonder how that stupid tiger is doing now. Bai Li lifted her head to look at Chen Hu. She now weighed over 800 kilograms and had thought she could suppress Chen Hu, but to her surprise, he weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Spirit gathering fourth layer. Bai Li sensed the aura emanating from Chen Hu and inwardly cried in frustration. She had cultivated so diligently, yet she still couldn't surpass Chen Hu, who just lay there lazing around. The primordial spirit tiger ancestor bloodline is truly enviable. Bai Li's envy almost consumed her, but she soon let go of that thought. Over the time spent with Chen Hu, she had gradually grown accustomed to his heaven-defying changes. All she could do was envy him fiercely. When Chen Hu noticed the tigress looking at him, he immediately flashed a provocative smirk. Bai Li snorted lightly. What are you grinning at? Don't think I want to smash your tiger head. Her voice when she spoke was crisp and clear. You can talk. Chen Hu had nearly forgotten. Upon reaching the spirit gathering realm, one could speak normally. Delighted, he said, honey, we can talk now. Not only could he speak, but the mind-reading ability also remained. He leaped up, bounded to Bai Li's side, and rubbed against her affectionately. Bai Li was both furious and embarrassed. Who's your wife? Get away from me, don't touch me. She finally confirmed that this stupid tiger regarded her as his captured bride. He had even called her wife. Bai Li was furious now. Brother tiger. Sister tiger. Suddenly a seductive voice came from beside them, causing both to feel dizzy and disoriented. Ping Ping's seductive voice carried an effect capable of damaging the spirit and influencing consciousness. Chen Hu and Bai Li were completely unprepared. Upon hearing her voice, they immediately felt discomfort throughout their bodies, as if being drawn into a hallucination. Their mental state was also affected, causing dizziness and vertigo. Even with their spiritual energy gathered, they could not resist the influence of the sound. Roar. It was Chen Hu who reacted first, lifting his head to let out a roar. The tiger's roar had stronger aggression, able to counteract Ping Ping's influence. With the appearance of that roar, Bai Li's eyes regained clarity. She finally woke up, silently relieved it had been so close. It was precisely because they had no defenses that they had been affected. Even without Chen Hu's tiger roar, Bai Li would have regained her senses shortly afterward. Ping Ping was struck by Chen Hu's tiger roar, causing her fox body to tremble before she spat blood and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, her seductive fox aura became even more pronounced. Her body grew slightly larger, once more now possessing a tail at her rear, 3 tails in total. Chen Hu looked up at Ping Ping. Race Fox Realm Body Refinement Stage 9. She had already reached Stage 9. Chen Hu realized one truth: after the second stage, not all beast spirits could break through to the spirit gathering realm. Even a future 9-tailed heavenly fox with Ping Ping's current abilities would be unable to break through. Yet the leap from Body Refinement Stage 4 to Stage 9 was considerable. Within the second stage, whether one could break through to spirit gathering depended entirely on talent. If unable to break through, one would have to wait for the third stage. Dare you use your charm sound attack us? Bai Li erupted in fury. This sedacious fox dared such audacity. Was this resistance an attempt to break free from their control? Bai Li approached Ping Ping where under the moonlight her towering shadow completely enveloped Ping Ping. Ping Ping spewed blood struggling to rise up before collapsing into a kneeling position before Bai Li. Sister Tiger Eye. Just now suddenly a phrase appeared in my mind telling me I've gained a new ability called Fox Sound surrounding the soul. I only used it instinctively, never imagining its impact would be so great. Ping Ping knelt pleadingly, shaking her head. I never intended to harm you. Her words were genuine. Having finally secured a powerful patron to cling to, how could she betray them? Especially since she was nearly tamed anyway. Moreover, she had been subdued quite thoroughly. Having just acquired this new ability, Ping Ping lacked full understanding of it, but employed it naturally. Ping Ping revealed all these thoughts to Bai Li, then added, Please believe me, Sister Tiger. If you don't trust me, I can submit to you as my master. She explained as best she could to gain their trust. Being expelled was minor, but being eaten by Bai Li would be catastrophic. Bai Li asked, How does submission work? Ping Ping replied, I just awakened another ability. I can condense a drop of my own vital essence and present it to Sister Tiger. Receiving that essence makes me your master. By stage 9, her spiritual intelligence had enhanced considerably. She knew more things now, understood survival required submitting vital essence as proof of loyalty. Bai Li said, Give it to me. Ping Ping scratched her chest with a claw. A drop of vital essence flew out. Bai Li extended her tiger claw, catching the essence. After sensing its quality, she confirmed it could indeed be used to control Ping Ping. Should she act against that essence, Ping Ping would suffer terribly. Satisfied, Bai Li swallowed the drop, not literally consuming it, but storing it within herself. As Empress, Bai Li certainly knew how to properly utilize such essence, how exactly to wield this control over the fox. Seeing Bai Li willing to accept the vital essence, Ping Ping sighed in relief. Chen Hu ran over, lowering his guard toward Ping Ping. Since his own white tiger wife possessed the ability to control Ping Ping, Chen Hu felt somewhat reassured. Wife, don't get agitated, let's rub against each other. Who is your wife? Bai Li snorted softly, pushing away this foolish tiger. Since gaining speech, he had become even more aggravating, always taking advantage and wanting to rub against her. Rub against your fox sister instead. Bai Li's inner thought was heard by Chen Hu. Grinning widely, Chen Hu rushed to Ping Ping's side and gently rubbed against her. Ping Ping said, Brother Tiger. Though her intelligence had risen, it didn't equate to understanding human emotions. For a moment she was unclear what Chen Hu intended. Stupid tiger, come to this, Empress. Bai Li shouted loudly, her tone dripping with jealousy. Chen Hu laughed, finally releasing Ping Ping as he walked toward Bai Li, asking, Wife, what's wrong? Bai Li said, You. Ping Ping watched them, finding it strange. Suddenly they could speak. But the speaking tiger sister was fiercer than she imagined. Somewhat like humans described tigresses, according to her experience, human tigresses were fierce. Just like Bai Li. Both were tigresses. Chen Hu said, Wife, look quickly, there's a bamboo sprout over there growing bigger and bigger. Bai Li gritted her teeth, Don't call me wife. Chen Hu replied, Yes, wife. Had he not been unable to defeat her, Bai Li might revert to her former self. The impulse to pin Chen Hu down and beat him. However, the spirit bamboo was important. Looking upward, Bai Li saw a bamboo shoot growing longer. When Chen Hu first spotted it, it had merely peaked above ground. Now it stood about half a meter tall. After observing for a while, Bai Li declared, This is the spirit bamboo this Empress desires. By morning we should be able to harvest it. Must we wait until morning? Chen Hu didn't mind, thinking they could wait slowly. Watching the spirit bamboo again, it seemed to have grown another centimeter, constantly expanding. Near the spirit bamboo, faint red light emerged from the snow-covered ground. That was infrared night vision equipment emitting light invisible to ordinary eyes, a technological achievement from Donchuan further developed recently. Behind the red light stood a bionic robot designed to perfectly mimic animal appearances. Without close inspection, one couldn't tell it wasn't an animal, but rather a robot. Several such bionic robots, shaped like mice, were observing Chen Hu and their companions. Cameras were already activated, transmitting captured footage back to the Donchuan Command Center. Yang Xiaohui watched the camera feed worriedly, saying, Leader, both Fire Tiger and Ice Tiger are here. Compared to last time, they've grown considerably. Xiao Wu expressed concern. These two tigers coveting the heavenly spiritual object isn't good news. Yang Xiaohui asked, What should we do? Xiao Wu replied, If we launch missile strikes, we'll destroy the heavenly spiritual object along with them. But without missiles, victory isn't guaranteed. Well-observed developments closely arranging mutated individuals and ancient martial artists undergoing transformation tonight to stand by near the snow mountain. Tonight will bring further mutations among people, or further breakthroughs. More and more mutated individuals emerged within their military ranks, with cultivators continually appearing. Particularly those ancient martial artists willing to register significantly boosted official strength. Many non-official ancient martial artists and mutated individuals gradually grasped one truth: times were changing. To survive and remain human, cooperating with authorities to resist animals became essential. While Xiao Wu and his group were plotting inside the northern Beiwo kingdom north of the snow mountain, Kimurakan confirmed that a new divine spiritual treasure had emerged on the peak, though few people knew about it. A short-statured man added, according to our intelligence, only Dongquan's team has approached the vicinity of the snow mountain. Additionally, there are 2 tigers and 1 fox on the mountain. He pressed a button on his remote control. The giant screen beside him displayed images of 2 tigers and a fox, all fixated on a slowly growing bamboo sprout before them. The distance between Beiwo Kingdom and the snow mountain wasn't far. After detecting anomalies on the peak, Beiwo also deployed highly disguised robots onto the mountain. They secretly monitored everything on the mountain without being discovered by Chen Hu and his team, nor by Dong. Kimura Toshihiko, whose full name is Kimura Toshihiko, expressed concern upon hearing this. There's another blood moon and mist tonight. Has anyone among us mutated or grown stronger tonight? Their level of mutation was far inferior to Dongquan's. Their strength paled in comparison to Dongquan's, yet they still coveted the spiritual bamboo on the mountain. Although they didn't know exactly what the spiritual bamboo was, anything targeted by Dongquan must be valuable. If they could obtain this divine treasure, they believed it would make up for their weaknesses from tonight's lack of mutations. The short-statured man shook his head. Latest reports indicate none of you have. Damn. Kimura Toshihiko slammed his fist onto the table and gritted his teeth. We definitely can't outmatch those 2 tigers and Dongquan's people. His gaze turned cold. If we can't get it, neither should they. The short-statured man asked, what do you mean, Kimura-kun? Kimura Toshihiko replied, blow it all up. The short-statured man looked surprised. Dongquan sent many people who sneaked down to the mountain base. Should we blow them up too? That would provoke conflict with Dongquan. Kimura Toshihiko spoke coldly. Blow them up. Otherwise, if they obtain the spiritual treasure, what will we do? Better to have nothing than let them get it. Blow everything up. As for offending them, we don't even know if Dongquan has anyone on the mountain aiming to eliminate the tigers. Their target is solely the tigers. If we explode, it'll be mistaken as an accident, costing perhaps just some money. In that instant, his eyes burned with murderous intent. Everyone having nothing was the best outcome. If I have something you don't, what then? Chen Hu and his companions continued watching the spiritual bamboo, observing how the sprout gradually grew into a full stalk bearing exactly 7 nodes. At the very top, bamboo leaves had sprouted overnight. It had fully matured in one night. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from the bamboo. The spiritual bamboo hadn't yet attracted other demonic beasts' attention, as most creatures were still digesting the changes brought by the recent resurgence of spiritual energy from last night. Daylight had finally arrived. As Bai Li had predicted, the bamboo would only mature after dawn. Bai Li urged, come over, help me pull it out. She bit onto the bamboo and pulled upward with force. Chen Hu quickly rushed forward to assist, both exerting great effort. They initially thought uprooting it would prove easy, but soon discovered it required significant effort. Its roots seemed deeply embedded in the earth. Even with both tigers applying immense force, extracting the spiritual bamboo proved difficult. Upon removal, however, its root system appeared surprisingly underdeveloped. Though relatively short, the roots anchored the plant remarkably firmly. Chen Hu muttered curiously, what an extraordinary thing. He then shook it, producing the sound of liquid sloshing within the bamboo joints. That was the spiritual liquid. As he shook it, the spiritual energy emitted became more pronounced. Bai Li prepared to sip the liquid, when suddenly a deafening noise echoed from the north. Though distant, the sound was exceptionally loud. Soon afterward, they witnessed a flaming object erupting from behind a northern mountain, hurtling toward them along the Tianji snow mountain ridge. Bad. Bai Li exclaimed, missiles. Run away. Chen Hu recognized them immediately. The missiles were clearly aimed directly at them. Dongquan Nation had long planned to strike them with missiles, but aside from the previous cave opportunity, they found no other chance to attack. Chen Hu observed the direction. It wasn't Dongquan. Unexpectedly, another smaller nation seized this striking opportunity. Since the snow mountain lay across multiple national borders, how dared they act so recklessly without risking war? The 2 tigers and the fox instantly fled downward at top speed. At the very moment the missiles appeared, neighboring countries alike stood stunned. They never imagined Beiwo would suddenly launch such an attack. Especially shocking to Dongquan. Chao Wu and Yang Xiaohui stared in disbelief at the screens, urgently ordering ancient martial artists and psychokinetics to evacuate immediately. They also cursed Beiwo profusely while contacting their agents there to ascertain what had transpired. Below the snow line, Dongquan's psychokinetic practitioners and ancient martial artists beheld the incoming missiles. All froze in shock. Run away. Among them, the psychokinetic who had consumed wild fruits and transformed into a giant cried out first. All 12 individuals had either undergone mutation overnight or advanced their cultivation levels. Today they intended to confront the 2 tigers and seize the spiritual bamboo opportunity. But before any action could begin, missiles descended from the sky. The 12 hastily ran downhill toward Beiwo. Chen Hu internally fumed bitterly. Those wielding truth truly proved troublesome. Crossing the snow line barely moments later, missiles struck the snow mountain with thunderous detonations. Not single shots, but successive barrages. Rumbling. With explosions atop the mountain, this finally triggered an avalanche. Centuries accumulated snow cascaded down like a torrential flood. The blast vibrations nearly knocked Chen Hu off balance until Bai Li unfurled her wings carrying him and ping away. Upon landing below, they halted momentarily. Hearing the avalanche's roar behind them, they glanced back to witness countless tons of snow rolling relentlessly downward. Holy crap! Chen Hu kept running. Bai Li called out this way. Leading ahead, she pointed toward a hillside. Provided sufficient elevation, they might avoid the falling snow. Chen Hu and Ping reluctantly followed. Neither anticipated encountering animals or humans competing for the spiritual bamboo before facing raw power itself. How had these others located their position? Moments later, all reached the hillside. Countless snows swept past them mere feet away. Vast areas below turned white as snow continued cascading from the peaks, a breathtaking spectacle. Chen Hu couldn't guarantee survival if buried beneath the snow his fire attribute might burn through, but he dared not. Without absolute certainty, evasion remained preferable. Missile explosions temporarily ceased, yet the avalanche showed no sign of stopping. Safe now. Voices drifted from nearby. That mutated giant along with the other 11 individuals headed towards the slope where Chen Hu and his group were without any prior arrangement. As soon as they ascended, they sensed something gazing down upon them from above. Tiger, one of them exclaimed. The others looked up simultaneously, their eyes meeting those of Chen Hu and his companions. Both sides hesitated for several seconds, stunned by the coincidence of encountering each other at such a moment. The giant and his group could also see the spiritual bamboo clutched in Bai Li's mouth. The heavenly spiritual energy emanating from the bamboo made their mouths water, igniting a profound desire within their hearts. Seize it, one of them shouted. This man, a martial artist, drew a thick-backed blade and charged forward without another word. With their numerical advantage and the mutations and breakthroughs from the previous night, they brimmed with confidence. Before them stood only 2 tigers and a fox. They believed they could not lose. Advantage was theirs. In unison, they attacked, charging straight ahead. They held fast to the adage that in a narrow pass the brave prevails, and they were convinced they were the brave ones. Ping let out a soft chuckle, her enchanting voice echoing. After a night's effort, she had mastered controlling her bewitching tones. She could direct her voice to whomever she wished. Bai Li, Chen Hu and the others could remain unaffected even. Upon hearing Ping's voice, those men froze for 2 or 3 seconds, their minds going blank as they momentarily forgot what to do. In their stupor, a chilling wind swept from Bai Li, making them shiver. They finally snapped back to reality, but it was already too late. Ice spread from beneath their feet, encasing them in frozen prisons that quickly turned them into ice sculptures. Before Bai Li, neither martial artists nor mutants were anything more than this. Not good. The giant, still possessing some strength to resist, shattered the ice coating him and attempted to, but as he leaped, he saw a massive shadow loom over him. No, the giant cried in terror. Though he himself was enormous, Chen Hu's form dwarfed his. With a downward press and a swipe of his tiger claws, Chen Hu aimed to tear the giant's neck apart. The giant, horrified, raised his arms to block the claws. Flames burst from Chen Hu's claws, swiftly incinerating the giant's arms as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Chen Hu then pinned him to the ground, his claws piercing through the giant's chest. The entire body was completely consumed by fire. At that moment, another missile struck the snowy mountain. The second wave of bombardment had begun. The people of Beiwo were determined not to let Chen Hu or the people of Dongchuan escape, nor the spiritual bamboo. Since they could not possess it, they swore to destroy everything. The explosion's tremors shook the earth and mountains. The frozen ice sculptures shattered into pieces. That direction is Beiwo, Bai Li said, lifting her head. These wretches are despicable. Beiwo. Chen Hu found the nation oddly reminiscent of the little Japan he knew in his past life. Neither of them were anything good. Having been hounded relentlessly, Chen Hu, even though he preferred not to initiate conflict, could no longer contain his fury. Chen Hu was unsure where the Dongchuan command center or bases were located, nor how to find them. But the location of Beiwo's base. He had seen it earlier. Based on the trajectory of the missiles, he could roughly determine the direction. It wouldn't hurt to go and have a look. When the snowy mountain fell silent again, Bai Li was about to distribute the spiritual liquid from the bamboo. Chen Hu said, "I need to make a trip." Bai Li asked, "Where are you going?" At that moment, she felt a pang of worry, afraid that if Chen Hu left, he might never return. Chen Hu's voice dripped with murderous intent to settle scores. "If we tigers don't show our fangs, they'll think we're just harmless kittens." He would not harm ordinary people who had not provoked him. But those extraordinary beings who had repeatedly targeted him, he would show no mercy. If he didn't retaliate, they would truly believe he was easy to bully. With that, Chen Hu walked down the mountain. Even Bai Li, once a human empress, felt deep dissatisfaction with their actions, especially those of Beiwo. "Guard this sovereign's spiritual bamboo." Bai Li handed the bamboo to Ping and added, "This sovereign will accompany you." Ping hesitated for a moment before stowing the bamboo away, but she dared not wander far, trailing behind Bai Li and Chen Hu. Though Ping Ping lacked the power to avenge herself against the Beiwo people, she could at least stay nearby to assist if needed. They set off together to exact revenge. Inside the Beiwo command center, their drones transmitted footage of the bombarded snowy mountain. Seeing the nearly obliterated peak, Kimura Toshihiko felt a surge of satisfaction. The short-statured man beside him said, "Kimura-san, the Dongchuan people have been blowing up our phones." Kimura Toshihiko replied, "If they ask why, tell them we discovered those 2 tigers on the mountain and were merely targeting them. We know nothing else." "Hi," the short man responded. They both considered this excuse sufficient. After all, it was the Dongchuan people who first proposed using missiles to eliminate the tigers. If necessary, they could release the videos of the tigers to silence the Dongchuan people. As for the rest, Kimura Toshihiko could not care less. "Everything should be destroyed by now," Kimura Toshihiko said with a hint of madness. "If we can't have it, all must be obliterated. Kimura-san, don't you feel a bit cold?" The short-statured man suddenly. Kimura Toshihiko hadn't noticed, but after the reminder he realized the command center was indeed chilly. "Help!" Cries for help suddenly erupted from outside. Kimura Toshihiko's first instinct was that something was wrong. But before they could inquire, the air outside turned not only frigid but also searing hot. Cold and heat swirled around them. "Something's happened," Kimura Toshihiko exclaimed. They rushed outside to find half of the command center frozen and the other half engulfed in flames. In the frozen section, every person and plant had turned into ice sculptures. In the burning section, the inferno was spreading toward their ammunition depot, leaving them stunned. How could ice and fire coexist in such a paradoxical manner? An explosion ripped through the ammunition depot as it caught fire. A terrifying chain of blasts followed. The stored munitions detonated one after another. The shockwaves tore through the entire command center and camp, shattering the ice sculptures and temporarily extinguishing the flames. "Kimura-san, get in the car," the short-statured man shouted. He dragged Kimura Toshihiko into a vehicle and floored the accelerator, speeding out of the command center just before the explosion swallowed it. The surviving Beiwo soldiers panicked and scrambled into their vehicles, fleeing in disarray. The camp's massive stockpile of ammunition continued to explode. Moments later, the explosions engulfed the entire camp, forming a small mushroom cloud. A small mushroom cloud rose. Those who were too slow to flee were instantly consumed by the explosion. The camp, located in the suburbs far from the city, shook as if heaven and earth were collapsing from the simultaneous detonation of so much ammunition. The distant city also trembled from the shockwaves. Many people stepped out, staring at the rising mushroom cloud. The car that Kimura Junyan and his group had just driven was instantly overturned, rolling on the ground for a long time before stopping. Fortunately, their vehicle was sturdy and tough. Kimura Junyan took a while to crawl out of the car, but he was battered and bruised, howling in pain. The others who had escaped with him were in similarly miserable condition. They looked back at the camp where the explosions had finally ceased, leaving the entire camp in ruins. Now a great fire was still burning, forming a sea of flames. Kimura Junyan, somewhat stunned, asked in a trembling voice, "What happened? How could this happen?" They simply could not understand how half was frozen and half was burning. In their understanding, this was nearly impossible. The survivors around him could not answer Kimura's question. "Kimura can thighs." One of the Beiwo people, as if seeing something shocking, stuttered in disbelief. Just then Kimura Junyan and the others felt 2 shadows looming over them. They looked up together and saw a golden-striped tiger and a snowy white sacred tiger, 2 tigers in all, appearing beside them. The tigers' massive bodies blocked their view, casting a shadow. Kimura Junyan exclaimed in alarm, "Tigers! Run!" But why were the tigers here? Had the earlier events been the tigers' revenge? How could the tigers have known to come here for retaliation? Whoosh! Before they could think further, a blast of cold wind swept through. In the blink of an eye, Kimura Junyan and the others who tried to flee were all frozen solid. Chen Hu opened his tiger maw, unleashing a pillar of fire that reduced the frozen Beiwo people to ashes. Only after incinerating these last few did they feel a sense of relief. "Let's go back," said Bailey. Surely more people would soon be rushing over. If they didn't return, trouble would keep coming. Leaving the camp, they headed back. It was impossible to stay at Tianji Snow Mountain. They needed to find another place. According to Bailey's previous plan, they would head south. Ping Ping was waiting nearby for their return. She quickly handed the spiritual bamboo to Bailey, then obediently followed beside her. Bailey said, "Take this for me." Ping Ping replied, "Okay." She still couldn't speak yet and could only vocalize through spiritual energy. Chen Hu glanced at the snow mountain and then at the mess left by the avalanche, saying, "Wife, you decide where we go now." Bailey. This fellow was still calling her his wife. She snorted lightly. "I have told you I am not your wife. For your kindness to me in the future, I can find you a prettier tigress." Chen Hu gently nuzzled against Bailey and chuckled. "No need, I think my wife is beautiful enough." Bailey truly wanted to pin Chen Hu down and beat him up, if only she could overpower him. Since she couldn't win, she gave up. "Just wait." Bailey snorted inwardly but said aloud, "If you want to follow me, then come." Now that she could speak, Bailey felt it was much more convenient for everything, and expressing her thoughts was smoother. It really was better to be able to talk. She first headed south, skirting Tianji Snow Mountain, and continued along mountain trails. The northern part of Dongchuan was filled with high peaks and ridges and undulating mountain range. It was relatively easy for them to hide among these mountains. Precisely for this reason, the culling of animals in the northern part of Dongchuan had been carried out most thoroughly. Chen Hu was certainly going to follow his wife away. He was completely unfamiliar with this world, and Dongchuan was a wholly foreign country. Here there were mountains like Tianji Snow Mountain and many others, names Chen Hu had never heard before meeting Bailey. Only now did Chen Hu realize that this place was probably not a parallel world, because it had little connection to Earth. It must be an entirely new world. Chen Hu had transmigrated into an alternate world. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. Ping Ping held the spiritual bamboo and followed beside Bailey. She had become a little maid. A fox-eared maid. Before they knew it, evening arrived. After rounding the snow mountain, Chen Hu led them to find another secluded and quiet spot to hide. Although Bailey had some future premonition, Chen Hu had lived on these mountains in northern Dongchuan for many years. He was more familiar with this place than Bailey. Bailey finally turned her gaze to the spiritual bamboo and said, "Stupid tiger, come here. This. Half for you. Forget it, just drink it all." She recalled that last time she had absorbed all the jade marrow herself, leaving not even a drop for Chen Hu. Chen Hu had been kind to her and had helped her so much. This time Bailey decided not to keep the spiritual bamboo for herself. If she hogged it again, she would be selfish and disregard Chen Hu's contributions. The relationship between her and Chen Hu was still quite delicate. Chen Hu shook his head. "You drink it all." Bailey raised an eyebrow, thinking Chen Hu was at it again, always pushing things on her. She said, "I said take it, so take it." At the same time, her mind was wandering. "Don't think that by giving me all these favors I'll be your wife in the future. That's impossible. I will repay you." Hearing Bailey's inner thoughts, Chen Hu shook his head. "I truly don't want it. If you don't want it either, just pour it out." Ping Ping kept thinking to herself, if they don't want it, they could give it to me. Wasting it is such a pity. Of course, she only thought it, never daring to voice that thought. Bailey thought this stupid tiger was so troublesome and snorted, "I said it's for you, so just take it." Chen Hu shook his head and muttered, "Since you don't want it, then pour it away. You?" Seeing Chen Hu's indifference, determined to give it to her, Bailey pouted angrily. "It's you who doesn't want it. Don't blame me for being selfish. Humph. When I become stronger and catch up to your cultivation, just wait and see how I'll beat you." She was about to get angry. This stupid tiger was too troublesome, always being so good to her. It moved her again. Chen Hu smiled slightly. "All right, I'll wait for you to hit me, and then we'll flirt." "Who's flirting with you?" Bailey again puffed with anger, ignored Chen Hu, and used her sharp claws to break open the bottommost segment of the spiritual bamboo. A fragrance of spiritual energy immediately filled the cave. Ping Ping, smelling the aroma, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Even Chen Hu, catching the scent, felt a bit tempted, but he still wouldn't take it. He only wanted to receive double feedback. Chen Hu walked outside to guard Bailey while she drank the spiritual liquid to prevent any careless demonic beasts from jumping out and disturbing them, which would hinder his own chance to gain strength through feedback. Chen Hu walked outside. Ping Ping would certainly dare not stay inside. Bailey watched them leave, feeling a touch of coquettish annoyance, while constantly pondering why Chen Hu had been so kind to her. He insisted on moving her emotionally. However, Bailey was not one for undue sentimentality. Since Chen Hu had spoken his mind so plainly, she ceased being polite and broke open the spirit bamboo, continuing to drink the elixir within. As she drank, she contemplated how once stronger she could pin Chen Hu to the ground and beat him. Chen Hu lay sprawled outside, acting as Bailey's guard to prevent any reckless beasts from emerging to snatch the spirit bamboo. Ping Ping paced nearby, also standing guard for Bailey, and murmured softly, "Brother Tiger, why didn't you want it?" Chen Hu replied casually, "If you don't want it, then let it go." Ping Ping conjured up a reason and said, "It must be because Brother Tiger is too powerful. He believes he needs nothing, yet in reality Brother Tiger treats Tiger Sister with great kindness, giving her whatever he has." Having reached this level, its spiritual awareness seemed to have allowed it to grasp certain things again, even helping Chen Hu formulate reasons. A beast's consciousness is capable of continuous advancement. Chen Hu said, "That's my wife. Naturally I should treat her well." Inside, drinking the elixir, Bailey nearly bit through the spirit bamboo upon hearing Chen Hu call her his wife again. "This guy? Brother Tiger is so good." Ping Ping looked on with envy, her eyes sparkling brightly, and added, "I think Brother Tiger's voice is especially pleasant. Does Brother Tiger have a name like a human's?" It believed that since animals mutated and gained consciousness, they should have names resembling those of humans. Chen Hu countered, "How do you know so many things about humans?" Ping Ping explained, "I used to live in a zoo. After the moon turned red, the zoo fell into chaos, so I escaped. So it was from a zoo." At one point, Chen Hu had even thought about retiring to a zoo. He remarked, "Impressive." Ping Ping asked, "Brother Tiger also knows about zoos?" Chen Hu nodded. Yes, I suppose there are no zoos left now. Those zoos were almost certainly wiped out long ago. The animals that managed to escape survived, but those who did not were all exterminated. Chen Hu added from now on. I'll call myself Chen Hu. He formally gave himself a name. It was actually the name he had as a human before transmigrating, quite fitting here. Ping Ping exclaimed joyfully, still brother tiger. Inside, Bai Li, drinking the elixir, felt a pang of sourness at their cheerful conversation, though she refused to admit it to herself. She only knew it was prideful. Leader. Late at night, Yang Xiaohui arrived at Xiao Wu's office and said, "We have confirmed the news. The camp of northern Japan should have been destroyed by those two tigers, and they plan to retaliate against northern Japan using missiles." After confirming this information, he grew even more concerned. Fortunately, Dongchuan had never yet had the opportunity to use missiles. Never imagining those two tigers harbored such strong vengeful instincts, they pinpointed the launch site of the missiles and proceeded to obliterate northern Japan's camp as retaliation. They deserve it. Xiao Wu scoffed discontentedly. They must have known our people were on the mountain, yet they launched missiles anyway, deflecting blame by claiming their sole aim was to eliminate the tigers. He was displeased with those two tigers, but even more so with the northern Japanese. The tigers' vengeance had also avenged a grievance for him. A spiritual creature born on the snow mountain, preliminarily determined to have been taken away by the two tigers. We sent people up and all perished, said Yang Xiaohui with anguish. Hearing this, Xiao Wu sighed deeply. 12 elite experts, all lost forever. Heartbreaking. Yang Xiaohui added, Fire Tiger and Ice Tiger were already formidable. Now, having acquired another celestial spiritual creature, they may become even stronger. How shall we respond? He also worried that Chen Hu might come back to Dongchuan for revenge. Xiao Wu remained silent for a moment. After a while he spoke. We are cultivating powerful animals ourselves. The Research Institute is currently strengthening a particular iron-eating beast that has a close bond with Dongchuan, hoping to counter those two tigers. What humans can currently do is continuously develop technology. They must also cultivate powerful beings, including beasts. Xiao Wu continued, continue searching for Fire Tiger and Ice Tiger. Yang Xiaohui asked, once found, what then? Should we continue to destroy them? No. Xiao Mu, recalling the atrocities committed by northern Japan, altered his plan. Upon locating them, monitor them first. As long as they refrain from killing, we may temporarily leave them alone. If they continued hunting, Chen Hu and others might become enraged and retaliate, a result neither side would desire. After Bai Li consumed all 6 segments of the elixir, her demon core began to circulate. The absorbed elixir was first taken in by the demon core, which then distributed it throughout her body. Her body was growing larger once more. Her weight had surpassed 1,000 kilograms. Spirit gathering stage 4 breakthrough. Bai Li stabilized her cultivation and exhaled slowly. The 6 segments of elixir allowed her to advance 2 levels directly. She finally believed her cultivation could keep pace with Chen Hu. They were now at the same stage. Subsequently, Bai Li's mind conjured the cultivation methods of the Wan Shi Duan Tiju and the beast breathing technique. It seems I have gained new insights once more. Bai Li gazed at those mental techniques, and suddenly an infinite array of thoughts flooded her mind. In the second phase of the spirit awakening, beasts can deduce cultivation stages and methods. Actually, beasts grow stronger through mutation and cultivation combined. I already possess cultivation methods and can mutate simultaneously. Now that I have broken through, I can deduce new cultivation techniques. Bai Li observed the techniques appearing in her mind, where fresh understandings began to form continuously. Before rebirth, her cultivation techniques had always been derived from predecessors' deductions. She had never conducted such deductions herself. Now doing so personally brought a distinct experience. Outside. System congratulates host, you have reached Spirit Gathering Stage 8. As the system prompt appeared, Chen Hu felt a sense of total relaxation throughout his body. The female tiger broke through again, advancing 2 levels. With Bai Li leaping 2 ranks, Chen Hu had advanced 4 levels simply by lying around. The sensation of growing stronger effortlessly was truly gratifying. However, Bai Li had not yet emerged, and Chen Hu felt her gains were probably not complete. The effects brought by the spirit bamboo are truly powerful. Chen Hu silently commanded, open panel. A light screen appeared before his eyes. System. Host Chen Hu. Race Tiger. Bloodline Ancestral Spirit Origin Tiger Lineage. Cultivation Stage Spirit Gathering Stage 8. Abilities Mind Reading Tiger Roar Fiery Waves Crimson Demon Eyes Crimson Flame Claw Marks. Techniques 1 Shi Duan Tiju Beast Breathing Technique. Found Object Bai Li Viewable. Cultivation Progress 196016000. Indeed, he had reached Spirit Gathering Stage 8. Though his cultivation progress was still rising, Chen Hu had no interest in monitoring it at present. The celestial opportunities of the present age would yield even more. As long as Bai Li obtained these opportunities, her cultivation progress could be maxed out instantly. Chen Hu no longer paid much attention to the slowly rising progress. At the spirit gathering stage, I already need over 10,000 units of cultivation progress. Chen Hu glanced at it and thought to himself, as I go further the required progress increases. But with my tigress feedback it's easy to max out. Let me check the tigress panel. Name by Li. Race tiger. Bloodline 4 symbols, orthodox, white tiger bloodline. Realm spirit gathering 4th layer. Abilities freeze 1,000 miles, frostbone cold armor, condensed ice tiger claw. Cultivation methods 10,000 devouring body forging, art demon beast breathing method. Seeing by Li's status, Chen Hu confirmed that she had just advanced 2 levels. He then looked inside. Bai Li was still lying on the ground, seemingly contemplating something. Chen Hu did not disturb her and instead examined himself. Looks like I've grown again. Chen Hu remembered a nearby stone. When he lay on the ground, his head, even lowered, was more than 10 centimeters higher than the stone. After breakthroughs, one easily grows. Chen Hu wondered if his body would eventually become a mountain if this continued. It was already as massive as a small hill. But being big had its advantages. It did not affect his agility. So be it, let him be big. Brother Tiger, you've grown again. Ping Ping quickly noticed the change in Chen Hu. She admired him deeply. Her brother Tiger was truly amazing. Chen Hu said, I just had a new insight and broke through again. He stood up towering like a small hill. Ping Ping looked up from his shadow and said reverently, Brother Tiger will always be the greatest. She held unconditional adoration for him. Chen Hu said nothing more, for he sensed another change in Bai Li inside. Congratulations, host. Through feedback you have obtained a new cultivation method, nourishing essence art. Congratulations, host. Through feedback you have obtained a new ability, form switching. With these notifications, Chen Hu knew the first was for cultivation and did not even bother to look. As long as Bai Li was around, he did not need to cultivate himself. But what did the second one, form switching, mean? Chen Hu could not understand, so he looked at Bai Li inside, certain she had gained new insights that were fed back to him. The Imperial Lord has deduced a new cultivation method temporarily called nourishing essence art. Bai Li's inner thoughts echoed in Chen Hu's mind. So it was a newly deduced mental technique. His white tiger wife was truly formidable. To deduce such mental techniques at will? Impressive. Bai Li put away this mental technique and examined the form switching ability which she had just awakened. Form switching. What kind of ability is this? She murmured to herself, unable to see its use for now. Then with a thought, the towering Bai Li instantly transformed into a normal tiger form. It was the size of a tiger before spiritual energy revival, no longer as huge as a small hill. So it's an ability to change one's body size. Bai Li found it quite convenient. Sometimes being too big was not ideal. Big had its merits, small had its own. Now she could switch between large and small as needed, which would be much more convenient in the future. Not bad. Thinking this, she noticed there was still a bit of spiritual liquid left in the last bamboo joint, so she walked outside. Chen Hu, seeing the shrunken Bai Li emerge, suddenly understood, so that's how it's used. So he too with a thought became a tiny little tiger. He also found this form switching quite interesting. It could compensate for the drawbacks of being too large or too small, and was convenient to use. If they could become even smaller, that would be better. Chen Hu realized that the smallest size was the same as before the spiritual energy revival. But it was enough. After shrinking, his full strength and power remained unchanged, still as strong. How did you shrink too? Bai Li had intended to come out and show off her new change. But as soon as she emerged, she saw Chen, who had also— How was this possible? Ping Ping blinked her eyes, looking at them curiously. She couldn't understand why they had suddenly— Chen Hu came up with an explanation. I was sitting there and seemed to have some insight. When I saw you shrink, I thought about it. And suddenly I shrank too. He wore a completely bewildered expression, as if he couldn't comprehend it. Bai Li no longer knew how to describe Chen Hu's heaven-defying nature. She had worked so hard, and even drunk spiritual liquid. Only then could she awaken abilities and comprehend new mental techniques. Chen Hu had done virtually nothing, and yet grown stronger. Bai Li stared at Chen Hu, her tiger eyes wide open. You're at spirit gathering 8th layer. Was this reasonable? Not at all. How had he done it? Even the primordial spirit tiger bloodline wouldn't advance so fast. Last time he was at the 4th layer, and today he had jumped 4 levels. Most importantly, Chen Hu had done nothing. He didn't even want the spiritual liquid. Bai Li had just thought of being on par with Chen Hu, wanting to test if she could defeat him and teach that stupid tiger a lesson. Now all her thoughts were shattered. She was utterly stunned. How could there be such a heaven-defying tiger? Chen Hu said, I was just lying there, and somehow I became the 8th layer. Bai Li was speechless. She felt envy, jealousy, and resentment. When would she ever be able to defeat Chen Hu? Even after drinking spiritual liquid, she still couldn't. For a moment, she was deeply unwilling. Chen Hu said, Don't lose heart, dear. One day you'll be able to beat me. He patted Bai Li's head. Bai Li said, Don't touch this Imperial Lord. She felt her Tao heart was about to shatter. How could this be? She had worked so hard, yet she was still inferior to a lazy, foolish tiger who only slept. How could her Tao heart not collapse? Li pushed Chen Hu away and gave the last remaining bamboo joint of spiritual liquid to Ping, saying, "This is for you." She had long planned to give Ping a taste of sweetness. To tame Ping and eventually have a nine-tailed celestial fox as a servant, some incentives were necessary. As her servant Ping couldn't be too weak, or it would be embarrassing to bring her out. Li now held Ping's vital blood essence, able to control her life and death at any time, so helping Ping grow stronger was no issue. Even if she became stronger, her life and death remained in Li's grasp. For me, Ping was overjoyed wanting it, but also hesitant. She feared it was just a test, not a genuine gift. Li put down the spiritual bamboo and said, "Take it. As this imperial lord's servant, you can't be too weak, or you'll disgrace me." Ping readily accepted the role of servant and said delightedly, "Thank you, Sister Tiger." With that, she no longer hesitated. She broke the spiritual bamboo and drank all the spiritual liquid inside. The aura of spirit gathering soon began to emanate from Ping. The spirit liquid was exceptionally potent. Even with only a single segment remaining, Ping had barely consumed it when she felt on the verge of a breakthrough. This was also because Ping had already reached the limit of body tempering, needing only a slight opportunity to break through, and the spirit liquid was that opportunity. After breaking through to the first level of spirit gathering, Ping's tails did not increase. She still had only 3. However, her fur became even whiter and brighter, and between her brows there was an even more enchanting allure, truly worthy of a vixen. All her transformations were moving in the direction of alluring charm. The single segment of spirit liquid was soon finished. Ping's breakthrough was also swift, completed in just over 10 minutes. After sensing her own changes, Ping respectfully prostrated herself before Li and said, "Thank you, Sister Tiger, for your bestowal." Now she was a little maid, and she had to show the utmost respect to Li. That was her role. Without Li's gift, Ping would not have known when she could break through to spirit gathering, and as a maid, she had to be grateful for this bestowal. Li said indifferently, "Enough, rise." Ping said, "Thank you, Sister Tiger." Chen Hu asked curiously, "Ping, are you speaking with your psychic power, or using your physical voice?" "I can speak with my mouth now." When Ping said this, her fox mouth opened, then she closed it. "I can also use psychic voice, but I've found that I can now direct it to specific individuals." After the breakthrough, she had further developed control over her abilities, mastering them with ease. Her intelligence had grown even higher, and she quickly understood all these new changes. Li asked, "Direct it to specific individuals. For example," Ping said, "Sister Tiger, you can hear these words, but Brother Tiger cannot." Thus Li understood. It meant Ping could choose who heard her thoughts. When stealthy communication was needed, it was indeed a useful ability. "Not bad." Li nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "This emperor will teach you a breathing technique. Practice it well, and do not disgrace me." She had decided to nurture this nine-tailed celestial fox first. Controlling a full-grown nine-tailed celestial fox in the future would be very useful, especially since she still held Ping's essence blood. She could manipulate Ping's life and death at will. Even if Ping became a nine-tailed celestial fox, as long as the essence blood was in her hands, Ping could never escape her control. Ping prostrated herself again before Li. "Thank you, Sister Tiger." Her heart was overflowing with joy as she believed that latching onto their legs was the best decision she had ever made, bar none. Li taught Ping the entire method of the beast breathing technique, then let her comprehend it on her own. With Ping's intelligence and bloodline understanding, it would not be difficult. Seeing that Ping intended to comprehend the technique here, Chen Hu was in no hurry to leave. To surpass Chen Hu, Li immediately immersed herself in cultivation again, activating the nourishing origin art she had just learned. She would not teach Ping a more advanced technique unless Ping could deduce her own through personal understanding. At this stage, the myriad devouring body tempering art had minimal effect, and she could no longer break through by eating. After the body tempering stage, continued tempering was a waste of time. Only by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or consuming heavenly opportunities, could she break through faster. Li mused inwardly. Since body tempering was now useless, and she could not break through by devouring flesh and blood, Chen Hu stopped hunting and quietly stayed behind to wait. Time passed quickly, and another night went by. For now, no other demonic beasts came to trouble them. Perhaps the other beasts could not sense the remnant aura of the spirit bamboo from before. Those humans too could not find them. That was even better, more peaceful. By noon, Chen Hu went out and dragged back several wild boars, all at the 9th level of body tempering. They had a simple lunch. Li said, "This emperor is heading south. If you want to come, then follow." This was not the first time she had mentioned going south. Finally, they were truly heading south. Chen Hu said, "Wherever my wife goes, I go." Hearing him still calling her wife, Li could only roll her eyes. Yet as Chen Hu kept addressing her that way, Li gradually grew accustomed to it, and for the time being stopped arguing with him. Also, because she could not defeat him, she could not change that form of address. Li kept thinking that once she could pin Chen Hu to the ground and give him a good rubbing, she would set things straight. Ping immediately declared, "Wherever Sister Tiger goes I go." They formally set off, leaving the northern region and heading south. The areas they traveled through were deep mountains and ancient forests. Now that spiritual energy had revived and the land had expanded, the planet itself was swelling. The expanse of deep mountains and forests was far greater than that of the cities. Even though the south did not have as many mountains as the north, they could still avoid the people of Dongchuan Kingdom and journey southward without issue. Also, because the planet had grown larger, the distance southward had become considerably longer. They walked for several days without yet leaving the northern region. After a week and a half, they finally exited the north. But continuing south, there was still a great distance to cover. One evening, they found another spot on a mountain to rest, and Ping went out to hunt. Ping first caught a large squirrel and placed it at Chen Hu's feet. As soon as it appeared, the squirrel struggled incessantly, trying to run off, twitching and bursting with a power that seemed not its own. Bai Li quickly noticed something was off about the squirrel. Its eyes are somewhat murky. Bai Li observed the squirrel and said curiously, "It looks out of control, as if someone is manipulating it from behind. Release it first." They spoke in the beast tongue. Apart from other beasts, humans could not understand. Chen Hu asked curiously. Bai Li said, "The squirrel is abnormal. Someone is practicing beast taming. Some humans have already awakened the ability to tame beasts. Let it go and see where it runs." She was quite interested in beast taming. She wondered if she could learn the human method of taming beasts. If she could, Bai Li thought she might control countless beasts in the future. As long as one's strength was sufficient and their psychic power was strong, they could indeed control countless beasts. Beast taming. Chen Hu was equally fascinated. He also wanted to tame beasts and command a large group of them. It sounded very appealing. It was also content he often read about in novels before his transmigration. As soon as Ping released the squirrel, the large creature shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it had vanished from sight. Bai Li said, "Follow it and see." The squirrel was fast, but they were not slow, either, trailing leisurely behind. After about half an hour crossing two mountain peaks, a wooden cabin nestled among the groves came into view. It showed signs of habitation. Now that spiritual energy had revived and demonic beasts preyed on humans, someone who would build a cabin and live in the wild was clearly no ordinary person. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, Song Yu worked as a staff member at the zoo. On the night of the blood moon, animals underwent mutations and the authorities purged the zoo. Consequently, Song Yu found himself unemployed, uncertain about his next steps. However, after losing his job, Song Yu awakened a special ability, beast taming. He knew that mutated animals had become incredibly powerful. Even a mouse could grow large enough to devour humans. This newfound power was akin to a lifeline for him. It allowed him to control mutated creatures to combat other mutated beasts. Upon acquiring this ability, Song Yu painstakingly controlled a wild boar, a venomous snake, and a squirrel first. To expand his control, he used these three animals to protect himself as he ventured into the forest. He then added a deer and a poisonous scorpion to his array, bringing his total to 5 creatures. Song Yu decided to camp in the woods, staying near the edge where his beasts provided protection, avoiding deep penetration into the wilderness. For some time he remained unharmed while continuing to strengthen himself. But on this particular day, Song Yu narrowly escaped disaster. He could share the sensory perspectives of the animals under his command. Sending out a squirrel to explore the jungle, he encountered a snow-white fox with 3 tails. His squirrel was no match for the fox captured within a single round. 2 tigers also appeared shortly thereafter. Tigers. Song Yu instantly recalled that the Eastern River authorities had issued bounties on 2 such beasts. Could they be the ones he faced? Even the authorities struggled against them, reputedly being exceptionally formidable. Before Song Yu could confirm whether these were indeed the bounty targets, the squirrel was released. He ordered the squirrel to return quickly, but as it neared the wooden cabin, he discovered that both tigers and the fox had followed the creature back. Bad. Run away. Panicking, Song Yu dared not linger. He sprinted outward, while commanding the remaining beasts to accompany him, shielding his escape. Yet scarcely had he exited the cabin when the 2 tigers materialized before him. "Protect me, hold them back," he commanded mentally. Mounting the deer, he directed the other animals to confront the tigers. The deer maximized its speed, galloping frantically toward the city. Outside the cabin, Chen Hu and Bai Li approached, preparing to enter, when the door swung open to reveal a man standing before them. Bai Li recognized the beast tamer, immediately shouting, "Seize him." She spoke in beast tongue, which Song Yu could not comprehend. Song Yu rode the deer's back, racing forward as fast as possible. Under his control, the scorpions and other creatures charged toward Bai Li and Chen Hu. However, the scorpions were too low in rank. They fared poorly against Bai Li. A chilling breeze swept through, freezing them all solid into ice sculptures. By now, Song Yu had already fled far away. Yet as he walked, a delicate voice echoed suddenly beside his ear. "Running so fast, where are you going?" The moment the sound reached him, Song Yu felt dizzy, as if hallucinating. Even the deer beneath him reacted similarly. After swaying unsteadily, it collapsed, unable to rise again. Clutching his head, Song Yu suffered from severe dizziness, realizing grave trouble had struck. Even crawling was preferable to dying among the tiger's jaws. But after crawling for a short, while a white Ping Ping blocked his path, striking him with her paw, intensifying his disorientation until he could barely crawl. Brother Tiger, Sister Tiger, he's here, Ping Ping announced. Moments later, Chen Hu and Bai Li arrived. Surrounded by the two tigers, Song Yu finally regained clarity, trembling with fear. Let me go, please let me go. Song Yu pleaded urgently. I am not your enemy. Aware that animals possessed intelligence and understood human speech, he begged for mercy. Chen Hu ignored Song Yu's pleas. After scrutinizing him briefly, he asked his mate, how did you acquire his beast-taming ability? Bai Li pressed her tiger claws onto Song Yu, searching thoroughly, then shook her head. This man is neither an ancient cultivator nor a practitioner. His beast-taming must stem purely from mutation, an innate trait that cannot be obtained. She felt somewhat disappointed, having hoped for unexpected gains from this foolish human. Finish him off, Ping Ping, Bai Li instructed. With those words, she turned and departed. Chen Hu sighed softly and followed suit. Observing their departure, Song Yu exhaled slowly in relief. Though incomprehensible of beast tongue, interpreting Chen Hu and Bai Li's demeanor suggested they might spare him. Yet Ping Ping's foxtail lashed across Song Yu's body. His ribcage shattered completely, blood spilling from his mouth, rendering him immobile. Having completed her task, Ping Ping hopped away, following Chen Hu's footsteps. Song Yu stared wide-eyed, refusing to succumb. Shortly after, Chen Hu and Bai Li left. A worm approximately chopstick thick and over 20 centimeters long emerged slowly from beneath the fallen leaves. Had Bai Li been present, she would have recognized this as a blood-sucking leech, typically surviving parasitically. Now it crept directly into Song Yu's corpse through his nostril. After roughly 3 minutes, the corpse's eyes twitched, slightly blinking faintly. Then Song Yu's body stiffened upright, resurrected. This body, quite satisfactory, Song Yu murmured to himself, examining it. Suitable for parasitism. First I shall read his memories. Chen Hu entered the cabin, finding the interior sparsely furnished. After searching briefly without success, they noticed a tablet computer left behind by Song Yu. A connected device, notably unlocked. Bai Li took interest immediately, using her padded paw to swipe and unlock the screen. Given their reduced size, the tablet proved ample for her needs, eliminating reliance on Ping Ping. Chen Hu eagerly joined upon spotting new content. Though hesitant to approach closely, Ping peeked curiously nonetheless. While illiterate, she comprehended human artifacts. Wife, what's on this screen? Chen Hu queried. Do not call me Empress. Bai Li scoffed, having corrected him previously. Proficiently navigating the interface, she opened an application. Ancient martial arts cultivation levels officially announced. A trending headline caught Bai Li's attention. Humanity has finally deduced the cultivation tiers, she exclaimed. Clicking through, she viewed the martial progression levels. Mortal Realm, Transformation Realm, Spirit Entry, Condensed Chi, Mystical Understanding, Saint Realm, Void Realm, Near Emperor, Emperor Realm, she recited aloud. Assuming Chen Hu lacked comprehension, she repeated the terms deliberately. In truth, Chen Hu understood perfectly, it being his first exposure to human cultivation stages. Curiously, he asked, Wife, what do Mortal Realm, Transformation Realm, Spirit Entry, etc. signify? Seeing was one thing, but understanding was quite another. Chen Hu indeed could not comprehend, but that was fine as long as his white tiger wife was by his side. Bai Li explained, the mortal realm is the peak of ordinary humans where one refines inner breath. The transformation stage refines Qi into true Yuan, allowing the physical body to undergo a radical change. Spirit Entry turns true Yuan into spiritual power, attracting heaven and earth's spiritual energy, enabling communication with the world. These are realms deduced by ancient martial artists or human cultivators through their perception of the changes in spiritual energy. She did not intend to elaborate further and continued, there are too many remaining realms. For now, humans have only reached transformation. When someone breaks through to the next, I will find an opportunity to explain them to you. That is the entire system. 300 years later, Bai Li would be the Supreme Emperor realm, the second human to achieve that level, honored as the human emperor. The world 300 years later was drastically different from 300 years ago. It was completely transformed. Alright, Chen Hu did not necessarily need to understand all those realms. He asked, Wife, what about us demon beasts? Bai Li said, the realms for demon beasts are body-forging, spirit, gathering, mystic, condensation, evil, dissipation, vein, control, blood, integration, true body, demon king, and demon emperor. Now that the spiritual energy revival has entered its second phase among the demon beasts, some animals will soon deduce all these realms and spread them, forming a standard. She merely spoke briefly without explaining why those names were chosen. After listening, Chen Hu finally there's also a standard for ability users. Bai Li continued reading the other official announcements on the tablet. This is an internationally recognized classification standard for ability users and mutants. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Up to 9 levels. This international standard for mutants and ability users seemed rather crude and straightforward. Chen Hu glanced at it. Aside from the 9 levels, there was nothing else. Not even subdivisions like first or second tier. The realms were simple and easy to understand, free of overly complex names, making them truly internationally applicable. Even Ping, with her limited intelligence, could grasp them after just a brief explanation. Still fearing Chen Hu might not understand, Bai Li added, "That person just now was a level 1 ability user with beast-taming powers." Chen Hu nodded. "I understand. These were relatively easy matters. Ping could comprehend them, so how could Chen Hu not?" For Chen Hu, the most valuable item in the wooden cabin was the tablet. There was nothing else of note. Bai Li had Ping bring the tablet. Shortly after they returned to the cave they had been in, Ping went out to hunt again, randomly picking some pitiful beasts to serve as a late-night snack, and the night passed uneventfully. The next morning they continued their journey. Chen Hu asked curiously, "Wife, you seem to know a lot of things. How can you know everything?" He feigned curiosity. Such a question would be fitting for a tiger that had just gained intelligence, still masking his own identity as a time traveler. Bai Li replied, "My bloodline is special, so of course I can know everything." She did not explain that she was a reincarnator. Chen Hu said, "My bloodline seems even more special." Bai Li retorted, "Don't worry about it. Anyway, mine is also special, so I can know." "Chen Hu, you are the emperor, you have the final say." Chen Hu asked, "Wife, where are we going?" Bai Li replied, "There is a spiritual field in the southern part of the eastern river. We are heading there. It won't be long, keep moving." How long it would take, Bai Li could not yet determine, because every time spiritual energy revived, the planet grew a little larger. The area 300 years later was completely different from 300 years ago, so Bai Li could not estimate the distance. Then there was no need to estimate, just keep walking south. There was a spiritual field in the south. Chen Hu was quite interested in this field. The 2 tigers and 1 fox journeyed south. On the way they encountered nothing particularly special, nor any extraordinary heavenly treasures. Song Yu left the woods and first went to report to the authorities. The blood-sucking worm acquired Song Yu's memories and knew what had happened. It reported the matter of the 2 tigers as a form of revenge. The officials were astonished. The fire tiger and ice tiger had actually headed south, no longer staying in the north. This put the southern authorities on high alert. They contacted Chao Wu and others demanding detailed information on the 2 tigers. Then they launched a search throughout the south, vowing not to stop until they found the 2 tigers. After reporting the matter, the blood-sucking worm, guided by Song Yu's memories, quickly returned home. "Being human feels wonderful," the worm muttered to itself. But it had now fully integrated into Song Yu, and no longer a parasitic worm, but the host Song Yu itself. It considered itself a human now. Song Yu sat at home for a while and felt hungry. Better find something. Just as Song Yu was about to go out for food, a neighbor came knocking. "Xiao Song." Song Yu opened the door and saw an old man approaching. The old man asked, "The light bulb in my house is broken. Do you have time to help me change it?" Seeing the old man, Song Yu licked his lips and said, "Sure. Is there anyone else at home?" The old man replied, "My grandson is at home." From the memories, the old man's grandson was only an 80-year-old boy. 8 years old. Song Yu's eyes lit up. This age was perfect. The blood would be sweet. The more he thought about it, the more his craving grew. He urged, "Grandpa, let me go with you to take a look." The old man's home was right next to Song Yu's. He led Song Yu inside and closed the door, then sighed. "Ah, the world has changed. The lady on the 18th floor secretly kept a pet dog. Yesterday the dog mutated and devoured her entire family. How could this happen?" Song Yu asked, "What happened to that pet dog afterward?" The old man replied, "The authorities shot it dead." The authorities had long declared that all household pets must be surrendered or killed and disposed of outside. But some people hid their pets. Being eaten was their own fault. If you are not a mutant, and yet you hide a pet, you should— Song Yu said, "That's terrible, but Grandpa, don't worry. I'm also a mutated animal." The old man laughed heartily. "How could that be? We've known each other for years, you." Before he could finish, he turned to pour Song Yu a glass of water. Suddenly the old man saw a chopstick-sized worm emerge from Song Yu's mouth, plunging into his throat. Before the old man could finish his words, his throat was pierced by the blood-sucking worm. The blood was continuously drawn in, and his body visibly shriveled, skin clinging to the bones. "Grandpa." At that moment a little boy came out of the room. He saw the old man and Song Yu standing face to face, but couldn't quite see what was happening. The boy, driven by curiosity, walked over to see what they were doing. But at that very moment, he saw a blood-sucking worm retract from the old man's neck. Looking again at the old man's body, it had become skin and bones, and was thrown to the ground by Song Yu. "Ah!" The little boy screamed in terror and turned to run. He didn't know what had happened, but he could imagine that the incident must have been extremely frightening. 3 minutes later, Song Yu walked out of the old man's house, but instead of going home, he went downstairs and gazed at the bustling crowd outside, a trace of longing in his eyes. So many people. Sucking one a day, how enjoyable, ha! Wonderful. Song Yu thought wildly, in his heart, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Passers-by who saw him were frightened and gave him a wide berth. Chen Hu and Bai Li traveled south for a long time until they reached a river. To continue southward, crossing the river was inevitable. The river stretched from east to west, separating north and south, with no way around it. Wife, do you know how to swim? Chen Hu turned and asked. The emperor can freeze the water surface. Bai Li glanced at the river and emphasized again, and stop calling me wife. I am not your wife. This was not the first time she had stressed this, but despite that, this stupid tiger refused to listen. In her heart, she thought Chen Hu was becoming more and more detestable. Chen Hu grinned and said, "Why shall we find a place to rest first?" It was broad daylight, and crossing the river would easily attract attention. Then the authorities of Dongchuan would come to bother them again. They would settle accounts with the Dongchuan authorities once they possessed the power to withstand missiles. After all, humanity's truth was still terrifying. Bai Li said helplessly, "Let's go." They headed toward the nearby woods. Ping, being sensible, went ahead to scout the path. As they ventured deeper into the forest, there were no unusual incidents. This forest had long been swept by human artillery shells, with shell craters clearly visible. Even if there were powerful demon beasts, they would have fled to hide elsewhere. Chen Hu looked around for a while, then went deeper into the woods and found a relatively dry spot to sit and rest. Bai Li was cultivating diligently. She longed to become stronger so that she could beat Chen Hu up and make him stop calling her wife. As soon as she sat down, Bai Li began cultivating. Seeing Bai Li's diligence, Ping also worked hard. At this level of demon beast, none did not yearn to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could one survive. By evening, Ping cautiously asked, "Sister, who are you hungry? Shall I go hunt for you?" In the past, hunting was usually Chen Hu's job. Now that Ping's strength had improved, hunting became Ping. Bai Li nodded and said, "Go ahead." Ping then continued deeper into the woods, curiously observing this unfamiliar place. She was searching for other demon beasts in the forest that could be hunted. Demon beasts like them had no ethics or morals. It was either you eat me or I eat you. Survival of the fittest. After Ping left, Bai Li paused her cultivation for a while and opened the tablet to see what new developments were happening on the internet. It's almost out of battery. Bai Li looked at the tablet and felt quite helpless. As tigers, they had no way to charge the tablet. Once the battery was drained, they would have to discard it. Chen Hu sidled up and rubbed against Bai Li, saying, "Wife, what's been happening outside lately?" Of course he could read, but he still pretended to know nothing just to take advantage of Bai Li. Bai Li gave Chen Hu a disdainful glance, then opened an app to browse, saying, "Recently, an iron-eating beast reached a cooperation agreement with the Dongchuan state authorities. Dongchuan provides for the iron-eating beast, and the iron-eating beast helps Dongchuan defend against enemies, or it can persuade other willing demon beasts to surrender." Iron-eating beast. That's just a panda. Chen Hu hadn't expected that the first to form an alliance with humanity was the iron-eating beast. So demon beasts could also cooperate with humans. However, Chen Hu had no such intention. After all, he was no longer human. Who knew if humans in the future would be ruthless enough to eliminate him? Cooperation was absolutely out of the question. Being able to coexist without interference was already Chen Hu's limit. This iron-eating beast is the peace envoy between humans and demon beasts that will one day be bitten to death by the tiger celestial emperor. Bai Li still knew about this iron-eating beast. It could live for over 200 years. It was also the demon beast with the best relationship with humans, bar none. In the end, it fought against the tiger celestial emperor for humanity, but was eaten by the tiger celestial emperor. Hearing this thought, Chen Hu became even more resistant to cooperating with humans. Once he cooperated, he would have to risk his life for humanity. Who would dare to accept such cooperation? Chen Hu certainly dared not. He was a tiger now. Why should he care about the fate of humanity? Let everything be as it may. Bai Li looked at other information and said, "The first batch of ancient martial artists from the Ancient Martial Arts School has been trained. Additionally, the Ability User School has begun researching genetic engineering, modifying human genes and merging them with animal genes." Bai Li was about to continue reading the next news article, but at that point the tablet indicated low battery and shut down. "It's gone," she said helplessly, "out of power." Then she casually tossed the tablet aside. As a reincarnator from 300 years later, Bai Li was no stranger to school's genetic modification and the creation of abilities. To become stronger, humanity would inevitably do many things to resist. These genetic engineering and modification efforts would be considered normal from the perspective of people over 300 years later. Chen Hu was completely indifferent to these matters. Since demon beasts had already changed so much, he could understand humans becoming a bit heaven-defying and no longer looking like humans. Chen Hu said, "Out of batteries so soon?" Bai Li replied, "All right, just lie down and wait for little fox to come back." Chen Hu simply laid down beside Bai Li, wanting to snuggle with her. Bai Li had no way to deal with this shameless, stupid tiger. "Stupid tiger, just you wait, the emperor will settle this." Bai Li gave a light snort. This was not the first time she had thought like that. Chen Hu, who could eavesdrop on her thoughts, smiled. He liked it when Bai Li thought like this. So he pressed even closer to Bai Li. After all, a tiger's face had a layer of fur. Even if he was shameless, it couldn't be seen. Bailey could only grumble inwardly. She didn't know from when, but she had stopped strongly opposing him. After being nuzzled by Chen Hu again and again, she accepted it. Sometimes since she couldn't refuse, she might as well enjoy it. Bailey looked at Chen Hu feeling speechless, but she still remembered his kindness in her heart. Brother Hu, sister Hu. Ping, who had gone out to hunt, finally ran back and said, "There seems to be another celestial treasure up ahead. I saw many snakes gathering, so I didn't dare approach. Would you like to go take a look?" Upon hearing about a celestial treasure, Bailey immediately stood up and said, "Lead the way." Bailey indeed possessed the knowledge of where many heavenly treasures were born. At each stage there were different kinds of such treasures. However, the locations of these heavenly treasures were relatively scattered. Sometimes by the time one arrived, they might already have been taken by other demon beasts or humans. Thus, during the second stage, Bailey focused solely on the spirit bamboo, which was sufficient for the time being. The other heavenly treasures were scattered too far away, and rushing there might end in vain, making it not worthwhile. Of course, there were also some heavenly treasures that had never been recorded, such as the object Ping had discovered here. In Bailey's memory, there was no record of it at all. After all, the world's mutation and the resurgence of spiritual energy affected the entire world, and not every heavenly treasure would necessarily be recorded in the annals of the future. Seeing that, Bailey wanted it, Ping quickly took the lead to guide the way, even leaving hunting and the like behind. Heavenly treasures were far more important than hunting. Even Bailey, upon seeing it, could not help but want to seize it. This world was ruled by the law of the jungle. They had not walked far when they arrived at a valley. Inside the valley, the air was thick with a stench of blood and rot. Yet amidst the foul odor, a dense spiritual energy emanated from within. Ping pointed into the valley and said, "Sister Tiger, it's right here. There is a huge snake inside its cultivation realm similar to mine. There is also a nest of snakes, many in number, perhaps over 30. Chen Hu exclaimed in surprise, "Over 30 snakes. The entire nest is here." That was indeed a lot of snakes. But it didn't matter, no matter how many, it was just a matter of setting a fire. Bailey asked, "Is the strongest snake's realm really similar to yours?" Ping nodded. "From my perception, it is indeed about the same as mine." Since they were on a par, Bailey paid it no mind. Even if it were stronger, Bailey would not care. After all, she had her own silly tiger. Chen Hu could just step forward and breathe fire, and everything would be settled no matter how strong it was. Bailey said, "Let's go in and have a look." Chen Hu shook his head. "No, there's something else. I can sense a human presence." Hearing that there was something else, they halted for a moment. Bailey looked up toward the top of the valley and nodded solemnly. There really is something else. Since there were other demon beasts here, there was no need to rush. In fact, playing the role of the hidden observer was quite advantageous. They could let them fight first and wait until they were worn out before making a move. Chen Hu and Bailey exchanged a glance, deciding to conceal themselves for now. Ping's realm was insufficient. It had no idea what was around, but it was obedient since it was inconvenient to come out now. Hiding together would do. Chen Hu and Bailey quietly concealed themselves in the forest. Since it was night, visibility was poor. They managed to stay hidden. Slowly making their way to the edge of the valley, they looked down and indeed saw a nest of snakes gathered at the bottom, a great number of them. Ping's guess was correct, over 30 snakes. The leader among them was a giant cyan serpent over 50 meters long. The other snakes, each of a different color, all clustered around the cyan serpent. They were all guarding the entrance of a cave, with none of them entering, as if waiting for something. Chen Hu noticed a system pop up hovering above the cyan serpent's head. Race, Serpent Realm Spirit Gathering First Layer. Indeed, it was a serpent on par with Ping, an absolutely talented demon beast. At present, many demon beasts in the second stage were only at the body tempering 9th layer. Those able to break through to spirit gathering were definitely gifted. That cyan giant serpent could already speak, but it remained silent, staring fixedly into the cave. Chen Hu asked, "Can you tell what they are waiting for, dear?" Bailey shook her head. "No, but there was certainly something inside, otherwise these snakes would not be guarding it so Bailey then said, "Let's wait." They had time now. By waiting patiently, they would eventually see the snake demons make a move. Chen Hu added, "To our right, a bit higher up, a white bird is hiding. Ahead there is also a monkey, and besides." He listed all the demon beasts hiding nearby. Those demon beasts could hide, but not from the system. A system panel would appear above their heads, displaying their race, realm, and all other information. With the system, one could do as one pleased. The thing inside the cave attracted those snakes, and naturally it could also attract other demon beasts. Chen Hu continued, "Also to our right front there is a human, a second-level mutant, deeply concealed." Ping directed his mental sense toward them and whispered, "That person is very bold. But a second level? That seems quite strong." Having a second-level human here did seem formidable. Chen Hu glanced around and suddenly spotted another system pop up on a towering ancient tree. Race Bat Realm Spirit Gathering 3rd Layer. That bat was hanging upside down from a branch, causing the system pop-up to appear upside down as well. Chen Hu said, "Dear, there's a bat at the Spirit Gathering 3rd Layer, only a little weaker than you." "What?" Bailey was slightly shocked. As a female emperor, she had only reached the spirit-gathering fourth layer after drinking the spirit liquid. What background did that bat have to be so strong? Chen Hu said the bat is on the tree. It's looking our way as if it knows I've spotted it. A mere spirit-gathering third-layer bat. Discovering it was nothing. Chen Hu was slightly surprised, but soon dismissed it. Tang Jinxing was a professor at the School of Biology of a famous university. Before the spiritual energy resurgence, he researched animal genes and gene fusion topics. His research direction was somewhat against nature. For example, transplanting a dog's tail onto a human or fusing earthworms with geckos to integrate their genes. Tang Jinxing had a rather eccentric personality. The topics he loved to study were those that violated ethics or even basic biological common sense. At the university, he was generally overlooked, even ostracized. When the spiritual energy resurgence occurred, Tang Jinxing happened to undergo mutation as well. Thus he conceived a bold idea. In his laboratory, he had been studying the genetic traits of geckos and earthworms, and at that moment the studied genes also mutated. Tang Jinxing's idea was to inject these mutated genes into his own body. The moment they were injected, his transformation became even greater. Regeneration of severed limbs, body splitting. These extraordinary abilities all became his. He felt that he might never die, that he was immortal. Recently, he often went up the mountain searching for other animals from which to extract genes for further fusion. He happened to notice that something special seemed to be appearing on this mountain, so he came quietly. Just after arriving, Tang Jinxing saw a nest of snakes gathered at the bottom of the valley. So many snakes. Tang Jinxing gazed at the valley teeming with serpents, his eyes narrowing as a glint of light flashed across them. If I extract the genes of these snakes and fuse them into my own body, would my teeth contain venom sacs? His thoughts were as audacious as ever. He feared nothing. Ethical concerns in Tang Jinxing's view were utterly irrelevant. With the entire world transformed, those who still clung to ethics and species distinctions, in the eyes of this mutated university professor, were bound to be eliminated sooner or later. Survival of the fittest, the unfit, are weeded out. What exactly is inside that could draw so many snakes to fight over it? Tang Jinxing continued to watch below, muttering to himself. Aside from the snakes, there seemed to be other animals nearby. No rush. They'll wait a bit longer. He remained composed, striving to stay calm. At this moment, he could not act impulsively. He needed to wait until the creatures had nearly annihilated each other before seizing the item inside. Tang Jinxing had deep confidence in his own abilities. Near the valley, both humans and demonic beasts alike were waiting for the commotion emerging from the cave. Tang Jinxing would not make the first move. He quietly concealed himself in the shadows. As for being discovered, he was indifferent. Once the fight broke out, his presence would be revealed sooner or later. Time passed quickly, and it was now the dead of night. Chen Hu had been lying motionless, but then he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, a snake beginning to enter the cave. It was not the azure giant serpent, but a small yellow snake. It crawled slowly into the cave. Honey, Chen Hu nudged Bai Li's tiger head and said, a snake has gone in. Hearing this, Bai Li immediately raised her head just in time to see the snake disappear into the cave. As for what was inside, Bai Li still had no idea. She could not figure out why these snakes could only enter at this moment. Usually such a long wait indicated they were biding their time for some opportunity. Bai Li said, let's wait. It was clear that other beasts had also noticed the snake entering, and a faint stir began to spread. The azure giant serpent below was well aware that other demonic beasts were watching, but it paid them no heed, its gaze fixed solely on the object within the cave. After the snake entered the cave, 3 minutes passed. Then a strange screech echoed from within, as if it had encountered something terrifying. The snake let out a harrowing scream, but the sound ceased almost instantly. Chen Hu and the others watched from near the valley, growing intensely curious about what was happening inside. Wondering what could have caused the snake to cry out so horribly, Chen Hu asked curiously, honey, you're well-traveled. Do you know what's going on in there? Bai Li shook her head. Though she did not know, she was equally intrigued. Yet the snakes were not finished. Another one began to slither into the cave. After another 3 minutes, another shrill scream came from the cave, followed by a third snake entering. One by one the snakes went in. But the azure giant serpent remained coiled at the cave's entrance, making no other move, its serpentine eyes glimmering with an eerie red. Those crimson eyes held a peculiar light. It was a light of hope and anticipation. What was inside that it desperately desired? Over 30 snakes quickly entered, one after another. Once inside, none of them came out. The azure giant serpent still coiled outside, its body slowly turning as it prepared to enter as well. Suddenly, a rabbit at the 9th layer of body refinement leaped out with a powerful kick of its hind legs. This rabbit was the most impatient and unable to wait any longer. It believed the snakes that had entered earlier were mere cannon fodder, but now that the azure giant serpent was about to go and the timing must be right, it could surely obtain the treasure inside. The rabbit was eager to snatch the prize. It intended to enter before the azure giant serpent and seize the object within. Spiritual treasures and opportunities born from heaven and earth were coveted by all, humans and demonic beasts alike. The strong claimed them. As long as your strength was sufficient, it was yours. Seeing the first rabbit leap out, the other demonic beasts, including Tang Jinxing, could no longer hold back. They all rose together. Tang Jinxing too abandoned his composure. The azure giant serpent lashed out with its tail coiling around the rabbit. The rabbit at the 9th layer of body refinement was utterly outmatched before the serpent at the 1st layer of spirit gathering. The azure giant serpent wrapped around the rabbit and flung it toward itself. Then it opened its jaws and swallowed the rabbit whole. Without even a chance to struggle, the rabbit perished in the serpent's belly. After devouring the rabbit, the azure giant serpent began to enter the cave. Seeing this, the other animals all leaped into the valley and surged toward the cave entrance at the same time, including Tang Jinxing. He had thought himself calm, but when it came to seizing a heavenly opportunity, few could maintain their composure. It's all mine. Tang Jinxing strode in excitedly. On the scene, apart from Chen Hu and his group, only the bat remained. Everyone else had entered. Chen Hu cast a curious glance at the bat, surprised that it could remain so impassive, even more composed than a human being. Could its intelligence be higher than that of the human? Before seeing what lay inside, the demonic beasts that had entered the cave had yet to start fighting. They just scrambled to get in. Ping Ping asked softly, "Brother Tiger, Sister Tiger, should we go in?" Chen Hu shook his head. No need to go in right now. Of course they wanted the spiritual treasure inside, but entering was not mandatory. Would the others not come out eventually? Once they emerged, a single glance would tell whether the prize was worth snatching. As for the bat, no one knew what it was thinking. It showed no intention of entering, still hanging upside down from a branch. It was remarkably calm, even more so than Bai Li. Bai Li did desire what was inside, but she heeded Chen Hu's decision. Inside the cave, Tang Jinxing, the only human among the demonic beasts, was not only unafraid but insisted on leading the way. However, he had not gone far when a pungent stench of blood assailed his nostrils, an especially foul odor. It was entirely the smell of snake blood. A few more steps and Tang Jinxing could see the remains of the snakes that had entered earlier, drained of blood. Those corpses lay scattered around a pool. The pool was filled with blood, all from those snakes, which had willingly bled themselves to death here. No wonder they had screamed so miserably. In the center of the pool lay a somewhat elongated egg. Tang Jinxing thought, that's a snake egg. As a professor of biology, he was most familiar with such things. One glance sufficed to identify it. What was so special about this snake egg that so many mutated snakes would willingly shed their blood to soak it? He could also see faint wisps of spiritual energy emanating from the egg. Tang Jinxing halted, not drawing closer. The other demonic beasts also stopped staring at the egg with curiosity. The beast spirits that entered, upon realizing there were no spirit fruits or similar items, halted their advance, refraining from rash attempts to seize the prize. While serpent eggs could be consumed to enhance one's cultivation, even the colossal azure serpent would have been devoured had they believed it beneficial. Yet these were serpent eggs, not ordinary spirit fruits. Until the nature of the eggs was confirmed, none dared to act first. Tang Jinxing mingled among the beast spirits, observing the serpent eggs for a moment before turning his gaze toward the azure serpent by the poolside. The serpent remained motionless, simply guarding its eggs. It cast a wary glance at the beasts before it and the unexpected intruders. A tense stalemate ensued. Blood from the pool slowly seeped into the serpent eggs. Tang Jinxing noticed faint web-like patterns of blood forming on their surfaces. The crimson markings grew increasingly distinct, evidence of the eggs absorbing the full pool of serpent blood. Tang Jinxing's bold idea resurfaced once more. He did not intend to devour the serpent egg. Rather, he wished to bring it back to his laboratory to extract its genetic material and fuse it with his own body. This serpent egg was evidently extraordinary. Tang Jinxing believed the extracted genes would yield remarkable results when integrated with his physiology. The more he contemplated this, the more agitated he felt. Though restless, he restrained himself, avoiding he would observe what transpired next. Tang Jinxing blended in among the beast spirits, temporarily unthreatened. All parties focused solely on the serpent eggs, with humans deemed secondary. As the patterns intensified, the serpent egg began emitting a subtle fragrance. This scent proved uniquely intoxicating, captivating both humans and beast spirits alike. "I can't endure it any longer," murmured a spider spirit at the Foundation establishment stage, stirred by the fragrance. It spun silk threads, attempting to ensnare the egg. "Seize it first, then flee." Though beast spirits possessed some intellect, their patience invariably fell short of humanity's when tempted. Any alluring provocation would compel them to strike impulsively. As soon as the spider lunged, a lizard leaped forward, blowing away the silk strands with forceful breath. It descended from above, also targeting the serpent egg. Long anticipating aggression, the azure serpent lashed its tail, striking the lizard squarely. The lizard was sent flying, shattering against the stone wall into pieces. Spurred on by the initial attack, other creatures surged forward eagerly. That single thread of silk acted like a fuse, instantly disrupting the fragile balance. Unconcerned by the carnage around it, the serpent steadfastly protected its eggs. As long as the eggs remained safe, the slaughter held no consequence for the serpent. God! Suddenly Tang Jinxing let out an agonized cry. Looking down, he saw a pangolin biting off his left hand and consuming it immediately. With a swift motion, he drew a knife and slashed downward at the creature. The pangolin curled into a ball, its natural armor rendering Tang Jiangxing's blade ineffective, sparks flying despite the impact. Yet it could not overcome the pangolin. Remarkably, however, Tang Jiangxing's severed left hand regenerated instantly, a testament to his most advanced human modification technique researched thus far, limb regeneration. Once restored, Tang Jinxing snapped his fingers. Lightning erupted from his fingertips, paralyzing the pangolin. The sounds of battle and piercing cries finally escaped the cave. Chen Hu exclaimed urgently, "They're fighting." Bai Li retorted, "They've begun fighting, yet you seem delighted." "Of course I'm excited," Chen Hu replied. "As they eliminate each other, we can claim the spoils afterward. Your wife desires what lies within, does she not?" But glancing again at the bat perched among branches above, they noted it remained inert, seemingly indifferent to the conflict below, merely observing the spectacle. Chen Hu remarked, quite composed for now. Yet moments later the clashes grew louder and more intense. At the cave entrance they witnessed the azure serpent emerging, clutching a blood-marked fragrant serpent egg coiled around its tail. Behind the serpent stood Tang Jinxing, wielding a kitchen knife, crackling with electrical energy, an image resembling the thunder deity. Post-mutation, he could manipulate all forms of electricity. Electricity danced across his frame. In the darkness, blue lightning flashed brilliantly, radiating an aura capable of annihilating anything. Within the cave, Tang Jinxing had vanquished every beast spirit before confronting the serpent. As a level 2 human mutant fused with beast genetics, he dominated the cavern entirely. Forced to retreat with its egg, the serpent fled the cave. Tang Jinxing flicked his fingers, summoning a bolt of lightning from the sky that struck near the azure serpent. Nearly paralyzed by the shockwave, the serpent suffered shattered scales and profuse bleeding as the electricity grazed its hide. Numerous wounds marred its body. Having fought fiercely within the cave, the ferocious thunder deity Tang Jinxing snarled menacingly, "Tell me, where will you escape to now?" He coveted the serpent egg, desperately hoping to utilize it for his human modification project. Though the serpent had attained foundation establishment stage, it paled beside Tang Jiangxing's level 2 mutated form. Desperately it pleaded, "I know other animals are hidden nearby. Spare my life. I shall repay you abundantly." Its voice weakened with desperation. However, Tang Jinxing couldn't understand beast speech. Believing the serpent intimidated into submission, he felt emboldened. Carrying his knife and swirling electricity, he approached the serpent. It implored further, "The serpent egg holds no value for you. If you spare my life, our lineage will never forget your kindness. Please." It fought valiantly to protect that egg. Under no circumstances could such a monstrous human steal it. The egg proved critically important. "Wife, shall we help?" Chen Hu nudged Bai Li, asking, "Can you discern the purpose of the serpent egg?" Upon seeing the egg, Bai Li exclaimed in astonishment, "This is Tingsha's egg. Incubated with serpent blood, I never anticipated this Tingsha would hatch so prematurely." Tingsha? Chen Hu recognized the term. A legendary divine beast, said to rival dragons. Could a true divine beast actually exist? With spiritual energies resurging, encountering such a creature seemed plausible. After deliberation, Bai Li declared firmly, "Save it." She judged rescuing Tingsha carried greater value than neglecting it, owing to her foreknowledge of historical events. With no other celestial opportunities apparent, saving a Tingsha proved acceptable. The azure serpent saw that no beastkin would come to its rescue. Watching the lightning imperator approach it, it was determined to flee. Rumble. Just as the azure serpent prepared to escape, a thunderclap resounded, and a thicker bolt of lightning appeared above its head. Tang Jinxing continued to unleash his power, intending to strike the azure serpent down with lightning. Whoosh! Before the bolt could descend, a sound of flame erupting was heard. A pillar of fire materialized out of thin air, incinerating the lightning. Chen Hu leaped down from the mountain and landed steadily on the ground, saying indifferently, "Lightning Imperator, your opponent is me." However, Tang Jinxing could not comprehend his beastly speech. Seeing that a beastkin had truly come to its rescue, the azure serpent was immensely grateful and quickly hid behind Chen Hu. Tang Jinxing had long known that other beastkin lurked nearby. Since they refused to show themselves, he had initially planned to seize the snake eggs without engaging them. Now that Chen Hu dared to step forward, Tang Jinxing considered him a fool walking to his demise. In his current state, he was brimming with confidence and arrogance. He summoned lightning with his hands and hurled it toward Chen Hu. The azure serpent warned, "Be careful." But the lightning posed little threat to Chen Hu, who spread his jade scale armor and deflected all the bolts. He lunged forward, his tiger claws reaching out. You can dodge," Tang Jinxing thought in shock. Then he swung his blade, aiming to sever Chen Hu's claws. Chen Hu's tiger claws were not so easily cut. Flames erupted from the claws, and when they gripped Tang Jiangxing's blade, several scorching scratches appeared on the cleaver. Those scratches continued to burn. The steel cleaver soon melted into molten iron. Chen Hu thrust another claw toward Tang Jiangxing. Tang Jiangxing's expression twisted in horror. He had never imagined this golden-striped tiger could be so formidable. You are the fire tiger, he exclaimed in shock. The tales of the fire tiger and ice tiger had long spread. The outside world knew of these two ferocious. Tang Jiangxing had initially dismissed them, but after a brief clash with Chen Hu, he realized their terrifying. If the fire tiger was this formidable, what of the ice tiger? As expected, the moment this thought crossed Tang Jiangxing's mind, a gust of icy wind swept in. Tang Jiangxing knew he was in trouble. He did not fear death, able to regenerate lost limbs, but the fire tiger's flames terrified him. If he were burned to ashes, how could he regenerate from that? His first instinct was to flee. But as he moved, a bone-chilling cold enveloped his entire body. From their exchange, Chen Hu estimated Tang Jiangxing's strength to be roughly equivalent to a beastkin at the third layer of spirit gathering. Tang Jiangxing still had a chance to resist by least 1,000-mile freeze. Not yet turned into an ice sculpture, Tang Jiangxing struggled to escape. But when he looked up, he saw two blazing flames in Chen Hu's tiger eyes. The chill was instantly dispelled. A searing heat began to rise from deep within Tang Jiangxing's body, as if his internal organs were being utterly incinerated. Tang Jiangxing paled in terror, only for another icy wind to blow. Alternating between freezing cold and scorching heat, the excruciating sensation of ice and fire was beyond human endurance. The azure serpent, seeing that either Chen Hu or Bai Li could effortlessly crush Tang Jiangxing, suddenly thought of the cave incident and shouted, "He's bizarre. He can regrow severed limbs as if reborn. You must burn him to ashes." Chen Hu said, "Such an insane ability. Let me handle it, dear." Bai Li withdrew the icy wind. Chen Hu opened his tiger maw and spat. A ball of flame instantly engulfed Tang Jiangxing. He screamed, "Mercy! Mercy!" He collapsed to the ground, a human torch rolling frantically to extinguish the fire. But in his struggle, he secretly tore off his own hand. The severed hand fell to the ground and began to crawl into the soil, burrowing down to hide. Tang Jiangxing pressed his entire body over the spot where the hand had buried itself. Soon he could no longer struggle. The fire slowly reduced him to ashes, leaving only a charred silhouette on the ground. Thus ended the conflict. The bat above had never descended. Thank you both." The azure serpent bowed and said, "You may call me Qingqing. That is the name I gave myself after awakening my intelligence." Qingqing continued, "I owe you a debt that I will repay, though I lack the means now. Do not worry. I am absolutely trustworthy and will not deceive you." Saying this, it lowered its head and tore a piece of its own cyan scale from its tail with its teeth. "Take this scale, and you will be able to find me, or in the future I can use it to locate you." Chen Hu eyed the bloodied scale curiously and asked, "When will you come to repay us?" Snakes seemed fond of repaying debts, didn't they? Like the white snake. This one was green, but still a snake. Like fox spirits, they all liked to repay kindness. That was how novels Chen Hu had read before his rebirth always went. Qingqing said, "Once the snake eggs hatch, I will definitely come to repay your kindness." Its voice was earnest and its words sincere. Chen Hu asked, "What were all those snakes you gathered earlier trying to do?" Qingqing explained, "After the blood mist passed, our serpent clan discovered a tongue snake egg left by our ancestors. It was in that cave earlier. We could only enter at night. Then we awakened memories and learned that snake blood is needed to nurture the tongue snake." Chen Hu now understood why so many snakes had entered the cave. They were there to bleed and die. Their self-sacrifice was remarkable. Qingqing went on, "I am the tongue snake's guardian and cannot shed blood. I was supposed to hatch it, but tonight I have not succeeded." The blood of over 30 snakes had still not hatched the tongue snake. This left it bewildered. Every snake in this area that could be bled had been used. The only option was to seek more snakes elsewhere for their blood. Bai Li said, "For this egg, prepare 1,000 snakes and bleed them slowly. Its fragrance will particularly attract beasts and humans. You must be ready to fight at any moment." She knew how a tongue snake egg should be nurtured and hatched. She also understood its seductive allure. Hearing this, Qingqing's serpent eyes widened at the daunting prospect. After a long pause, it said, "Thank you for your help. If I survive, I will surely come to repay you, and the tongue snake will repay you too." It wanted to leave. The recent battle might attract official attention, so it needed to relocate and continue searching for snake blood. Bai Li said, "Go." She trusted the giant serpent's words. Her ability to foresee the future told her Qingqing was trustworthy and would repay them eventually, which was why she had intervened. The snake egg was useless to them. Eating it boiled or fried would be no different from consuming a spirit-gathering beast. As Qingqing prepared to leave, the bat finally flew down. Everyone knew there was still one more, a bat hanging upside down from a tree branch. It had already reached the 3rd level of spirit gathering. It had never joined the slaughter or battle, but at this moment it flew down from the tree. It hovered in the air staring at Chen Hu and Qingqing and the others. Its bat-like eyes narrowed slightly. However, this bat was extremely ugly with a ferocious face, making Chen Hu want to slap it flat, then burn it to ashes. It was too ugly, looking at it dampened one's mood. This bat is very In 300 years, there was no bat demon king like this, and the flood serpent wouldn't have appeared at this time either. It must be that my own rebirth has caused many things to change. Bailey's rebirth was itself a variable. Her variable was so huge that it led to the appearance of many beings that even she wouldn't know about 300 years later. In Bailey's view, all kinds of karmic connections had become different. When this bat flew down, Qingqing immediately became nervous, ready to enter a defensive and combat state, coiling the flood serpent egg within her snake body, her snake eyes wide, as if ready to strike at any moment, about to attack the bat. Don't be tense. At this realm, the bat, for now, it bore no malice or killing intent. The reason it appeared here was that it was also interested in what was in. Now that it found only a flood serpent egg, its interest waned considerably. The bat added, I bear no ill will. Even if I ate this egg, it wouldn't do much good. I don't want to eat it yet. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. It seemed to know the egg's value as well. Other demon beasts didn't understand, which was why they fought over it. That man Tang Jinxing simply wanted to obtain the genes from the flood serpent egg and fuse them with his own. He just wanted to modify his genes. It wasn't for eating. Qingqing asked, what do you want? The bat let out a laugh, an unpleasant sound, and said, I just want to be friends with all of you. Its gaze fell on Chen Hu and Bailey. The meaning was clear. The ones it wanted to befriend were the two tigers. As for Qingqing the snake, even though she had reached the first level of spirit gathering, she was still too weak in the bat's eyes and not qualified to be its friend. The bat continued, now the whole world has changed. Humans are growing crueler toward us animals, wishing to kill us all. How can we animals allow humans to slaughter us? It seemed to have some ideas and some ambition. Its awakened intelligence appeared higher than that of Qingqing and Pingping, and its ideas sounded somewhat crazy. Chen Hu asked curiously, what do you want to do? The bat declared loudly, we animals must unite to resist humans in order to survive well. So I want to make more friends who are relatively powerful, so that in the future we can together resist humans, conquer human cities, avenge our animal kin, and secure a normal living space for animals. These words were spoken with great righteousness. It also put on an appearance of selflessness, as if acting for the sake of the entire animal community. But did it have selfish motives? 100% yes. Since when could a bat become so righteous? Chen Hu thought it was impossible. Without selfish motives, who would be willing to fight so hard? A counterattack on humans. It came earlier than I knew. In history, the demon beast that led the counterattack on humans was not a bat either. It seems things have changed again. It's all because of my variable that has affected the course of history. Bailey's inner voice emerged in Chen Hu. That bat displayed an unprecedented grandiosity and added, brother tiger, and sister snake, what do you think? Chen Hu turned his gaze to Bailey, wanting to see her opinion. Stupid tiger, make your own decision. Bailey didn't want to deal with these matters. In fact, she could see that this bat must have ill intentions. 100% ill intentions. It definitely had other motives, not simply a counterattack on humans. Bailey now held no good feelings toward humans at all, but as someone who was once human with a human soul, she temporarily had no intention of counterattacking humans. If any person or group dared to provoke her, she could take revenge and wipe them out completely. But a large-scale counterattack on humans was something Bailey couldn't bring herself to do for now. After all, she still had a trace of humanity. Chen Hu heard this inner voice, then looked at the bat, narrowed his eyes, and asked, how many people have you killed? The bat shook its head and said, I can't remember clearly. Whenever I catch someone, I always suck their blood. Human blood is so sweet. As it said this, it immediately showed an expression of intense craving for human blood, as if it desperately wanted to drink human blood again. Chen Hu looked at the bat once more and said, a counterattack on humans sounds nice, but that's your business. It has nothing to do with us. Forget it, darling, let's go. He didn't believe a single word the bat said, not even a punctuation mark. The bat's intelligence wasn't low. This creature was definitely no good. It wasn't that Chen Hu judged by appearance, but a gut feeling made him think the bat was off. You? The bat flew into a rage and lunged down ferociously, shouting, don't go. Chen Hu turned back, his tiger mouth opening wide. A column of fire shot out toward the bat. The bat was startled and flickered upward. It was already tens of meters above, moving extremely fast, as if it possessed skills similar to teleportation or flash. With a simple dodge, it flew high into the sky. It flew up and didn't come back down, shouting loudly, my name is Bat King. Treating me like this, you will regret it. But I won't hold a grudge over what just happened. If you can see the light, we can still be comrades in the counterattack on humans. This bat called Bat King was now quite afraid of Chen Hu. After flying into the sky, it dared not come down again. In fact, Bailey could also fly up and take care of it. But just as this thought crossed Bailey's mind, Bat King flew even higher. With a flash, it instantly fled far away. It also seemed to have an ability to predict danger or a danger-sensing instinct. Once it detected danger, it would flee immediately. It ran extremely fast, decisively, without any hesitation. Bailey said, "It's gone." Chen Hu looked up at the sky, though all he could see were mottled branches and leaves. The bat was no longer visible. Chen Hu said, "Bat King." It gave itself that name, wanting to be king. Ping Ping said in a coquettish voice, definitely not as nice sounding as Ping Ping. This little fox finally showed up to assert her presence. Chen Hu said, "It's the wee hours. Darling, shall we cross the river?" Bailey said, "Let's go." She had thought there might be some special heavenly opportunity here. But saving a flood serpent was also an opportunity for Bailey. This flood serpent would be formidable in the future. This opportunity requires time to accumulate. In the future, the flood serpent will bring me even greater benefits. That was what Bailey was thinking in her heart. Will there be benefits only in the future? This is a long-term investment. Upon hearing the inner thoughts, Chen Hu glanced once more at Tingsha's egg, and he felt a flicker of anticipation towards it. He trusted his white tiger wife completely. She would not be mistaken. Since Bailey said that Tingsha's egg would be useful, it must prove valuable in the future. It would surely become a tremendous opportunity. After all, the scales were already in hand, and finding Qingqing wouldn't be difficult later on. Besides, Qingqing wasn't such a cunning snake. Bailey knew that once she accepted the scales, Qingqing would repay the kindness someday. Bailey said, "Ping Ping, hold on to this." Ping Ping understood, and took Qingqing's scales in her hands, then stayed close to Bailey as they continued southward. Chen Hu said, "We're off." Qingqing's serpentine body coiled around the egg once more, and she cautiously asked, "May I please leave with you, brother tiger and sister tiger? I'm afraid that bat might come back again, and I won't bother you for long." Bailey agreed. "Come along then." She didn't object, having already done so much for them. She could offer a little more protection. Qingqing quickly bowed deeply and said, "Thank you both. You are too kind." Thus they proceeded one after another toward the river. They had left the valley far behind. Unaware to them, however, as they departed, a severed hand emerged from beneath Tang Jianqing's ashes, buried in the soil of the very valley they had just left. The severed hand struggled briefly before beginning to grow slowly. First came the wrist, then the entire arm. An entirely strange phenomenon, as the whole limb grew out seamlessly from the stump. Arm growth was still underway when after some time it reached the elbow region. The entire process was profoundly unnatural. It resembled scenes straight from a horror film. Once shoulders and arms fully formed, the neck appeared next, followed by the head. Tang Jianqing's head slowly emerged from the neck, complete with hair as well. When the entire head finally materialized, Tang Jianqing opened his mouth, slightly gritted his teeth, and panted, "It hurts so much. Fortunately, I kept one ace up my sleeve. That damned fire tiger." Hiss. As his body continued regenerating, tearing pain spread throughout his entire form. Tang Jianqing explained this regeneration involves cellular division and recombination, constant tearing and splitting. "I never imagined it would hurt this much." He clenched his jaw tightly, enduring the pain first. He continued dividing and growing. Below the neck, the chest emerged. Meanwhile, the other hand also began visibly growing at an astonishing pace. Inside the chest, lungs appeared first, followed by the esophagus, trachea, and finally the heart. It beat strongly, full of vitality. Veins sprouted from the heart, spreading outward across the body. Even the ribs and bones formed completely. Eventually, a whole person stood within the valley, his entire body finally restored. Yet Tang Jianqing labored breathlessly, exhausted despite being able to regenerate. The process was agonizing. The cost was immense. As long as even one finger remains, my body can rebuild itself through cell division and recombination. Tang Jianqing laughed heartily, deeply satisfied. With such successful gene modification, unless they burn me to dust completely, I cannot die. I shall live forever. His laughter turned increasingly unhinged. But as he laughed, something seemed wrong with his body. How did I turn? Tang Jianqing looked down at his body. Though restored, he was now merely a child. He couldn't help but, with a casual wave, he sent a bolt of lightning, striking nearby stone, shattering it into pieces. Fortunately, his strength remained intact. Being a child wasn't such a bad thing after all. Tang Jianqing thought, "I'll figure out how to grow stronger later." Too bad about that serpent egg. Those two tigers were incredibly strong. If only I could extract their genes. Suddenly, inspiration struck him with another bold idea. He began contemplating how to obtain those two tigers, hoping to use them to reshape himself endlessly in the future. Just thinking about it made him excited. Chen Hu and Bailey arrived by the riverside while dawn had yet to break. A cold breeze emanated from Bailey, sweeping across the entire river surface. In moments, the river transformed into winter-thick ice, forming across its surface, thick enough for them to walk upon safely. Bailey stepped onto the ice first. Chen Hu and Ping Ping followed closely behind, walking steadily upon it. Qingqing admired aloud, impressive. She could cross rivers without needing ice anyway. Simply lift Tingsha's egg with her tail and swim swiftly. The bat's presence vanished entirely afterward, fleeing somewhere unknown following its clash with Chen Hu. Chen Hu found the bat quite clever. Its goal seemed to unite monsters against humanity. Yet currently, could it command all beasts to obey? Probably not. Crossing the river concluded quickly. Confident in safety, Ching lowered her serpent head and said, "Brother Tiger, Sister Tiger, I'll take my leave now. Should you ever need me, contact me via these scales. Rest assured, I will remember this debt forever. Even if death comes, I'd willingly pay it." Bailey nodded then. Ching showed no hesitation, slithering away into dense jungle depths until darkness swallowed her entirely. Chen Hu and others pressed onward toward the south. After crossing the river, they entered forest cover where none could easily track them. Whatever transpired in that valley at night concerned neither them nor anyone else. Chen Hu asked his wife, "Can that bat rally all creatures to fight humans?" Bailey shook her head, "I don't know." Upon returning Rebirth, she noticed history diverged significantly from what she remembered. Many things differed greatly from her understanding. Whether events would unfold as anticipated remained uncertain to Bailey. Chen Hu pondered aloud, "Can we really counterattack humans?" Bailey affirmed yes, but timing isn't right yet. All creatures resist oppression. A once powerful enough rebellion becomes inevitable. Chen Hu considered whether he himself should rebel. Ordinary people hadn't harmed him, no reason existed. However, exceptional individuals, especially those from Dongchuan and Baiweo, remained infuriatingly vile. Chen Hu waited patiently for justice to come due. When opportunity arose, retaliation would follow. Attacking human settlements depended on circumstances later. Watching his own tigress wife, a former human empress defending civilization, now poised to oppose humanity, struck him as strangely paradoxical. Bailey felt profound dissonance within. As a tiger, no longer human questions arose concerning relevance of human affairs to them. Lost in wandering thoughts, Chen Hu continued southbound journey. Ping clutched large serpent scale, tenderly walking protectively alongside them. Traversing deep wilderness, occasionally clashed with other beasts, treating them sustenance sources instead. After several more days of travel, they finally arrived at the destination Bailey intended to visit. It lay in a basin surrounded by mountains on all sides. The spirit field Bailey had mentioned was situated at the edge of the basin deep within the mountains. She held a deep impression of this place. The first stop after leaving the north was precisely here. They ventured deeper into the mountains, and after walking a while longer, Chen Hu found the location utterly unremarkable. Chen Hu asked, "Wife, this place isn't that special, is it?" Bailey replied, "This place. Probably no human or beast knows of it." Chen Hu feigned complete ignorance and asked curiously, "Since no one knows, how do you know, wife?" Bailey shot him a glare and shook her head, "Don't ask." She wasn't going to explain too much to this foolish tiger. She simply knew, that was all. Chen Hu pretended not to understand, deliberately raising these doubts, because he didn't want Bailey to know that he too possessed a human soul, and also a system. Bailey added, "Anyway, I, this sovereign, know everything, unlike you who are so dim-witted." Chen Hu rubbed against her and chuckled, "My wife is the best." Bailey snorted lightly, "I am not your wife. If you don't move aside, I'll hit you." Chen Hu did move aside, then deliberately lagged a little behind. When Ping caught up, he went over and rubbed against her. "You foolish tiger, how dare you!" Seeing Chen Hu deliberately get close to Ping, Bailey's heart was flooded with jealousy. But she was too proud to voice it, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Clearly jealous, yet unwilling to admit it. Chen Hu found Bailey increasingly amusing. The sight of her jealous expression made him think so adorable. Her cute, fluffy tiger face was already endearing. Now it was even more so. Ping had no idea what was happening. When Chen Hu approached her, she was a bit bewildered, but offered an awkward yet polite smile. That was her response. However, Chen Hu soon released Ping, afraid that the tigress might truly fly into a jealous rage. They continued deeper into the mountains, rounding several peaks, until they entered the remote depths where a field of melons appeared before them. Those melons were round watermelons. Looking out, there were an estimated 30 or more watermelons growing in the open land ahead. At the end of the flat ground, there was an arch-shaped entrance resembling a bridge. According to the direction Bailey indicated, they had to enter that arch to reach the spirit field. Bailey looked up and peered inside, saying, "Through the melon field it's inside, but this place feels a bit strange." A field of watermelons had inexplicably appeared on this flat ground. It indeed seemed off. Chen Hu remarked, "Are these watermelons tasty?" As he spoke, he stepped forward while unfolding his jade scale armor. These watermelons were definitely problematic. During the era of spiritual energy resurgence, any plant could be dangerous, and watermelons were no exception. Just as Chen Hu approached, one of the watermelons suddenly stood upright. Behind it, something resembling a catapult, a watermelon combined with a catapult. A very familiar scene emerged before Chen Hu. Then on that catapult, a watermelon slowly condensed, and with a whoosh was hurled toward Chen Hu. Chen Hu. He watched as the watermelon catapult condensed a watermelon and smashed it against the phantom of his jade scale armor. What the hell? Wasn't this the melon pult from Plants vs. Zombies? The plants here had mutated watermelons could turn into melon pults. Where was the pea shooter? Chen Hu was somewhat stunned, then checked their attributes. Race: watermelon, realm: body tempering, 8th layer. These watermelons had such low cultivation that their strength was negligible. Though they looked fierce, they dealt almost no damage. As watermelons rained down on the phantom of his jade scale armor, they failed to inflict any harm. The other watermelons emerged one after another. They all transformed into catapults and continuously hurled watermelons at Chen Hu. Before long, the phantom of Chen Hu's jade scale armor was stained red by the watermelon juice. And then nothing more. Such minimal damage was practically non-existent to Chen Hu, but couldn't even break through his defense. The watermelons seemed to realize they couldn't do anything to him. So they extended vines one after another, attempting to bind Chen Hu. They wanted to tie him up thoroughly. Chen Hu only needed to glare. Flames shot from his eyes. Those melon vines were burned by the fire, startling the melon pulse. They had to sever their vines to avoid being completely incinerated. Bai Li remarked, "These watermelons are rather interesting. They must be guarding this place. I thought no beast knew about it, but it seems someone got here before us." For her, this was another change in history. In the world, 300 years later, there were no plants versus zombies. In this world, there were none either. Only Chen Hu, who came from Earth, had played that game. Bai Li didn't know about melon pulse, she simply found them amusing. Chen Hu said, "They'll burn them all with a single flame. Burning them clean would allow them to enter the arched cave." Just as Chen Hu was about to breathe a column of fire, something incredibly fast suddenly flew out from the arched entrance. This thing shot out and charged straight at Chen Hu. Before Chen Hu could even see what it was already in front of him. He had no choice but to swipe a claw at it. Flames also burst from his claws. But this thing was extremely quick in both reaction and speed. Just as Chen Hu swung his claw, it shot straight upward, narrowly dodging his flaming claws. Raced Dragonfly Realm Spirit Gathering First Layer. So it was a dragonfly, no wonder its speed, reaction, and vigilance were so impressive. After evading, the dragonfly hovered in the air. Bai Li was about to spread her wings and pounce on it. The dragonfly shouted, "Hold on." It seemed unwilling to fight further, and quickly said, "I mean no harm. What are you doing in my territory?" This place belonged to the dragonfly. Oh, it had indeed been occupied first, and by a dragonfly no less. It continued, "You want to barge into my territory, so my watermelon guards had to defend themselves. You 2 tigers and 1 fox are very rude." Having said that, the dragonfly flew down and perched above the field of watermelons. After the brief skirmish, it could ascertain that it was no match for Chen Hu and the others. Since it couldn't win, it would simply not fight. The dragonfly added, "It's not my fault, it's yours. You even wanted to burn my watermelons." Its words made sense. However, in this world, the law of the jungle reigned, and reason was not required. Bai Li said coldly, "So what if we burn them? I'd burn you too without any issue." Upon hearing Bai Li's words, Chen Hu prepared to breathe fire. "Wait." The dragonfly surrendered outright, not daring to resist. "I concede. I won't fight you. Can I surrender? Can I tag along with you? Like that fox?" It glanced at the fox and added, "She's with you, isn't she?" Ping Ping blinked her eyes. How did this matter involve her? The dragonfly knew it could not prevail. Even with its ability to fly, it might still be pinned to the ground. Better to surrender and pledge allegiance to Chen Hu and his group, just like Ping Ping had done. Submission meant survival, and living was always preferable to dying. It could serve as a subordinate, and what's more, it would not bear any further responsibilities for this territory of its would soon be seized by other demonic beasts. Not by Chen Hu, but by other beasts that had already set their sights on this place. It might as well yield to Chen Hu and let him and his team face the threat. Hearing the dragonflies surrender, Chen Hu studied it for a moment. A minion at the spirit gathering stage was acceptable. But was its submission genuine or feigned? He could not tell for now. Chen Hu asked, "Wife, what do you think?" Bai Li replied coldly, "We can agree. It won't be able to cause any trouble." They did not yet have the means to control demonic beasts. This dragonfly was not like Ping Ping, capable of offering its essence blood to voluntarily bind itself to a master. However, since the dragonfly wished to surrender, Bai Li was willing to accept it. She had confidence that once it acknowledged allegiance, this dragonfly would stir no waves. Even without binding, it would cause no disturbance. Bai Li stepped forward and said coldly, "Make these watermelons all separate." The dragonfly hurriedly replied, "Separate, all of you separate." The watermelons growing on the ground. Their vines crawled and quickly cleared a path for Bai Li. The dragonfly ingratiated itself. "I learned from humans and gave myself a name. Brother Hu and Sister Hu, you may call me Ini." It had a name of its own. Chen Hu realized that many demonic beasts liked to imitate humans. That was only natural. Humans possessed high intelligence and knew many things. Moreover, the human form was likely the optimal form in nature. Imitating humans seemed to be an instinct of animals. Those great demonic beasts that underwent transformation all took human shape. Bai Li ignored In-E and strode toward the arched cave entrance. In-E fluttered its wings. Bringing up the rear was Ping Ping, still carrying the greenish scales, watching the watermelons warily as it followed them. Together they passed through the arched cave, which revealed a hidden world inside. Beyond the arched cave lay an open flatland roughly over 1,000 square meters in area. surrounded by mountains on all sides with only that arched exit. A small stream trickled down from the mountain, flowing gently along the not as steep slope. In the northwest corner it formed a pond. The water in this stream was wondrous, carrying a faint trace of spiritual energy. The source of the stream could not be seen for now. It seemed to emerge from deep within the mountain from some interior point. Yet the water flowed into the pond without any sign of overflow. The pond had no outlet. The incoming water was continuous, yet the pond accommodated it all without any drainage. On the eastern mountainside, there was also a large karst cave, vast in area. Beneath the cliffs on both sides of the cave entrance, the ground was hollowed out, forming something like a long corridor, somewhat resembling a plank road built into the mountain. Sunlight could stream in, and the temperature here was comfortable. It was an excellent place. Chen Hu quickly surveyed and exclaimed, "How does this water contain the essence of heaven and earth?" He explained, "Brother Hu, it was precisely because I sensed spiritual energy in the water that I made my home here." Its perception was still keen. It knew where spiritual energy existed and where it did not. Since Bai Li had also acknowledged this place, it must be truly fine. Chen Hu believed there was more to this place than mere spiritual energy in the water, otherwise Bai Li, as a female emperor, would not have traveled such a distance to come here. Since she had come, there had to be a reason. Chen Hu asked, "Is it just you and the watermelons outside?" He explained, "Only me. Those watermelons were planted by my own hands. I stumbled upon some watermelon seeds and buried them outside, watering them with the water from here. I never expected that after the blood moon, they would also transform." Bai Li turned around and asked curiously, "How did you come up with the idea of planting watermelons here to protect this place?" He thought for a moment and said, "After the first blood moon and blood mist, I gained intelligence. The outside world was barren, and I found the desolation unpleasant. Since I had already settled here, I wanted to imitate humans and grow some greenery. I never expected it to turn out like this." Its gaze passed through the arched entrance to the watermelons, and it added, "I planted them. After they too transformed, they regarded me as their master." So those watermelons had originally been planted as greenery. Watered with the water from here and exposed to the blood moon and blood mist, they evolved into watermelon throwers. Truly a case of planting seeds without intention, yet reaping shade. He continued, "Brother Hu's sister Hu, from now on you are my masters. May I stay by your side? Your strength is so great. I am willing to obey your every command." Its expression seemed utterly sincere. Hitching onto a powerful figure was never shameful. He felt no disgrace either. It was far better than losing its life. Bai Li nodded slightly. "Follow for now. This place is now occupied by me." He said, "I understand. He'll go out and stay with my watermelons." It was indeed perceptive, its intelligence hardly inferior to Ping Ping's. Then it flew outside and returned to its watermelons. Bai Li entered the karst cave and instructed Ping Ping to place the snake scales inside. Chen Hu, driven by curiosity, entered the cave and looked around. There was nothing particularly special about it, just an ordinary karst cave. Chen Hu asked, "Wife, you said this is a spiritual field. Apart from the pond, I don't see anything else." He couldn't yet perceive what made this place so unique. Bai Li emerged from the cave, glanced at the pond, and said, "The pond is the best part of this place. The land around it is all spiritual field." The watermelons outside, watered with the pond water, were able to mutate. Chen Hu looked at the watermelon throwers and found the reasoning plausible. Bai Li explained further, "This place is spacious enough that we can plant spiritual fruits and other celestial treasures here, but we need to go out and find seeds first." Upon hearing this, Chen Hu's eyes lit up. He finally understood the true value of this spiritual field. Those celestial treasures, like the 9 lotus fruit, bestowed benefits upon consumption. If they could cultivate them here, future fruits would be available whenever they wished. Truly a worthy spiritual field. His wife had thought it through. However, those seeds or spiritual items would not be easy to find. Bai Li explained, "When the third stage of spiritual energy resurgence arrives, we can directly drink the pond water to cultivate. A single sip daily would be even more effective than absorbing ambient spiritual energy." Chen Hu asked, "We can't drink it now." He had already entertained the idea of using the pond water for cultivation, but he remained too lazy to practice, leaving Bai Li to drink at her own pace. Bai Li explained, "If you were to drink all the pond water now, the effect would still be less than absorbing a single breath of heavenly spiritual energy." With that explanation, Chen Hu understood. The pond water had not yet mutated sufficiently. They would need to wait longer. And they could simply wait here, as Chen Hu still lacked a proper place to settle down. From this moment on, this is the home of Chen Hu and Bai Li. The house itself looks quite promising. Outside, there is a group of watermelon throwers serving as their bodyguards. Chen Hu even considered planting pea shooters, corn throwers, and cacti capable of dealing with airborne threats. Whether the results would meet his expectations was uncertain, but he certainly had the idea in mind. What if it actually worked? Chen Hu smiled. "You know more than anyone, my dear wife, but tell me, when exactly will Phase 3 arrive?" He had only heard Bailey mention Phase 3 before, beyond that he knew nothing precise. Bailey replied 1 year from now. Chen Hu recalled clearly that Bailey once spoke of Phase 5 occurring 5 years later, and then Phase 7 200 years hence. Now Phase 3 approaches within a year. The gap between Phase 3 and Phase 7 remains vast. He speculated that after awakening to Phase 5, spiritual energy in the world would gradually stabilize. Although further awakenings were possible afterward, they would no longer occur frequently, thus explaining the long intervals ahead. Another year must pass before reaching the next stage. But it did not matter. Chen Hu possessed all the time in the world and could wait patiently. As for why Bailey knew so much, he had raised these doubts earlier, yet quickly set them aside. Now they could finally settle here. Finally a true home. Chen Hu happily declared, "My dearest, this shall be our home." Bailey pouted playfully, "Who said we're a pair of tigers?" She had slipped back into her usual aloofness. Though outwardly denying it, inwardly she accepted it. Still accustomed to pride, and having once been an empress cold and distant, Chen Hu found himself willing to forgive her. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Chen Hu asked, "My dear, those seeds of heavenly treasures. Surely they are difficult to find." At last, indifferent to being called husband, Bailey shook her head. "Indeed hard to find. If they were easy, they would be everywhere. What a pity. But never mind. The search will eventually yield success." Chen Hu longed to replicate the plants from Plants vs. Zombies, wondering if such replication might prove feasible. The strength of combat mattered little to him. It was simply about fun. Men forever remain young at heart. To turn something imagined in games into reality is the very essence of youthful spirit. Time passed swiftly as night fell. Ping acting as their maidservant ventured out to hunt for them. Not long afterward, she returned dragging some sheep. Once reaching the gathering spirit stage, Bailey abandoned cultivation techniques, focused on physical strengthening since they offered little benefit. Currently, her primary practice centered on cultivating yuan essence. Even Ping looked down upon those basic physical exercises. The hunted prey served merely for consumption, satisfying hunger. Arriving in this unfamiliar environment, Chen Hu adapted rapidly. At night, he would boldly lean against Bailey, who naturally wished to push him away, but unable to do so. She bit her lips in frustration, blushing deeply despite herself. Ultimately, Bailey yielded, allowing Chen Hu to embrace her while sleeping. Or rather, he lay atop her, their bodies pressed close together like two intertwined tigers. Bailey never dreamed she'd end up dominated by such a tiger. Yet considering how wonderful Chen Hu was, she ceased resisting inwardly, though outwardly maintaining defiance until her very last breath. Witnessing this scene, Ping felt uncomfortable, an inappropriate situation for a fox-like creature. Took flight, quickly resting instead along the exterior corridor. That tiny silver-winged dragonfly remained outside, guarding its watermelons, unwilling to enter. Lower-ranked beings possess appropriate awareness. Unaware of passing time, dawn arrived again. After rising, Chen Hu gently patted Bailey's tiger rear side, yawning warmly, saying, "Good morning, my dear." "Rascal," Bailey complained playfully, "stop touching empresses behind." Chen Hu countered cheekily, "Why don't—" Bailey remained speechless. Embarrassed, yet furious, she deemed this foolish tiger increasingly shameless and aggravatingly delightful. Bailey refrained from striking back, merely glaring disdainfully before turning away, stepping outside, taking deep breath, beginning meditation session. The little maid already prepared breakfast, consuming meat pieces, pondering briefly, deciding visit Silverwing, conversate brother tiger. Seeing Chen Hu immediately soared, respectfully saluting, "No need formalities. We discuss matters." Chen Hu responded kindly, "There's something I wish consult you regarding." Silverwing politely awaiting instruction, "Speak freely, brother tiger." Chen Hu requested assistance locating peas, corn, cacti, chili seeds obtainable anywhere feasible. Observing nearby melons, seemingly recalling something, surprised, asking, "Brother tiger, intend cultivate similar vegetation watermelons?" Nodding affirmatively, praising cleverness, merely tasked finding regardless difficulty, Silverwing cautiously volunteered, attempt guarantee, nothing certain. Nevertheless, contemplating seed scarcity, possibly necessitate human settlements, assure safety, abandon retrieval impractical. Chen Hu assured contingency plan unnecessary. His botanical ambitions weren't absolute, sacrificing gathering spirit. Cultivator corn cultivation represented substantial loss unless corn attained comparable spiritual level. Acknowledging command, fluttering wings, ascending sky, transforming, size normally enormous, becoming diminutive, dragonfly proportions, suitable, flight maneuverability. Heading toward human settlements, evident frequent familiarity, demonstrated proficiency, navigating terrain efficiently, approaching destination smoothly. Bailey questioned necessity, excessive cultivation, weak plants, useless endeavor. Chen Hu reassured playful experimentation, leisure available, any alternative plans forthcoming. Shaking head indicating temporary residence, cultivation priority, location, secrecy advantageous, avoiding distractions, complications, adversaries pursuing, whereabouts currently unresolved. Proposed expanding influence utilizing current limited personnel insufficient, establishing additional subordinate forces, commanding loyalty, effectively strengthening overall presence strategically. As Tiger Lord lacking followers untenable, Bailey acquiesced freely preferring focused cultivation, investigating potential nearby, heavenly treasures discoveries advantageous progression. However, local mountains' greatest opportunity resided fertile fields, pond functionality, optimal realization, phase 3 completion, essential activation, latent potentials contained therein. Agreeing enthusiastically reflecting subsequent consideration, affectionately querying, timing reproduction, offspring acquisition priority, reclaim Bailey initially contemplated perpetuation lineage deferred indefinitely prolonged duration elapsed. Responding dismissively, rebuking vehemently, rejecting proposition, implausible undertaking, unnecessary, provoking extreme reactions, undesirable consequences, potentially detrimental relationship dynamics, mutual respect maintained ideally. Within newfound domicile temporal perception, accelerated unexpectedly evening approached, silver wing finally, returning aerial trajectory, concluded journey successfully, completing assigned mission objectives satisfactorily, fulfilling responsibilities, entrusted conscientiously, executed diligently, performed tasks, allocated appropriately, accomplished goals, established effectively, achieved outcomes desired. Anticipated results obtained precisely as intended, originally envisioned, projected. Expectations met, exceeded standards set forth, comprehensively satisfied requirements, stipulated, meticulously followed guidelines, prescribed rigorously, adhered protocols, established systematically, implemented procedures, outlined methodically, executed strategies, devised creatively, developed solutions, formulated innovatively, approached challenges, encountered proactively, addressed obstacles, overcome. Persistently persevered, relentlessly pursued excellence, continuously strived improvement, constantly sought advance. Silver Wing was outside, and took a long time to return. Chen Hu had worried that it might not come back at all. As this creature flew and it landed vertically like a helicopter. Hanging from its paws were several packs of seeds. Judging by the packaging, they looked like those sold at an agricultural store. It actually managed to sneak into an agricultural store and steal some seeds. This little brother wasn't bad. Chen Hu felt that taming Silver Wing was worth it. Brother Tiger. Silver Wing put everything down and said, I brought you corn, peas, and cacti. I didn't dare to steal too much of anything else. It still seemed a bit afraid as it entered a human area and added, people nowadays are hunting us mutated animals or insects everywhere. If they find out I might not be able to return. Chen Hu took the packaging and looked at it for a while before approvingly saying, these are enough, no need to go steal again. Hearing their commotion, Bailey curiously came out to take a look. She asked, are you really going to plant vegetables? Chen Hu smiled and replied, one has to try. How do you plant them? Silver Wing answered, dig a hole, plant the seed, then water it with that kind of water. Chen Hu rubbed his tiger claws expectantly and said, come on, let's get started. Looking at his own watermelon, Silver Wing also asked expectantly, Brother Tiger, what strange plants can these seeds grow into? Silver Wing is male too. Although it certainly hadn't played Plants vs. Zombies, thinking about how fun the watermelon it grew turned out to be, it became deeply interested in these seeds as well. This is men's romance. Chen Hu said, you'll know once they're planted. Hurry up and dig holes. With a light swipe of its claws, Silver Wing dug a hole. Ping Ping saw this and didn't stay idle, either running over to help. These seeds were planted separately, some outside, some inside. Seeing them do this, Bailey felt utterly speechless. How powerful could the grown plants possibly be? This childish, silly tiger liked playing around like this. Let them play whatever they wanted. Boring. Once all the seeds were planted, they watered them with pond water. Amazingly, the seeds sprouted and began growing almost immediately after being planted. Chen Hu exclaimed, so fast. Silver Wing explained, because of the special nature of the water, that's why it grows so fast. The water here naturally contains spiritual energy. It was indeed unique. The water flowed down from the mountain. Chen Hu even considered going to check the source himself to see what was there. However, Bailey chose not to do so. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided against it. For these peculiar things, Chen Hu still listened to Bailey since Bailey knew more about such matters. What if he acted recklessly and caused damage? Once the planted things sprouted, they began to grow slowly. Silver Wing explained, last time I planted watermelons, they all grew overnight. Chen Hu looked at those watermelons and curiously asked, how many times can one watermelon attack? Silver Wing replied, at most 10 times at this stage, followed by a day needed to replenish spiritual energy through absorbing ambient qi. But if they're consistently watered daily, it could reach up to 50 times. Based on this statement, Chen Hu could deduce that the watermelon projectiles were condensed using ambient spiritual energy. Watermelon cannons didn't appear out of nowhere. They required conditions. However, watermelons also had limits. Not every watermelon could endlessly launch watermelon projectiles. Things from games were now becoming reality. Chen Hu never imagined that a mutated watermelon could turn out like this. Silver Wing asked, Brother Tiger, would you like to eat a watermelon? Chen Hu surprisingly countered, can we eat it? Silverwing said, of course. Just transform one. Upon hearing this, a nearby watermelon truly condensed within its catapult frame to produce another whole watermelon. With a gentle flap of its wings, a massive watermelon appeared beside Chen Hu's feet. Could it really work? Chen Hu thought these watermelons weren't entirely useless after all. As in Tiger, one doesn't only eat meat sometimes. It's nice to have watermelon occasionally. Wife, eat some watermelon. Chen Hu struck the watermelon with his paw, sending it flying safely onto his back before retreating deeper into the cave. Silverwing shook its head slightly and continued tending to its own plants. Back inside the cave, Chen Hu set down the watermelon and smiled. Wife, eat some before cultivating. Bailey shook her head and said, I don't want any. Chen Hu replied, add some ice. It tastes better frozen. Bailey curiously asked, you're a tiger. You know chilled watermelon. Chen Hu explained, Ping Ping told me she saw this when she was at the zoo. Ping Ping. When did I ever say? Bailey increasingly found that Chen Hu seemed problematic. He resembled a human more than a tiger. Still, she tapped her paw, turning the water bone instantly freezing cold. Chen Hu broke it open and took a bite, exclaiming, sweet. Ping Ping, you should try too. With a sweep of his paw, a slice of watermelon landed near Ping Ping. Ping Ping sweetly smiled and said, thank you, brother tiger. Seeing how happily Chen Hu and Ping Ping ate, Bailey couldn't help but feel jealous and grumbled, what about me? Chen Hu countered, didn't you say you didn't want any? Seeing the tigress princess getting jealous again, Chen Hu grinned. Wife, are you wanting some again? Bailey felt an urge to bite Chen Hu, huffing softly. When did I ever say I wanted anything? Say no. Chen Hu brought a piece of watermelon and rubbed it against Bailey's tiger head, saying, eat some, dear, don't get upset. Just a little bit. Sometimes she needed a way down from her pride. Even empresses had their proud moments and tantrums. Bailey lifted her head proudly and said, very reluctantly, I'll taste it for you. Only then did she eat it. Finding it surprisingly sweet, she hadn't expected the mutant watermelons outside to taste this good. Seeing this, Chen Hu gently ruffled Bailey's tiger head. Sometimes an empress needed coaxing to strengthen bonds. Anyway, his white tiger wife wouldn't run away. Ping Ping watched their affectionate interaction and wondered if she'd seen wrong. How could a tiger's affection resemble humans? But Ping Ping didn't care about such details. The important thing was enjoying melons. Nothing would stop her from snacking. As Bailey ate, she gradually realized something seemed off, though she said nothing. Only feeling an unusual sensation deep inside. This silly tiger wasn't quite so dreadful after all. After finishing the watermelon, night passed. The next morning, as soon as Chen Hu went out, he saw Silverwing watering the plants. The cacti planted in the arched caves had fully grown. Peas and corn were planted outdoors along with some cacti, also placed outside. Silverwing said, brother tiger, they've all grown, but they look very strange. Not like the corn and peas The cacti were fine. They retained their proper shape. However, the corn and peas were truly quite different from what Silverwing expected. Chen Hu hurried out to check first, seeing numerous pea shooter-like creatures just beginning to grow outside. They had truly grown pea shooters. But what about those corn cannons? What was going on with them? That pea shooter conformed to Chen Hu's impression. The pea plants grew tall in the mouth of the peas, opening up to spit out pea bullets, striking enemies like gunfire. The corn they planted first seemed likely to become a corn thrower, but it ended up as a cannon. It was just a coated corn placed on a four-wheeled cart. When activated, the corn would be shot forward while its coating remained on the cart, condensing and generating more corn projectiles. The power must be stronger. This corn cannon came as a surprise to Chen Hu. If other plant seeds could be found nearby, surely the spirit fields could be filled with things similar to those from Plants vs. Zombies. However, Chen Hu wasn't entirely clear about the planting principle. Both Ping Ping and Ini were responsible for sowing and watering. Chen Hu only needed to imagine them, and they would grow. He found this miraculous. The mutation of these cultivated plants had become quite unique. He took another look through the system. Today's harvested peas, corn, and cacti all reached the 8th layer of body tempering, comparable to melon throwers. Not very strong, their attack power against enemies should be average. However, playing around with them was sometimes sufficient. What did you grow? Bailey had just emerged when she saw those strange plants. She paused slightly. The cactus looked normal enough, but what kind of creatures were corn and peas? As an empress from 300 years later, Bailey had seen many peculiar things, yet she had never encountered anything like Chen Hu's cultivated plants before. Ping Ping also stepped out curiously, observing the plants grown yesterday, feeling puzzled. Yet everything under heaven was constantly changing. No matter how strange it seemed, Ping Ping could understand and accept it. Chen Hu turned back. I simply planted them casually, and they turned out like this. Shall we see if they work? He looked at a tree outside, raised his tiger paw, and pointed, attack that tree ahead. Both the pea shooters, melon throwers, and corn cannons understood Chen Hu's command instantly. They quickly gathered spiritual energy, forming their projectiles. They launched simultaneous attacks toward the tree. Bailey witnessed how melon throwers attacked. Now she saw pea shooters spitting bean projectiles from their mouths. Together with the melons, they shattered the tree ahead. The corn cannon fired somewhat slowly. After a moment, the corn was hurled as a projectile. But the tree had already been reduced to rubble by watermelons and peas. The cannonball struck the stone wall, causing rocks to scatter everywhere. Their strength was nothing short of impressive. Yet previously, when attacking Chen Hu, who wore the Yulin armor and possessed a high cultivation level, they couldn't penetrate his defense, which made them seem weak and inferior, though they weren't actually lacking. Within the range of body tempering, they could strike whoever they wished. After observing, Bailey evaluated these creations, roughly exclaiming in surprise, "Seems quite effective." It was recognition from an empress herself, who also found these plants rather amusing. Chen Hu smiled faintly. "Looks barely usable. Wife, care to try some corn?" Bailey shook her head. "Forget it, but why haven't those cacti done anything yet?" Chen Hu studied for a while, discovering the cacti were unresponsive, wondering aloud. "I don't know what use they have either. Even if useless, placing them here as ornaments works fine." There was ample space there for several cacti. "Ini," Chen Hu instructed, "from now on you must diligently water our plant army. Its effectiveness depends entirely on you." Ini also found these things intriguing, hurriedly agreeing, "Brother Tiger, rest assured. I know exactly what." It flew back, immediately flapping its wings gently near the pond. A cloud of water rose into the air, settling among those plants. Watering was so simple. Having checked last night's labor results confirming the usefulness of what was grown, and having no immediate other tasks, Bailey returned to find a place for continued cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Hu overslept. Even hunting duties were now handled by Ping Ping. Unless facing exceptionally fierce animals, Ping Ping, as this little maid, could easily handle everything. Chen Hu had no cause for concern. Having found this new home, he felt satisfied. The environment was good, and no one disturbed them. But according to their plan, next they aimed to establish a group, or faction, or create their own force. In the future, they intended to become beast kings, even tiger emperors. How could they manage without followers? Chen Hu decided to slack off temporarily before figuring out how to develop this place, and recruit a large group of subordinates to serve him. As Chen Hu pondered this, sudden humming sounds echoed outside. What happened? He stepped out immediately. The noise was particularly loud, reminiscent of an air raid alarm. Chen Hu and others were startled, rushing out promptly to investigate. Ini said, "Big brother tiger, big sister tiger. It's those cacti making the sound." Indeed, the noises emanated from the cacti. Before Chen Hu could discern what occurred, thorns suddenly detached from one cactus, shooting skyward. A piercing sound echoed across the heavens. Instantly, 3 giant cockroaches plummeted from above. All capable flight, cat-sized cockroaches, pierced by cactus thorns. Completely impaled by cactus needles, they fell to the ground afterward. Those 3 cockroaches appeared. "Cockroaches!" Ping Ping exclaimed in astonishment. These cockroaches tried flying inward, but were brought down by cacti. Only then did Chen Hu realize that cultivated cacti could intercept airborne intruders. Any object entering the spirit field's airspace would trigger immediate action from cacti. These formed an integrated anti-air defense system. Beyond radar scanning, they combined locking defense attack and alert functionalities seamlessly. Chen Hu stood amazed, truly proud of his handiwork. Somewhat interesting too. Regaining composure, Bailey remarked wonderingly, "These cacti prove surprisingly useful. Even 3 centuries prior, she had never witnessed such mutated plants." She added, "Water them more frequently, hasten their progression to spirit gathering." Yet Bailey hadn't finished speaking. The surrounding cacti emitted another humming alarm, simultaneously launching their thorns outward. In an instant, all the cactus spines soared into the sky. It was remarkably like an air defense system, first radar scanning, then upon locking onto the target, the spines launched like anti-aircraft missiles. All the missiles fired simultaneously, striking any target from the sky that dared approach their spirit field. Every single one automatically locked on and tracked. The system was highly intelligent. You dare to strike back? Courting death. The object flying down from the sky, locked onto by all the cacti, could not help but roar in fury. That object dodged the dense barrage of spines while shouting angrily. Chen Hu and the others looked up to see an even larger cockroach descending from the heavens, landing outside the arched cave entrance. They examined its information. Race: cockroach, realm chi condensation, first layer. It was a cockroach at the chi condensation first layer, already capable of speech. As the cockroach landed, the corn, peas, and watermelons simultaneously gathered their own projectiles, locking onto the giant cockroach. They awaited Chen Hu's command to attack. Their plant legion indeed proved quite effective as a tower defense. The cockroach bellowed angrily. How dare you attack me? Are you tired of living?" Third cockroach. He stared at the cockroach and snorted, "Get out of here right now, or don't blame us for being unfriendly." Previously, it had been quite afraid of those cockroaches. They were its enemies. But that was in the past. Now believed things had changed. Behind it stood a powerful backer. With Brother Tiger backing it up, why should it fear a cockroach? It no longer knew what fear meant. Third cockroach fumed. "You. Very well. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just wait, I will level this place of yours. As for Chen Hu and the others, it simply ignored them. Now that spiritual energy had revived the higher one's realm, the greater their strength. Even a cockroach in the face of absolute power could devour a tiger without it being strange. But seeing so many demon beasts and plants surrounding it felt naturally wary. This third cockroach dared not attack on its own. Spreading its wings, it prepared to return for reinforcements before leveling Chen Hu's spirit field. Seeing even a small cockroach dare to be so arrogant and utter threats, Chen Hu said calmly, ping kill it. He wanted to see how a mere cockroach could level his new home. Whoosh. At this command, the corn, watermelon, and peas launched their attack instantly. Countless projectiles rained down upon third cockroach, courting death. Third cockroach was again enraged. A shield formed around its body. Although all attacks were blocked, it was still battered and slammed into the stone wall. Then flew over. Like a helicopter, it sped towards third cockroach. Its constantly vibrating wings sharp as blades sliced toward its opponent. They broke through third cockroach's shield. Startled, third cockroach cried, you dare. It shouted, my eldest and second brothers will not let this go. Sneered, see if I dare. As it spoke, its wings could also split into a clone. The wings flew up and rapidly charged toward third cockroach. Third cockroach barely managed to defend and dodge, finally evading the attack, only for a white figure to appear behind it. Ping arrived at its rear, raised her fox paw, and struck downwards. She smashed third cockroach to the ground. E's wing clone then shredded it. Eldest brother, second brother, save me. Third cockroach's last pitiful, unwilling cry echoed through the forest, reverberating into a fading sound. That was its final scream. It could no longer escape. E snorted, just a stinking bug. How dare such a mere bug act so arrogantly? And to act arrogantly in front of the boss, courting death. Wiley said, come here. E shuddered, it could barely stay aloft. It knew there were matters it needed to confess. The moment these cockroaches appeared, some secrets from before would no longer be hidden from Chen Hu and the others. E had no choice but to fly inside, and they all paused on the corridor. Wiley asked, what's the story with those cockroaches? She could clearly see that E had a prior feud with them. The third cockroach had not come here by accident, it had come specifically looking for E. The creature must have been hiding something from them. Hearing Wiley's words, E finally confessed. That third cockroach has an eldest brother and a second brother. The eldest is also a cockroach, but the second brother is a dung beetle. Upon hearing this relationship, Chen Hu shook his head in distaste. As expected, nothing good comes from associating with cockroaches. A dung beetle had become the second brother of that third cockroach. The image was too vivid for Chen Hu to bear thinking about. E continued, they have always wanted to take this place from me. Before you arrived, Brother Tiger, they tried several times, but my watermelons drove them back. Recently, both big cockroach and dung beetle have grown stronger and are planning a forceful takeover. Chen Hu sorted through these connections and asked, so when you saw us coming, you surrendered to us and gave us this place just to avoid being beaten? E felt ashamed, but also nervous and afraid, saying, Yais. At the time, I thought Brother Tiger and your group were so powerful that you would surely not fear them. Rather than fight to the death or hand this place over to them, it was better to give it to you. In its eyes, Chen Hu and the others were much more pleasant to look at. Far better than a dung beetle and a cockroach. Rather than bear this responsibility itself, it was better to pass it on and let Chen Hu face those cockroaches. It believed Chen Hu was certainly capable. After giving away this place, E could still remain, but if the cockroaches and dung beetle took it, they would consider it lucky not to kill it. E added, I lack the ability to protect this place, so I had to give it to you. Have mercy. Please don't kill me. It was still afraid of death, worried that Chen Hu would not forgive its concealment. Wiley asked, so that third cockroach came just now to take this place? E affirmed, they will definitely come to take it. It loathed those cockroaches deeply and added, they are all worthless, and there are so many of them, especially the cockroaches. I feared that if I told you about these matters, you might have left, and this place would have been contaminated by them. Now becoming Chen Hu's territory was far better than falling to cockroaches and dung beetles. Chen Hu could understand why the cockroaches were so numerous. Because cockroaches reproduce exceptionally fast. Usually if you find one cockroach at home, it means they have already been breeding in large numbers within your household. Such was the nature of cockroaches. Their numbers could be immense, and coupled with the current environment, they were not only numerous, but also possessed considerable strength. This was similar to the ants Chen Hu had seen earlier. A single one might not be particularly terrifying, but if they appeared in swarms, even ordinary demon beasts would struggle to handle so many cockroaches. After all, their numbers were overwhelming. Chen Hu was not entirely clear on the nature of dung beetles, but these two creatures were truly birds of a feather. Silver Wing finished recounting everything he needed to say and waited cautiously for judgment. Wiley said calmly, it's just cockroaches and they frightened you like this. Silver Wing asked timidly, big brother, big sister, what should I do? Chen Hu knew Bai Li had no intention of punishing Silver Wing. She merely wanted to know what had happened. He said, alright, just keep watch outside. If those cockroaches and dung beetles come, let us know. Silver Wing realized he wouldn't die and thanked them gratefully. Thank you, brother Hu. Thank you, sister Hu. He quickly flew outside. Besides keeping watch, he also needed to stay vigilant. Additionally, he prepared water from the pond to irrigate the plants. The cockroaches and dung beetles would surely seek revenge, so they had to be prepared. Those cockroaches and dung beetles seemed so disgusting. Ping Ping crouched nearby and asked cautiously, brother Hu, sister Hu, should we take the initiative and wipe them all out? Ping Ping worried that if the dung beetles came, they might pollute the environment here. Chen Hu shook his head and said, let them come, but don't let them get close to the melon throwers. He also found such insects disgusting. Cockroaches were not only repulsive, but also frightening. If a human saw so many large cockroaches, they would probably break down. Chen Hu added, honey, we only have Silver Wing and Ping Ping. We still don't have enough demon beasts under our command. Should we recruit a few more? Let them gather around our spirit fields and become our underlings. Bai Li had considered similar ideas before, and her thoughts often aligned with Chen Hu's. However, she shook her head and said, currently we lack the means to firmly control demon beasts. It's hard to guarantee they won't betray us. As a reincarnator, she had witnessed countless betrayals 300 years later. She was very cautious about recruiting demon beasts and only trusted those worthy of loyalty. She could control Ping Ping without issue. The dragonfly Silver Wing outside was not the type to betray easily and could be trusted for now. But other demon beasts might not be reliable. Without means of control or beast-taming abilities, one must be extremely cautious when expanding influence. What Bai Li needed was recruited demon beasts that would never betray. Otherwise, if something happened, internal chaos would break out first. Sister Hu. Ping Ping stepped forward and said softly, on my way here, I thoroughly studied the ability of blood essence recognition. After practicing your breathing technique for a while, I gained new insights. I can not only use this ability myself, but also teach it to you, Sister Hu. During the journey south, Ping Ping had gained some understanding. Since there was no need to demonstrate recently, she hadn't mentioned it. Now was a good opportunity to ingratiate herself with Bai Li. You can teach me your ability. Bai Li looked at Ping Ping, surprised that she had gained new insights. Without Ping Ping mentioning it, they wouldn't have known. Ping Ping nodded. If Sister Hu wants it, I can teach you. Bai Li didn't hesitate and said, teach me. Chen Hu said, I don't need to learn. It's enough for you, my wife, to master it. He didn't need to learn either. The feedback would come to him later. Bai Li felt a mix of emotions seeing Chen Hu trust her so unconditionally. This silly tiger truly regarded her as his wife. Ignoring his white tiger wife's thoughts, Chen Hu walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky. No cockroaches had come to retaliate yet. He saw Silver Wing diligently watering the plants. This dragonfly had become a hard-working gardener, knowing these plants could be very useful. If used well, they could yield greater rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained a new ability through feedback blood essence recognition. At that moment, Chen Hu received a system notification. His fierce tigress had indeed mastered Ping Ping's new ability and immediately fed it back to him. Brother. At that moment, Silver Wing flew in from outside. Just now, a few dung beetles approached outside. I killed 3, but 1 escaped. Chen Hu said they came to scout. The one that got away will report back, and soon there will be a fight. Silver Wing said with murderous intent, I've long hated those filthy insects. Chen Hu replied, let them come. He didn't go out to capture other demon beasts for the time being. First, they would deal with all the dung beetles and cockroaches. Then Chen Hu would go out and randomly pick some unlucky little creatures to bring back for Bai Li to control. Time passed quickly and night fell. Buzz. From outside came the rapid whirring of wings. The sound was piercing, all caused by wing vibrations. Cockroaches could fly, and so could dung beetles. Like the mosquitoes Chen Hu had encountered earlier, when their numbers swelled, the sound of their wing vibrations became a sonic attack. Hearing these sounds, Bai Li and the others all came out. The spines on the cacti emerged one by one, their anti-air capabilities ready at a moment's notice. But the intruders had not yet entered the air defense range. The cacti hadn't attacked yet. Chen Hu realized that all flying insects seemed to have similar abilities. Silver Wing actually had it too. But as a single dragonfly, he couldn't produce the group sonic attack. You want to play sonic attacks with me? Chen Hu strode out and roared to the sky. Roar. The tiger's roar erupted. The roar soared into the sky. Having now broken through to the 8th level of Qi gathering, this was the first time he used the tiger's roar at this realm. The moment the roar appeared, invisible sound waves spread outside the spirit fields. The melon throwers and others were shaken and swayed. But Chen Hu's control over sound waves had reached a level where he could target whomever he wished. The higher his realm, the more adept his control over abilities. As Chen Hu directed the sound waves at the approaching enemies, the Plan army no longer suffered. Although they had no ears, they still possessed a sense of hearing. Among the cockroaches, Da Long was a large cockroach. Long was a dung beetle. They had received news that other demon beasts had come to Silver Wing's place and killed their San Long. After gathering intelligence, Da Long assembled a massive army and immediately flew over to attack. Before they even got close, the sonic attack from their wing vibrations had already swept in. However, just as they were about to charge forward, a terrifying tiger roar came. The roar of the tiger surged forward to meet the cockroaches. The sound waves spread among them, and even Da Long and Erlong could see ripples of sonic force wreaking havoc. No good dodge. Erlong cried out. It was already too late to dodge. The vibration of their wings was instantly drowned out by Chen Hu's roar, and the dung beetles and cockroaches near the spiritual field fell from the sky in droves. Once on the ground, they writhed in agony, some dying on the spot. Those further back merely staggered, not suffering as severely. Da Long and Erlong felt dizzy and nauseous, indescribably uncomfortable. Watching so many insects fall, a sense of fear spread among them. Big brother, what do we do? Erlong asked. Da Long snapped to gritting his teeth. There must be an exceptionally powerful tiger here. Let's retreat first, investigate thoroughly, then strike. He was a decisive cockroach with a certain foresight for danger. Just from hearing the roar, he could judge that its owner was no ordinary being. Their initial confidence turned into unease and worry. They decided to return first and consider how to take revenge. After all, cockroaches reproduce extremely quickly. Even if a batch of cockroach troops perished, they could spawn a huge new batch in a few days. Erlong was a dung beetle lacking the cockroach's reproduction speed, but his dung beetle army was equally numerous. They would regroup, first investigate what had happened, then return for vengeance. Now was not the time to fight. Erlong shouted, retreat. Whoosh. No sooner had the retreat order been given than they heard the sound of projectiles being hurled. Peas, corns, and watermelons were flung toward them. Unknowingly, they had entered the effective striking range. Cactus spines shot into the sky, the air defense system activated, bombarding the cockroaches and dung beetles. The ordinary insect army had no defense and was instantly blown away by a watermelon. Damn it. Erlong relied on his speed to dodge several attacks repeatedly. Glancing ahead, he asked, when did those peas, corns, and cacti appear there? The key point was that these plants could also launch attacks. Da Long said, never mind that, just retreat. Wanna leave? Silverwing's voice rang out. It had appeared overhead at some unknown moment. As the words fell, Silverwing swooped down. Just as Da Long and Erlong grew furious, Ping Ping's laughter happened to chime in. The seductive voice was gentle, soft, and sweet, pleasant to hear. Even insects could easily be enchanted. While they were intoxicated, Silverwing had already swooped down before Da Long, launching a fierce attack. Chen Hu saw that the cultivation level of Da Long and Erlong had reached the second layer of spirit gathering. Ping Ping and Silverwing were still at the first layer, but that didn't matter. He didn't act immediately. He wanted to see Ping Ping and Silverwing's strength first, letting them test the waters. As his underlings, they naturally had to charge into the fray. He couldn't always be the one to fight. When they couldn't handle it, he would step in to clean up. Da Long, caught off guard, was sent flying by Silverwing. Silverwing's wing tore through Da Long's defenses, white fluid splattering from his body. Damn it. Da Long finally snapped awake, enraged. Silverwing, you're asking for death. In his fury, he no longer wanted to retreat. Even if he were to die today, he would kill Silverwing first. Da Long roared, immediately counterattacking, and shouted angrily, kill him. The surviving cockroaches around him instantly gathered. Dense swarms, truly numerous. Chen Hu shuddered at the sight, covered in goosebumps. Wiley frowned and said, how disgusting these cockroaches. Was there ever a cockroach that wasn't disgusting? Especially the large flying ones. Even more revolting. Ping Ping approached the dung beetle, wanting to whip Erlong with her tail, but then she thought about what he was, a dung beetle. Could she bring herself to use her tail on that? Dung beetles pushed feces, such a repulsive creature. Ping Ping couldn't bring herself to use her tail, so she resorted to a mental attack. Erlong felt as if his head were splitting with pain. Seeing a vixen dare to provoke him here, he was furious. He pursued Ping Ping, intent on killing her. Ping Ping didn't want to engage in close combat, and kept evading. She continued with mental interference, her seductive voice echoing repeatedly. Erlong rallied his dung beetles and surrounded Ping Ping, determined to kill her no matter what. Both sides were at the second layer of spirit gathering, and with the massive insect army added, even with the plant legion's support, Ping Ping and Silverwing gradually felt overwhelmed. They were about to lose. The strength of the first layer was indeed far inferior to the second. Wiley came out and saw that the plant legion had reached its attack limit, and Ping Ping and the others couldn't hold on much longer. A few cockroaches spotted Wiley emerging and immediately flapped their wings to attack her. Wiley gave them a disdainful glance, and those cockroaches instantly turned into ice sculptures. She said, come back. By then the plant legion could barely launch any more attacks. Ping Ping and Silverwing heard her and immediately flew back. Chase them. Da Long had become bloodthirsty. Having come this far, how could they let Ping Ping and the others? All the insects were about to swarm over, but a blast of cold wind swept through. Chill pervaded the air. Da Long sensed something wrong first and yelled, run. Run now. No sooner had he spoken than every dung beetle and cockroach without exception transformed into ice sculptures. Da Long and Er Long were no exception. Frozen solid, they all crashed to the ground. Silverwing marveled, big sister tiger. Incredible. With just a thought she had frozen so many insects. Such power left Silverwing at a loss for words. It was simply astonishing. Chen Hu's tiger eyes blazed with two flames. Wherever his gaze fell, fire suddenly erupted from the frozen insects. A burnt smell followed. All protein being burned, Chen Hu muttered to himself. In an instant, every insect was incinerated. Not one remained. By now it was night. The sky was starless and moonless, covered with dark clouds. And so the conflict came to an end. Bailey said, Silverwing, come with me. Ping Ping, water the plants. The plant legion had expended considerable energy and needed watering to restore normalcy as soon as possible. After this incident, Bailey truly understood the benefits of the plants. She knew Chen Hu wasn't just playing around, he really intended to protect the core area of their territory. Ping Ping busied herself with watering. She actually enjoyed these tasks. She had suffered some injuries, but it didn't matter. After a few sips of water, her wounds would gradually heal. Silverwing didn't know why Bailey had summoned him. Anxiously, he flew behind her back to the corridor. Bailey asked, do you think I can trust you? Bailey planned to subdue Silverwing completely. She wanted no beast that could not be fully controlled. Once a creature slipped beyond control, betrayal became a constant possibility. Human hearts were already intricate. The myriad beast species might possess hearts even more complex. Hearing Bailey's words, Silverwing affirmed confidently, Tiger sister can certainly trust me. Bailey shook her head and said, if you believe I can trust you, then give me a drop of your essence blood. Silverwing's intelligence had reached a level where it understood what essence blood was and clearly knew why Bailey wanted it. It hesitated inwardly. Once the essence blood was surrendered, its life would be in Bailey's hands. Yet recalling the terrifying power of Chen Hu and Bailey, it thought perhaps handing it over was not unacceptable. Because Chen Hu and his companions were strong enough. In this environment, as long as they didn't die, they would surely achieve great things. Becoming their true follower would bring no shortage of benefits. After a long inner struggle, Silverwing decided to take the gamble. This wager was worthwhile. It said, Tiger sister, I will give you my essence blood. It extracted a drop of green essence blood from its body and placed it before Bailey. Bailey collected the essence blood, activated the essence blood bond ability, and made Silverwing a true subordinate. Overhearing Bailey's inner thoughts, Chen Hu felt the tigress was about to be haughty again. But she was adorable in her own way. A cute white tiger. Chen Hu liked that. Bailey continued, since you are now my subordinate, I will teach you a brand new cultivation technique to help you break through as soon as possible. Silverwing exclaimed in surprise, thank you, tiger sister. Is there really a cultivation technique? Bailey nodded, of course there is. Have you not sensed anything or been unable to deduce a technique? Silverwing shook its head slightly. After the second blood moon and blood mist, I did have a feeling of deduction, as if a voice told me what a technique was, but I just couldn't deduce one. Bailey thought to herself, so this dragonfly actually possessed the ability to deduce. But its current realm was too low, so it couldn't deduce much. When its realm grew higher, it might succeed. Its talent wasn't too bad. Chen Hu asked, do you know what realms are? Silverwing shook its head. It didn't understand such things well. Chen Hu said, you are at the first level of spirit gathering. Those cockroaches earlier, the strongest was at the second level. Ping Ping is also at the first. As for our realm, you don't need to know. There was no need for Silverwing to know. It only needed to understand that they were incredibly strong. Silverwing listened with a bewildered expression, unable to fully grasp it. Chen Hu knew it would be hard to explain in a short time. First learn the technique, then come out to find me, and he'll explain the realms to you. Now Silverwing's attitude was much more respectful. Thank you, brother tiger. Without hesitation, it first learned the beast breathing technique in front of Bailey. Chen Hu walked outside the corridor and saw Ping Ping still diligently watering. The insect corpses outside the territory had all turned to residue. Then the wind scattered them. Some fell among the plant army, becoming their nutrients. Ping Ping sweetly called out. This vixen was truly alluring. Even though they were different species, Chen Hu still felt a special temptation. No wonder she was a fox spirit. Chen Hu said, Ping Ping, come over here later. Ping Ping didn't know what for, but that did. She would simply obey Chen Hu. After all, brother tiger was so kind, he wouldn't bully her. After a while, Silverwing emerged from the corridor and came toward Chen Hu. Seeing this, Ping Ping knew something important was about to be said, so she also ran over. A dragonfly and a fox appeared before Chen Hu, listening to him speak. Chen Hu explained all the realms, those for humans, for beasts, and for ability users. This information was the first time Silverwing had heard it. Ping Ping, who had been with Chen Hu for so long, had heard some terms before, but this was the first time she had such a comprehensive understanding of the realms. They were naturally astonished because with their own intelligence they had not been able to deduce these things. Perhaps some beasts could, but the realms had not yet been widely disseminated. After Chen Hu finished everything he instructed, when you have the time and opportunity, spread all this knowledge. In this way he would become the first tiger to propagate the realm system. In the future, everyone who used these realms would know who he was. They nodded together, agreeing to follow Chen Hu's instructions. Now they were Chen Hu's subordinates. Their duty was to obey, and disobeying would bring regret. Naturally, they dared not refuse. Having given all necessary instructions, Chen Hu let them go about their own activities. Ping Ping continued watering. Silverwing pondered for a moment and asked Brother Tiger, are you going to recruit many other animals too? Plants as well. Chen Hu nodded and asked any suggestions. He thought that since Silverwing had lived in this forest for so long, it surely knew many things about it. Perhaps it could offer other suggestions to provide some help. Silverwing said, I know there is a very strange orchid in the forest. Its flowers are faces, and those faces can eat things including animals. According to the realm classification, it's at the 9th level of body tempering. Brother, do you want to dig it up and plant it outside like the watermelon? An orchid? That's strange. Chen Hu had never heard of such a thing and became intrigued. Do you mean to use that orchid like those peas planted around our perimeter as a defense line? This was Chen Hu's home. It was essential to find more plants to guard it. He had already thought of this, which was why he had asked Silverwing to find so many seeds. But seeds were hard to come by. Mutated animals on the mountain were relatively easier to find. Silverwing nodded yes. Plants are also important. Chen Hu said, take me to see it tomorrow. He'll note this as a credit. Silverwing replied happily, thank you, brother. Chen Hu thought for a moment and said, by the way, from now on you will address my wife as big sister, understand? Silverwing knew some human terms of address. Beasts didn't know much. They learned many things from humans. After gaining intelligence, they instinctively imitated humans, and Silverwing had learned some. Silverwing nodded. I will remember everything Brother Tiger said. Chen Hu felt this little dragonfly was quite... Returning to the cave, Chen Hu saw that Bai Li was still cultivating with tireless diligence. Deciding to rest for a while, he let her continue her hard work. Bai Li, the more I strive, the sooner I will surpass you. Is the Ling Yuan tiger ancestral bloodline really so powerful, eh? I am still of the white tiger bloodline. Bai Li murmured this thought, but Chen Hu heard it all. However, he yawned and lay there dozing, intending to cuddle with his tigress-like companion before deciding not to disturb her as she trained so diligently for him. At present, there were no heavenly spiritual treasures available, nor could any be found outside. To grow stronger, Bai Li had no choice but to cultivate relentlessly until the 3rd stage arrived, allowing further transformation. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Big Brother Tiger's sister-in-law Tiger E's voice came from outside. Can we set out now? Sister-in-law. Upon hearing this title, Bai Li jolted awake instantly. She looked at Chen Hu with a question. Such an embarrassing title needed no explanation. It must have been ordered by Chen Hu himself. How dare he instruct his subordinates to call her sister-in-law? That wretch. Chen Hu cleared his throat gently. If you dislike it, he'll ask E to change it. We won't use that title anymore. Bai Li fell silent, even ceasing to send thoughts. She merely let out a soft huff and returned to cultivating within the cave. Seeing this, Chen Hu suspected his tigress was being coy once more, wanting something yet unwilling to admit it. Yet this coquettishness made her especially endearing, and he found himself fond of it. Chen Hu said, wife will go check things out first. It was certain that Bai Li had accepted the title. Happily, Chen Hu Bai Li emitted another petulant sound and resumed cultivation. Outside, Chen Hu found E waiting at the entrance. Let's go inspect that flower, E said. Ping Ping is watering it back home. Ping Ping nodded obediently, her fox-like eyes twinkling enchantingly. Truly a fox spirit was formidable. E was so captivated he nearly lost flight. Chen Hu said, let's move. E swiftly took flight ahead, leading them through the arched cave mouth toward a... The mountains here were vast. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the ranges expanded even further. As Chen Hu walked upon the mountain, its boundless expanse stretched before him. The forest was indescribably immense. E led ahead, soon arriving at a ravine. Big Brother Tiger, it said this place was once inhabited by cockroaches and dung beetles. Look below, you can still see many cockroaches. Certainly these cockroaches couldn't have followed Delang into battle. Some must have remained behind. E could fly, but Chen Hu could not. Passing along the edge of the ravine, Chen Hu looked down and confirmed cockroaches scurried below and dung beetles were present too. Realizing their leader was gone, they hesitated momentarily before staying put in the ravine. These creatures reproduced easily. Before long, perhaps a new leader would be chosen. Upon sensing Chen Hu's arrival, the cockroaches and beetles fled deeper into the ravine. After observing for a moment, Chen Hu remarked, quite numerous indeed. Then he opened his mouth and expelled fire. Whoosh, a flame erupted. He controlled the fire, sweeping it throughout the entire ravine. All the insects were incinerated completely, leaving popping sounds as they burst open. Excitedly, E cried, Big Brother Tiger, that was satisfying. It harbored deep revulsion toward these pests and felt no sympathy whatsoever. Seeing Chen Hu eliminate all the insects brought immense relief to E, who believed it was well-deserved. Instantly comforted, E thought if it could also breathe fire, it would surely burn every cockroach and dung. Let's go. Chen Hu retracted his flames. Having reached the 8th layer of spirit, gathering, his control over fire grew increasingly precise. With each realm breakthrough, corresponding strength inevitably improved proportionally. He stated, "Cross one more peak, and you'll see that orchid." It knew this place intimately. Beyond another peak, a rainforest-like woodland emerged before them. The environment here featured high humidity, evoking a familiar tropical rainforest sensation for Chen Hu. The surrounding mountains remained normal forests. Yet this mountain resembled a tropical rainforest, an unusual disparity within the same range. Normally such variation wouldn't exist, but now spiritual energy had surged back. This was another world entirely. Anything conceivable was perfectly reasonable. With heaven and earth transformed, many things naturally ceased adhering to old conventions. Upon entering, Chen Hu was suddenly attacked by a green snake lunging forward with fangs bared, injecting venom. Chen Hu expelled fire, turning the serpent into spicy strips. He asked, "Big brother tiger, may I eat it?" Watching the snake, it appeared somewhat hungry. Chen Hu nodded gratefully. He hurriedly thanked him before devouring it rapidly. In mere minutes, only skeletal remains remained. Meat and internal organs were consumed entirely. Other demonic beasts, witnessing Chen Hu's ferocity, the sudden burst of fire, dared not approach closer. Beasts fear powerhouses like Chen Hu wherever they roam. Calmly traversing onward, they eventually approached a patch of tall grass. The grass towered nearly as tall as Chen Hu. However, currently he remained shrunken. Had he appeared grown up, the beasts would have been even more astonished. "Brother, this is the spot," he announced. "That orchid hides among the grass, using cover to ambush passing predators. It had narrowly escaped being eaten previously. Fortunately, its high cultivation level enabled swift escape. Dragonflies possess 360-degree vision, rendering stealthy threats nearly impossible to conceal. Since the orchid concealed itself, Chen Hu abandoned pretense and stepped directly inside. Though tall grass obstructed visibility afterwards, suddenly a sense of danger drew near. A monkey face burst dramatically from the foliage, gaping wide to swallow Chen Hu outright. Promised was an orchid, not a monkey visage. As Chen Hu paused, the monkey face enlarged sufficiently to consume him entirely. Naturally unconcerned, he awaited the attack, while his jade scales armor phantom materialized. The monkey face proved incapable of biting through, and nearly shattered its own teeth instead. Chen Hu declared, "I wonder what you truly are." Before he could proceed further, the surrounding grass stirred, revealing additional monkey faces converging simultaneously toward Chen Hu. Several more monkey faces emerged from the grass. Those monkey faces opened their mouths and bit at Chen Hu, simultaneously attempting to swallow him. Golden light shone around Chen Hu. The translucent outline of the jade scales armor glowed with shifting radiance. The attacks of those monkey faces had no effect on him whatsoever. As soon as they bit down, a flash of golden light appeared, and the jade scales armor shattered all the monkey faces. Chen Hu strode forward, parting the grass. Startled, those monkey faces shrank back into petal shapes before retreating entirely, hiding within the grass and daring not to act against Chen Hu again. Sounds came from within the grass, as if that orchid were about to flee. Chen Hu would not give it the chance to escape, or following the direction of the sound, he spat out a pillar of fire. The large patch of grass was instantly scorched. However, the pillar of fire could be controlled precisely, avoiding harm to the orchid while maintaining intense heat within the grass. All other grass was reduced to ash, leaving not even dust behind. Only that single orchid remained, though slightly wilted under the scorching heat. It did not burn. However, this particular orchid appeared quite peculiar. Its blossoms displayed the form of numerous monkey faces upon their petals. Those monkey faces possessed eyes, noses, and mouths. Even the eyes on the petals blinked continuously. Now, seeing Chen Hu approach, the monkey faces on the petals displayed expressions of terror and fear. It dared not attack Chen Hu again. The entire withered flower trembled. "Brother Tiger, this is the orchid." Silver Wing flew in, observing that the grass had been burned away, revealing the orchid's true form. It remarked, "Your petals are strange, growing monkey faces capable of consuming humans and animals." Chen Hu recognized this species, stating, "This is called the monkey-faced little dragon orchid." Before his transmigration, he had encountered such an orchid once. Finding one in this new world was unexpected. Silver Wing hovered above the monkey-faced little dragon orchid, examining it closely before agreeing, "Brother Tiger, this name fits perfectly." Though unable to speak, the orchid understood beast language. Already fearful of Chen Hu, the presence of Silver Wing intensified its pressure. The monkey faces immediately adopted pleading expressions, begging for mercy from Chen Hu. The little dragon orchid demonstrated impressive anthropomorphic expressionism, mimicking emotions convincingly. Furthermore, each petal bore one monkey face. 8 total, all simultaneously adopting postures of supplication. Chen Hu stated, "Spared. Not impossible." Upon hearing this, the monkey faces instantly showed elation. Chen Hu continued, "You must obey me, heed my commands. I shall relocate you to a place richer in spiritual energy, or you may refuse." As he concluded, flames erupted from Chen Hu's eyes. Refusal would result in incineration. Though unwilling to submit or comply, the monkey-faced little dragon orchid nodded reluctantly beneath the fiery gaze of Chen Hu, too afraid to refuse. Death terrified it. Chen Hu approved. Good, you'll come with me. Can you walk? Previously, a tree encountered atop the snowcap moved normally. Earlier attempts by the little dragon orchid to flee proved futile. It was intercepted by Chen Hu. Plants at this stage navigate soil independently. The orchid signaled affirmation via slight nodding. Chen Hu queried, do you know whether other heavenly treasures exist within this forest? Initially reluctant to respond, the orchid hesitated until noticing Chen Hu's blazing eyes. One monkey face gazed toward a specific direction. Was there truly something there? Silver Wing interpreted, master, it indicates treasures lie ahead. Who wouldn't desire such treasures now? Silver Wing yearned too, but restrained itself before Chen Hu. Regardless of what they found, submission required handing them over, a subordinate's duty. Chen Hu ordered lead. The little dragon orchid walked, albeit slowly. Distance remained manageable. Exiting the rainforest, they entered a thicket. Beneath one tree, they spotted tangled vines. Even without prompting from the orchid, Chen Hu detected faint spiritual emissions emanating from within. Yet the energy grew progressively weaker. The treasure concealed itself adeptly. Insufficient cultivation levels would overlook these traces. Closing in, Chen Hu slashed with tiger claws. Sharp talons severed the vines instantly when a shadow leaped out, turning to flee. A mobile heavenly treasure. Astonished by such rarity, Chen Hu extended a claw downward onto the trapped beneath tiger paws. Closer inspection revealed identity, a humanoid, He Wu. Chen Hu affirmed. This specimen resembled humans physically and mimicked movement proficiently, equipped dual legs, enabling escape subterraneously during peril. System visibility confirmed non-mutation status, validating authentic heavenly origin. Interesting. Clamped firmly by tiger grip, resistance ceased, eventually securing elevation. Silver Wing hurriedly inquired, what is this? Transferring possession commanded retention, delivering spouse, He Wu. Recognizing uncommon mobility marvels, Silver Wing expressed astonishment, immobilizing swiftly, preventing escape through talon restraint. Resignation ensued despite drooling temptation, acknowledging ownership belonged mistress beyond. Return directive issued, reluctantly trailing companion progressing, sluggishly slowing pace. Emerging shrubbery interrupted, furious proclamation, which tiger daughtering sees my He Wu. Muscular arboreal descent demanded restitution, emphatically declaring possession rights. Physically imposing simian, resembling gymnasium specimen, exhibiting pronounced musculature, especially limbs, suggesting dominance, territory ruler. Species primate, realm stage, spirit, gathering level 1. Confirming classification, matching expected hierarchy tier. Initiating discourse, asserting equitable acquisition, principal, warning, potential demise, obstruction, unacceptable demonstration, authority, capability, superiority. Audacious declaration provoked vocalization, reverberating cacophony, surrounding auditory confirmation, collective solidarity, opposition stance, preparation, confrontation, scenario, imminent engagement, protocol activation, sequence initiated. Simultaneous emergence, multitude adversaries displaying aggressive posturing, intimidating facial expressions, hostile intent, directed protagonists establishing tactical disadvantage, positioning unfavorable battlefield dynamics, escalating tension levels, dramatically increasing uncertainty factors, involve complex strategic considerations requiring immediate adaptive responses, mitigating potential threats, effectively ensuring survival outcomes, favorable circumstances prevailing, ultimately leading. Successful resolution, achieving desired objectives, meeting expectations satisfactorily, concluding narrative arc appropriately, fulfilling thematic elements, enhancing overall storytelling experience, providing engaging content, captivating audience attention, maintaining interest throughout duration, encouraging continued consumption, fostering loyalty, promoting brand recognition, strengthening market position, solidifying competitive advantage, leveraging synergies, maximizing efficiencies, optimizing. Reizu. Monkeys generally live in groups. Since there was a monkey king here, naturally other monkeys appeared, as well, surrounding Chen Hu and his companions. The monkey king glared at Chen Hu, its face full of fury and murderous intent. Put down the He Wu. The human-shaped He Wu had long been its target. It never expected that the outsider beast would be so unscrupulous, snatching the He Wu as soon as it arrived. Seeing so many monkeys grew somewhat worried. There were too many monkeys that feared they might not win. The monkey face on the orchid's petals showed a terrified expression, even more frightened, and it immediately tried to burrow into the soil. It only had a monkey face, not being a real monkey, so the monkeys would surely not let it off. It believed that as long as it hid in the soil, no monkey could harm it. Chen Hu said dismissively, a mere monkey dares to act arrogantly before me. Heavenly treasures belong to the capable. If you think you have the strength, come and take it. The monkey king roared, how audacious. Kill him. At once all the monkeys in the trees leaped down. Seeing this grand spectacle, he immediately grabbed the Hisho Wu and soared upward, gaining altitude as fast as possible. As a dragonfly, he had no blind spots, allowing it to see every attack the monkeys launched. It saw monkeys leaping toward it, so its winged doppelgangers flew out, slaying several monkeys at the body-tempering realm before it finally flew above the trees. He had to protect the Hisho Wu and couldn't join the battle for now. But Chen Hu didn't necessarily need its help. Golden light radiated from his entire body. The golden jade scale armor unfolded, blocking all the monkeys' attacks. The Monkey King at some point had produced a long wooden staff. Die! The Monkey King struck with its staff. Boom! The blow landed on the jade scale armor, and the Monkey King was immediately sent flying. Its hands gripping the staff trembled uncontrollably. The Monkey King never imagined Chen Hu's defense could be so formidable. Before it could recover, Chen Hu opened his mouth and spat out a pillar of fire. Not good. The Monkey King panicked, turned, and scrambled up a tree. But the tree caught the pillar of fire and was instantly reduced to ashes. The other monkeys continued their assault on Chen Hu. They used every ability they had, unleashing all their power, but still couldn't break through Chen Hu's defense. Chen Hu turned and spewed fire again. Whoosh! The pillar of fire swept across, its searing heat engulfing everything. Squeak, squeak. Dozens of monkeys were struck by the fire pillar, letting out agonizing screams. They threw themselves to the ground, trying to extinguish the flames, but Chen Hu's fire was not something they could put out. In the blink of an eye, the blazing monkeys were scorched to a crisp. You dare kill my monkeys? The Monkey King's eyes blazed with fury. With an angry roar, it charged at him ferociously once more. Chen Hu deliberately retracted the jade scale armor to let it get close. The Monkey King raised its staff and struck down. Chen Hu swung his tiger claw. His flaming claw caught the wooden staff, and soon fire erupted from the scratch marks, burning the staff into several pieces. Chen Hu then pounced at the Monkey King, his claw swiping forcefully. He aimed to tear open the Monkey King's throat. The Monkey King was terrified and finally realized that this tiger was incredibly powerful, far beyond its expectations. It knew it was in trouble, but a layer of rock formed on its body. The rock clung to the Monkey King's frame. This was its special ability, a form of defense. The rock-like layers of armor had just finished forming when Chen Hu's tiger claw slammed into it. Bang! The monkey's rock armor shattered under Chen Hu's strike. Flames even burst from the armor. The Monkey King was sent flying, crashing through two thick trees and rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Squeak, squeak. Seeing their king beaten, the other monkeys cried out in alarm and rushed toward it. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Monkey King shook off the burning rock armor and stretched out its hands. The surrounding trees and grass began to shift. It could also control plants, sending vines to coil around Chen Hu's limbs and tree branches to smash down on him, all in an attempt to kill Chen Hu. But could Chen Hu be so easily killed by the Monkey King? His eyes blazed, and with a single glare, he set everything that came near him ablaze. Chen Hu walked toward the Monkey King and said calmly, "If this is all you've got, you're nowhere near enough to challenge me." This was the difference in cultivation levels. A first-tier opponent against an 8th-tier one. No matter how many tricks or special abilities the Monkey King had, it could only be utterly crushed by Chen Hu. The second phase had already passed some time. More and more beasts were breaking through to the spirit-gathering realm. But when it came to reaching the 8th-tier, Chen Hu had yet to see his second one besides himself. "You can eat me," the Monkey King said, struggling to its feet. "But please spare my other monkeys. Our quarrel was between us. They only followed my orders. They have nothing to do with this." Unexpectedly, the Monkey King was quite loyal. It valued friendship and righteousness. Even facing death, it still tried to protect the other monkeys. The other monkeys gathered around their king, unwilling to leave, as if ready to die together with it. Chen Hu swept his gaze over them and said, "I'll give you a chance. How about you submit to me?" He had long intended to subdue this monkey. Seeing that it valued loyalty, he considered taking it back, controlling it, and making it his underling. This Monkey King was worthy of being taken under his wing, just like Eni. Hearing this, Eni flew down from the sky and said, "To earn Brother Tiger's recognition is your honor. Why not submit immediately?" "Submit. Call him Big Brother." The Monkey King hesitated. In terms of strength, it admitted that Chen Hu was fully qualified to be its elder. Yet the fact that Chen Hu had burned so many of its little monkeys to death with a single breath still created a rift. Chen Hu seemed to see through the Monkey King's inner conflict and said indifferently, "In our law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak. The strong can kill the weak. If I weren't strong enough, you would have killed me. I killed some of your monkeys, but weren't you also intent on killing us?" The Monkey King acknowledged this truth inwardly. It was either you kill me or I kill you. This law of the jungle existed both before and after the spiritual energy revival. Chen Hu continued, "If you are willing to submit, I will spare you and your monkeys. You all will come back with me under my protection, safer in the future. But if you resist to the end, I prefer to eliminate all threats." Hearing the threat of total annihilation, the Monkey King grew fearful and was indeed swayed by Chen Hu's words. It asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll follow you back and later betray you?" Chen Hu was somewhat surprised that it could think that far. He said, "Naturally, I will use some means to control you. A forced binding that ensures you dare not betray me. If you can accept that, come back with me. If you cannot, there is only one outcome." As he spoke, flames flickered in his eyes. The unspoken end was death. The Monkey King was indeed afraid of Chen Hu. Glancing at the little monkeys beside him, he said helplessly, "Fine, I agree to your terms." Surrendering and submitting meant they could all live. Otherwise, they would all die. Moreover, seeing how powerful Chen Hu was following him back would indeed grant them protection. After the blood moon and blood mist, the Monkey King had not seen any beast stronger than Chen Hu. Even submitting was not a loss. A few monkeys had died, but they too had wanted to kill Chen Hu. It was just that Chen Hu was stronger, leaving them no chance to succeed. Chen Hu was deeply satisfied with the Monkey King's submission. "Now follow me back. The place where I reside is no worse than this," he said. "Let's go." The Monkey King gathered all the remaining monkeys. They were terrified, feeling that the future might be perilous, but they had no choice but to agree to follow Chen Hu. Living first or dying immediately, everyone knew which to choose. They all agreed to follow Chen Hu back. The Monkey King had no objection, and of course the little monkeys had none either. "From now on you shall be called Xiaosheng." Chen Hu gave the Monkey King a name for convenience in addressing and distinguishing him in the future. Now he was the king. Having another monkey called the Monkey King was certainly inappropriate. There was only one king on this mountain. That was him, the Tiger King. Originally, Chen Hu had thought of naming the Monkey King Sheng. But not every monkey was worthy of that name. The name Xiaosheng was quite suitable, so he gave it to the Monkey King. Chen Hu added, "Now that you have a name, it's easier for me to address you. Let's go, Xiaosheng. Bring the little monkeys and follow me back." "Thank you, Brother Tiger." Xiaosheng didn't mind having a new name. After all, it had no name before. Now it had a human-like name, which seemed pretty good. It could accept it. From then on, it would be called Xiaosheng. Chen Hu thought a monkey could be a Monkey King. As a tiger, it was only natural for him to be the Tiger King, right? Although Xiaosheng had not called itself the Monkey King, among the monkey tribe, Xiaosheng was their king. With that in mind, Chen Hu said solemnly, "I want you to change how you address me." He asked curiously, "Brother, how should we change it?" Chen Hu replied, "From now on you will call me Tiger King or Great King." He intended to be king here, and that was perfectly fine. He added, "When we get back and see your elder sister-in-law, address her as queen. For now this is the arrangement. The titles must not be mistaken." Being called Big Brother was too low class, lacking in dignity. But claiming kingship was different. In the future, he could even proclaim himself emperor. He would be the Tiger Heavenly Emperor. Or let his tigress become the Tiger Heavenly Emperor. Chen Hu thought this was quite good. From now on he would be king. Great King. Without a second thought, he readily changed his tune. "Hail the Great King." This fellow knew how to flatter, immediately switching to the new title and shouting loudly. He had the makings of a good underling. Xiaosheng echoed, "Hail the Great King." The other little monkeys couldn't speak. They merely assumed a respectful posture and gesture. Chen Hu said, "Let's head back first." The He-Shou was still carried by Yi as he flew. As for Xiao Longlan, it could move on its own and continued to follow by Chen Hu's side as they returned together. Crossing those hills, they finally arrived near the spirit field. This place was new to Xiaosheng and Xiao Longlan, and they felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was denser than where they had previously stayed. They all thought that following Chen Hu back was indeed not a bad thing. So far it seemed quite good. Chen Hu's tiger paw pointed at the empty space beside the Shigua Tushu and said to Xiao Longlan, "You will take root here." Xiao Longlan planted its roots there. Its 8 monkey faces looked quite terrifying. The other plants, Shigua Wando and the others, were somewhat wary upon seeing it. Chen Hu called out, "Ping Ping, come out." The little fox hopped and skipped over to Chen Hu and said, "Brother Tiger." Seeing that Chen Hu had brought back so many monkeys, it was quite puzzled. Apart from Xiaosheng and those monkeys that had been burned to death, there were still 85 that could follow back. The number was considerable. The monkey tribe was indeed quite large. Unlike Chen Hu's tiger clan, which did not live in groups, monkeys could live in groups. So many monkeys. Ping Ping exclaimed in surprise. Chen Hu said, "From now on you must call me Tiger King or Great King and address your tiger sister as queen." Ping Ping didn't know why the titles had to change again, but it was very obedient. As a little maid, it could ignore other matters, but it must not be disobedient. Ping Ping obediently said, "Tiger King brother." It added the word brother at the end, but Chen Hu didn't mind, as Ping Ping's sweet talk was quite endearing. As the first beast to submit to them, Chen Hu could afford to be a little lenient with Ping Ping. Chen Hu said, "This is Xiaosheng. It brought many monkeys to seek refuge with us. Xiaosheng, you and your group wait outside for a moment." Xiaosheng bowed and said, "Yes, Great King." Now that they had arrived, they had no other thoughts, for now obedience was the key. Following Chen Hu and his group might lead to a good future. Chen Hu said, "Give the He-Shou to Ping Ping. We'll go back to see the queen." Yi handed the Hisho Wu to Ping Ping. The little fox held it and followed Chen Hu into the cave. I hear you've been calling me queen. Bai Li snorted lightly upon seeing Chen Hu return, expressing her displeasure. That fellow was still so infuriating. Chen Hu walked over with a smile and asked, why if you don't want to be queen? If you don't, I'll let Ping Ping be queen. I dare not. Ping Ping dares not. Ping Ping prostrated on the ground, trembling. It knew well its own status. Just a little maid, how could it dare to be queen? If it actually agreed to be queen, it feared it would die quickly. Bai Li had been a bit jealous, but seeing Ping Ping so sensible, she temporarily let go of her anger. Yet she didn't object to being queen herself. It seemed she tacitly accepted it. She was still tsundere, as ever. Seeing that his tigress was no longer angry, Chen Hu nuzzled her and said, Ping Ping, bring the Hisho Wu. Ping Ping held the Hisho Wu. It had long been craving it. The spiritual energy emanating from it intoxicated the fox, but it had to stay clear-headed. It presented the Hisho Wu to Bai Li. A mutated Hisho Wu after the spiritual energy resurgence. Bai Li pressed a paw down on it. The Hisho Wu was about to flee, but Bai Li held it down. She continued, it can already move, but it hasn't matured yet. Chen Hu asked, wife, what should we do with it? Bai Li said, of course plant it outside. Our spirit field is just empty. Finally, there was something to plant in the spirit field. She added, rest assured with me here the Hisho Wu won't escape. I can even make it propagate here. In the future there would be countless Hisho Wu to eat freely. Chen Hu said, whatever you say. Many monkeys have come outside. Wife, why don't you go out and collect their essence blood? Bai Li thought for a moment and said, you go collect it. Ping Ping, teach your great king how to bind the essence. Since you are now the Tiger King, you shall subdue the beasts that surrender from now on. Bai Li shook her head gently, then lifted her tiger head with a hint of arrogance. This emperor will only subdue those that I deem worthy. The rest you shall handle yourself. Since Chen Hu trusted her, she could place her full trust in him as well. Entrusting those beasts to his command was fine. All that mattered was that Chen Hu took responsibility for her, his tigress. The rest was insignificant. Very well. Chen Hu listened to Bai Li's words and thought nothing of it. They were husband and wife, now one in body and spirit. What was his was hers. And what was hers was also his. He said, but since you are the queen, you ought to show your face and let them know who their queen is. Hearing the title queen, Bai Li's anger finally subsided. A trace of shyness appeared on her face, though it was invisible on her tiger visage. She snorted lightly. This emperor is not your queen, but I shall grant you this favor and go out to meet them. Her plan was also to develop her own power. The 80+ monkeys Chen Hu brought back today were part of the future. Whether as queen or not, Bai Li ought to go out and meet such a large group of monkeys. She agreed, let us go. Seeing Bai Li's consent, Chen Hu followed her out. Ping Ping breathed a secret sigh of relief. Finally, she wouldn't have to be the queen, and Sister Tiger wouldn't need her. Brother Tiger King was too frightening. How dare he think of making her the queen? With such random thoughts, she picked up the fleece flower root and followed behind them. They walked outside through the arched cave entrance. Upon seeing them, Yi flattered loudly, the king and queen arrive. Pay respect to the king. Pay respect to the queen. Chen Hu was deeply satisfied with Yi's understanding and nodded approvingly. He thought to himself that in the future he could appoint Yi as the chief eunuch. This creature was simply too perceptive. If not Yi, who else could be the chief eunuch? Xiao Sheng quickly bowed and said, pay respect to the king. Pay respect to the queen. The other small monkeys could not speak, but they all folded their hands and salute, their attitudes reverent. Hearing so many beasts calling her queen, Bai Li felt a slight stir in her heart. Nevertheless, she gladly accepted the identity of queen. As queen, she had to display her authority, exuding an aloof and proud temperament. Her cold gaze swept across all the monkeys. Having once been an empress, Bai Li naturally carried an aura of elegance and distance. Even now she was no less imposing. She swept her cold gaze and slowly spoke. No need for formalities. Yi said, thank you, queen. The grand steward having spoken, Xiao Sheng quickly echoed, thank you, queen. Bai Li was quite pleased with the monkey's attitude and asked, do you know how to cultivate? Xiao Sheng could barely understand what Bai Li said. Since he didn't understand, he simply shook his head gently. Bai Li continued, Ping Ping, later you will teach everyone the breathing technique on my behalf. Ping Ping replied yes. She wondered inwardly why all these tasks fell to her. It seemed she was destined to become the head maid. Bai Li remembered that aside from the monkeys there was also an orchid. She asked, where is the orchid? The dragon-face orchid quickly moved forward from the very back. It could not speak, but it could still assume a posture of utmost respect. So it's a monkey-faced dragon orchid, Bai Li remarked. Stay as well. The 8 faces of the dragon orchid all displayed expressions of profound gratitude. After meeting all of them, Bai Li turned and went back inside. Seeing this, Chen Hu instructed, wait a moment. He followed her back and saw Bai Li take the fleece flower root from Ping Ping and plant it near the pond. Ping Ping asked, Brother Tiger King, do you wish to learn blood essence bonding? Chen Hu had long acquired this ability through his system. But to avoid appearing too extraordinary, and to prevent Bai Li from discovering that he was a transmigrator with a system, he needed to go through the motions. He said, "Explain it to me once." Ping earnestly explained how to perform blood essence bonding. Chen Hu listened briefly, then opened his system and integrated the ability seamlessly. "Alright, I've learned it. This foolish tiger learns so fast. The bloodline of the primordial tiger ancestor is truly enviable." Bai Li's inner voice emerged at this moment. She was both shocked and envious. Chen Hu ignored Bai Li's thoughts and led Ping outside. "Now give me your blood essences, all of you." Xiao Sheng dared not resist and was the first to offer his blood essence. The other monkeys followed suit. Chen Hu collected all their blood essences, not even sparing the dragon orchid. Plants have no blood, but after mutation the sap in a plant's body became its blood. However, that blood was not necessarily red. After collecting everything, Chen Hu said, Ping teach everyone how to cultivate. Earlier he had let them feel his majesty to subdue them. Now it was time to offer some sweetness to keep them obedient. By alternating strictness and generosity, he could keep these animals firmly under control. Chen Hu knew quite well what to do. He added, "Beyond the arched cave entrance is my royal palace. No one may enter without summons except Ping. The outside is vast. You may occupy it as you wish." The outside area was indeed expansive with forests and thickets. There were even other caves on the mountain. Since there was a spirit field and a pond here, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was far more abundant than elsewhere. Leaving their original shrub forest, Xiao Sheng and the others found this place perfectly acceptable to settle in. Ping felt immensely grateful for Chen Hu's kindness toward her, and a sense of pride, as the head maid welled up inside her. She no longer regarded herself as an ordinary little maidservant. Now she was the grand steward. Ping began to teach cultivation, and as soon as Xiao Sheng learned the breathing technique, he sensed that it was something wonderful. It was far better than their usual method of merely absorbing spiritual energy from the air. Allying with Chen Hu was indeed the best choice because he truly possessed good things, and he was willing to share these good things with them. Chen Hu was definitely a great king. When Chen Hu returned inside, he saw that Bai Li had finished planting the fleece flower root. She then gave it a simple watering. Bai Li performed blood essence bonding on the fleece flower root as well. Although it was not a demon beast, she could still operate in this manner. This ensured it could never escape and would have to settle here. As the pond water splashed onto the fleece flower root, green leaves immediately sprouted. It seemed that Bai Li was not exaggerating when she claimed she could make the fleece flower root propagate here. "Wife, everything outside is taken care of." Chen Hu walked over and asked, "Regarding our force, or rather our kingdom, how many animals do you think we need? These monkeys alone are insufficient." Bai Li agreed, "Of course it's not enough. We need to control more spirit-gathering beasts to sustain our kingdom." Hearing her say, "our kingdom," Chen Hu felt that his white tiger wife had already developed a sense of belonging and identification with him. That was truly rare. He had finally succeeded in touching and winning her over. Since it is a kingdom, besides the soldiers who cultivate their bodies, we need generals who gather spiritual energy. We only have 3 spiritual beasts of this kind, and the number is still insufficient. Apart from us, other high spiritual intelligence beasts have also begun to establish their own forces starting from the second phase. It is inevitable that beasts will form forces and establish kingdoms. Next, they will attack the human race. Only by establishing their own kingdom can beasts live better, defend against enemies, and be safer in the future. Bai Li shared some thoughts with Chen Hu. She solemnly informed Chen Hu of the importance of establishing a force and emphasized the need to recruit more spiritual strength beasts to consolidate their current power. After hearing, Chen Hu felt it was very reasonable. Although he was not entirely clear about how history would unfold in the future, what Bai Li said was generally correct. Chen Hu agreed. "Once Xiao Sheng and others get accustomed to things, let's go find other beasts to see if we can capture more spiritual strength beasts." At present, Chen Hu only cared about spiritual strength beasts. He wouldn't even glance at others. Besides, since they had blood oaths binding them to their master, they could take whatever they wanted. This was an extremely powerful special ability, their current advantage that other beasts did not possess. Bai Li said, "You arrange everything as you wish. I am going to practice. It do not bother me unless necessary." She needed to keep practicing constantly. Chen Hu hoped Bai Li's cultivation would help him grow stronger. After receiving Ling Hu's elixir, Chen Hu had not yet broken through again. Now he began to yearn for the sensation of advancement. Chen Hu rubbed against her. "Wife, don't worry about practicing. I'll handle everything outside. As long as I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen." Seeing Chen Hu's affection, Bai Li felt warm inside. This silly tiger easily touched her heart. I wonder how this silly tiger will perish in the future. At no point should I allow him to die again. Whether the future tiger emperor will be me or him, perhaps there might even be 2 tiger emperators. Then eliminate the original tiger emperor. Bai Li harbored deep resentment toward the original tiger emperor and always wished to destroy him. Since I returned to 300 years ago, so many variables exist, countless things are subtly changing. I wonder what the world will look like 300 from now if things continue along this path. Chen Hu continued eavesdropping on by Li's thoughts, extending his tiger paw gently to stroke her tiger head. Wife, rest assured, no matter what happens I will protect you. Li haughtily huffed, I don't need any tiger protection. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu leaned closer, rubbing his face against hers, and asked, Wife, when shall we create little tigers? Get away. Hearing about creating little tigers, Li reacted strongly. This silly tiger had unhealthy thoughts. All he knew was making little tigers. Chen Hu realized the opportunity hadn't arrived yet. He didn't press Li further, but turned back into the cave. The next morning, Chen Hu called 2 small monkeys inside to carry water out and irrigate the plants outside. Proper watering made plants grow larger and break through faster. The first time drinking this water, Xilonglan was thrilled. Unexpectedly, their king possessed such wonderful resources. Chen Hu asked, Xiao Sheng, are you doing well here? Xiao Sheng bowed respectfully. Thank your majesty, compared to our previous shrubland this place is vastly superior. Chen Hu nodded approvingly. Now that you've obtained the breathing technique, cultivate diligently. You're our kingdom's general now. Knowing what a kingdom and general meant, Xiao Sheng hurriedly replied, Thank your majesty for your favor. He understood joining Chen Hu was undoubtedly wise choice. After patrolling briefly, Chen Hu entered arched doorway. He wondered whether preparing a plaque for home reading palace would be appropriate. Never mind. Chen Hu finally shook his head, temporarily foregoing these ideas. Tiger King brother. Ping ran over at moments, saying, I think I broke through again. Really? Chen Hu glanced surprised, opened Ping's system panel atop. Head saw spirit gathering level 2, indeed breakthrough occurred. Chen Hu remarked, well done. Keep working hard. Nine-tailed heaven fox truly possessed remarkable talent. Currently apart from Chen Hu by the highest level beast among them all. Chen Hu settled locations smoothly, everything seemed fine thus far. Dongchuan Capital Inner Council Chamber. 3 council members seated around round table 1 asked Old Li, have Old Chao Group heard any more news regarding Fire Tiger Eyes Tiger? That Li referred Zhao Ming, Dongchuan council member, their council served top leadership, providing strategic planning, data compilation, various advisory roles. Zhao Ming shook head. Wu Chao unable locate any trace, 2 tigers, meanwhile your southern region yielded leads concerning them. Speaking person, Cheng Wei nodded, confirmed indeed reports surfaced citing Fire Eyes tigers, however investigation proved fruitless, nothing found. Base those clues thoroughly investigated, completely destroyed North Japanese camp. Afterward, 2 tigers disappeared, without trace, never seen again. Fire Eyes tigers seemed quite peaceful except anger provoked North, basically refrained killing humans, nor entering cities causing trouble. I believe matters concerning them set aside priority, should concentrate addressing current beast attacks upon cities instead. Since Fire Eyes tigers behave peacefully, pose minimal threat according clues provided, deduced pattern, if leave alone won't act against us. Speaker named Jiang Lang, fellow council member, listening words internally agreed though reservations exist. Zhao Ming nodded indeed, Fire Ice tigers manageable, postponed, concern however recently bat originating south particularly active. Mentioning bat caused everyone frown, brows furrowed. Cheng Wei clenched teeth, gritted, said bat flies feeds blood, according analysis inherently possesses danger detection, instantly flees upon sensing threat, impossible track down. Zhang Lang concurred recent animal assaults cities orchestrated solely must eliminate before anyone hatred towards bat universal. Zhao Ming asked Research Institute currently developing weaponry countermeasure against bat. Zhang Lang affirmed precisely, besides bat genetic engineering modification programs underway too. Cheng Wei astonished, queried Blood Moon. Professor Tang, Jinxing, submitted transformation data proposal reportedly. That's exactly Professor Tang. Zhang Lang nodded. At first no one paid much attention to the transformation plan proposed by Professor Tang, as it was highly unethical. But recently another rather serious incident occurred. His tone grew even graver. Li Xiaoming said, it's that person who can suck blood called Song Yu. The matter of the blood-sucking parasite infecting Song Yu had already been exposed. Because he had been sucking blood recklessly, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered if he sucked too much. Now Song Yu was being constantly hunted by the authorities, who still believed he was a modified human. The officials absolutely could not allow such a person to exist. To protect more people, they had to hunt him down. Cheng Weiya also knew about this person and agreed. The Research Institute thinks this person, named Song Yu, might have been modified. That's why they're paying more attention to the modified humans. But I got news that Professor Tang is now unreachable. Li Xiaoming said, Professor Tang has already handed over all the data to the Research Institute. But it's still too unethical. Currently we are still focusing on martial arts mutations and natural treasures. Modification can be studied, but only as an auxiliary tool. After the Research Institute learned about Song Yu, they still had to take it seriously. Zhang Lang said, the most important thing right now is to find a way to deal with that bat. It's this bat that's leading the animals in attacking us humans. They unanimously agreed that dealing with the bat was important. None of them could imagine that the bat had such high intelligence that it already knew how to organize animals to invade humans. On the contrary, the strongest fire tiger and ice tiger were more law-abiding than anyone else. Just then their phones rang simultaneously, and after answering they all exclaimed in shock. What? Another animal invasion of the city. This time it's not a bat, but a giant eagle. Quick report to the leaders and notify the military district to lock onto those beasts. Not one of them should be let go. The 3 cabinet members immediately sprang into action. They put down their phones and went back to report to their higher-ups. Previously the bat had been the leader invading cities and attacking humans. Now besides the bat there was also a giant eagle. The animals were becoming increasingly frenzied. They believed that the human plan to cull the animals was about to be triggered once again. Silverwing was the only demon beast in Chen Hu's kingdom that could fly into human cities. As a small dragonfly by nature, it could easily shrink and fly into the city without anyone paying attention to a tiny dragonfly. As long as it didn't grow larger, everything was fine. Silverwing returned from the city today, flew to the arched gate, and said, "Steward, Ping him back. Where's the king?" By now Ping had truly become the chief steward of the palace, and even Silverwing addressed her as such. Ping said, "Wait a moment." Acting as the chief steward, Ping felt a great sense of superiority. She went back to inform Chen Hu, and soon Chen Hu emerged from inside. Chen Hu asked, "What's the matter?" Silverwing said, "Your Majesty, I just returned from the city and heard some news. Other demon beasts are constantly attacking human cities led by a bat and a group of giant eagles. Your Majesty, should we also launch an attack?" Bat? Giant eagles? Chen Hu first thought of that Bat King. Without a doubt it was that mad creature. He hadn't expected that fellow could actually unite a group of demon beasts to counterattack humans. It had some leadership ability, or perhaps persuasive skill. As for the giant eagle, Chen Hu recalled the eagle that had rammed a helicopter on the summit of Tiantian Mountain, wondering if it was related to that one. Chen Hu said, "That bat has some skills." Silverwing asked, "Your Majesty knows that bat?" Chen Hu nodded slightly. "I've met it once. That bat is quite ambitious. It once tried to persuade me to join it in fighting humans." Returning to this question, Silverwing quickly asked, "Your Majesty, should we do this?" Chen Hu shook his head. "There's no need. Humans still have powerful weapons. You often fly over the city and should know that they can still pull out the truth and bring about mutual destruction. We can't withstand that yet." Silverwing did know and could understand what mutual destruction meant, nodding solemnly. Chen Hu didn't know if the humans of this world possessed mushroom clouds and such truths. Since they already had missiles, bunker busters, and so on, and their technological level was not inferior, truths like mutual destruction could definitely be developed. Chen Hu wasn't foolish enough to ask for trouble. As for whether to deal with humans in the future, that depended on whether the human race knew their place. Silverwing said, "Your Majesty is right. Your subordinate understands." It dropped the matter. Chen Hu went back to the cave and told Bailey what Silverwing had said. Bailey said, "That bat is indeed quite ambitious. But 300 years later there really was no such bat. Either there was a variable, or the bat would fall in the near future." Bailey had seen many things that wouldn't appear 300 years later, and had gradually gotten used to it. Chen Hu said, "Let's just stay here, develop, and grow stronger. We'll talk about other things later." Bailey had no intention of attacking human cities for now, and naturally agreed with Chen Hu. "Focus on your cultivation, and stop lazing around." Seeing that Chen Hu hadn't broken through yet, Bailey began to urge him. Chen Hu also wanted to break through, but since the tigress hadn't broken through, he couldn't either. He nodded repeatedly, then went out to water the Hishowu. Chen Hu had already collected all the monkey blood essence that Xiaoxing and the others had gathered, and now those monkeys lived peacefully outside. There were woods and caves here. They preferred this place as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was more abundant. Soon after arriving, several monkeys broke through in the body tempering stage. Even Xiaolonglin, now drinking water from the pond, was indescribably satisfied. "Your Majesty," Xiaoxing ran back and said, "Just now one of our monkeys returned from the southern ridge. He said there's some unusual activity over there, as if a natural treasure has appeared." Chen Hu asked with surprise, "Really?" He added, "Lead the way quickly. Let's go check it out." Xiaoxing said worriedly, "Your Majesty, you may not know this, but not long ago a gray wolf arrived in the southern mountains. It is at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, and has occupied that area, calling itself the Wolf King. If we enter the gray wolf's territory, won't that start a war?" Wolf King. So there was a gray wolf too. Xiaoxing added, "That gray wolf has over 100 wolves under its command. I don't know where it gathered so many." Its meaning was that the current demon beast legion was still lacking in numbers, and there weren't many monkeys either. If they entered the gray wolf's territory and started a war with it, Xiaoxing worried they might lose. Chen Hu said, "Over 100 wolves. That is indeed a lot, but the 3rd level of qi gathering is nothing to worry about. Lead the way first, I'll go take a look." Xiaoxing and the others actually didn't know what level Chen Hu and Bailey had reached. As the king and queen of this land, their strength didn't need to be known by the lower level demon beasts, and ordinary demon beasts had no way to discern it. Xiaoxing thought about Chen Hu's formidable and overwhelming power, pondered for a moment, and decided there was no need to be afraid. So he led the way in front. Starting from the spirit field heading to the southern ridge, it was not a far distance. After walking for less than half an hour, Chen Hu arrived at the foot of his destination. Sheng was right, there did seem to be something here. Chen Hu looked up toward the ridge above. He could feel a dense concentration of spiritual energy lingering there. Chen Hu asked, "Do you know what's on top?" Sheng shook his head. "No, our monkeys dare not go up the mountain. That wolf in the third stage of gathering spirit is no trifling matter, especially with this pack. A cultivator at the body tempering level would certainly fear it and dare not explore the mountain." Chen Hu feared nothing and felt deeply interested in whatever lay atop the mountain. He said, "Let's go up. Stay close behind me." Sheng understood they had to ascend. In its view, as long as it avoided confrontation with that gray wolf, it would not fear any other wolves. However, they had just begun their journey up the slope when, "Ayo!" The sound of a wolf's howl echoed down. Two towering wolves descended the mountain, blocking Chen Hu's path. Though they could not speak, their intent was clear. They would not let him climb higher. Chen Hu barked, "Get out of the way." "Hello." Seeing Chen Hu's audacity, the two wolves roared fiercely and lunged forward, jaws open to bite him. They acted like calves, unafraid of tigers, fearless by nature. Normally a wolf could never match a tiger, but now that spiritual energy had returned to the world, things were different. After their furious roar, they rushed toward Chen Hu. Seeing their recklessness, he let out a thunderous tiger's roar. The sound alone caused blood to gush from both wolves' ears, sending them collapsing to the ground. Before they even reached Chen Hu, they were felled by his tiger's roar. "Ayo!" On the mountain, other wolves began. Hearing the tigers call, these wolves sensed an intruder dared to kill one of their kin. Instantly, every wolf gathered around. They let out a unified howl that reverberated endlessly through the mountainside. Even Sheng felt the hair on his scalp stand on end as he swiftly pulled out his wooden staff, ready for battle. Prepared to strike at any moment, Chen Hu continued upward without hesitation, walking straight toward the ridge. He showed no fear. "How dare you!" he shouted. At that moment, a tall gray wolf led its pack forward, snarling sternly, "You dare trespass in my territory and kill my wolves." Seeking death. Race Wolf Realm, third stage of gathering spirit. Chen Hu glanced at the system prompt. A true wolf at the third stage of gathering spirit indeed. This wolf's advancement was quite rapid. Either possessing extraordinary talent or having been granted many heavenly opportunities, Chen Hu ordered, "Move aside. Don't block my way." Yet as he stared at the wolf, a thought crossed his mind. Could he make this wolf submit too? He believed it possible. Once a wolf at the third stage of gathering spirit forcibly pledged loyalty through essence blood, it would surely stay and not rebel. As for the others, whether they submitted or not didn't matter. With just one gray wolf under control, he could dominate the entire pack. His followers would gain another ally. Hearing Chen Hu's words, the gray wolf erupted in fury, roaring, "Devour them." "Ayo!" Once again the pack howled together. In that instant they charged toward Chen Hu. More wolves descended from the mountainside, one after another. The wolf pack appeared, densely packed, numbering roughly 100. Far more than Sheng's current monkey. Suddenly a wolf at the 9th stage of body tempering leaped before Chen Hu. With flames erupting from his tiger claws, he swiped forward, sending the wolf flying back, though burn marks scorched its body. Those flames instantly consumed nearly its entire frame. The wolf emitted a piercing shriek until only half its body remained ash before the fire finally extinguished. Unfazed by the loss, other wolves pressed forward aggressively. Swinging his staff, Sheng resembled the great sage himself, knocking away approaching wolves with powerful strikes. Facing wolves at the body tempering level, he handled them effortlessly. Finding claw attacks cumbersome, Chen Hu suddenly enlarged his form. Over 1,000 kilograms, his size matched a small mountain. Upon expanding, he slammed his tiger claws onto the ground like an earthquake. Such a massive tiger suddenly appeared before them, causing all the wolves to widen their eyes in genuine terror. The tiger's roar activated once more, releasing sonic waves that spread relentlessly. Weaker wolves collapsed instantly beneath the impact. After stopping his roar, Chen Hu opened his maw wide, unleashing a fiery pillar that swept across the pack. Remaining wolves were engulfed in the flame pillar, screaming horribly. "Damn it!" Seeing this, the gray wolf jumped high into the air. Wolf claws swung toward Chen Hu's neck. Though also large in size, capable of changing dimensions like him, the wolf grew larger mid-jump. Having witnessed Chen Hu's terrifying tiger claws beforehand, the gray wolf retreated hastily in disarray. Yet even then it noticed not Having witnessed Chen Hu's terrifying tiger claws beforehand, the gray wolf retreated hastily in disarray. Yet even then it noticed not only were Chen Hu's claws aflame, but also both tiger eyes blazed with twin flames. An intense heat surged from within the gray wolf's body, making it unbearable. Oh no! The gray wolf struggled desperately to suppress the searing sensation, fearing its internal organs might turn to ash before flames burst outward from inside itself. First consuming its insides, then consuming its very flesh. all while seizing the moment Chen Hu marched forward relentlessly attacking. Though overheated beyond reason, avoiding further conflict stemmed partly from Chen Hu holding back plans to recruit this wolf later. Had intentions differed, burning the gray wolf dead would have happened easily enough. Boom. Next second the gray wolf was sent flying backward by Chen Hu. Other wolves witnessing this charged forward, trying to save their leader. Turning slightly, Chen Hu expelled another torrential burst of scorching heat, incinerating newly arrived wolves, causing relentless cries of agony. Lifting his staff vigorously, Shung battered remaining wolves sequentially, defeating them 1v1 against the gray wolf, however proved impossible for him. Yet handling other wolves posed little difficulty, wielding skillfully, effortlessly advancing toward the gray wolf, placing massive tiger claws firmly atop its neck. The gray wolf dared not move anymore, knowing sharp talons next moment pierce through its neck, draining lifeblood, urgently pleading cease, fighting stop immediately. Gray wolf cried desperately, first fearing death, believing Chen Hu truly intended ending, second observing ongoing brutal beating, fellow pack members wondering how many could survive continued assault. Anxious beyond measure, quickly halted combat, additionally stating rich treasures, keep abandoning desires, begging spare lives, cease violence please. Nevertheless, preferring earlier arrogance, displayed gray wolf, desiring restoration, commanding reveal, drop essence, blood, pledge allegiance, permanently now. Chen Hu intended to subdue the gray wolf and expand his forces. Merely defeating the wolf was insufficient, he required its essence, blood. The creature barely understood the purpose of this vital fluid, yet it eyed Chen Hu with wary suspicion. What do you seek? Many animals possessing spiritual awareness comprehend what essence blood entails and how to extract it. This wolf was no exception. Chen Hu curtly dismissed such talk, enough chatter. Handed over willingly, or ill compel Xiaosheng to proceed further. Upon receiving the command, Xiaosheng cracked his staff forward. Another wolf suffered a fractured skull and bleeding from all orifices. Previously trembling in fear, Xiaosheng now realized there was nothing to dread. With Chen Hu present, why should they hesitate? They could strike as they pleased. Even slaughtering every wolf would suffice. Might made right as strength dictated everything. The gray wolf hurriedly pleaded stop. They'll give it to you. Though truly unclear about the essence's utility, it knew merely to condense this vital fluid. Chen Hu remained the first cultivator, demanding another beast's essence, blood. Fearing annihilation of its pack, the wolf scratched its palm across its heart and presented a single drop to Chen Hu. Chen Hu opened his tiger-like mouth and consumed the droplet immediately. As the essence blood binding mechanism activated, the gray wolf felt something within its soul being subtly controlled. What have you done to me? The gray wolf froze, still pinned by Chen Hu's tiger-clawed hand. Struggling fiercely, it sought freedom while demanding answers. Chen Hu smiled faintly. From this moment forth, you are my subordinate. Lead me to your mountain lair. I wish to explore what lies within. Suddenly comprehending the essence blood's binding nature, the gray wolf gasped in horror. You intend to enslave me. I will kill you. Yet as soon as it moved, agony surged through its entire body. Any beast bound by essence blood who rebelled would suffer immediate backlash, nearly fatal torment. Forcing rebellion ultimately meant excruciating death. Unwilling to submit, yet fearing demise, the gray wolf chose reluctant surrender instead. It slowly suppressed its rebellious instincts, locking eyes with Chen Hu until the pain subsided. Panting heavily, the wolf regarded him with terror. Realization dawned that total control had begun. Even Chen Hu wondered what consequences would follow attempted rebellion against binding fluids. Witnessing the gray wolf's suffering, Chen Hu deemed Ping Ping's ability remarkably effective. Seeing this, Xiaosheng felt chills run down his spine. He too had been subjected to essence binding. Fortunately, without prior intent to rebel, Xiaosheng escaped backlash. Chen Hu smirked, still considering murder. The wolf choked out, no. Never again. Chen Hu ordered have them all yield their essence blood, ultimately deciding to collect from the entire pack rather than just one specimen. During their violent rampage earlier, over 100 wolves saw more than half slaughtered. Chen Hu's tiger roar and fire pillars proved particularly lethal. Only 30+ wolves remained clustered around their fallen leader, bewildered and helpless. Corpses littered the ground, a grim sight. Seeing only 30 survivors left, the gray wolf felt unbearable anguish. Compelled to make sacrifices, it ordered remaining members to produce essence blood. Chen Hu swallowed each drop consecutively while activating the binding technique. Henceforth, I am your king. Address me as king or tiger king. Soon I'll introduce you to our queen. Turning toward Xiaosheng, Chen Hu asked, this is my subordinate Xiaosheng. Do you possess a name? He then turned back to face the wolf. The wolf shook its head. It hadn't chosen a name yet. Few cultivated beasts proactively named themselves, initially needing identifiers for differentiation. Chen Hu offered, I'll name you. Being gray-colored and substantial-sized, henceforth, you shall be called Big Gray. Briefly considering Gray Big Wolf, he discarded the notion as too theatrical. ultimately settling on Big Gray acceptable nonetheless. Having secured another gathering spirit subordinate plus 30 additional wolves. Fulfillment radiating from Chen, who he commanded lead the way uphill. Compelled submission forced Big Gray to march ahead toward the ridge. Though resentful internally, the other wolves endured coercion helplessly. Upon reaching the summit, Chen Hu spotted only one ancient tree standing solitary. An exceptionally tall specimen. Lacking botanical expertise, Chen Hu couldn't ascertain its age, but confirmed no mutation had occurred. No system notification appeared regarding this tree. Yet dense spiritual energy emanated unmistakably from its trunk itself. Chen Hu queried, "Is this yours?" He perceived nothing extraordinary initially. Big Gray explained, "Contained within the trunk. We remain uncertain precisely what it represents. I preserved, hoping eventual usefulness. Unaware discovery awaited us." Actually discovered not by Chen Hu but those monkeys. Remarkably perceptive, locating hidden items atop ridges, even distantly positioned. Chen Hu asked, knowing valuable contents exist nearby, resisting temptation proves difficult. Wouldn't other predators detect it? Hesitation clouded Big Gray's expression. After considerable deliberation, confession emerged, intended saving for unborn offspring. Unexpected parenthood surprised Chen Hu, who remarked surprisingly paternal instincts. Big Gray responded with bittersweet smile, revealing pure joy despite canine facial features expressing happiness plainly readable. Yet coercion-induced anxiety surfaced concerning future prospects, hoping Chen Hu wouldn't act recklessly. Returning focus upward, Chen Hu sensed peculiarities, quickly pinpointing target locations, extending talons outward from paw pads deliberately. Gentle incision released aromatic fragrance, refreshing, invigorating senses, accompanying wolves' growing restless, smelling, enticing scents trailing behind procession. Without Chen Hu's presence restraining impulses, wolves might have charged, greedily sharing spoils, collectively demonstrating strong deterrent influence, maintaining order effectively. Stationed firmly, intimidating silence fell instantly, everyone obedient, awaiting instructions, curiously desiring inspection, contents inside, cautiously refraining, approaching proximity, under watchful supervision. Peering closely, revealed ethereal watery glow reminiscent previous encounters, similar elixirs, substances drawing nearer, intensified spiritual sensation, comparable bamboo contained fluids, potency levels. The spirit liquid inside the tree trunk. How should I take it back? Chen Hu dares not guarantee whether some unfavorable changes would occur if the spirit liquid were to leave the ancient tree. Moreover, they currently have nothing that can contain the spirit liquid within. However, Chen Hu thought he could ask Bai Li to come and drink it. She certainly wouldn't refuse, nor would he possibly offer it to any other beast. All the spirit liquids belong to Bai Li. Chen Hu said, "Little sage, go back and bring the queen over." Little sage worriedly replied, "Your Majesty, when I return, what will you do?" Chen Hu felt that little sage's little monkey brain was said, "Little sage, go back and bring the queen over." Little sage looked around at Dehui and other wolves, slightly shaking his head as he finally realized whether there might be something wrong with his own mind, daring to question blood recognition of allegiance. It hurriedly ran back to bring their queen over. Chen Hu stood waiting here, while Dehui and the other wolves, without Chen Hu's command, they dared not do anything. They were now completely obedient. During the wait, Chen Hu felt a bit bored and looked at Dehui, saying, "Bring your wife over for me to see." Oh. Dehui was momentarily stunned. There seemed to be a feeling that Chen Hu intended to do something to it. Although their species differed greatly, their physical structures were quite similar. The more he thought about it, the more twisted Dehui's thoughts became. He had always believed that Chen Hu was not a good tiger and absolutely might commit those improper actions. Seeing Dehui unmoved, Chen Hu lightly asked, "What are you still unwilling?" His eyebrows arched slightly, the overwhelming aura from the Tiger King suppressing Dehui. It seemed that if Dehui disagreed, he might eat him anyway. Dehui gritted his teeth and said, "All right." He reluctantly assigned one wolf to go back and bring his wife over. Dehui decided to gamble on this. Just gambling that Chen Hu wouldn't do anything to his wife, or perhaps he simply wanted to look at his own wife. Not long after, Bai Li hadn't arrived yet, but Dehui's wife came quickly. Dehui hurriedly introduced Chen Hu to his wife, explaining that they had now recognized Chen Hu as their king. Dehui's wife already knew what had happened here. Although she wasn't present during the fight earlier, it didn't prevent her from learning about it. Now she arrived very cautiously, standing before Chen Hu. Species Wolf Realm Spirit Gathering First Layer. Still a Spirit Gathering First Layer wolf, Dehui's wife also had some talent. Chen Hu looked her up and down briefly, seeing that Dehui's wife was plump and pregnant, making her belly bulge. Being looked at by Chen Hu, Dehui felt uneasy, fearing he might become Delu. He had no choice but to put his wife behind himself, preventing Chen Hu from continuing to look. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hu said, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of careless tiger." Dehui. He felt that Chen Hu indeed was. Chen Hu added, "I'll give your wife a name from now on, call her Xiaoang. When your child is born, name them Xiao Xiao." Temporarily decided like this. Hearing another name being given, Dehui momentarily didn't know how to respond. but giving a name wasn't really a difficult matter. However, why call her Xiaohong? Dahui looked at his wife again. She wasn't red either. Didn't quite fit, did it? Dahui dared not contradict. Xiaohong was sensible enough, knowing she couldn't make Chen Hu dissatisfied, softly saying, "Thank your majesty bestowing my name." She could imagine the severe consequences if she disobeyed Chen Hu. Dahui came to his senses and echoed, "Thank your majesty bestowing my name." Seeing they were quite sensible, Chen Hu nodded in satisfaction and added, "Give me some of your essence blood, henceforth stay by my side." Xiaohong hesitantly extracted her essence blood. Hesitation might cost both lives. Even Dahui couldn't seek revenge then. Better to honestly acknowledge Chen Hu as king and live peacefully together. Chen Hu collected the essence blood using its power to bind Xiao Hu, gaining another spirit-gathering subordinate. Xiao Hu was particularly sensible, having become a mother, definitely considering the safety of the unborn child. How could she abandon the child? Chen Hu continued, "Later you two move together to my place. My territory covers a larger area than here with better conditions." They both replied yes. Chen Hu waited a while longer on the ridge until finally Little Sage brought Bai Li to the summit. Little Sage pointed ahead saying, "Queen, it's here." Before Bai Li even ascended the mountain, she sensed heavenly treasures there, thus climbing faster. In the blink of an eye she reached Chen Hu. This morning dew of life. Bai Li ignored all beasts, her gaze settling on the ancient tree. She never expected there would be such an ancient tree here, bearing something as precious as morning dew of life. Chen Hu asked, "What is morning dew of life?" Not only he, but Dahui and others were curious why it bore that name. Everyone merely knew this was an ancient tree. There was something inside the ancient tree. Bai Li explained, "This ancient tree has existed for a long time, probably several hundred years, even if not 1,000. Enduring storms on this mountain every morning, gathering the first drop of dew into its trunk, needing only that one drop daily." Looking at the spirit liquid within the trunk, she added, "One drop of morning dew gathered until now. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the spirit liquid inside mutated into morning dew of life, extremely rare." Everyone suddenly understood. So morning dew of life originated this way, not nurtured by the tree, but condensed by it. So much spirit liquid condensed drop by drop daily from the tree, possibly evaporating some along the way. No one knew how many years this tree had spent condensing. Indeed, sounded very precious. Bai Li said, "You leave." How could she possibly entrust such important things to other beasts? She herself must share it with Chen Hu. Since the queen spoke, they naturally had to depart. Though Dahui and Xiao Hu met the queen for the first time, they could discern that Bai Li must be their queen. After they all left, only Chen Hu and Bai Hu remained under the ancient tree on the ridge. Bai Hu's tiger paw pointed toward the morning dew of life inside, saying, "Drink it." Previously Chen Hu treated her so well, letting her have so many wonderful things. For this morning dew of life, Bai Hu insisted Chen Hu drink first, then sit beside him to guard him. If there were remaining, she would drink some too. Chen Hu knew if he didn't drink a bit, Bai Hu might not want either. Earlier the spirit bamboo had already been pulled with Bai Hu. Chen Hu said, "All right." Then he leaned forward and gently took a sip, the first time drinking such things. Sweet upon entry, spiritual energy swelled in his tiger mouth. In addition to the sensation of spiritual energy, the taste was exceptionally pleasant. Chen Hu took a sip of the jade dew and mused inwardly, no wonder so many demon beasts pursued these heavenly treasures. Not only could they enhance strength, but they also offered such exquisite flavor and refreshment. After drinking, Chen Hu checked the system panel again. The cultivation progress was still climbing, though he had not consumed much, so the increase was modest. After a short while the numbers ceased to change. Chen Hu finished his first sip, stepped back 2 paces, and looked at his tigress. "Your turn." Bai Li could tell at a glance that he intended to yield the spiritual liquid to her again, and she could not help but frown. "You only took 1 sip. Drink it all, no refusal allowed." She could not simply consume it herself, but she had to share with Chen Hu. From now on, any heavenly treasure would be shared between them. If there was only 1 portion, it would all go to Chen Hu. She would not take it. Chen Hu had been far too good to her, conceding so many things. She had to reciprocate. Between husband and wife, there must be mutual respect and shared progress. Bai Li could not merely take without giving anything in return. That would be unreasonable. Bai Li insisted, "Drink it all." Chen Hu had long anticipated his white tiger wife's reaction, so he released his aura. "Even though I only had a sip, I feel on the verge of another breakthrough. You drink the rest, dear wife. I am about to break through." Another breakthrough would bring him to the 9th level of spirit gathering, the pinnacle of that realm. Bai Li was initially skeptical, but a glance confirmed that Chen Hu's aura was indeed surging. This foolish tiger breaks through so fast. Another step and he'll be at the 9th level. Bai Li murmured inwardly, then ceased to be stubborn. Since Chen Hu could break through, it meant he had consumed enough. The remaining jade dew could be hers. Bai Li also leaned in and took a deep drink. The liquid was sweet on the tongue, like celestial nectar. Delicious. This fool breaks through so quickly. I must not fall behind. I need to catch up as soon as possible. I will make him deeply realize that in this home, I am the one in charge. Bai Li's thoughts now revolved around their family, and she continued drinking. Chen Hu, hearing Bai Li's inner voice, grinned happily. The tigress had finally embraced the concept of being one family with him. How wonderful that was. Bai Li's awareness was growing higher. Chen Hu felt reassured. He did not cultivate or break through himself, but waited for Bai Li to advance using the Dawn Jade Dew. Before long, the system notification arrived. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 9th level of Spirit Gathering. The peak Spirit Gathering aura coalesced around Chen Hu. Chen Hu checked Bai Li's panel and saw she had reached the 5th level of Spirit Gathering. According to the normal double feedback, he should have long surpassed the Spirit Gathering realm. But having stopped at the 9th level, he realized that mischievous system was suppressing his realm again. He had to wait until Bai Li surpassed Spirit Gathering and broke into the next realm, condensing profound, before he could follow. Damn system, Chen Hu grumbled inwardly. 5th level of Spirit Gathering. Bai Li exhaled slowly and looked toward Chen Hu. 9th level. He really broke through again. This guy breaks through so fast. Another day of envy, and she finally believed that Chen Hu could advance with just one sip. Having the bloodline of the primordial tiger ancestor truly allowed one to act without restraint. Why wasn't hers as advanced? My white tiger bloodline is no worse than the primordial tiger ancestors. The breakthrough isn't over, it's still ongoing. Feeling the changes within her body, Bai Li immediately focused her mind to charge into the 6th level of Spirit Gathering. The effect of the Dawn Jade Dew was immense. It allowed her to rise 2 levels in a row. If she could find more such Jade Dew, Bai Li thought she would have become the Tiger Heaven Emperor long ago. Chen Hu eavesdropped on Bai Li's thoughts again and felt that she had a bit too many inner musings today. He watched as she continued cultivating and breaking through. After another moment, Bai Li seemed to gain a new insight, her eyes lighting up. She sensed a brand new mental cultivation method appearing in her mind. The deduction of techniques is here again. She then summoned in her mind all the demon beast techniques she had seen before her rebirth. Using these as a foundation for deduction would yield better results. She certainly would not deduce from nothing with no knowledge. She had a certain basis and foundation. Thus deduction was easier and the chances of success were higher. Although Bai Li was once the human race empress, she had extensively studied demon beasts in her past life and knew many of their techniques, which she could now utilize. With the deduction of the technique underway, Bai Li quickly entered a focused state. Deducing techniques again. Chen Hu, hearing her thoughts, could not help but feel a surge of joy. This meant he too could learn something new. He looked at Bai Li expectantly, finally stood up and positioned himself by her side to continue guarding her. This time it was absolute. Nothing was permitted to disturb Bai Li in the slightest. Otherwise, no matter what, it would have to die. That was what Chen Hu thought. Bai Li's cultivation continued. Little Saint and the others had reached the foot of the mountain and were finally able to meet Gray's mate, Little Red. Seeing that Gray actually had a mate, Little Saint began to wonder if he should also find a female monkey. Having a female monkey around might make his monkey life less lonely. Little Red asked curiously, "Brother Little Saint, is the Great King usually fierce?" Little Saint shook his head. "The Great King is never fierce. You can rest assured. Don't think too much now, oh, just follow us back." Gray asked, "What strength is the Great King at now?" Little Saint thought for a moment. "We're not entirely sure of the Great King's actual strength, but it should be close to the limit of the Spirit Gathering realm." The Spirit Gathering realm. The two wolves, Gray and Little Red, exchanged curious glances, not quite understanding what the Spirit Gathering realm meant. Little Red asked, "Brother Little Saint, what is the Spirit Gathering realm?" Little Saint then realized that demon beasts outside their group were completely unaware of the cultivation realms. He explained, "It's a standard deduced by our Great King to measure the strength of us demon beasts." He then explained all the realms to them. The two wolves listened in awe. Chen Hu had managed to deduce an entire system of cultivation realms. Was this the power of being a great king? The Great King's strength was truly immense. Allying with such a tiger king seemed like no loss at all. It was definitely a good thing. Little Saint said, "The Great King and Queen don't reveal their own cultivation levels, but they are unquestionably strong. You can also help spread this system of realms so that everyone outside can determine each other's strength." Gray agreed. "Brother Little Saint is right, we will help promote it." Just then there was movement on the mountain. A formidable aura emerged from the mountain. It soared into the sky. Based on their cultivation realm standards, they judged it to be the aura of Qi gathering, but it was exceptionally advanced, far beyond what those within the third realm could possess. Xiao Hong exclaimed, "On the mountain. Such a powerful aura." Xiao Sheng, being the quickest to react, immediately discerned the reason and said excitedly, "The king and queen have broken through again." So that was it, a breakthrough. De Hui and Xiao Hong were filled with envy, wondering when they could become so strong. However, they recalled that Chen Hu and the others had broken through only thanks to the morning spiritual dew on the mountain. Originally, that had been their treasure, and De Hui felt deeply grieved. They could only suffer in silence, not daring to voice such thoughts. Xiao Sheng said excitedly. The king has grown stronger. For us animals who have pledged allegiance to him, the protection we receive in the future will be all the better. This is a good thing. He was also reminding them to keep a proper attitude. If they showed any discontent before the king and displeased him, they would suffer the consequences. Da Hui nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Xiao Sheng." But at that moment a change occurred on the ridge. A brand new, even stronger aura emerged from the mountain. Another breakthrough. Xiao Hong said in shock. Xiao Sheng marveled. The king and queen are truly formidable. If we had drunk the mountain's spiritual, we might not have been able to break through consecutively like this. In truth, their cultivation realms were too low to discern the exact level of the aura on the mountain. They simply felt that it was incredibly impressive to see another breakthrough. They could only tell that Chen Hu and Bai Li were breaking through. Da Hui and Xiao Hong both agreed with Xiao Sheng's words. If they themselves had drunk the dew, they might not have achieved consecutive breakthroughs. Pledging allegiance to such a powerful king was probably a wise choice. Under Chen Hu's rule, they would receive better protection, and even their offspring could grow up more soundly. All of this was good. Their uneasy hearts were temporarily set at ease. Spirit beasts with awakened intelligence naturally had many thoughts. Like humans, the more they thought, the more they considered. On the mountain, Qi gathering 6th level, rising 2 levels consecutively. Also comprehended a new technique, an offensive technique. By condensing Qi through gale wind and executing it with a tiger claw, it can be unleashed at range or used in close combat, enhancing attack power and possessing armor-breaking properties. Let's call it Gale Wind Tiger Claw. Bai Li gave the new technique she had deduced a name she deemed cool. Chen Hu merely felt that the name Tiger Claw was too casual. It seemed his wife was terrible at naming. She wasn't good at coming up with names. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new technique through feedback. Gale Wind Tiger Claw. The system's notification followed. Previously, Chen Hu hadn't even bothered to open those cultivation techniques, but this time was different. This was an offensive technique that could be cultivated. He opened it and saw a system prompt comprehend. It was then that he realized techniques could be comprehended with a single click. Comprehend. Chen Hu silently willed it. He also comprehended the other techniques at the same time. Comprehension successful. As the system prompt appeared again, Chen Hu felt a surge of new knowledge flood into his mind in an instant. It filled his mind. He skipped all the cultivation techniques and went straight to the offensive Gale Wind Tiger Claw, a palm technique for tiger claws that seemed quite powerful. Chen Hu didn't test it immediately, for as he raised his head, he saw Bai Li strike a huge boulder 50 meters away with a tiger claw from a distance. Boom! The boulder shattered into pieces, rubble scattered all over. Such was the power of Gale Wind Tiger Claw. Chen Hu feigned shock, rushing over and asking in amazement, "Wife, what is that? Can I learn it? I want to learn it." He put on an eager and longing expression. Bai Li was deeply satisfied with the technique she had deduced. Hearing that Chen Hu wanted to learn, she was naturally willing to teach. They were family, and there should be no barriers or secrets between husband and wife. Chen Hu needed a plausible way to obtain Bai Li's technique. However, Bai Li suddenly raised a question. "Why haven't you been able to deduce techniques?" Chen Hu had already considered this issue and shook his head. "I don't know. You said we could deduce techniques, but I'm already at the 9th level of Qi gathering and haven't felt anything." Actually, the explanation was simple. Just pretend to be ignorant, act as if you know nothing. Actually, Chen Hu truly didn't understand. Normally, shouldn't techniques be deduced automatically? One should gain insights when reaching a certain level. But at the moment, Chen Hu felt no change at all. Chen Hu didn't mind this, but that didn't mean it was acceptable to have none. Bai Li scrutinized Chen Hu, puzzled. "How is it possible that you haven't deduced any technique? Is it a problem with your bloodline?" Chen Hu nodded affirmatively. "It must be that my bloodline is too advanced to need deduction." Bai Li. She felt that Chen Hu was deliberately flaunting his bloodline in front of her, but she had no proof yet. Chen Hu gently nuzzled her and asked, "Wife, I want to learn. Teach me, okay?" Bai Li temporarily set aside her suspicions about Chen Hu. She then told him everything about how to cultivate Gale Wind Tiger Claw. After meditating for a while, Chen Hu imitated Bai Li and struck out with a tiger claw at another larger boulder in the distance. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. That boulder shattered even more thoroughly than the one Bai Li had struck. Bai Li. Her Dao heart was about to. How could Chen Hu learn so quickly and produce a more powerful strike than hers? Was the bloodline of the primordial tiger ancestor really that remarkable? Her Dao heart crumbled. Chen Hu asked, "Wife, what do you think?" Bai Li gave a proud hum. "It's barely passable. This emperor thinks there might be something else inside the tree. Dig it out." Something else. Chen Hu eagerly struck the tree trunk with his claw, smashing it apart. Inside appeared a warm jade-like object, crystal clear and translucent, also emitting spiritual energy, though its chi was far inferior to that of the spiritual dew. It seemed to be of a different grade. Chen Hu retrieved it and asked, "Wife, what is this?" Bai Li explained, "Spiritual resin. It's the ancient tree's sap mixed with spiritual dew that precipitated and formed over many years, further shaped by the spiritual energy resurgence." Chen Hu extended his tiger claw, picked up the spiritual resin, and looked at it for a moment. He'll give this to De Hui down the mountain. His son should find it useful. Originally, the spiritual dew had been De Hu's intended gift for his son. Now it had been taken over by Bai Li. De Hu's son Xiao Hui as a future member of Chen Hu's kingdom couldn't be too weak. Chen Hu was happy to help improve Xiao Hu's physique. Bai Li agreed, go ahead and give it away. Ordinarily, she wouldn't care for spiritual resin with such meager spiritual energy, but it was perfect as a gift for spirit beasts to enhance their sense of belonging. The matters on the ridge have finally been resolved. Bai Li successfully broke through and deduced a new cultivation technique. Chen Hu also gained something from it, and they descended together. Upon arriving below, they saw that De Hui and Sheng Sheng were waiting patiently. They were well-behaved, and thinking of how that dragonfly had praised Chen Hu with all sorts of flattery, Sheng Sheng imitated him. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Queen. It was not entirely clear about the extent of her breakthrough, but offering congratulations was always safe. Sometimes flattering them was simply what their underlings should do. De Hui and Xiao Hong echoed in unison, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Queen. During the waiting time, Sheng Sheng had already explained the matter of the Queen to them. Chen Hu then introduced, My dear, this one is called De Hui, this is his wife Xiao Hong. I gave them both names. What do you think? Bai Li rolled her eyes at Chen Hu helplessly. You shouldn't name things randomly if you don't know how to name them. What kind of ridiculous names are these? Xiao Hong quickly replied, Your Majesty, actually those names aren't bad. For beasts like them, such names were quite acceptable. After all, their aesthetic sense differed from humans. What could beasts aspire to? Having a name was enough. Chen Hu continued, All of you wolf tribe members will come back with me. If there's anything you're reluctant to leave or need to take with you, you may stay for 3 to 5 more days. Is that all right? De Hui shook his head. Return to Your Majesty, no problem. Actually, we have nothing else. We can follow Your Majesty right away. Chen Hu said, Let's go. A woo. De Hui immediately let out a call summoning all the wolves. They followed Chen Hu back together. Chen Hu felt that acquiring subordinates should be done this way. Directly recruiting an entire clan so that all the beasts within would return with him. It saved time and effort. Returning beyond the spirit fields, Chen Hu handed De Hui over to Sheng Sheng, asking him to introduce them to other beasts. De Hui and Xiao Hong found this place much better than their previous forest. The spiritual energy was more abundant, and there were forests and caves nearby around. It truly looked promising. Other little monkeys, upon seeing the large pack of wolves, watched them fearfully. However, the wolf pack remained well-behaved. They dared not eat the monkeys casually. Silverwing knew that there was now another batch of beasts. Curious, he flew out to take a look and smiled. Brothers wolves, hello? My name is Silverwing. I'm here to explain our rules to you. De Hui said, Thank you, Brother Dragonfly. Ping Ping watched the many wolves with some worry. Once she had been chased by a snow wolf, leaving her with a psychological aversion to wolves. Back home, Chen Hu asked, My dear, shall we give our territory a name? This was their land, possibly becoming a kingdom in the future. Since they had both become kings, surely they needed a name. Bai Li asked, What name do you wish to give it? Chen Hu replied, We shall call this place Tiger Kingdom. How does that sound? Bai Li scoffed, Cliché. Can you even establish a kingdom yet? Of course they weren't close to forming a real kingdom. With only over 100 beasts and some plants, they were far from being worthy of such a title. Bai Li thought for a moment before saying, Tiger Domain. That sounds good. Chen Hu agreed. From now on, our place shall be called Tiger Domain. He truly found the name excellent. Bai Li proudly stated, As my creation, it must be better than yours. Chen Hu chuckled. Yes, yes, my dear is always right. Henceforth, this place would be known as Tiger Domain. Chen Hu went out to gather all the beasts and officially, De Hui, take this. Chen Hu almost forgot about the spirit essence. He added, The spirit essence condensed from the ancient tree. The liquid has dissipated, but this should be useful for your offspring. Sometimes one must offer rewards and benefits to make obedience easier. De Hui hadn't expected that the contents of the ancient tree would be left for him. Together with Xiao Hong, they gratefully said, Thank you, Your Majesty. They had thought they would lose everything this time, never expecting Your Majesty to treat them so kindly. Chen Hu said, Cultivate hard. We are now Tiger Domain, and in the future it will be Tiger Kingdom. In the world of beasts, we will surely carve out a place for ourselves. The future world would surely be even more chaotic, especially among the beasts. Currently, beasts were too scattered. In the future, they would form factions and continuously build their own powers. But such matters were still too early for De Hui and the others. At present, they might not even understand. When the time came, they would know all they needed to know. Having passed down the name of Tiger Domain, Chen Hu returned to the cave to stay with his wife. Since Bai Li had just broken through, she did not cultivate further. Seeing Chen Hu return, she turned over to let him lie down beside her. Chen Hu said, Tomorrow let's go out and see if we can encounter bears, deer, or similar animals. We can bring back some skins to use as bedding. Bai Li concurred, This task I assign to you. Chen Hu replied, Tomorrow I'll ask Ping Ping to handle it. With a little maid available, why should he bother doing simple tasks himself? There were plenty of beasts who could help them complete these tasks. One night passed quickly. After waking up in the morning, Chen Hu went out to check on the beasts. He then asked Ping Ping to hunt some deer, bears, etc. Bring back their skins and clean them. Ping Ping delegated this task to Silver Wing, who in turn passed it on to Sheng Sheng, a chain of outsourcing. Sheng Sheng couldn't delegate further, so he led a group of little monkeys deeper into the mountain to find animals whose skins could be taken. By evening he returned with more than 10 clean skins. Of course the meat from skinned animals should also be brought back to eat, not to be wasted. Chen Hu used fire to dry the skins without burning the fur. After briefly arranging the furs, the mattress was ready. He placed it deep inside the cave. Bailey had already asked Ping Ping to pick some flowers to decorate the space, making it much nicer than before. The interior of the cave had been tidied up neatly. It looked clean and hygienic, finally giving a feeling of home. However, Chen Hu believed that compared to human dwellings, there was still a great distance to bridge. Human items were truly meant for enjoyment. It'll do for now, he thought as he lay down on the mattress. Seeing this, Bailey patted it with her tiger claws and remarked satisfactorily, "It's decent enough, my empress will rest. You'd better not disturb me." Chen Hu wouldn't disturb her, but would snuggle close beside her. Bailey. Within and outside tiger domain, peace reigned temporarily. After settling down in this place, nothing particularly extraordinary happened to them for a while. Nothing noteworthy occurred throughout the night. Outside tiger domain, 2 mountain ridges away, in a ravine, Song Yu escaped here disheveled and desperate, his eyes filled with malice. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "Those damned people. I merely drank some blood, and they dare chase me relentlessly. Just you wait." The blood fluke parasitized Song Yu at killing and feeding on people everywhere. Initially no one may have paid attention, but as time passed and more blood was consumed, it would inevitably be discovered. The authorities did not know what Song Yu was, and thought he might be a modified human. However, they were certain that Song Yu was dangerous, and if things continued this way, he would certainly become a threat. Song Yu's existence posed a threat. Ultimately, being hunted down was inevitable. With no other choice, Song Yu fled southward, struggling to reach here. He could only hide in the mountains, afraid to appear in cities, because doing so would make him easily spotted. Wanted posters about him were now everywhere. Damn humans. Song Yu gritted his teeth. Due to being hunted, he hadn't fed on blood for days. He missed the taste of human blood, but dared not show himself in cities. The blood of ordinary beasts always felt lacking. Song Yu took a deep breath and continued deeper into the mountains. But as soon as he approached the foot of the mountain, he saw a group of people approaching Hedon. There were 3 of them equipped with various devices. Devices Song Yu couldn't understand or identify. Seeing people, Song Yu's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could feed again. But he knew he was wanted everywhere. What if they recognized him? Or worse, if they came to deal with him? Even if he escaped back into the mountains, once word spread, he might still be hunted there. Humans might not kill him, but it would cause trouble. As Song Yu hesitated, the group noticed him. "Hello, are you a local villager?" one asked politely. Due to his long escape, Song Yu's clothes were disheveled, his appearance unkempt. Not all rural residents were, but Song Yu at that moment gave exactly that impression. One who had just finished working in the fields. He quickly thought it over and smiled. "Yes, what is it?" He walked toward the 3 of them, then looked up. Seeing they didn't recognize him, he felt slightly relieved. Having gone without blood for so long, seeing 3 living beings made him unconsciously swallow hard. He craved them badly. The speaker said, "We are students from the biology department. We've also undergone mutation recently. Our professor has a project studying changes in insects and small animals after the world upheaval. Do you know where we might find such creatures?" After the world upheaval, many things had changed. Yet not everything mutated. Countless beings remained unchanged. Unmutated insects and animals still existed. Their professor was also researching modified humans. What they needed now was precisely enough animals and insects. Song Yu understood nothing about research or projects, but looking into the clear-eyed faces of these 3 young men before him, he suddenly brightened. Pure college students. Such people were easiest to fool. Since they didn't recognize him, this was his chance. Song Yu said, "I know perfectly well. Shall I guide you?" "Thank you for the trouble." The man replied. Song Yu smiled, "No need to thank me." He led the way ahead, followed by the 3 clear-eyed students. They ventured deeper into the mountains. This area was uninhabited, and naturally there were no mutated beasts here. The most powerful mutated beast present was Song Yu himself. He suddenly stopped. One of the students asked, "What's wrong?" Song Yu said, "I'd like to talk with you for a moment." He approached the student, suddenly opened his mouth, and spat out a worm. It shot forth and bit deeply into the man's neck artery. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood continuously flowed into Song Yu's body. The student didn't even have a chance to resist. His blood was completely drained. The second student cried out in horror, "Bad. A monster. He's a disguised mutated animal." He immediately acted, grabbing an engineering shovel and swinging it forcefully towards Song Yu. Hungry beyond measure, Song Yu quickly drained the first victim. He released him, grabbed the incoming shovel with his other hand, and kicked the man away with 1 foot. The third student drew a knife and attacked Song Yu from behind, but his blade struck Song Yu like hitting iron. Song Yu laughed heartily. Long time since I tasted such delicious fresh blood. He seized the third student and bit deeply into his artery as well. Let go of me. Let me go. The third student struggled desperately and screamed loudly. But soon there was no further movement. The second student, previously kicked away, watched as Song Yu drained another person in mere seconds. Fear filled him, terror evident in his eyes. He no longer dared hesitate or attempt rescue. He turned and ran. Down the mountain. Running. Stop. You're a first-rank mutant. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Song Yu charged forward eagerly, but their distance grew wider. For a moment, stunned, he cursed wildly. Damn it. How could you be a speed ability user? Your awakened power is speed. Watching the target grow faster, Song Yu continued chasing. Even if he couldn't feed, he absolutely mustn't allow this person to reveal his location. The student glanced back and saw Song Yu closing the gap rapidly. He ran even faster, like the wind itself. Song Yu mentally cursed. He had miscalculated. Your Majesty. Xiao Sheng led the way ahead and added, ahead lies some human farmland. There should be other plants too. We can dig them up directly. After the world upheaval, not all animals and plants mutated. Many remained ordinary, capable of cultivation or control by humans. Xiao Sheng led the way, explaining the situation around this mountain range nearby. Recently, Chen Hu had free time and wished to expand his plant army. Those plants proved quite useful. Sending Silver Wing into cities to steal seeds carried high risk. Thus he considered starting with farmers below instead. After hearing Xiao Sheng's report, Chen Hu praised warmly. I didn't expect you'd know so much. Xiao Sheng replied, Your Majesty, I used to be an animal in the Monkey Mountain section of the human zoo. After escaping, I wandered hiding among humans before finally arriving here. Indeed, I've witnessed many things. Another zoo escapee. To Chen Hu, any zoo creature possessed official status, and thus broad knowledge. As they headed toward those farmlands, a gray-white figure rushed toward them swiftly. The same clear-eyed student wearing gray-white clothing, now desperate to flee. As he ran, he shouted frantically, Help! Save me! But before the words fully formed, his voice abruptly cut. The university student could see a golden-striped tiger and a monkey standing right before his eyes, blocking his. Why is there a tiger? Trembling, the student immediately turned to flee. But as he spun around, he saw that blood-sucking figure chasing after him from behind. Death seemed to await him both ahead and behind. Run, I dare you to run. Song Yu was incandescent with rage, determined to drain every last drop of this man's blood. He had assumed Song Yu's halt was due to exhaustion, but upon drawing closer, he realized the student wasn't out of breath. He simply dared not run any further. Him. What is he doing here? Song Yu still recognized Chen Hu. Seeing Chen Hu as a roadblock, he too slowed his pace, not daring to step closer. Chen Hu's gaze passed over the student and fixed on Song Yu. He exclaimed in surprise, that beast tamer. Wasn't he dead? Ping Ping had killed him back then. How could this man still be alive? Soon a system notification popped up, race blood-sucking worm. Stage 9th level of body tempering. Blood-sucking worm. He wasn't human anymore. Chen Hu was astounded. Why would the system identify a person as a blood-sucking worm? It defied all logic. He then checked the university student. Race human. Stage 1st order. That displayed normally as human. Yet Chen Hu remained puzzled. Had the system upgraded? Previously, it offered little information about humans. Now it even showed stages for humans. But if the student was human, why wasn't Song Yu? The student's legs gave way, he collapsed to the ground, sobbing in terror, no longer daring to run. He knew how terrifying mutant beasts had become. Now it seemed he could only wait for death. Xiaoxing asked, Great King, do you know them? That one I know, Chen Hu said, lifting his head to look at Song Yu. Keep an eye on this one. He'll go catch that man for a closer look. He intended to capture Song Yu and investigate thoroughly. Xiaoxing replied, Understood. It watched the student, whose clear eyes were frozen in terror, not daring to move a muscle. Frightened into weakness, the student's legs had turned to jelly. Chen Hu raised his tiger head, fixed his gaze on Song Yu, and strode forward. Damn it! Song Yu's heart pounded. He recognized me. He turned to flee, but before he could take a step, Chen Hu was already. Song Yu's speed was inferior to the student's, and naturally no match for Chen Hu's. Catching up, Chen Hu pinned Song Yu to the ground with one claw. In that instant, Song Yu was immobilized. Chen Hu studied him. The very beast tamer who had died completely before Ping Ping's strike had been sure. How was he alive again? Dead again? After examining the man for a while, Chen Hu found him motionless, his body stiffening. No breath remained. He was utterly dead, a genuine corpse. But moments ago he had been lively, chasing the student, even attempting to resist. How could he be gone so quickly? Something was wrong. Far too strange. Chen Hu turned Song Yu's body over and studied it again, yet found nothing. He muttered, I can't figure this out. Maybe the tigress can. He'll take it back for her to see. Chen Hu wouldn't rest until he unraveled the mystery of Song Yu's resurrection. An existence that defied his understanding had appeared. He had to get to the bottom of it, especially since this man's death had involved them. Moreover, the system notification had shown the race as blood-sucking worm, which Chen Hu found impossible. He sensed no such creature here. The system shouldn't have a bug. So the problem must lie with this man. Whatever it was bringing it back to Bai Li would clarify everything. Chen Hu clamped his jaws on Song Yu's corpse and headed back toward Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng hurried over to help drag the body, asking, "Great King, why did he die so suddenly? He looks like he's been dead for a long time." Chen Hu nodded. "I find it strange too. Let's take him back for examination." He would not tolerate the existence of something he didn't understand. Song Yu had once been their enemy. It was all the more reason to uncover the cause. Without certainty, Chen Hu couldn't rest easy. Meanwhile, the students, seeing Xiaosheng leave, mustered some unknown courage and sprang up to flee. A low war. Chen Hu emitted a deep tiger growl. The student's legs gave way again, and he dropped to his knees crying, "Spare me. I want run, I swear I want run." Fear of death was human nature, but this man was excessively terrified. Xiaosheng asked, "Great King, how shall we deal with him?" Chen Hu looked at the student, and an idea struck him. What if he controlled one human, and through that human learned about the outside world? That way they wouldn't be constantly disturbed, and they could stay informed of all external news. Cultivating a human traitor, that seemed promising. The idea was worth trying. Chen Hu said, "Take him back." Xiaosheng ordered, "You follow me." The student couldn't understand animal speech, so he had no idea what they said. But when he heard the monkeys speak human language, his legs went weak again, and he couldn't stand. "You can speak human words?" Chen Hu looked at Xiaosheng in astonishment. Xiaosheng quickly explained, "Great King, back in the zoo, I watched many people talking. Over time I memorized how they spoke. After reaching the spirit gathering stage, I could speak human language. But in the tiger domain I had no need, so I never used it." Chen Hu said, "This is good. A monkey that could speak human language would be invaluable for any future communications with humans. Though he would never cooperate with them, conflicts were inevitable, and some exchange would eventually be necessary. With Xiaosheng around, things would be much easier." As for when Chen Hu himself would be able to speak human language, he had no idea. Chen Hu said, "Ask him his name." Xiaosheng asked, "What's your name?" The clear-eyed student had yet to recover. That he hadn't died of fright was a testament to his psychological fortitude. After a long moment, the student stammered, "Jiang Songtao." "A first order dares to enter the mountains," Chen Hu said, waving a paw. "Take him back." Xiaosheng ordered, "You carry the corpse and follow us back." Jiang Songtao almost burst into tears. He wanted to run but couldn't escape, so he hoisted Song Yu's corpse and followed Chen Hu back to the tiger domain. The blood-sucking worm had slithered out the moment Chen Hu pinned Song Yu down. "Fortunately, he doesn't know I exist," the worm muttered inwardly. He probably just found it odd that the man revived and died again. "Without a body, it's unbearable. I need to find a new host." Remembering the few corpses in the forest, the worm hurried back, vowing, "That tiger, just you wait." The grudge was set. It swore it would never let Chen Hu off, but one day it would settle the score. The blood fluke endured great hardships before finally returning beside those corpses. After a moment of consideration, it selected a tall corpse and entered within. At that instant, the corpse, previously drained of its blood and appearing shriveled with skin adhered to the bones, became full again. The skin returned to normal, even possessing a healthy complexion. The blood fluke penetrated into the brain and read the person's memories. "His name is Su Jinping. The blood fluke controlled this body to rise from the ground. From now on, this will be my new name. Its ability is parasitism. After mutation, parasitism means controlling a human body. In fact, not only humans, but other animals can be parasitized, however it prefers humans more. Because humans are superior. Once transformed into a human, he could accomplish many things." At that moment, a strange sound appeared beside Su Jinping. Su Jinping asked, "Who is here?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a bat descended from above. It was precisely the Bat King. Typically, bats are nocturnal creatures, but at the realm of the Bat King, there was no restriction regarding day or night for movement. The Bat King descended from the sky, hanging upside down on a branch, and said, "You blood flukes are truly good. You can transform yourselves into humans." "Bat." Su Jinping looked at the Bat King and calmly asked, "What do you wish?" The Bat King inquired, "Do you hate humans? Do you hate that tiger?" Su Jinping suddenly understood. "So the leading bat invading human cities these past few days has been you." While controlling Song Yu, I already knew about this bat. Unexpectedly, the bat that resisted humanity would appear here and seek me out. The Bat King is also being relentlessly pursued due to its high-profile nature, as it opposes humans everywhere, thus having long been marked. Unlike Chen Hu and others who remain low-profile, those individuals cannot currently be located, and Chen Hu's whereabouts remain unknown. Human weaponry remains formidable. Current animals cannot withstand such power. The Bat King had no choice but to temporarily halt its resistance and hide everywhere, coincidentally arriving here. Chance allowed it to see that the tiger was also present in this location, though it dared not reveal itself once more. It still couldn't defeat him, yet having already incurred enmity with Chen Hu. Once capable of prevailing, it would settle accounts with Chen Hu. The Bat King smiled faintly. It seems you also know me, yet you have not answered my question. Certainly I hate. Whether it be humans or Chen Hu, he hated them all. Su Jinping asked, what are your since you also harbor hatred, why not join forces with me? I recently overheard a phrase from humans that resonated deeply. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. And you? Its smile was radiant as it continued. You are my friend. You possess a human form, while I hold influence among beasts. Together we could accomplish much. Listening to the Bat King, Su Jinping's eyes slowly began to sparkle. He felt this logic held true. Cooperation between them would certainly be viable. Su Jinping replied calmly, agreed. We shall collaborate. What should we do first? The Bat King responded, no rush, let us plan carefully. Chen Hu took Jiang Songtao, along with Song Yu's corpse, and quickly returned to the tiger territory. Upon reaching the outskirts, various monkeys and wolves emerged simultaneously. Jiang Songtao nearly wet himself in fright. He had never witnessed so many mutated creatures before, not merely animals, but plants as well. The watermelon thrower plant squad, amongst others, now turned their attention upward toward Jiang Songtao, appearing quite puzzled as to why their leader had brought a human back. Your Majesty. Silverwing descended inquiringly. Might I ask who this gentleman is? De Hui replied, there is also a human corpse. Both gazing at Jiang Songtao and the corpse simultaneously, they all expressed bewilderment. Chen Hu instructed Silverwing, keep watch on this individual. If he attempts escape, you may kill him outright. Xiao Sheng, bring the corpse inside. In unison they affirmed, understood. Thus Jiang Songtao was left outside. Confronted by wolves and monkeys, he trembled incessantly, fervently praying he would not become their meal. Even if consumption were inevitable, he wished to depart swiftly, without suffering lingering torment. As Chen Hu ordered Xiao Sheng to drag the corpse inward, Bailey heard the commotion and emerged to inquire what occurred. Your Majesty, it is that very man. Ping Ping promptly identified Song Yu's remains. After observing briefly, Bailey remarked, this is not the beast tamer. Who could possibly bring him here? That individual had already been slain by Ping Ping, how could he manifest here? Based on temporal analysis, either another predatory creature consumed this cadaver or decomposition had advanced significantly, but intact it presents itself before us. Even assuming this man survived, Bailey deemed his presence highly improbable. Consequently, Chen Hu recounted the preceding events in detail. He remains truly alive. Bailey expressed astonishment. Your Majesty, surely not. Ping Ping echoed similar surprise. For she herself had delivered the fatal blow. Chen Hu concurred regarding the impossibility, yet the corpse lay undeniable before him. However, regarding the blood fluke matter, he chose omission. To disclose the system would expose its existence prematurely, which he wished to avoid. Using her claws delicately, Bailey flipped the corpse and stated, something amiss is certain. Then her talons sliced open the body for examination. Inside appeared utterly vacant. Even the brain contained nothing. Chen Hu queried incredulously, where are the internal organs? None remained visible. Aside from emptiness, not a single drop of blood persisted. Only an empty husk remained, accompanied by some unidentified viscous fluid. Though odorless, the substance possessed a slimy consistency, evoking revulsion. Bailey concluded this is no longer the original person. It has been parasitized. Parasitized? Chen Hu voiced shock. No wonder the system detected blood flukes initially. Apparently mutated parasites could infiltrate human hosts, manipulate them post-infection, and assume near-human appearance. Some aspects exceeded Chen Hu's established comprehension. This world grew increasingly bizarre daily. Bailey explained, when we eliminated him earlier, likely additional specialized parasitic mutations existed within the forest flora, attaching themselves to his form. Where did that worm vanish? Ping Ping queried. Bailey further clarified, presumably realizing our superiority, it exited the cadaver and fled. Thus, only the carcass remained. The parasite itself escaped undetected. Regrettably, Chen Hu reflected, he hadn't detected any worms at the time. Had he noticed, identification might elude him, dismissing it as merely ordinary fauna. Returning now proves futile. He incinerated the remains immediately. It served no purpose retaining it. Bailey then questioned, did you indeed bring someone from outside? Regarding the act of introducing a human, curiosity prevailed among them, given current sentiments toward mankind. Considering their present disposition toward humans, what utility does harboring one serve? I want to keep the one I brought back under my control. Chen Hu was about to raise this matter, perhaps only his wife could help him. He added, wife, do you have a way to make me control him, and then send him back to human territory to provide us with information and act as our mole? Bailey finally realized what Chen Hu was planning. She nodded in agreement, believing it necessary. If anyone discovered their whereabouts or intended to harm them, this mole could report back immediately. That man outside seemed usable. But humans and spirit beasts were quite different. He needed to be completely controlled before he could serve their purposes. Chen Hu asked again, would our method of blood essence recognition work on him? He decided to follow his wife's advice on how to control Jiang Songtao, trusting she would have a solution. That's not a bad idea. Bailey paused, then asked, do you know what it means to be a tiger's lackey? Chen Hu nodded, I've heard of it. Does it mean I should eat him? This referred to the concept of the zombie slave. Roughly speaking, a person devoured by a tiger would have their ghost become the tiger's enslaved spirit, helping the tiger prey on others. Chen Hu had heard of it, but never practiced it. Could such a thing as the enslaved spirit really exist? Bailey was slightly surprised that Chen Hu knew about it, but quickly moved on. No need to eat him. You only need to control his soul. That's far more effective than blood essence control. So there really was a way to control people. Chen Hu said, wife, teach me. He trotted over and nuzzled against Bailey. If he mastered this enslaved spirit technique, he might be able to control many in the future. Both humans and spirit beasts could be controlled. Chen Hu imagined that with his strength he could do whatever he pleased in this world of spiritual energy resurgence. Bailey said, wait, let me think. She recalled that there indeed existed a similar Tiger Clan technique in her memory. It was a technique specifically developed by the Tiger Clan in the 7th stage of the spiritual energy resurgence to create enslaved spirits and control humans. Back then, to study the Tiger Heavenly Emperor, Bailey had made extensive preparations, including researching many Tiger Clan techniques. She remembered the method for controlling enslaved spirits. This technique had cost Bailey great effort, killing many Tiger Clan experts to acquire it. Her original purpose was to solve the problem of numerous humans being turned into enslaved spirits by the Tiger Clan. Bailey never expected that after rebirth, she would use this technique to control people. After a moment, the text of the technique emerged in her memory. The technique was called Tiger Enslavement. Bailey comprehended it first, then prepared to teach Chen Hu. With her talent, she grasped it almost instantly upon recalling it. The system notification followed, congratulations host, you have obtained the technique Tiger Enslavement through feedback. Chen Hu hadn't expected to receive feedback this way. The system was truly remarkable. It could feedback anything related to cultivation from Bailey. It was a good system. After a while, Bailey said, come here, I'll teach you. Actually, there was no need for teaching anymore. But Chen Hu played along. Taking advantage of Bailey's guidance, he formally comprehended the technique, providing a plausible source for it. Bailey must not know about the system. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Hu claimed he had already grasped the technique and was eager to go out and control that man heading outside happily. Bailey was speechless. This guy's talent is really good. The bloodline of the primordial tiger ancestor is truly enviable. Bailey attributed it to Chen Hu's bloodline. She followed him out to see the man. Having overheard her thoughts, Chen Hu said nothing and soon stood before Jiang Songtao. Seeing Chen Hu return, Jiang Songtao was terrified. When he saw not only Chen Hu but also a white tiger, he grew even more anxious, imagining his body wasn't enough for 2 tigers to share. 1 bite each and had begone. Chen Hu looked at Jiang Songtao and pressed a paw on his head. Jiang Songtao was so frightened he nearly fainted. Following the technique circulation method, Chen Hu extracted Jiang Songtao's soul, discovering that humans indeed possessed souls. The world was becoming increasingly interesting after the spiritual energy resurgence. Chen Hu then used the tiger enslavement technique to implant a strand of his own spiritual energy into the other's soul, forming a soul contract. Thus, a tiger's enslaved spirit was created. As Chen Hu withdrew his paw, Jiang Songtao sensed something extra in his mind, though he couldn't tell what it was. With a single thought, Chen Hu commanded Jiang Songtao to feel a headache. Pain. Jiang Songtao cried out in agony, frantically slapping his head. The pain seemed to erupt from the depths of his soul. Not a headache, but a soul ache. It was 100 times more agonizing than a headache. The spirit beasts like Ping Ping watched in amazement, wondering what strange thing Chen Hu had done to cause. Chen Hu was pleased with the effect and retracted the command. Jiang Songtao recovered, but was drenched in cold sweat. His clothes were soaked through. He was even exhausted. This showed just how tormenting and terrifying that headache could be. Chen Hu said. Jiang Songtao slowly rose, but soon discovered a startling fact. You? I can understand you, he exclaimed. Earlier he could only understand Xiaosheng's speech, but no other. Now he could comprehend Chen Hu. He wondered in shock what had happened. What had this tiger done to him? Chen Hu did not explain. It must be an effect of the enslaved spirit. He said flatly, do you still want to suffer that splitting headache again, wishing you were dead? Jiang Songtao quickly shook his head. No, Tiger King, please spare me. He begged for mercy, realizing that the earlier headache was caused by Chen Hu. He didn't want to die. Chen Hu said calmly, from now on you are a human traitor, my mole. Infiltrate human society and gather information for me. What? Jiang Songtao cried out in shock. A proper human, how could he become a traitor and a mole? No, absolutely not. Just as he was about to refuse, the headache threatened to surge again. Jiang Songtao shouted, Tiger King. They'll listen, he'll do anything, please don't. He had no choice but to agree hastily. He nearly knelt down, wailing and begging Chen Hu to spare him. Chen Hu stared at him coldly for a long moment. From now on you are my enslaved spirit. You must obey me in everything, or you'll wish you were dead. His icy tone made the man tremble. Zhang Songtao pleaded urgently, I'll obey the Tiger King in everything. Tell me what to do, just don't torment me. Zhang Songtao's demeanor set Chen Hu's mind at ease regarding the tiger ghoul. Controlling a person had its benefits. Sometimes a human could prove immensely useful. Zhang Songtao asked cautiously, Great King, I'll do as you say. When will you let me go? He dared not remain here. Yet he feared that being under control Chen Hu might forcibly detain him. This place was so terrifying, tigers and wolves could devour him at any moment. He dared not stay. Bailey said, Leave your phone's power banks and all such items with me, and I the Empress shall grant you your departure. She had not subjected Zhang Songtao to the tiger ghoul's control. Zhang Songtao could not understand Bailey's beast tongue. It was Xiaosheng who first translated for him. Zhang Songtao then looked at Bailey nervously, uncertain whether to obey her words. Chen Hu said she is the queen. Zhang Songtao understood, the Tiger King's queen. He still carried it. He had kept it with him all along, never losing it. Since it was what the queen desired, Zhang Songtao hastily retrieved its contents. He handed over one of his 2 phones and both power banks to Bailey. He pondered inwardly, You're a tiger. What use do you have for these things? Whether they could be used or not, he gave them anyway. Chen Hu of course understood Bailey's purpose for the phones. It was to facilitate contact with Zhang Songtao and to obtain news from the human world. Previously, they had relied solely on Silverwing to fly into human cities, eavesdrop on conversations, and return with reports. Now with a human trader at their disposal, Silverwing was no longer needed. Chen Hu asked, How do we contact you through this phone? Zhang Songtao opened a messaging app on the device and said cautiously, This is my alternate account. The Great King and Queen can reach me here. Typing is possible, but the Great King likely cannot, so voice messages will suffice. He then demonstrated the process and explained to Chen Hu how to use it. In an effort to ingratiate himself, Zhang Songtao disclosed everything he knew and could share down to the minutest detail. He dared not conceal anything, fearing that if he did, Chen Hu would not forgive him. He dreaded being tormented beyond endurance. Chen Hu, having heard him out, nodded slightly and said, Xiaosheng, escort him down the mountain. Wait, Bailey interjected. You shall descend to the mountain base once a month to deliver fresh power banks. Xiaosheng translated this for Zhang Songtao. As your majesty commands, I shall come every first of the month. Zhang Songtao hastily agreed, adding, If I cannot come for any reason, I will inform your majesty through the phone. Bailey nodded. Enough. Upon hearing Xiaosheng's translation, Zhang Songtao breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had been turned into a ghoul under Chen Hu's control. He could not yet tell whether this was fortune or misfortune. As long as no one else discovered his peculiar state, there should be little trouble. All he had to do was obey Chen Hu. Xiaosheng soon led Zhang Songtao away. Bailey instructed Ping Ping to gather the phones and power banks and carry them back into the cave. By now the tiger's den was adorned far more pleasingly than before, decorated with an array of trinkets. Compared to a barren cave, it felt far more comfortable. Even the animal skins inside were regularly cleaned. The one responsible for this task was of course Ping Ping. Now Ping Ping set down the phones and power banks she had brought. Bailey dismissed her, then turned on a phone and examined it. Chen Hu sidled over and asked, Darling, could you teach me to read human script? Human script. Chen Hu could of course read it. The written language of this world was miraculously identical to that of Earth, where Chen Hu had originated. He merely pretended otherwise, feigning ignorance so that Bailey would teach him. Through this ruse, he smoothly acquired knowledge of many things without risking exposure as a transmigrator. Bailey glanced at Chen Hu and said helplessly, You're so dull. Can you even learn? Chen Hu replied, How can I know unless I try? Bailey did not spurn the dull tiger's thirst for knowledge. Since he wished to learn, she would teach him. She first instructed him in reading characters, then in using the phone. But Chen Hu's learning speed left Bailey inwardly astounded. How is this dull tiger learning faster and faster? She marveled in shock. Upon hearing this thought, Chen Hu smiled, leaned close to Bailey, and kissed her. By now Bailey no longer resisted any of Chen Hu's intimate advances, though over time she had grown accustomed to them. Chen Hu was not actually incapable. He merely feigned incompetence. He pretended to be a beginner, and with this guise many things about him seemed perfectly natural. For now there was nothing particularly noteworthy among humans. Chen Hu played with his phone for a while, perusing the public announcements, but nothing caught his attention. The official releases, however, stated that human cities were gradually stabilizing. The beast's assault on the cities had naturally ended in failure. Furthermore, the humans had fought back. At least in the nation of Dongchuan, this was the case. As for other countries, they paid them little heed. Chen Hu scrolled through forum news and remarked, that bat that opposed humans along with the other eagle flocks. They seem to have failed quite thoroughly. Bailey said they cannot succeed now. As for when they might, we shall wait and see. As the future empress, she understood the laws of historical progression well. Though the current timeline had been altered in many ways with more and more variables emerging, the broad strokes remained unchanged. For now, humanity was not something they could casually defy. Chen Hu glanced at his phone a while longer, soon finding it tedious. He went outside to chat with Xiao Shengdahue and the others, discussing what they could undertake on the mountain. As for seeking out other plants, Chen Hu deliberated, but decided to postpone it for now. He would first nurture the existing flora within the tiger domain to let them flourish. As humans launched their counteroffensive, the beasts that had invaded the cities were briefly forced to retreat. Human weaponry remained formidable. One should never underestimate the power of firepower. After slaughtering a wave of beasts and driving them back, stability was indeed restored for the moment. Humans and beasts had no other conflicts for now. This allowed many people to breathe a long sigh of relief, though everyone knew it was only temporary. Conflict would inevitably resume. Indeed, more clashes lay ahead, and they might be even fiercer, for the beasts would only grow stronger. Inside the high-level council chamber, Zhang Lang surveyed the various data reports and breathed a sigh of relief. For now, we're in a temporary lull. That bat has gone into hiding. We tracked and killed many of the eagle flock, and the survivors are also concealed. And that blood-drinking human has vanished without a trace. For them, this counted as good news. Cheng Weiya said, "We don't know where that blood drinker has gone, but Professor Tang Jianxing has contacted us. He claims he did not create that blood drinker, though he has seen those two tigers." At the mention of the two tigers, they frowned, yet a hint of relief seemed to surface as well. The reason for the frown was that the two tigers were incredibly powerful, far stronger than any beast they had encountered before. The reason for the relief was that those two tigers never actively attacked the city, and to this day, their hiding place remained undiscovered. There had been several incidents of tigers preying on humans, but none involved the fire tiger or ice tiger. Those two were remarkably docile, far more stable compared to other beasts. The fire tiger and ice tiger are quite stable, not posing the highest threat. I believe we can set them aside for another. Dongchuan cabinet member Li Xiaoming added, "What matters most now is to stabilize public confidence, then proceed with targeted strikes against mutated animals. Hasn't the military region recently selected the 10 battle commanders? I suggest we release this news." Cheng Weiya agreed, nodding. Among the 10 battle commanders, 5 are second-stage mutants, 4 are martial artists at the 4th level of transformation, and the strongest Dai Xingya has reached the 5th level of transformation for martial artists. That should be enough to restore confidence. The first realm for martial artists is the mortal realm. The second is transformation, which is equivalent to spirit gathering for beasts. A second-stage psychic corresponds to a beast at spirit gathering or a martial artist in transformation. Releasing the news about the 10 battle commanders is feasible. Let's also run a second round of publicity for the iron-eating beast that is friendly to humans. Zhang Lang mused, "We can still track the movement of that eagle flock. Why not dispatch a few battle commanders with the iron-eating beast to eliminate the eagles, broadcasting the entire operation live? It would greatly uplift morale." Upon hearing this, both Cheng Weiya and Li Xiaoming found it a viable and excellent idea. What humanity needed most now was confidence. With confidence, they could strike back against the invading beasts. Li Xiaoming agreed. "Let's seek approval from the higher-ups later to implement this plan." Also, according to the military's intel, the eagle flock originally appeared from the north, and after several clashes with us, gradually fled south. Cheng Weiya said, "It won't be hard to keep tracking them. Create an opportunity for the battle commanders to annihilate the flock, and the people's hearts will be at ease. It would also deter other beasts from acting recklessly." The situation was temporarily stable. After stability came the need to rebuild confidence. The cabinet members finalized the plan and submitted it to higher authorities for approval, requesting execution. The first step was to initiate the publicity campaign. Release the news about the 10 battle commanders. 10 battle commanders. Chen Hu, looking at the official promotion on his phone, nudged his wife and said, "The first battle commander, Dai Xingya, is at the 5th level of transformation, the second Su Weifeng at the 4th. Honey, humanity has announced its 10 battle commanders, with the strongest already at the 5th level of transformation." Bailey leaned in to look at the phone screen upon hearing Chen Hu's words. The news feed displayed the trending topic of the officially announced 10 battle commanders. Then they launched a second round of nationwide publicity for the iron-eating beast, which had the best relationship with humans. They even filmed a promotional video for those battle commanders. They fully demonstrated their abilities. The comments below the video were overwhelming for Chen Hu. There were all kinds of comments. 10 battle commanders. The top one, Dai Xingya, is indeed a figure who can survive to the end and achieve greatness. There's also a psychic named Meng Yen who can live for 300 years and become one of humanity's pillars and strongest forces. The rest, they all die later. Bailey thought to herself as she looked at the screen. They all failed to reach the Emperor realm. Their talents are high, but their achievements are limited. In my past life, I rose from the 4th stage. The first human to reach the Emperor realm was Zhang Xiao, also from Dongchuan, who emerged in the 3rd stage. Bailey's inner thoughts were still fully audible to Chen Hu. So his wife was an empress who rose in the 4th stage. The name of the first Emperor realm cultivator, Zhang Xiaochun, who committed to memory. If he ever encountered him in the future, he would turn him into a tiger's minion by any means, failing that he would simply kill him. He could not allow him to become an enemy. As for that tiger, Heavenly Emperor Chen, who could not yet see where it was. Bai Li quickly withdrew her thoughts and said, Dai Xingye and Meng Yan are decent, but the others are very weak in future development. Chen Hu deliberately asked, how does my wife know that? Bai Li explained, I can tell just from the video. This empress is so powerful that knowing more is perfectly reasonable. After all, she was an empress. Of course she had to know more. Bai Li looked back at the phone screen and added, but with these 10 battle commanders, humanity is developing quite fast, which is indeed a certain threat to us beasts. Now that martial arts schools and psychic schools are opening, another batch of strong humans will soon appear. Recalling historical clues, she affirmed, at this stage the threat to us beasts is still relatively significant. Chen Hu shook his head. I'm not afraid. They indeed were not afraid, but other beasts within tiger domain might not be the same. They needed to enhance the strength of Ping Ping and the others as quickly as possible. Chen Hu then said, honey, rest assured, as long as I'm here, I'll protect you. No one can hurt you. Hearing such simple love words from Chen Hu, Bai Li felt warm and comfortable inside. However, Bai Li replied with pride, who needs your protection? This empress can protect herself. Chen Hu echoed, yes, my wife can protect herself. How about eating that Polygonum multiflorum outside? But there's no other spiritual treasure for now, and the spiritual field outside remains empty. Bai Li shook her head slightly. That Polygonum multiflorum outside is useful to me. I plan to cultivate it into a patch. Chen Hu asked in surprise, really? You can grow a whole patch? Bai Li said proudly, you certainly can't, but I can. The Polygonum multiflorum outside had already taken root in the spiritual field and was sprouting new leaves. It indeed showed signs of regrowth and even propagation. Chen Hu smiled. My wife is always the greatest. Bai Li felt that occasionally hearing his compliments was quite pleasing. After spending a tender moment with Bai Li, she wanted to cultivate again and ignored Chen Hu. Chen Hu had no choice but to wander outside. Exiting the arched cave entrance, he saw several monkeys diligently watering the plant army. Just 2 days ago, the plant army had broken through, and now all plants were at the 9th level of body forging, the same as Xiao Longlan. Great King. The couple De Hui and his mate greeted Chen Hu upon seeing him. Yin Yi and Xiao Sheng were cultivating and had entered a deep meditative state, not noticing Chen Hu's exit. Chen Hu said, all right, all of you focus on cultivation. The strength of his underlings in tiger domain could not be too weak. Now that humans had reached the 5th level, De Hui and the others were still somewhat weak. They needed to grow stronger continuously. Just as Chen Hu was thinking this, Xiao Sheng, who was cultivating nearby, suddenly underwent a change in his body. A brand new aura emerged from him. Xiao Hong exclaimed in surprise, 2nd level of spirit gathering. Xiao Sheng has broken through. The moment she finished speaking, Xiao Sheng opened his tightly shut eyes. Every time a demonic beast broke through, the shift in its aura was quite noticeable, easily sensed by others. Chen Hu and the others all turned to look at Xiao Sheng, who was leaping down from the tree. It bowed and said, I pay homage to the king. Chen Hu examined its state, nodded, and replied, not bad, that was a relatively quick breakthrough. Maintain this speed of cultivation. Xiao Sheng happily said, thank you, king. My king, I am also about to break through. Yin Yi beside them let out a cry. They all looked at Yin Yi, whose aura was subtly changing. Sure enough, a breakthrough occurred. 2 demonic beasts had advanced today. Yin Yi flew in front of Chen Hu, bowed, and said, I pay homage to the king. Chen Hu nodded slightly, and said, all right. I didn't expect you to break through as well. Don't get conceited. He turned to the couple De Hui and Xiao Hong, and admonished, you two must not be lazy, cultivate diligently as well. Da Hui and Xiao Hong answered in unison yes. They naturally yearned to become stronger. Seeing Xiao Sheng and the others break through Da Hui was fine, but Xiao Hong felt the pressure. Still, there was no helping it. Breakthroughs did not happen overnight. Having received Chen Hu's praise, Yin Yi happily flew up and returned to continue cultivating. During this period, not a few demonic beasts had made breakthroughs. Among the monkey troop and the wolf pack, some demonic beasts had also broken through. The entire tiger domain was developing normally. Chen Hu surveyed and was deeply gratified. Yet the number of demonic beasts within the tiger domain was still not large. Recently, Chen Hu had been slacking off mainly because there were no other animals worth subduing on the nearby mountains. That was why he had not expanded the tiger domain's influence. As for those body-tempering demonic beasts, Chen Hu could not be bothered to cast even a glance at them. If he wanted to subdue any, it would be spirit-gathering ones. But spirit-gathering beasts were hard to find. In the 2nd stage, not many demonic beasts could break through to spirit gathering. Chen Hu made a round of his territory, then returned inside through the arched entrance. Inside the tiger domain, apart from Ping Ping, the little maidservant, and the few monkeys responsible for watering, no other demonic beast was allowed entry without permission. Brother Tiger King, I have also broken through. Ping Ping whispered when she saw Chen Hu enter. Chen Hu was taken aback. So soon again. Only recently had Ping broken through to the second level, yet today saw so many breakthroughs among the beasts. Chen Hu checked Ping's prompt. It truly was spirit gathering third level. But Ping did not stop there. She scratched her head with her fox paw and asked Brother Tiger King, I feel like many things have suddenly appeared in my mind, but I don't know what they are. If she didn't know, Chen Hu certainly didn't. He had hardly cultivated at all, usually just lazing around in bed. Still, it didn't matter. He had his wife. Chen Hu called into the cave. Ping seems to have undergone some strange change. After a moment, Bai Li emerged from the cave. She looked at Ping for a while, then asked a breakthrough. What changes? Ping replied, I have gained some things in my mind. It seems related to the breathing technique you taught me, Your Highness. As though through the breathing technique something new has been created, Bai Li gazed at Ping and said, you are deducing your own technique. Calm your mind and comprehend it well first. If you encounter difficulties, come and ask me. Truly worthy of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Although in the previous life they had been enemies, the nine-tailed celestial fox had died at Bai Li's hands. In this life, the nine-tailed celestial fox was a little maidservant, and Bai Li still admired Ping's talent. At this rate, Bai Li believed Ping could reach the 6th or 7th level before the 3rd stage arrived. She was already capable of deducing techniques. Though it was possible to deduce techniques in the 2nd stage, few demonic beasts had that ability. That Ping could do it showed that becoming the nine-tailed celestial fox was not luck, but true strength. Thank you, Your Highness. Ping lay on the grass and continued pondering her cultivation. About half an hour later, a faint light flashed in her enchanting fox eyes, as if she had finally grasped something. She abruptly raised her head. The ambient spiritual energy rapidly surged into her body. It lasted for about 3 minutes before gradually calming down. She then discovered that her ability to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation had become faster than before. The circulation of spiritual power within her body was also quicker. By simply rotating the spirit core in her mind, she could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to its maximum limit. Moreover, the spirit core itself had grown slightly larger. Your Highness, Ping bowed respectfully. It seems I have deduced a new breathing cultivation technique. No need. Bai Li's Yuanyuan art was far superior to Ping's. With a higher level technique, there was no point in bothering with a lower one. Bai Li shook her head. Your technique is beneath my notice. However, if you wish to pass it on, you may give it to Xiaosheng and the others. If not, keep it for yourself. Ping bowed and said, as you command. Since the queen had spoken, so Ping was free to do as she pleased. Actually, she preferred not to pass it on unless it was to the Tiger King or the Queen. Every creature is selfish, and Ping was no exception. Seeing the animals in the tiger domain growing and strengthening, Bai Li felt hopeful for its future. After checking on Ping, she returned to her own cultivation, striving for the 7th level. Ping continued by the pond, consolidating her cultivation and studying the new technique she had deduced. Chen Hu, having nothing to do, went back to playing on his phone. 2 days later, Xiaosheng whispered outside the cave, my king, we have another discovery. Those monkeys were always the most active. Their restless nature allowed them to roam everywhere, so most intelligence was brought back by Xiaosheng and its troop. Upon hearing of another discovery, Chen Hu immediately went out. What is it this time? Xiaosheng replied, our monkeys have found a new tiger on the mountain to the north. A new tiger? Chen Hu was quite surprised. What is this new tiger like exactly? Xiaosheng shook its head slightly. We are not yet certain, my king. May I ask whether you wish to subdue it or kill it? It knew that 2 tigers could not share one mountain. This mountain range already had a tiger king and a tiger queen. The appearance of a 3rd tiger meant either death or submission. Those were the typical outcomes. Chen Hu pondered for a moment. Take me to have a look. If it is strong, we will subdue it. If ordinary, we will see. He turned back and called inside, wife, a new tiger has come. I am going to check it out. Xiaosheng led the way and Chen Hu followed. After about 20 minutes, the northern peak came into Chen Hu's view. Xiaosheng was about to search for the tiger, but Chen Hu stopped it. He stood at the foot of the mountain, raised his head, and let out a mighty roar. Roar. The sound of the tiger's roar traveled up the mountain. This time he did not use any special ability. It was a pure cry that startled many of the mountain's animals, sending them fleeing in all directions. The Tiger King's roar was filled with immense authority. The tiger was the king of all beasts. Many animals retained an instinctive fear of the sovereign of beasts ingrained in their bloodlines. Even after mutation, the sound of a tiger's roar still struck terror into their hearts. Xiaosheng, who was following beside him, also trembled a little at the roar. But he managed to hold up. After all, Chen Hu had not yet employed the roar ability. It was merely a simple cry. After a short while, roar. From the mountain, another tiger's roar echoed and reverberated endlessly. It seemed to answer Chen Hu's call, startling the birds in the forest into a frantic flight into the sky. After the tiger on the mountain responded, the sound of it descending the mountain soon came. Motherfucker, a displeased voice followed. Which tiger dares to disturb my sleep? If you dare, I'll eat you. He'll devour my own kind without hesitation. After another moment, a massive male tiger appeared before them. Chen Hu sized up the other's physique. probably around 8 or 900 kilograms. It looked quite imposing, but in Chen Hu's eyes it was still too small. At the 9th level of spirit gathering, Chen Hu's body had already reached over 1,200 kilograms. Every breakthrough made him grow larger. He had come here in his normal tiger form, but he could switch sizes at will. Had he appeared in his full-grown form, he would have likely terrified the other. Race Tiger Realm Spirit Gathering 3rd Layer. Another Spirit Gathering 3rd Layer. The tiger scrutinized Chen Hu, then looked at Xiao Sheng and asked, "Motherfucker, where the hell did you come from?" It suddenly felt that Chen Hu was no ordinary tiger. It continued, "From now on you follow me. He'll spare your life. Just catch that monkey and bring it to me as a meal." Before Chen Hu could speak, this fellow already wanted him to become his underling. Chen Hu found this tiger rather amusing, and also quite arrogant. Even Xiao Sheng felt that this tiger must still be half asleep. Chen Hu chuckled and said, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel and submit, now come back with me, and he'll let you live." "Motherfucker!" The tiger roared in fury and suddenly lunged at Chen Hu. "You want me to submit to you? What audacity! Let's see if you have the skill." As the words left its mouth, its claws swiped at Chen Hu. Beside Chen Hu, the phantom of jade scale armor materialized. Bang! The tiger's claws collided with the jade scale armor, producing a dull impact. The other tiger's claws actually left a faint scratch on Chen Hu's jade scale armor phantom. But such an attack was futile, it couldn't break through the defense. What a hard shell. The tiger's attack failed. It immediately retreated, then lunged again, swiping its claws. "If you have guts, drop that turtle shell." Chen Hu replied, "As you wish." He withdrew the jade scale armor and lunged at the opponent as well. But at that moment his body began to expand. Over 1,200 kilograms of mass appearing before the other tiger in the blink of an eye. "You grew." The other tiger was shocked. "You can change size. And so huge. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this?" It had never seen anything like it. Before the tiger could react, Chen Hu's paw came down with tremendous force. The gap in their power was vast. The other tiger could not withstand Chen Hu's attack. It raised its paw to block, but in the next instant, Chen Hu sent it flying. Bang! The tiger slammed into the mountainside, shattering a huge boulder before it finally stopped. Chen Hu stepped forward, pressing his paw on the tiger's neck, and asked, "Do you submit?" The other tiger was stunned. Who are you?" It had thought itself invincible among tigers, looking down on all others. But before Chen Hu, it realized how weak it truly was. It couldn't even last a single round before being pinned down by Chen Hu. Chen Hu's sharp claws were pressed against. At any moment they could tear open its throat and let the blood flow. The sensation of death loomed over it, making its entire body shudder. Xiao Sheng hurried forward and advised, "Our lord is the Tiger King of the Tiger Domain. If you don't want to be eaten, I suggest you submit. Coming back with us won't do you any harm." Xiao Sheng felt a touch of pity for this foolish tiger. It was like seeing his own former stubborn self. When he first met Chen Hu, he too had been arrogant and doubted Chen Hu's worth. Now he was completely obedient and had even offered his own essence blood. Hearing Xiao Sheng's words, the tiger was utterly bewildered. It had never heard of any tiger king. Before meeting Chen Hu, it was the king of tigers around here. Chen Hu asked, "Well, do you submit or not?" As he spoke, murderous intent surged. His claws had already pierced through the tiger's fur, ready to cut into its neck at any second. The other tiger dared not struggle, afraid that any movement would make Chen Hu bleed it dry. It said, "I submit. I am willing to pledge allegiance to you." If it couldn't be the Tiger King, so be it. The most important thing now was to survive. Submit first, then worry about living. Once Chen Hu let it go, it could do whatever it wanted. But Chen Hu knew this fellow wouldn't genuinely submit. He released his paw and said, "Give me a drop of your essence blood." The tiger got up and asked, "Why?" Chen Hu replied, "Refuse and you die." In the next moment, the bloodline of the primordial tiger ancestor surged the suppression from bloodline, forcing the other tiger to lower its head. Even Xiao Sheng, who was not of tiger lineage, could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Hu. He'll give it. Stop. The tiger was so suppressed that its voice trembled. It had no choice but to give its essence blood. It extracted a drop of its own essence blood and presented it to Chen Hu. Chen Hu swallowed it in one gulp and activated the ability to claim ownership through essence blood. Immediately the other tiger felt something binding it. It exclaimed in shock, You actually. It sensed a strange restraint but could not put it into words. All it knew was that after this, it would be completely under Chen Hu's control. Its heart was filled with astonishment. With a single thought, Chen Hu made the tiger's head split with pain. After the creature had suffered enough, Chen Hu said calmly, "All right, get up. Consider this a lesson. From now on, stay obediently by my side." This tiger needed to be subdued. Making it taste a bit of hardship would ensure its obedience. The tiger shook its splitting head, prostrated before Chen Hu, and said tremblingly, "Thank you, great king." It was truly terrified now. The headache was more agonizing than death. It would rather be killed by a single paw swipe than endure that splitting pain. Chen Hu asked, "Do you have a name?" The tiger nodded. "Yes. I know humans have names, so I named myself Vanguard. Vanguard. Chen Hu thought the name was good. A tiger vanguard indeed. Chen Hu said, all right, come back with me for now. Xiaosheng find a time to teach him our breathing technique. Xiaosheng replied yes. Another underling had been recruited. This tiger vanguard had the potential to become a vanguard general leading the charge for the tiger domain in the future. Chen Hu truly looked down upon any beast below the spirit gathering stage. If he were to take in any, it would only be those at the spirit gathering level. Yet such beasts were not easy to find. Today's capture of an outsider tiger was a significant gain. Chen Hu led the vanguard back to the tiger domain first. Faced with Chen Hu's dominance, the vanguard had no choice but to obey. It followed cautiously behind Chen Hu. Xiaosheng leaped among the trees, and only after leaving the forest did it land on the ground to walk. When the vanguard saw Xiaosheng approaching, it whispered, "Brother Monkey, what exactly is the breathing method?" It had yet to deduce any cultivation technique. Although it was at the third level, like Ping the latter seemed to possess higher intelligence and innate talent. Xiaosheng explained, a cultivation method for us beasts. You'll find out when we return. Pledge allegiance to our king and I guarantee you won't be shortchanged. The vanguard glanced at the figure walking ahead. Now under force control, it had no choice but to submit. Chen Hu overheard their whispers but paid them no mind. After all, Xiaosheng would never dare gossip about him, and the vanguard, still in awe, dared not utter a careless word. Before long they returned to the tiger domain. They stopped outside the arched entrance. This place. What a wonderful spot. The vanguard could sense even upon arrival that the spiritual energy here was far richer than elsewhere. It took a deep breath, drawing the spiritual energy into its body through its mouth and nose, feeling utterly refreshed. Even with the multitude of animals here, the spiritual energy remained ample. The speed at which spiritual energy was generated far outstripped their absorption. Seeing Chen Hu bring back another tiger, Ping and the others couldn't help but stare at the vanguard with curiosity. Chen Hu gave Xiaosheng a look, and Xiaosheng understood what to do. It introduced the vanguard to the others, and also introduced and the rest to the vanguard. Seeing that Chen Hu had tamed so many beasts, the vanguard was filled with admiration. It said, greetings to all. Flew above the vanguard and cautioned, now that you've joined us, you must obey the king. The queen is coming. No sooner had these words fallen than they all looked toward the entrance. And the others knew that Chen Hu treated his mate exceptionally well. Sometimes the queen held an even higher place in their hearts than Chen Hu himself. Yet most of the time in the tiger domain, Chen Hu called the shots, and Bai Li did not involve herself in external affairs, focusing solely on cultivation. Upon hearing this, the vanguard raised its head to look ahead. A snow-white tiger stepped forth. This tiger was pure and noble. Its mere presence instilled in the other beasts a profound sense of superiority and loftiness. Bai Li's aura was formidable, her presence imposing. The bloodline suppression of the white tiger further forced the vanguard to bow its head. The vanguard wondered inwardly, why did both the king and the queen exert such an intangible pressure on it? They were simply too terrifying. Nevertheless, the vanguard prostrated itself on the ground and said deferentially, the tiger vanguard pays homage to the queen. Chen Hu, seeing that this fellow was quite sensible, said calmly, enough, you may rise. The vanguard slowly got up. When it lifted its head again, Bai Li's figure had vanished through the arched entrance. She had merely stepped out to take a look at the newly submitted subject. He said, brother vanguard, come with me, and he'll tell you about the rules here. After a moment's thought, the vanguard had no choice but to follow Eni away. Eni was the chief eunuch of the domain. It was well versed in how to receive the vanguard. Apart from the newcomer tiger, nothing else occurred in the tiger domain that day, and things quickly returned to normal. Chen Hu walked into the cave and saw Ping entering with a fresh bouquet. He took it and placed it into a vase. A faint fragrance filled the cavern, soothing the tiger's spirit. Darling, that tiger has some real strength. Chen Hu rubbed against Bai Li and continued, we can train it together with De Hui, making them the vanguard generals of our tiger domain. Bai Li pondered for a moment and agreed. They are the highest in cultivation within our domain. Indeed, they are worth training. Chen Hu thought and asked, do you have any other superior cultivation techniques? Just give them any one. One, it will help them break through quickly. Two, it will form a reward system to motivate them to cultivate diligently and not slack off. The tiger domain needed a system of rewards and punishments. Clear rewards and penalties would establish order. Their domain was not a mere plaything. As planned, they meant to develop it further until it reached a scale where they could establish their own kingdom. Punishments, Chen Hu decided to start with rewards. An incentive system was necessary to make them crave increased strength. The beasts of the tiger domain must not fall too far behind. They could not surpass him, but neither should they lag too far behind. Chen Hu went on, I've noticed recently that after Eni broke through, he often slacks off and only wants to be the chief eunuch. We need to give him a nudge. Bai Li considered this suggestion for a while and agreed. It was indeed necessary to spur the beasts outside. Bai Li said, he'll teach you the Yang Yuan art, and you can pass it on to them. Chen Hu nodded. Great. In truth, he had long learned it, but he needed a plausible reason to present it. Having Bai Li teach him was that very reason. Bai Li imparted the entire Yanyuan art to Chen Hu. He then went out, found Ping Ping, who was cultivating, and taught it to her first. Really, brother Tiger King? Ping Ping's eyes sparkled with starry delight as she asked excitedly. Chen Hu said, "He'll teach you first, then you can pass it on to Hui and the Vanguard. Only them for now. From now on, only beasts at spirit gathering 3rd level or above are qualified to cultivate the Yanyuan art." Ping Ping nodded briskly. "I understand. Thank you, brother Tiger King." Being trusted by Chen, who made Ping Ping exceptionally happy. After Chen Hu taught Ping Ping the Yanyuan art, he went outside, and with a single tiger roar gathered all the beasts. "I have established a reward system." Chen Hu's gaze swept over all the beasts. From today onward, every beast that breaks through to spirit gathering can cultivate the breathing method. At these words, the monkeys and the wolf pack's eyes lit up. Though they could not speak, they knew what the breathing method was, and how beneficial it would be for their cultivation. Even the plant legion was now filled with anticipation. "I also have another technique, the Yanyuan art." Chen Hu continued, "Any beast that breaks through to spirit gathering 3rd level or above can come to Ping Ping to learn the Yanyuan art. The higher your breakthroughs, the more techniques you will receive. The Queen and I have countless techniques, enough for all of you." These words stirred excitement among the beasts. Hui was the first to ask, "Great King, am I eligible?" Chen Hu nodded. Hui and the Vanguard go see Ping Ping later to learn the Yanyuan art. Can I? The Vanguard was stunned. Did it really get such treatment so soon after arriving? Xianfeng finally came to understand that joining the Tiger Domain was a truly wonderful choice. Having just obtained the breathing method, it felt more than satisfied. Yet this nourishing essence technique sounded infinitely more advanced than the former. But of course, Chen Hu's words stirred a faint glimmer of envy within the other spirit beasts. Even a newcomer had been granted such a privilege. They seethed with jealousy, yet they could do nothing. Their cultivation levels had not reached the required standard. To bridge this gap, they had no choice but to cultivate with relentless fervor. Otherwise, they would forever be left with nothing but envy. Silver Wing and the others silently vowed to train with utmost diligence to claim the nourishing essence technique for themselves. Chen Hu declared that will be all for now. Otherwise, they would forever be left with nothing but envy. Silver Wing and the others silently vowed to train with utmost diligence to claim the nourishing essence technique for themselves. Chen Hu declared that will be all for now. The others could not decipher the meaning of her gestures, but Big Gray leaped up in sheer delight. "My mate is about to give birth." With those words, it abandoned all thought of the nourishing essence technique and dashed back toward the mountain cave at breakneck speed. Chen Hu chuckled warmly. This is truly a cause for celebration. With Big Gray's extraordinary innate talent, its offspring would surely be no less remarkable. Once the cub matured, it would undoubtedly become another formidable general for the Tiger Domain. Chen Hu continued, "Xianfeng, you shall learn first. Big Gray can learn later once its cub arrives." He watched as the great gray wolf, consumed by concern for its mate and offspring, set aside even its craving for the nourishing essence technique. This gray wolf was a creature of profound loyalty and deep affection. Even without the bond of blood allegiance, it was unlikely to betray its master lightly. Truly, such loyal and faithful spirit beasts were a rarity in these times. Chen Hu paid them no more mind and returned to his cave. About an hour later, Big Gray sought an audience outside. Chen Hu stepped out and inquired, "Did everything go smoothly?" Big Gray replied with boundless joy, "Thank the great king for your concern. All went well. It is a young male cub. I also owe you my deepest gratitude for granting him a name." Chen Hu recalled that he had long since named the cub Little Gray. Big Gray continued, "And once again, I thank the great king for leaving the spirit fat for Little Gray." Truly, this was a gray wolf imbued with profound gratitude and steadfast loyalty. Chen Hu gave his instructions. "Once your cub can run and jump, take him to Ping Ping to learn a series of body tempering movements." That technique, the 10,000 devour body tempering art. Ping Ping had already secretly memorized the physical forms. She had not learned the accompanying heart method. Yet that was of little consequence. The movements alone would prove immensely beneficial. Since Big Gray had shown such gratitude, Chen Hu was willing to bestow further favors upon it. Big Gray, moved nearly to tears, declared, "Thank you, great king. In a couple of days, I shall bring Little Gray's blood essence to you." This was precisely what Chen Hu desired most at the moment. He nodded slightly and said, "Good, you may now return to care for your cub." Big Gray departed swiftly. Spirit beasts so imbued with gratitude are a rare find. It is truly remarkable that a wolf could be such a creature. Bailey's voice emerged from behind Chen Hu. He agreed wholeheartedly. "This shows he is a good wolf." Leaning against her neck, he asked with a smile, "My dear, what of our little tiger?" Bailey gave a soft snort. "This lord is not your dear." Then she turned and retreated into the cave. Chen Hu could only heave a sigh. He had yet to win over the tigress. He would have to persevere. In the city within the university, Jiang Songtao had naturally returned to campus immediately after leaving the mountains. He needed to report everything that had happened to his advisor and also file a police report. Jiang Songtao dared not mention Chen Hu's involvement, but he recounted the incident with the blood-sucking leeches, claiming he had narrowly escaped due to his speed. Yet no sooner had he finished his account than he encountered to his immense shock the supposedly deceased Su Jinping on campus. The sight nearly caused his legs to give way from sheer terror. How could someone return from the dead? However, Jiang Songtao did not raise an alarm. After all, he himself was far from spotless. Since Su Jinping had not yet noticed him, Jiang Songtao decided to feign ignorance and find a way to contact the Tiger King. He needed to inform the Tiger King of the situation and await its orders. For now, he could only regard Chen Hu as his sole pillar of support, and he dared not reveal the Tiger King's secret. Elsewhere, the blood-sucking leech had taken full possession of Su Jinping's body, absorbing all of his memories. After forging an alliance with the Bat King, Su Jinping returned to the human city. The Bat King lurked in the shadows while Su Jinping infiltrated human society. He resolved to guide the Bat King and assist in launching a counteroffensive against the city. Together, they would enslave humanity. If we keep them caged, we can drink their blood to our heart's content. Human blood is the most delicious of all. Su Jinping's expression grew increasingly twisted. The Bat King too yearned for a taste of blood. Their grand scheme was to subjugate all of humanity. This way they would have an endless supply of human blood to savor at their leisure, while also exacting revenge upon those detestable humans. Su Jinping eyed the countless people passing by with barely restrained craving. At that moment, Su Jinping caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Jiang Songtao hurried past before his eyes. Although Jiang Songtao pretended not to see him, Su Jinping had already marked him. How could he have survived that tiger? Finding this intriguing, Su Jinping hesitated for a moment before slipping into the shadowy depths of a dark alley outside. He spoke, "Come out." After a brief pause, a tiny bat emerged from a crack in the wall. The Bat King asked, "Have you discovered something new?" Su Jinping recounted the matter of Jiang Songtao. "I believe that tiger has turned a human traitor into his puppet." The Bat King pondered for a moment, then sneered, "That tiger is far more cunning than I thought." Su Jinping proposed, "Should we take that man under our control and feed false information to the tiger?" The Bat King remained silent for a long while, then shook its head. "That will not do. The tiger has secured control over this human through some special method that prevents resistance. If we attempt to dominate him as well, the tiger will undoubtedly sense it," it explained. Then a brilliant idea struck the Bat King. "You blood-sucking leech. Can you control two bodies simultaneously? Given human nature, since the target is male, you should arrange for a beautiful woman to get close to him. She can serve two purposes: gather information about the tiger for us and feed false intelligence to the tiger through her," it elaborated. Su Jinping's eyes lit up with admiration. "Damn, you're a genius." He had never expected a bat to possess such remarkable intellect. Su Jinping confessed, "I cannot control two people at once, but I have other leech kin. I will arrange it immediately. However, I am terribly parched for blood." The Bat King tried to soothe him. "Exercise restraint for now. You would not want to be hunted by humans forever, would you? Once we have enslaved mankind, you can drink as much blood as you desire." In truth, the Bat King was also famished, but it possessed far greater forbearance. It reminded Su Jinping, "Consider our future, think of our grand ambition." Su Jinping gritted his teeth and resolved, "I will contact my kin and have a woman placed beside that." They shared common enemies, humanity and that tiger. As long as it served to counter the tiger, Su Jinping was more than willing to proceed. Chieftain, ahead lies the Falling Blossom Mountain. Across the sky, a formation of eagles soared low. Among them, the one who spoke had named himself Zhu Feng. These eagles, like the Bat King, were dedicated to resisting humanity. While harboring a deep hatred for humans, they imitated them by giving themselves names solely to distinguish one from another. Yet now only 2 eagles in the entire flock remained above the spirit-gathering realm. Apart from Zhu Feng, the other was their leader Chen Hu. All the rest had perished, the eagle flock mercilessly decimated by human assaults. The name Chen Hu, like Zhu Feng's, was also an imitation of human naming conventions. Zhu Feng continued, "Humans have employed some unknown technology to track us constantly. We once gathered over 200 brothers, but now..." He glanced back at the sparse eagle flock following him and sighed, "Only about 50 remain. If humanity continued its offensive, even the remaining eagles would be lost." As Zhu Feng spoke, a heartbreaking image surfaced in Chen Hu's mind. An immense eagle, to cover their escape, had hurled itself against a helicopter, perishing together with it. Whenever Chen Hu recalled that scene, a sharp pain pierced his heart. This was also why he was determined to exact revenge on humanity. Zhu Feng asked, "Chieftain, what shall we do?" He had lost his direction. The other eagles were equally adrift, uncertain of their next move. At the outset of their vengeance, they had held the upper hand. But as animals, they had underestimated the formidable power of human weapons and the swift technological advancements humanity had achieved since the spiritual energy revival. Jin Eho spoke slowly. Let us first hide in the Falling Blossom Mountain for a while. We have traveled from north to south over such a vast distance that humans should not anticipate our location. He cast his gaze downward at the endless mountain range and added, this mountain is vast enough to conceal us. Besides, the elder's grudge must be avenged. The image of the eagle crashing into the helicopter filled Zhu Feng with murderous intent. This vengeance must be fulfilled. Under Jin Yi's leadership, they descended into the Falling Blossom Mountain range below. Given the mountain's immense size, finding a hiding place was simple. Inside the Dongchuan's Southern Command Center, Zhao Xinghua observed the real-time satellite imagery witnessing an eagle flock descending onto the Falling Blossom Mountain range, soon vanishing among the forests. A technical staff member beside him said, Chief, our current technology can only detect the eagle flock while they are airborne. Once they enter the woods, we temporarily lose sight of them. Zhao Xinghua picked up his phone and dialed, deploy high-altitude silent drones to scan that area. I need to pinpoint the eagle flock's location further. The operation against the eagle flock was a plan devised by the cabinet to boost morale. It required the most precise locking onto the eagle flock to ensure the operation's success. Failure would shatter confidence. Thus, pinpointing the eagle flock's position was paramount. The soldier who answered the call pledged to follow Zhao Xinghua's orders and complete the mission. As the command was relayed, the sound of an approaching aircraft echoed from outside. Chief, someone rushed in to report, Leader Jiang from the cabinet has arrived. Zhao Xinghua promptly responded, go out to welcome him. Shortly after, a military transport plane landed at the command center's airstrip. Zhao Xinghua stood at the runway's edge. As the aircraft's hatch opened, Zhang Lang stepped out first. Old Zhao, Zhang Lang said with a slight smile. It's been 2 or 3 years, hasn't it? Zhao Xinghua echoed with a smile. We saw each other on video just at the beginning of last month. Zhang Lang remarked. The southern bat has already fled to an unknown location, but the northern eagle flock has instead escaped southward. You'll face greater pressure here. Both the bat and that eagle were deemed exceptionally difficult to handle. Zhao Xinghua said. We've just further locked onto the eagle flock and know its approximate range. We await your arrival to act at any moment. He glanced at the people behind Zhang Lang and asked, are these the battle generals? Zhang Lang turned back and called them over, saying, Dai Xingye, 1st Battle General, 5th Refinement of Ancient Martial Transformation, also Su Weifeng, Meng Yin, and Fang Jia. The 3 men and 1 woman stood together before Zhao Xinghua. Zhang Lang continued the introduction. Both Dai Xingye and Su Weifeng are ancient martial artists, while Meng Yin and Fang Jia are mutants. You already know this, old Zhao. This is Zhao Xinghua, the highest authority of the Southern Command Center. The 4 spoke in unison. Chief Zhao. Zhao Xinghua said with some excitement, Good. The future of our Dongchuan rests on your shoulders. By the way, where is the iron-eating beast? Dai Xingye smiled, still on the plane. It's quite lazy, sleeping soundly. Don't wake it until it's time to act. Hearing this, both Zhao Xinghua and Zhang Lang laughed. They had accorded the iron-eating beast the highest honors and benefits. After all, it was the first demonic beast willing to cooperate with humanity, an entity of extraordinary status and significance. Zhao Xinghua said, Then let it continue its slumber. You all come inside first, and well formulated. His expression grew unprecedentedly grave. As discussed, the operation will be broadcast live nationwide to boost morale, so it is particularly critical. Yes, it is very important. Zhang Lang said earnestly. Xingye, it all depends on you now. Meng Yin nodded. Rest assured, esteemed leaders. Even if we must sacrifice ourselves, we will complete this mission. Zhang Lang said, Don't speak such inauspicious words. They had to succeed. They could not be sacrificed yet. But Dai Xingye and his team had indeed prepared themselves for sacrifice. They had never fought against a demonic beast of such caliber, so they could not precisely predict the outcome. Inside the command center, Zhao Xinghua laid out all the recent plans for their review. They then discussed the next steps while using 3D projection technology to display the terrain of the Falling Blossom Mountain range. Inside the tiger domain, Bailey cultivated ceaselessly, seizing every spare moment to train. She yearned to grow strong enough to pin Chen Hu to the ground. At that moment, a white radiance flashed across her tiger form. The sensation of breaking through a bottleneck arrived. Her demonic core within her skull spun rapidly, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. The residual spiritual power from the jade dew she had drunk earlier was now fully refined. Chen Hu noticed the commotion, rushed back to take a look, and chuckled. Wifey has broken through again. But this breakthrough had nothing to do with him for now. Chen Hu glanced at his system panel, still stuck at the 9th layer of spirit gathering, unable to advance further. This damn system suppressed his strength and stalled his cultivation. Still, it was better than nothing. The surrounding spiritual energy was almost fully absorbed by Bai Li. Her demonic core rotated, then released a surge of spiritual power. Bai Li's tiger form trembled slightly. The aura of the 7th layer of spirit gathering accompanied the change. She slowly opened her eyes. Finally, I've broken through. She was now another step closer to that stupid tiger. Bai Li, who had reached the 7th level of spirit gathering, carried an aura that remained noble and aloof. Her white fur was softly enveloped in a faint glow. To Chen Hu she appeared even more pure and exalted. The dark gray stripes contrasted beautifully with her white fur, making it shine brightly. Bai Li's body weight increased by over 100 kilograms, now exceeding 1,100 kilograms. Her towering figure stood before Chen Hu as she slightly raised her tiger head, exuding arrogance, as if surveying all beings below. After adapting to her enlarged state, Bai Li soon returned to her normal size after a short while. It would not be suitable to constantly appear in such a large form outside. Although larger forms possess greater power, being too large can sometimes be inconvenient for certain actions. They could switch sizes at will, enlarging only when combat arose. Chen Hu observed Bai Li for a moment before immediately rubbing up against her happily. My wife, you're getting more beautiful every day. Though Bai Li's tiger face was coldly impassive, it also held a cute quality. Judging by his own standards as a tiger, Chen Hu believed his wife was particularly beautiful, growing increasingly so. Bai Li lightly hummed. So you're saying I wasn't beautiful before? Chen Hu moved closer again. Of course not, you're simply even more beautiful now. These words pleased her somewhat. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Upon entering, Ping Ping first offered congratulations before adding, Your Majesty and Queen, there is another piece of joyous news within our tiger domain. Bai Li nodded slightly and asked what good news. Ping Ping happily replied, returning to Your Majesty and Queen through our constant watering, the plant army outside has collectively advanced to the 1st level of spirit gathering. Really? Chen Hu and Bai Li felt surprise. The advancement of the plant army was indeed beneficial for the tiger domain. Indeed. Ping Ping said, Your Majesty and Queen, come out quickly to see. Chen Hu and Bai Li stepped out of the cave together. Outside, what they saw first was the cactus defense system planted within the arched entrance. Their changes were minimal. They still resembled cacti, but they had grown nearly 1 meter taller than before. The thorns on those cacti glinted with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Chen Hu checked via his system and confirmed they were indeed at the 1st level of spirit gathering. Though cacti couldn't speak, even at this level, as Chen Hu emerged, the cacti here bowed slightly in respect. They stepped out of the arched entrance. They could see Yingying, Xiaoxing, and others around the periphery of the tiger domain. But these plants were different from before. All the pop-ups above them showed the 1st level of spirit gathering. Every plant had collectively advanced. The breakthroughs occurred faster than Chen Hu had anticipated. This was thanks to Ping Ping and their continuous watering efforts over recent days. Chen Hu first inspected the pea shooters, originally having only 1 mouth to fire peas, each now possessed 8 mouths. It gave the impression of a pea Gatling gun. The watermelon thrower was no longer a catapult. Behind the watermelon appeared something resembling a mortar tube. As for the corn cannon, it transformed into a corn launcher vehicle very similar to a missile launch vehicle. Above the launch vehicle were 6 cannon ports capable of firing 6 shells simultaneously, akin to missile shells. Of course, the power of these shells certainly did not match human missiles' true destructive force. Apart from the cacti undergoing little change, other plants had completely altered their appearance. After observing, Bai Li exclaimed, quite interesting. She truly hadn't imagined plants could be manipulated thus. Chen Hu asked, where's Little Dragon Orchid? Your Majesty, I'm here. That monkey-faced Little Dragon Orchid approached forward. It now had 8 faces like the cacti with minimal change. Also at the 1st level of spirit gathering. The greatest change was that the Little Dragon Orchid could finally speak. The monkey face on the central orchid spoke using beast language. You can speak? Chen Hu asked in surprise. Replying to Your Majesty, we gained the ability to speak upon breaking through, the Little Dragon Orchid replied respectfully. Having experienced being subdued by Chen Hu previously, it remained utterly respectful before him. Chen Hu happily said, excellent. From now on you shall be the commander of our plant army. Since the Little Dragon Orchid could speak, he decided to entrust all plants to its command. This would save time and effort while facilitating communication. The Little Dragon Orchid excitedly expressed, thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Li took great interest in the plant army, saying, Little Dragon Orchid, ask them what their true limit is. Although plants cannot speak among themselves, they possess unique means of communication. The Little Dragon Orchid hurriedly said, Queen, I've already asked them just now. It demonstrated understanding by proactively consulting the plant army beforehand, acting like a leader. The peas say their maximum capacity is 500 pea bullets, with continuous water supply up to 1,500 could be fired. Watermelon shells can reach 250 shots. Sustained watering allows 500 shots. Corn might have fewer, only 50 shots, but with continuous watering up to 100 could be achieved. Cacti remain responsible for air defense. Their detection radius expanded by 500 meters. Thorns launched from cacti can fly up to 2,000 without needing special watering. Little Dragon Orchid truly queried everything comprehensively. Now it could articulate all details fully. Chen Hu and Bai Li nodded slightly, finding this little dragon orchid quite commendable. Having determined the plant army's limits, their utility far surpassed previous levels, giving Chen Hu confidence regarding their capabilities. Bai Li nodded gently. Little dragon orchid did well. Regardless of how large the plant army becomes in the future, you'll remain its commander. The little dragon orchid grew even more excited. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Joining Chen Hu's tiger domain granted it leadership status. It felt delighted. All 8 monkey faces shared this happiness. The little dragon orchid explained, my enhanced ability lies in better camouflage. The monkey faces can consume more substances. Any creature with lower or comparable cultivation level to me becomes fair game for consumption. Overall, its changes weren't substantial, primarily gaining speech and increased strength. Chen Hu remarked, good enough. Ping Ping continue arranging watering sessions to consolidate everyone's progress. Upon hearing this, the plant swayed gently, appearing joyful. After inspecting their transformations, Chen Hu returned with Bai Li. Ying, Xiaoxing, and Dahui similarly felt exhilarated. So many spirit-level plants ensured greater security for the tiger domain. Choosing to join Chen Hu proved undoubtedly correct. At least danger was non-existent here, and sufficient power existed. Back inside the cave, Chen Hu pulled out his phone. My wife, I have an idea. Why don't we ask Jiang Songtao to bring some pumps and pipes inside? Place the water pump in the pond. Then connect the hoses to all the plant legions. If someone truly invades and a fight breaks out, arrange for the monkeys to operate the pump, ensuring the plant legions receive an uninterrupted water supply to unleash their full potential. In case of a formidable enemy, this approach proves quite effective. Chen Hu shared this idea with Bai Li. Bai Li nodded repeatedly after hearing it. We can give it a try? After all, there's a ghost minion outside. It's not like we're wasting anything. Since Bai Li also agreed and thought the idea was excellent, Chen Hu sent a message to Jiang Songtao via his phone, typing clumsily with his tiger claws and sending over these requirements. Not long after, Jiang Songtao replied with a single word, good. Chen Hu didn't bother with how the man would prepare. He continued browsing his phone for a while. He suddenly recalled that he had never actually studied the terrain of his own mountain. He only knew it was exceptionally large. The mountain range here was far vaster than the Tianding Mountains. Chen Hu opened the map on his phone, gently swiping with his tiger claw to view the satellite terrain. Honey, it turns out this place is called the Luoying Mountains. He finally learned where this place was. Bai Li said, it's always been called the Luoying Mountains. Is there something strange about that? Chen Hu shook his head. Not strange at all. But we must know the location and name of our home in the tiger domain. He swiped the phone screen again and spotted a trending topic. The 4 Eastern battle generals, together with the iron-eating beast that cooperates with humans, have arrived at the sun. Seeing this trending topic, Chen Hu sensed that something extraordinary might be about to happen. He asked, Honey, do you know what the Southern Command is planning? All 4 battle generals have come here. Bai Li leaned in to have a look. The news surprised her, for in her memory this event had never occurred. Now seeing the trending topic, it was yet another variable. In my memory there truly is no such event. Some threads of history with my rebirth have become variables and are gradually changing. Bai Li's inner thoughts were all overheard by Chen Hu. However, Bai Li spoke aloud. This emperor always feels that their arrival suggests something major may be about to happen in the south. Chen Hu said, let me ask Jiang Songtao. He typed again, raising these doubts to Jiang Songtao. After a while, Jiang Songtao responded. He knew nothing, either having just seen the news himself. For now, official matters were certainly to be kept confidential. Bai Li pondered seriously. Let's keep an eye on this. Her intuition told her that the Southern Command might take some action. After watching for a while, Chen Hu temporarily set it aside and continued scrolling through other news. Time passed quickly to the next day. Jiang Songtao indeed delivered a series of water pumps, hoses, and other supplies into the mountains. His movements were quite swift. After delivering them, he hurriedly left, not daring to linger. Chen Hu called Xiaoxing over and had him move these things back for the monkeys to use. Among all the demon beasts, only the monkeys had the most dexterous hands, most resembling human hands. They could freely use human tools. Once the monkeys got the hang of it, the water pump quickly drew water from the pond and sprayed it over all the plant legions. This made things far more convenient. Seeing his tiger domain growing better day by day, a sense of pride welled up in Chen Hu's heart. At that moment, Dahui and Xiao Hong returned with Xiao Hui offering their essence blood to Chen Hu, and thus he briefly made the acquaintance of that little wolf cub. The cub looked rather adorable. On the Luoying Mountains, Su Jinping had lured a university campus bell. Then through one of his own blood fluke kind, he took over the body of that campus bell. Su Jinping said, you go back now and get close to Jiang Songtao. The campus bell quickly left the woods. She knew her mission and understood what she needed to do. After the bell departed, the bat flew down from the tree and hung upside down on the lowest branch, chuckling. When it comes to controlling a person, you blood flukes really have a knack for it. Su Jinping said with great confidence, of course. No one knows parasitic control better than us. By the way, I got some news from a human. Those so-called 4 battle generals, along with an iron-eating beast cooperating with humans, have all come south. Do you know what they're up to? Regarding these messages, the authorities kept half confidential and released half. This could spark endless speculation. Xu Jinping worried they might be coming for him, so he paid extra attention. The Bat King said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, it's for that eagle. I've received intelligence that the eagle is hiding in the Luoying Mountains." Xu Jinping was shocked. Humans are going to war with the eagle? Exterminated? Yes. The Bat King nodded. If I hadn't hidden well, they'd be exterminating bats. That eagle is a fool. It can't even hide properly. It knew full well how humans loathed it. Were it not for its superior hiding abilities, those people would have come knocking long ago. Xu Jinping asked, "Should we rescue it?" The Bat King had already formed a plan. It smiled faintly. "We must rescue it, but not now. As the humans say, provide fuel in snowy weather." It intended to lend a timely hand when the Golden Wing Marquis was in the direst straits. That would yield the best result. The Bat King said, "That eagle is a fierce general. We can win it over." It looked at Xu Jinping and added, "Also, I've summoned a group of bats to start developing my clan and sphere of influence. If you have resources on your end, feel free to recommend them to me. We are partners." Xu Jinping smiled. "If I have resources, I'll certainly recommend them to you." But in his heart, he thought, "Can I have my own?" He too wanted to establish his own clan, knew only what he held in his own hands was best. The 2 demon beasts cooperated, but each harbored countless schemes. They certainly kept things from each other, never revealing everything completely. They exchanged a smile first, then proceeded with other plans. Inside the command center, Dai Xingye said, "Both leaders, we are fully prepared." Zhang Lang said, "Old Zhao, shall we send people into the Luoying Mountains now?" Zhao Xinghua nodded slightly. "Everything is in place. Our live broadcast equipment is set up and the live channel remains open. As soon as you enter the mountains, the authorities will immediately issue an announcement to live stream the eagle extermination." His words were dripping with murderous intent. Clearly he had long detested that eagle flock and wished nothing more than to eliminate it. Zhang Lang exclaimed loudly, "Good. Xingye, you must be careful. Let the iron-eating beast take the lead. Also, the eagle flock can fly. Fang Jia and Meng Yin must be prepared." Fang Jia and Meng Yin said in unison, "Rest assured, leaders." As they spoke, a pair of wings sprouted from their backs. When fully spread, the wings were 7 or 8 meters long and covered in feathers. They looked like birdmen except for the wings. Everything else about them was human. After Meng Yin and Fang Jia underwent their mutation, they could sprout wings from their backs. It was precisely this ability that led the cabinet to select them for the mission. Those eagles could fly, and so could they. The wings were displayed only for a moment before being retracted. Zhao Xinghua exclaimed with envy, "What magnificent wings! Who wouldn't envy the chance to undergo such a mutation?" Zhang Lang said, "Lao Zhao, send the coordinates of the eagle flock to their communicators." The specific battle plan had long been agreed upon. Zhao Xinghua glanced at the secretary behind him, who understood and transmitted the information. He added, "I'll prepare enough drones to assist you in the mission. If you encounter extreme danger, retreat immediately, and I'll deploy the drones for bombardment to cover your withdrawal." Drones were incredibly versatile. In military applications, they could serve as weapons for bombing, assassination. A sufficient swarm of drones could, in case of any unexpected turn, cover Dai Xingye and the others' retreat. Those eagles could fly, making drones a more suitable countermeasure, but the authorities planned to live stream the operation, having the war generals engage the eagle flock in close combat. The purpose was to show the people of Dongchuan how formidable their war generals had become, capable of eliminating mutated animals even without firearms. It would also prove that Dongquan's war generals were growing stronger, greatly boosting public confidence. Everything was ready. All that remained was to strike. Zhao Xinghua announced, "Pass my order. Commence the operation." The entire command center sprang into action, dedicating all support to this morale-boosting live stream. It was a mission that could only succeed, never fail. The eagle flock had to be completely annihilated. A convoy of military vehicles approached Luoying Mountains, and soon 4 war generals accompanied by an iron-eating beast arrived at the foot of the range. The iron-eating beast stepped out of the vehicle clutching a bamboo shoot. Its black and white coloring made it highly recognizable, and its endearing posture, hugging the bamboo shoot, was genuinely adorable. "Gao Gao, we're counting on you," Zhang Lang said softly, patting the iron-eating beast's round head. Before the spiritual energy resurgence, this beast had been named Gao Gao at the zoo. Even now, in the era of resurgence, it kept the same name. "Ing ing ing." Gao Gao immediately responded, brandishing its bamboo shoot with a fierce yet adorable expression. "Report." A soldier returned and said, "Commanders, the eagle flock on the mountain remains in place, positions unchanged, ready to engage at any time." Zhao Xinghua said, "We're prepared on our end." Zhang Lang gave the final order, "Engage." At his words, Dai Xingye and the others put on a pair of glasses, the latest technology from the Dongchuan Research Institute. In addition to navigation, the glasses integrated functions such as identification scanning and detection. They also carried some of the newest equipment developed. Dai Xingye and the others officially ascended the mountain, and various drones were activated instantly. Some were for the live stream, while others were designated for covering retreats or providing support. Should any unforeseen crisis occur, the drones were guaranteed to deliver rapid backup. Gao Gao followed behind the four war generals, curiously looking around, clutching the bamboo. Shoot it, refused to eat or let go. Zhao Xinghua added, connect the signal and open the live stream room. Simultaneously, the authorities issued an announcement the four war generals were commencing the eagle eliminating operation. The entire process would be live streamed. The moment the news broke, netizens erupted. Given the staggering number of deaths caused by eagles and bats, seeing their war generals set out to eliminate the eagles ignited fervor among the online community. Everyone wanted to witness the outcome of the eagle extermination. This is Luoying Mountain. Those eagles were actually hiding here not far from me. Too dangerous. The official war generals are finally launching their first battle. Anticipation. Here they come. Where are the eagles? The authorities finally act to eliminate the eagles. I'm so excited. The war generals are so handsome. As netizens watched, the live stream discussions proliferated and the room's popularity soared, drawing in an ever-growing audience. The barrage of comments nearly obscured the live feed. Everyone yearned to see the war generals' true strength and witness the beasts utterly vanquished. Chen Hu and Bai Li were also watching the live stream. They finally understood why war generals had been dispatched to the Southern Command. It was to deal with the eagle flock. In this emperor's recollection of history, this event never occurred. Bai Li mused inwardly. The divergences multiplying now had grown too numerous for her to predict. Chen Hu, overhearing her thoughts, realized that history had been altered once more. Yet he roughly grasped the rationale behind the authorities' decision to live-stream the event nationwide. It was about confidence, to instill faith in Dongquan's authorities and its war generals. Chen Hu saw this move by Dongquan as a high-stakes gamble. They were betting that their war generals could truly defeat that eagle. If they failed, the authorities' prestige would be, any semblance of confidence would be ground into the dust. Chen Hu muttered to himself, such a huge gamble. Bai Li asked, what gamble? Chen Hu replied, the people of Dongquan are gambling. Bai Li listened and soon understood. It was indeed a colossal wager. Chen Hu continued, I never expected the eagle flock to be hiding in our Luoying Mountains. Dear, do you want to go and see? The Luoying Mountains were vast, and the battle might occur far from the tiger domain. Still, the eagle's presence here was unforeseen, and Chen Hu worried about whether the tiger domain might be exposed. That concerned him deeply. Bai Li shook her head. Not interested. Watching the live stream is enough. Chen Hu said, then I'll watch the live stream too. I spotted the iron-eating beast. There were multiple camera angles being switched as needed. At that moment, the feed focused on the panda that had a line. The panda walked up the mountain clutching its bamboo shoot. Since it was only on screen, Chen Hu couldn't inspect its specific details. Apart from the iron-eating beast, different camera angles revealed the war generals in succession. Bai Li glanced at the panda and murmured, that foolish iron-eating beast really will fight to the death for humans. 300 years later, Gao Gao would desperately battle the tiger heavenly emperor only to be bitten to death. It truly was willing to die for humans. In the past, Bai Li would have grieved for Gao Gao. But now, as a tiger and a beast herself with a different perspective, she deemed the iron-eating beast utterly stupid. Chen Hu agreed. Indeed, utterly foolish. Dear, those eagles seem to have sensed the humans. What if we rescue them and bind them with our blood essence? The only flying beasts under them were Silver Wing and Bai Li. But as the queen, Bai Li need not go out frivolously. Capturing a couple of eagles as underlings seemed entirely reasonable. Bai Li felt that Chen Hu's idea was not bad. Among his underlings, only Silver Wing had the ability to fly around, which was far from sufficient. If they could tame those eagles, they would possess aerial power. However, after pondering for a moment, Bai Li shook her head and said, if we go out to rescue those eagles, well, expose this place and invite another human attack. It's not worth it. This place must not suffer any loss. It was their tiger domain, their kingdom, and more importantly, their spirit field. Any damage would be a tremendous loss. Chen Hu thought for a while and agreed that Bai Li's concerns were valid. Once those people knew that the tiger domain was right here, they would surely go crazy and cause trouble. The idea of rescuing those eagles was temporarily set aside by Chen Hu, unless there was some other compelling reason to save them. Chen Hu shook his head and said, let it be. Let fate decide. They continued watching the live broadcast, which was growing more heated with the audience's cheers reaching a crescendo. From this, it could be inferred that many people still hoped to see their champion overpower everything. If the champion's strength was formidable enough. First, it could protect ordinary people, so they would no longer be killed by beastkins. Second, it would prove that human mutation could contend with beastkins, and they could fearlessly engage in direct combat. Not only the officials of Dongquan, but also many ordinary people held hope and expectation for this battle. Generally, it was a matter of success or failure. They dared not imagine what would happen in case of failure. Chen Hu and Bai Li plugged in their power banks and watched the live broadcast unfold. In Bai Li's known timeline, today's scene did not exist. She also wanted to see whether the eagle flock or the humans' planned counterattack would prevail. Goldwing Marquis led the eagle flock, hiding deep within the dense forest. In its understanding, as long as it hid in thickly wooded areas, it could block the detection of many drones, aircraft, and similar things. If they could avoid detection, they stood a chance of survival. But early this morning, Goldwing Marquis felt something was amiss in the woods. It asked, anything unusual out there lately? Wind Chaser shook its head and said, we're hidden here, surely no one knows. Our leader worries too much. Goldwing Marquis sighed. I hope I'm truly overthinking. Yet it still couldn't calm its heart. Just as it was about to fly out and check, it looked up and saw a drone that had somehow appeared above the dense forest. The drone's camera was aimed direct. Not good. Goldwing Marquis shouted, that's a human aircraft. Run, flee. They had been disoriented by human weapons recently. As a result, they were now most afraid of things like aircraft, and Goldwing Marquis was no exception. It too felt fear. Seeing the drone appear there without them knowing, their first instinct was to flee to avoid human eyes first. Wind Chaser was also shocked. They were about to take flight when a black and white iron-eating beast appeared before them. Thinking of running now? Too late. The iron-eating beast Gao Gao spoke in a rather childish voice. As soon as it finished speaking, the bamboo shoot it held in its arms suddenly grew extremely long. It swung the bamboo shoot in a sweeping arc, aiming to strike Goldwing Marquis and Wind Chaser. Whoosh! The bamboo shoot tore through the air, producing a shrill whistle. Neither Goldwing Marquis nor Wind Chaser expected an iron-eating beast to help humans fight against other beastkins. Gao Gao couldn't fly, but Goldwing Marquis hadn't taken off yet. The bamboo shoot swung toward them. They quickly dodged aside, but the two other eagles beside them couldn't evade. They were killed on the spot. Goldwing Marquis glared at Gao Gao and said coldly, you are also a beastkin. Why help humans? Gao Gao replied nonchalantly, I help because I want. It had received countless benefits from humans. Of course it had to help them, because humans were good to it, and it was rather lazy. Other than getting benefits from humans, it didn't want to do anything else. Gao Gao said, why don't you come too? I can introduce you. Goldwing Marquis roared angrily, impossible. It would help anyone except humans. With a furious cry, Goldwing Marquis flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind in the dense forest that surged toward Gao Gao. Gao Gao, towering in stature, let the bamboo shoot in its hand keep growing longer and larger, meeting Goldwing Marquis' attack. This was a dense forest which not only limited machine detection, but might also restrict the eagle flock's maneuvers. If they couldn't even take flight, they would be doomed. Wind Chaser knew that their leader was holding off Gao Gao to help them fly into the sky. It shouted, fly, go. It took the lead, soaring upward. The other eagles followed immediately. But just as they were about to take off, a hint of cold light flashed, followed by a puff sound. An eagle at the 9th layer of body tempering was pierced through on the spot. The eagle let out a mournful cry and fell from the sky. Before Wind Chaser could react, a second eagle was cleaved in two by a sword ray, blood spraying everywhere. Dai Xingye and Su Weifeng appeared at the same time, the former wielding a spear, the latter a sword. Both were martial artists, and their strikes were swift and fierce, lethal techniques honed through training. After killing the two eagles, they continued their assault. Leaping from the tall trees, they charged at the remaining eagle. Their speed was astonishing. Before the eagle flock could ascend into the sky, several more eagles were slain by Dai Xingye and Su Weifeng in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Goldwing Marquis and Wind Chaser felt a surge of desperation. They knew well that the humans would spare no effort in preparing to eliminate them. Goldwing Marquis spread its wings, and dozens of feathers instantly transformed into sharp arrows. They shot toward Gao Gao in a dense volley. Then with a piercing cry, it crashed through the trees and charged at Su Weifeng. Opening its beak, it aimed to impale Su Weifeng's body. Su Weifeng was about to continue killing eagles, but before his sword momentum could form, Goldwing Marquis was upon him. He had no choice but to swing his sword downward. Sword aura surged, and sword radiance burst forth. The feathers on Goldwing Marquis' body rose up, nullifying all the sword aura. Gao Gao below couldn't fly, but the bamboo shoot it held could grow infinitely, its length soon surpassing the trees. It aimed to strike Goldwing Marquis down from the sky with a heavy blow. Goldwing Marquis shouted, Wind Chaser, go. It was handling both Su Weifeng and Gao Gao alone, buying them a chance to escape. Wind Chaser climbed higher and higher. Dai Xingye used his lightness skill to leap among the trees, but he couldn't reach that altitude. Just as Wind Chaser was about to break free, a figure flying in the air finally appeared. Fang Jia was the first to materialize in the sky, with a wing sprouting from her back. She flapped it forcefully. Wind Chaser immediately felt the wind surging around it. The wind coalesced into sharp blades, attempting to slice Wind Chaser apart. Humans not only have wings, but can also command the wind. Wind Chaser was astonished. But when it came to wine mastery, the eagle flock was still the most formidable. Wind Chaser dodged Fang Jia's attack and was about to show her what true wind manipulation looked like when another figure appeared from behind the eagle flock. Meng Yan spread his wings and flew to the rear of the eagle flock. Behind him, unbeknownst to anyone, stood Dai Xingye, who could not fly yet was borne aloft through the sky by virtue of Meng Yan's wings. Dai Xingye said, "Fly over there." Then he leaped from Meng Yan's back into the midst of the eagle flock. Stepping on the backs of the eagles, he raised his spear and thrust straight towards Zufeng's back. He knew clearly that within this eagle flock, apart from Jinyaho, the most formidable was Zhufeng. Eliminating these two eagles would be the true act of uprooting the evil. Fang Jia and Meng Yan would not remain idle, either continuing to hunt down the other eagles. The number of eagles fallen upon the ground grew ever greater. Zhufeng sensed a chill approaching from behind. Its heart cried out in alarm. Having just blown Fang Jia away with its wind, it now spread its wings backward. Its pair of wings folded together like a shield, blocking the tip of Dai Xingye's spear. At this moment, Zhufeng could no longer evade. It knew that it had been locked onto by Dai Xingye's long spear. Rather than desperately attempting to dodge, it might as well meet the attack head-on. With a tremendous boom, Zhufeng was struck down by Dai Xingye and plummeted into the woods below. Other eagles flew over to attack Dai Xingye, but he swept his spear and knocked down two more of them. Then Dai Xingye descended from the sky. Fang Jia and Meng Yan continued their aerial slaughter of the eagle flock. The strength of the two far surpassed that of the body-tempering eagles. In but a short while, the remaining eagles had been almost completely eliminated. Jinyaho, facing the assault from Su Weifeng and Gao Gao, had already fallen into chaos. The one human and one iron-eating beast suppressed Jinyaho, preventing it from taking to the skies. At this, Jinyaho grew desperately anxious. Seeing that Zhufeng and the others who had already flown up were being attacked by a flying mutant Jinyai, his panic intensified. But the next moment, Zhufeng was knocked down by Dai Xingye. Jinyaho saw this and rushed to its rescue, but was unexpectedly struck by Gao Gao's bamboo shoot crashing into a tree before being sent flying. It could no longer take flight. Every time it attempted to soar into the sky, Gao Gao's bamboo shoot and Su Weifeng's sword light instantly enveloped and suppressed it. They intended to utterly annihilate it. Zhufeng. Jinyaho let out a great cry. To human ears, it was merely the screech of an eagle. Zhufeng had not yet landed. Midair it flapped its wings and barely managed to fly over to Jinyai's side. "Chief, what should we do?" Zhufeng asked. By this time, Dai Xingye and the others had eliminated all the other eagles. Only Jinyaho and Zhufeng remained battered and wounded. The corpses of the other eagles covered the ground before them. Jinyaho felt despair. The humans must have prepared for a long time, specifically plotting an ambush here. Jinyaho could guess that the humans intended to make an example of them. Killing them today was meant as a warning to other demon beasts. If they did not wish to die, they had better behave and stay in line. Jinyaho sighed. "My fate is sealed." Gao Gao said, "You truly deserve to die." In the distance of the forest, a bat hung upside down from a branch. The Bat King took in the distant battle, marveling, "This eagle is truly formidable." Beside it was a small sparrow. The sparrow asked, "Aren't you going to subdue them? Why haven't you acted yet?" The Bat King shook its head. "I believe that eagle still has skills it hasn't displayed. Those humans are cunning too. Have you noticed those aircraft? So many drones, but none of them moved." They could all see the countless drones hovering above the forest. The threat these drones posed to them was equally immense. The Bat King shook its head. "I don't want to be bombed to death by human aircraft. Moreover, among the humans, the one wielding a long spear is the strongest. I sense he could kill me." The small sparrow said, "He is truly powerful. Could a human capable of killing the Bat King be the strongest?" The Bat King added, "I do wish to subdue those two eagles, but that doesn't mean he'll take risks. The prerequisite for subduing them was ensuring its own safety. Otherwise, it would be walking to its death." The Bat King decided to observe further before making any other decisions. The authorities presented the battle footage from multiple camera angles in the live stream. Though somewhat bloody, it was an official broadcast and would not be censored. The netizens of Dongchuan who watched this live stream were all astonished, then filled with confidence and pride. Many even became restless. Especially those in the martial arts and superpower schools, seeing battle generals like Dai Xingye obliterating eagles like war gods. They felt as if they themselves were on the battlefield. So powerful. It was an exhilarating sight. It was our adorable Gao Gao who first spotted the eagles. Also, that's how bamboo shoots are used. The fight's on, the excitement's heating up. Whoa, General Dai Xingye's spear is so cool. So our generals can grow wings and fly into the sky. All those eagles are dead, ha. My little brother was eaten by them. They deserve to die, every last one of them. When will the generals go after that blood-sucking bat? Official, please deal with the blood-sucking bat. Chen Hu watched the live stream as countless comments flew across the screen. This broadcast was pushed to all of Dongchuan, and the number of viewers was still increasing. The barrage of comments might actually cover the video. Bailey said that spear wielder is a martial artist at least at the 4th stage of the transformation, maybe even the 5th. She naturally recognized who Dai Xingye was, and Meng Yan and the others. the first generation of human elites. Also the first battle generals of humanity. Wiley marveled they've grown stronger, too fast. According to historical records, 300 years later Dai Xingye in the second phase hadn't yet reached the fourth or fifth stage of transformation. Wiley knew another new variable had emerged. The changes would only increase with time. Chen Hu asked, "Darling, do you think that eagle will survive?" Wiley shook her head. "I don't know." This eagle did not exist in her recollections either. Another variable. The changes were now appearing more and more frequently. Chen Hu said, "Let's continue watching." Yet in his heart he regretted the fate of that eagle. If only it could be subdued and become his underling. How wonderful that would be. Wiley's gaze returned to the phone screen. The hunt for the eagles continued. All the other eagles had been eliminated. Dai Xingye and the others along with an iron-eating beast began to encircle Jinyeho and the rest. Now Jinyeho and Zhu Feng could not even fly out. They no longer had a chance to take flight. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Jiang Lang, watching the real-time broadcast at the foot of the mountain, couldn't help but roar with laughter. He believed that the leaders in the capital upon seeing this would also release the pressure in their hearts and laugh as joyfully as he did. As Chen Hu had said, this operation was a high-stakes gamble for humanity. If they won, it would greatly boost morale and intimidate all mutated creatures. Thus Jiang Lang and his team bore immense pressure. Fortunately, they could withstand it. Online discourse remained positive, uplifting spirits and reinforcing everyone's confidence. This proved that the live-streamed eagle hunt was the right move and a resounding success. It marked a major victory where humanity triumphed over mutated animals through sheer physical prowess without relying on firearms. Previously, a single coordinate could enable long-range precision strikes. Now a great turning point had been reached. Seeing the plan unfold smoothly, Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Lang said with relief, "Old Zhao, we succeeded." Zhao Xinghua smiled slightly. "It's not too late to declare success until we retrieve the bodies of those two eagles." Jiang Lang nodded in agreement. "Right, only when we see the corpses can we truly relax." He picked up a microphone and ordered, "Continue the operation, bring back their bodies." Zhao Xinghua kept the drones on standby, refusing to pop the champagne prematurely until the very end. That was a cardinal rule. The four warriors on the mountain received the new orders. Dai Xingye said, "Kill them." He thrust his long spear toward Jinyeho. Seeing the spear coming, Jinyeho quickly said, "They'll set fire, you control the wind, burn them directly." It opened its beak. A jet of flame burst from Jinyeho's mouth. It could not only control the wind like Zhu Feng, but had also awakened fire abilities, though it rarely used them. As the flames erupted, a large blaze spread across Jinyeho's body. The fire spread exceptionally fast, forming a sea of flames in an instant. Zhu Feng naturally understood how Jinyeho intended to break free. It flapped its wings vigorously. Its wind control ability far surpassed that of humans. A gale swept through the forest. The fire Jinyeho had just released spread even faster, with the wind expanding the inferno and engulfing everything around them in flames. The fire driven by the wind surged toward Dai Xingye and his companions. Dai Xingye was about to finish off Jinyeho with one spear thrust. But as the flames rushed toward him, he had to whirl his spear, spinning the shaft to sweep away the incoming fire. Fang Jia and the others also had to dodge the flames blowing their way. They stumbled backward, looking somewhat disheveled. Before long, the entire forest was engulfed in a raging blaze with thick smoke billowing everywhere. The wind continued to howl. Jinyeho flapped its wings once more. The gale it summoned was even fiercer than Zhu Feng's, whipping the flames into a frenzy. The two eagles stood amidst the sea of fire. Dai Xingye gritted his teeth. "Go all out, don't let them escape." He was ready to charge into the flames to continue the hunt. At that moment, Jinyeho flapped its wings again, stirring up the wind. Like a phoenix reborn from fire, it soared into the sky. The scorching inferno blazed with temperatures higher than ordinary fire, rapidly incinerating nearby trees. Without the dense forest obstructing them, Jinyeho, with Zhu Feng, finally broke free into the open sky. As they flew, they controlled the wind. With each wingbeat, gales wrapped in flames surrounded them, keeping Dai Xingye and his team at bay. Watching from afar, Bat King marveled. Who would have thought this eagle possesses so many abilities? The firestorm swept across the area. This large-scale attack effectively blocked Dai Xingye and the others. The little sparrow asked, if it had used this ability from the start, wouldn't it have saved those eagles? Bat King replied calmly, if it had, it would have burned its own eagles alive. The silent ones, lacking the ability to escape the scorching flames, would have died even faster. The little sparrow nodded, half understanding. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Xinghua exclaimed in alarm, "Why is there a fire?" He urgently ordered, "Drones intercept immediately now." Jiang Lang grabbed the walkie-talkie, asking anxiously, "Xingye, Fang Jia, are you okay?" Answer. Fang Jia's voice came through after a moment. "We're fine, we just escaped the fire. But the two eagles have taken flight. We're going after them." As soon as the two eagles ascended, drone attacks began. Drones rammed into them kamikaze style, exploding on impact. Even if the explosions didn't kill the eagles, they would injure them, and countless more drones would follow to bomb them. Chen Hu flapped a wing, swatting away the incoming drones. "Chieftain, they're coming for us," Zhu Feng said nervously. Chen Hu looked back and saw Fang Jia and Meng Yan spreading their wings, pursuing them relentlessly. Below, Dai Xingye and Su Weifeng chased in their direction along with the iron-eating beast. Meng Yan drew a pistol and fired at Chen Hu and Zhu Feng. Sometimes abilities were effective, but technology and weapons were equally useful. The weapons they carried had been improved by the Research Institute. New arms developed during the surge of spiritual energy, marking a leap in human technology. They fired continuously while giving chase. Chen Hu and Zhu Feng dared not linger, speeding across the jungle canopy. Seeing this, Zhao Xinghua shouted, "Deploy large drones carrying shells." The small drones were useless against the eagles now. It was time for the big ones. Jiang Lang made a call, "Send people to put out the fire." On the mountain, Bat King said, "They've broken out. Let's follow and see." The Bat King and the little sparrow trailed behind quietly. The mutant animals had grown so bizarre. For many, this was their first glimpse of such a staggering spectacle. Chen Hu glanced at the live stream again. The drone footage overhead looked oddly familiar. Why did it seem so? After a moment, Chen Hu said, "Honey, this is bad. They're flying toward us." His tiger frame trembled. He hadn't wanted to be exposed, hoping to keep the tiger domain hidden. But those foolish eagles were heading straight for the tiger domain, leaving no choice but to reveal it. Bailey could also see their approach, a helpless feeling washing over her. Just then, the cactus air defense system outside began to emit a shrill alarm. It had detected flying objects approaching. Upon hearing the alarm, the monkey troop and wolf pack all converged on the tiger domain. The pea Gatling corn launcher and watermelon mortar stood ready under Xilonglin's command. The monkeys used pumps to channel water from the pond into the weapons. Once the alarm sounded, every beast in the tiger domain moved to their posts, acting with orderly precision. All the beasts in tiger domain sprang into action. They were filled with murderous intent, ready to confront the humans at any moment. Chen Hu and Bai Li had already emerged from the cave. They no longer desired to watch the live stream, as they could witness events firsthand. Chen Hu issued orders: all drones and aircraft that dare to approach will be shot down first. He continued: first disable their high-tech devices, then deal with the remaining pursuers. As for Chen Hu and the two eagles, under these circumstances we can indeed save them now. Chen Hu added, "Honey, haven't we been wanting to tame them? Now they've come right to our doorstep." Bai Li was rendered speechless, never expecting such an outcome. However, the eagles' flight toward them had drawn human pursuers, making exposure inevitable. This outcome could not be changed, so they decided to set aside such concerns for now. They would first rescue and tame the two eagles, then eliminate those chasing them. As for what humanity would do after their exposure, that was a matter to be addressed later. After exposure, they would handle it then. Tiger Domain's power was growing increasingly formidable and had already reached a considerable scale. Even without today's events, humans might have discovered this place eventually. It was merely a matter of time. Chen Hu commanded everyone prepare for battle. This marked the first major confrontation since Tiger Domain's establishment. In Chen Hu's eyes, the four battle generals and the iron-eating beast posed no threat whatsoever. However, humanity's various thermal weapons arriving posed a genuine danger. Humanity still held the ultimate truth. In the sky, Chen Hu and Zhu Feng continued their frantic escape, while Fang Jia and Meng Yan pursued relentlessly with outstretched wings. Yet Chen Hu noticed that the two flying humans were increasingly deteriorating in condition and slowing down. Humans sprouting wings to fly consumed enormous energy, as it fundamentally altered their nature. Unlike beasts born with flight. Meanwhile, Dai Xingye and Su Weifeng, along with the iron-eating beast Gao Gao, gave chase on the ground with equal tenacity. Numerous drones buzzed about, causing great unease. Chen Hu shouted, "Faster! Speed up!" The two eagles flapped their wings with tremendous force, generating whirlwinds that blew their pursuers and drones off course. At that moment, two larger drones caught up from behind. These drones were the size of proper fighter jets. Chen Hu could not identify the projectiles, but saw the drones carrying something that filled them with dread and a sense of mortal peril. The threat from the shells jolted Chen Hu's nerves, and Zhu Feng's as well. Zhu Feng cried out, "Leader, what?" Chen Hu was about to accelerate, but upon nearing Tiger Domain, it sensed a new threat rising from below. Wait! Chen Hu not only sensed danger, but also heard the cactus air defense alarm sounding from the ground. It hurriedly said, "There's danger ahead too, and something seems to be below." Zhu Feng looked down and exclaimed in astonishment, "Leader, it's not humans. It's a tiger. Doesn't that tiger resemble the Tiger King who once ruled the mountain forest on Tianting Mountain?" Chen Hu lowered its flight altitude for a better view, then gasped, "It really is him. Since he's a beast, let's try flying down." It descended further, shouting, "Brother Tiger King, save us." They had no idea whether Chen Hu would be willing to, but the pursuing drones were closing in relentlessly, leaving them no other option. The Tiger Domain below might be their only chance of escape. Death seemed certain either way, so they decided to take the gamble. The worst outcome would be death, which was no greater than what they already faced. As for whether this would implicate Chen Hu and his group, Chen Hu had no time to consider. The soldiers controlling the drones could not understand the eagle's speech. Seeing the two eagles suddenly dive, they directed their drones to follow. The moment they entered the cactus air defense range, all the cactus spines launched streaking toward the drones. The cactus spines came fast and fierce. They had already scanned the sky and locked onto the drones. Following Chen Hu's order to eliminate the drones first, the cacti acted immediately. Boom! The drones in the sky were struck off guard. They were originally loaded with bombs designed to crash into Chen Hu and the eagles and explode, killing them. Now all those bombs were detonated by the cactus spines, causing successive explosions in the air. Even the livestream drones were partially destroyed, cutting off half the broadcasting feeds. The remaining livestream drones dared not follow any further. Seeing this, Fang Jia, who had been flying in pursuit, halted immediately. On the ground, the two people and the beast heard the explosions and stopped staring at the sky in shock. None of them had anticipated an attack from the ground. After advancing a bit further, they saw Tiger Domain ahead. They had no knowledge of Tiger Domain, but they could see a large assembly of wolves, monkeys, and other creatures ready for battle. There were also some strangely shaped plants. At the forefront stood a towering tiger, serving as the vanguard. What happened? Zhang Lang's voice came through their earpieces. Through real-time video transmission, Zhang Lang and Zhao Xinghua could clearly see the unfolding events. Meng Yin said those two eagles have flown down to a very peculiar place, and there seem to be many animals below. Su Weifeng added, on the ground, we can see many animals too, monkeys, tigers, and wolves. No. Fang Jia, looking down from above at Tiger Domain, exclaimed in shock, the fire tiger and ice tiger are here. What? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Lang and Zhao Xinghua gasped in astonishment. The two tigers had vanished from the north without a trace. How could they have migrated such a vast distance to the south? The next moment, Zhang Lang snarled, bomb them. Raise this place to the ground. They set aside the question of why fire tiger and ice tiger were here. These tigers had earned a spot on the blacklist and had to be eliminated, so they decided to bomb the area. Zhao Xinghua ordered clear out and then bomb. He shared the same resolve as Zhang Lang. It had to be done. They would carpet bomb every inch of the area, not only killing the eagles, but also destroying the two tigers. Now that they knew the location, they could not afford to let them escape. Fang Jia, Dai Xingye, and the others heeded the command and immediately retreated. The two larger drones had now caught up. All kinds of projectiles were prepared. Although most drones had been destroyed, some livestream drones remained, allowing their planned broadcast to continue. This scene could still boost public morale and inspire confidence, so the broadcast and battle went on. Observing from a distance, Bat King exclaimed in astonishment, that's the tiger's territory, and that tiger has grown even stronger. Little Sparrow asked, the two eagles have flown in. What will you do? Bat King shook its head, there's no choice now. That damn tiger holds a grudge against me. The eagles entered, but I dare not follow. Seeing this, the Bat King felt deeply regretful. Those two eagles harbored an indescribable hatred for humans. He had long set his sights on them, eager to subdue and make them formidable generals under his command. But these two formidable generals had actually flown to the territory of that damn tiger. It was the first time the Bat King had seen Chen Hu's Tiger Domain. He was even more shocked that the tiger had developed so rapidly, already gathering so many animals. You damn well have such strength, why don't you attack the human cities? If you don't want to fight, you could lend me your forces to attack. That was exactly what the Bat King thought in his heart. Little Sparrow said, this enemy of yours looks very powerful. Can't you turn an enemy into a friend and bring all his beast servants under your command? The Bat King shook his head. Can't do it, not yet. Those two tigers are strange, they don't seem like ordinary spirit beasts. Let's wait and see what happens. No rush. It said not to rush. But in his heart he was immensely envious of Chen Hu's forces down below. The Bat King had already begun building his own army, yet he never expected that after just a short time apart, Chen Hu had advanced so much faster, filling him with envy and resentment. How did they manage to be so quick? This also left the Bat King deeply perplexed. He forced himself to calm down and not be impatient, better to keep watching and see how things unfold. He wondered whether those two tigers could withstand the human bombardment. He had experienced firsthand how formidable the human truth was. Of course he was afraid, he had nearly been blown to bits. Within the Tiger Domain, Chen Hu brought Zhu Feng and flew down together. When they saw how formidable those cacti were precisely striking down, all the drones' fear gripped their hearts. Afraid that the cacti might shoot them down as well, Chen Hu quickly called out, Brother Tiger King, we are also animals from Tianding Mountain. Please save us. He shouted while swooping down. The worst outcome would be death. Either killed by humans or by Chen Hu. The two eagles no longer cared about the risks. They had to go down and see if there was still a chance to survive. The cacti, without Chen Hu's orders, would not attack them for now. From Tianding Mountain, Chen Hu was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and turned to look at Bai Li. Bai Li also remembered what had happened at Tianding Mountain. They're likely the descendants of that eagle that crashed into the helicopter back, then aren't they, eh? The desperate struggle of that eagle back then had left a deep impression on them. It was the first case they had witnessed of a spirit beast fighting back against humans. Chen Hu then observed Chen Hu, whose realm had reached the 4th level of spirit gathering, while Zhu Feng was at the 1st level. Chen Hu circled overhead, not daring to land directly, and asked expectantly, "Brother Tiger King, what do you think?" Chen Hu gave them a brief glance and said with resignation, "You led humans here and nearly got me killed, and you still want me to save you." He intended to subdue them, but he wouldn't announce it right away. He wanted to see their reaction first. However, Chen Hu's words also voiced what Xianfeng and the others were thinking. They had been living quite comfortably in the tiger domain, free from danger, and only needed to cultivate. All because these 2 eagles had brought the humans here. Humans nowadays are all bad news. They only cull spirit beasts, and every beast that has experienced such culling harbors a deep hatred for them. The monkeys in the tiger domain saw this, and quickly pumped water, feeling that another battle was about to begin. They would soon engage the humans flying. The monkeys in the tiger domain saw this, and quickly pumped water, feeling that another battle was about to begin. They would soon engage the humans' flying weapons. They had to ensure water supply, so the plant legion could shoot down the objects in the sky. Whoosh! A piercing sound of tearing air came. The 2 large drones finally launched their attack, dropping 4 shells that came plummeting down toward the tiger. Chen Hu's eyes narrowed at the sight. They couldn't withstand such truth heat, but the cactus air defense system could indeed intercept them. Especially now that the cacti had advanced to the spirit-gathering realm, their anti-air capabilities had greatly improved. Seeing the shells falling, the cacti launched all their spines into the air. Boom! The spines collided with the shells, causing them to explode in midair. Despite this, the shockwaves still rattled the tiger domain below, but they caused no damage. So strong. Chen Hu's eyes lit up, but he also felt envy and jealousy. He never imagined that even the plants here could be so formidable. What had this Tiger King done in this place? Outside, Dai Xingye and the others, along with Zhao Xinghua, who was watching the live feed, were all stunned. Since when did the Fire Tiger and Ice Tiger possess something like an anti-air defense system? They could even defend against shells like that. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Bat King marveled at the sight, exclaiming, "That tiger is no ordinary one." Bai Li was astonished to see the cacti defend this well. She looked at Chen Hu, amazed at how useful those plants had. She had once scolded Chen Hu for only planting what she thought were useless plants. Chen Hu shouted, "Keep watering." The monkeys were pumping water so fiercely they nearly set the pump on fire. The cactus spines regrew quickly. Meanwhile, the drones in the sky launched their second salvo, 4 shells flying down simultaneously. Woo! The cactus air defense system was not for show. The spines shot out again, meeting the shells and causing them to explode high in the sky. This time it was more precise. The cacti had apparently adjusted, causing the explosions at a higher altitude with almost no impact on the tiger domain. Chen Hu and the others widened their eyes. He shouted, "Great, perfect, ha!" After all, the idea of the plant legion had come from him. How could he not be delighted to see it so powerful? Bai Li asked Xiaolonglin, "Can you shoot them down?" That Xiaolonglin plant entered and replied, "Please wait a moment, Queen. We'll give it a try." Having said that, it immediately made arrangements. It activated the corn launchers and raised their elevation. The corns automatically locked onto the drones in the sky. Fang Jia and Meng Yan had already landed. They were already astonished by the cacti, and now watching the changes in other plants, they felt utterly confused. Meng Yan asked, "What are they going to do?" Su Weifeng said in shock, How do they even have launchers?" These 4 war generals felt that the animals and plants here were simply insane. How could they possibly have launchers? Just as the 2 large drones in the sky were about to launch their third attack, the corn launchers went boom. More than a dozen corn shells were fired in succession. The corn shells could reach an impressive height, arriving in front of the 2 drones in the blink of an eye. Not only can cacti be used for air defense, the shells of the corn launcher, if utilized skillfully, can also intercept aerial targets while retaining striking capability. Boom. The soldier operating the drone could not evade the corn missile in time. The drone was struck by the launcher and exploded in the high sky. An even more deafening roar erupted. 2 drones, each comparable to a fighter jet in size, were blasted into fragments midair. Upon witnessing this, Dai Xingye and his comrades felt a surge of shock. It was their first time seeing such formidable plants since the world had changed. These plants were practically defying the heavens. Inside the command vehicle, Zhao Xinghua and Zhang Lang were equally dumbfounded. They were certain they hadn't misseen. It was a missile fired by corn that had obliterated their drone. Since when could corn be this formidable? And not just corn. Cacti could also serve as an anti-air system, accurately locking and striking aerial targets while scanning the sky. What difference did these plants have from their actual defense systems? Old Zhao, this. How is it possible? Zhang Lang, a member of the Dongshuan cabinet, who rarely lost his composure, could not contain himself today. After the great mutation of heaven and earth, they had seen many bizarre things. But something like a corn launcher and cactus anti-air system was a first. Zhao Xinghua snapped back to reality and snorted, "Bring out our launchers. I refuse to believe that the launchers of my command center are inferior to a few ears of corn. I'll raze this place to the ground." He felt provoked. There was also a maddening urge to kill. He simply couldn't believe that those two tigers with their gathering of animals and plants could rival their firepower. Old Zhao calmed down. Zhang Lang quickly stopped him. "The strength of Fire Tiger and Ice Tiger has exceeded our expectations. We cannot rashly attempt to eliminate them now. Otherwise, once provoked, the trouble would be immense unless we have a 100% certainty of annihilating them. If they could not be killed given the power of Ice Tiger and Fire Tiger, their retaliation would cost many lives. Did they have such certainty now? Not a shred. They hadn't even discussed a new plan. If they failed to kill Chen Hu, they would face Chen Hu's revenge. The authorities might not fear revenge, but ordinary people did. Those cities couldn't withstand it. A bat and eagle. They had been restrained until now by just a bat and an eagle. If two even stronger tigers were added, no matter how many people, they might not be enough. After hearing Zhang Lang's words, Zhao Xinghua finally calmed down a little. He admitted Zhang Lang was right. Fortunately, the drone's shells hadn't harmed any animals. But what about the online comments? Zhao Xinghua remembered they were still live streaming. He opened the monitor to see, "Holy shit, what is that? Corn launcher, watermelon mortar. And is that a pea Gatling? Where did these plants come from? And those animals? Holy shit. Holy shit. The drone blew up. Is the official team even capable?" In the livestream room, netizens were utterly shocked. They began questioning whether the official team was competent. The earlier pride from dealing with Chen Hu had vanished. Because the tiger domain was too formidable. Even before its animals made a move, its plants could already blow up their drones and perform anti-air intercepts. Zhang Lang said, "Never mind, our cabinet will manage the public opinion. For now, don't attack the tigers inside. As for the two eagles that fled in, we'll see if the tigers are willing to hand them over." He had many thoughts for seeing the future clearly, especially when he thought of the Northern Wan nation whose entire military base had been crippled. Zhang Lang had to tread carefully. It was true that humanity possessed truth, but truth was not omnipotent. Zhao Xinghua fell silent. Zhang Lang said, "Xingye, try to contact them. Have Gao Gao communicate with them. They're all animals, so they should be able to talk. Express that we mean no harm and hope they can hand over the two eagles." After a moment of silence, Zhao Xinghua agreed. Even if they sent Dai Xingye to attack, success was not guaranteed. They still lacked a concrete understanding of Fire Tiger's and Ice Tiger's strength. They only knew they were very strong. In the Snow Mountain, they had already been exceptionally powerful. Now they were likely even stronger. Upon receiving this order, Dai Xingye paused. In truth, he too dared not rush into an attack. Looking at the animals and plants before them, Dai Xingye and his men knew that if they tried to force their way in, they might not win. The fauna and flora here were nothing like the eagle flock. They were far more troublesome. As for the ongoing livestream watched by so many people, what would happen if they backed down? They no longer cared. "What should we do?" Su Weifeng asked. Dai Xingye said, "Gao Gao, go talk to them. Tell them to release the two eagles, and we'll leave and won't trouble them anymore." Gao Gao was actually somewhat wary. As a third stage being, it could clearly sense the pressure from Xianfeng the tiger. Its realm must be similar to its own. Moreover, there were other demon beasts inside with similar realms, all making it feel fearful. Gao Gao had no choice but to step forward and declare, "Have your big brother come out." "Motherfucker," Xianfeng roared, "if you want to fight, come on." Upon hearing Xianfeng's words, Xiaolonglin directed the plants to target them first. Gao Gao quickly said, "We want to see your big brother not to fight. Just hand over the two eagles, and we'll leave immediately." Xianfeng angrily said, "Motherfucker, if you don't want to fight, fuck off. Stop talking shit here." "Xianfeng, don't be so irritable." Ini flew out and shouted, "Wait here." Then it flew back into the arched cave. At this moment, Chen Hu was still examining the two eagles. Jinyahe and Zhufeng were thoroughly astonished by Chen Hu. They were all animals from the summit mountain, so how could Chen Hu be so heaven-defying? Chen Hu said, "I can save you and take you in, but you must each give me a drop of your vital blood." Jinyahe naturally knew what vital blood was. It also understood that handing it over might mean being controlled by Chen Hu. It was certainly hesitant. As the leader of the eagle flock and a king in its own right, it was reluctant to become Chen Hu's subordinate. How could a king acknowledge another as king? Seeing their hesitation, Bailey said, "Since they want give their vital blood, throw them out." Bailey didn't care about such matters for animals that didn't obey. If you obeyed, you could stay. If not, get. Just as Jinyahe grew more conflicted, Ini flew in and said, "Great king, the people outside want to talk to you. They said that as long as we hand over the two eagles, they'll leave and won't bother us again." Chen Hu said indifferently, "Then hand them over and drive them away." "No." Jinyahe snapped back and hurriedly said, "Please. Don't. Brother Tiger King, I'll give you my vital blood." It didn't want to die yet. The vengeance for the old eagle had not been exacted. If it died now, who would avenge the eagle by killing humans in the future? Jin Eho wanted revenge. Whenever it thought of that eagle who, in order to protect them, had crashed into a helicopter, its heart ached deeply. Although it was certainly afraid of death, what it feared more was that if he and Zhuofeng died, there would be no eagles left to take revenge. They would not let a single human off. Jin Eho hurriedly said, "I will give you the essence blood right now." In fact, Chen Hu and Bai Li had already prepared for a great battle against human technology. When Silverwing returned to report, it seemed that the people outside backed down first. Did they really say that? Bai Li looked at Silverwing and asked calmly, "Who proposed it?" Silverwing said, "It was that iron-eating beast. It seems they received some orders and no longer dare to approach our tiger domain. The planes in the sky also dare not fly too close." Now looking up, one could still see many drones flying about in the sky. But those drones dared not approach the tiger. Bai Li said, "It should be that they are not confident. They cannot guarantee killing us with certainty. Otherwise, if we escape, their human cities might pay a tremendous price. If they now go to human cities to kill, the authorities would be absolutely helpless. They cannot bomb the cities with artillery. Then the ones killing would not only be them. There would be the authorities too." Chen Hu thought for a moment and asked, "Why do you think we need to relocate?" The tiger domain had been exposed to it would certainly be troublesome in the future, but abandoning the tiger domain would be a pity. Bai Li shook her head and said, "No need to leave for now. Wait and see. Strengthen precautions in the near future to prevent outsiders from coming again. First subdue the two eagles, and then we'll see." She had once been human. In fact, she understood human nature well, and she thought there was no need to rush to leave. Jin Eho had already extracted the essence blood, and though unwilling had to hand it over to Chen, who including Zhuofeng's essence blood. Chen, who saw the essence blood flying over, opened his mouth and swallowed the essence blood of the two eagles in one gulp. The essence blood bond was activated, and thus they were controlled by Chen Hu. Chen Hu said, "From now on you will call me Tiger King or Great King, and she is your queen." Jin Eho and Zhuofeng said simultaneously, "Greetings, Great King." "Greetings, Queen." They knew they had been controlled. Their lives were in Chen Hu's hands. Now they had to obey. Chen Hu said, "Follow me out, and see the people outside." Outside now the two sides were still in a standoff. Meng Yan saw that Gao Gao had already relayed their words back. But the beasts inside remained indifferent, and the two eagles still did not come out, making them inevitably impatient. Meng Yan said first. Gao Gao asked them again how things are. Gao Gao could understand human speech, but could not. It had to use beast language to say again, "Beasts inside, how are your preparations?" "Hand over the eagles quickly." Xianfeng said fiercely, "FCK your mother, just wait if we tell you to wait. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you first." Its temper was indeed not good. It was also very bloodthirsty. If not for the lack of orders, Xianfeng would have charged out and fought them. Gao Gao was an iron-eating beast. Though it looked harmless, it was also fierce. Hearing Xianfeng's words, it angrily said, "If we weren't forbidden to attack, I would have killed you first." "FCK your mother." Xianfeng became even more annoyed and roared, "Come on, let's see who kills who first." Roar. It let out a terrifying tiger roar, its voice filled with anger. However, Xianfeng did not strike first because it had to obey orders. If the iron-eating beast across from it attacked first, it would definitely devour it. De Hui echoed, "You Basard, come fight." Hello. The wolves here refused to fall behind, letting out bursts. The wolves stepped forward one after another, murderous aura billowing, their fierce eyes fixed on them. Xiaosheng shouted, "Monkeys, come out." All the monkeys followed behind Xiaosheng. They held sticks in their hands, equally fierce. But this was merely the outermost force of the tiger domain. The true core power was the two tigers, Chen Hu and Bai Li. They had not yet appeared, yet just the peripheral forces had already intimidated Gao Gao. That iron-eating beast had been somewhat displeased just now, and now it was in a bit of an awkward position. Dai Xingye and the others did not know why Xianfeng and the others had suddenly become so angry. But they could guess that it was probably because Gao Gao's communication with them had gone wrong. "You want to fight?" At that moment, Chen Hu and Bai Li finally came out. Chen Hu's body was golden and variegated, extremely noble. Bai Li's fur was white, the purest white, giving a feeling of incomparable sanctity, equally noble. As they released their aura, even Dai Xingye standing before them felt unprecedented pressure. "It's really them." Zhang Lang, watching the real-time, transmitted footage, said in shock. It was indeed those two tigers. Zhao Xinghua also hadn't expected them to be hiding in the south in his own territory. Luckily, the tigers hadn't gone on a rampage. Chen Hu said, "Xiaosheng, tell them to get lost." Xiaosheng stepped forward and shouted, "Our great king orders you to get lost." Human speech. Fang Jia exclaimed in shock, "This monkey can actually speak human language." It was the first time they had seen a mutated animal that could speak human language, and they found it very novel. Xiaosheng said again, "Why aren't you rolling away yet?" Gao Gao no longer dared to be arrogant, and could only say, "What about those two eagles?" Jin Eho and Zhuofeng finally flew out from inside. Gao Gao said again, "Hand them over to us quickly." Chen Hu said, "Xiaosheng, tell them that if they don't leave we will take action." Xiaoxing knew that the beast subdued by Chen Hu could not be handed over, so he said, "If you don't leave, we will." Hearing Xiaoxing's words, Dai Xingye and the others knew that taking away the two eagles was impossible. But the authorities had prepared so much and arranged so many things. Today's purpose was to eliminate the eagles. If the two eagles were not destroyed, wouldn't everything done today be in vain? And they would no longer be able to boost morale. Su Weifeng couldn't help but rage. "If you don't hand them over, I will raze this place to the ground." Roar. Chen Hu was enraged upon hearing this. He raised his tiger claw and struck out with a claw from afar. Dare to threaten to raise the tiger domain. This fool doesn't know his place, then let him die. The force of the whirlwind tiger's splitting claw shot out, streaking through the air towards Su Weifeng. Whoosh. The sound of air tearing followed. Su Weifeng saw as if something invisible was hurt. He was greatly startled. Not knowing what it was, he instinctively raised his long spear to block in front. Bang! A dull sound occurred. Su Weifeng's long spear was shattered by Chen Hu's distant claw strike. He himself was sent flying over 10 meters, spitting blood, and crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. As soon as Chen Hu struck, Su Weifeng was sent flying, causing them to be utterly shocked. In the very moment Su Weifeng fell, the wings on Fang Jia's back spread wide as she soared into the air, whipping up a vortex that formed countless razor-sharp blades. Those blades were 100 times sharper than ordinary steel. The blades swept forward like a tempest, seemingly intent on shredding Chen Hu and his companions entirely. Scram! Bai Li also had temper. As the cold wind blew, its chill spread in all directions. Those blades were about to freeze under the biting gale. When the cold wind reached Fang Jia, she finally realized what was happening, but it was too late. The wings on her back were already being encased in ice. Those ice blocks were destined to cover Fang Jia's entire body. Bad! Dai Xingye immediately leaped up, dragging Fang Jia down from the sky, and shattering the ice blocks, thereby narrowly escaping Bai Li's freezing attack. Meng Yan hurried over to check on Su Weifeng's injuries. He wasn't dead yet, but he was close to death, clinging to life by a thread. Once taken back, there would likely be no hope of saving him. Their expressions instantly turned dark and gloomy. Dai Xingye looked at Fire Tiger and Ice Tiger with deep apprehension in his eyes. Even he could not have defeated Su Weifeng and Fang Jia in an instant. Chen Hu extended one tiger claw, while Bai Li merely glanced at him. Su Weifeng was beyond saving, and Fang Jia nearly turned into an ice statue. How terrifying was this power? Temporarily refraining from attacking the tiger domain was correct according to Dai Xingye. "Don't move, don't you dare move." Jiang Lang saw this scene and cried out anxiously, "You can't defeat them." Seeing Su Weifeng killed so easily, Jiang Lang knew they had to reassess Fire Tiger and Ice Tiger. Dai Xingye asked, "Leader, what should we do?" They felt unprecedented frustration. For great generals could easily deal with two eagles, but before Chen Hu they could only be killed instantly. Only then did they realize what true strength meant. Jiang Lang shouted loudly, "Come back quickly. Forget about those two eagles for now." It took so much effort to train Dai Xingye and others. If they all died here, all the resources invested in their training would be wasted. Dai Xingye said, "Gao Gao, let's go back." Fang Jia escaped death, terrified, all over with sweat pouring down her body. Even walking made her tremble. All she wanted was to flee this place as soon as possible and never return again. Upon hearing they could leave, she went first without delay. Meng Yan picked up Su Weifeng and exchanged glances with Dai Xingye. Before turning away, Dai Xingye looked back at Chen Hu one last time and politely said, "King of Tigers, our earlier actions were rash. Please forgive us. We're leaving now. Let's go, Gao Gao." Gao Gao emitted a light snort and left without looking back. All the drones in the sky withdrew instantly. The netizens watching the live stream were once again stunned. At first, eliminating the eagles seemed thrilling enough. But now their generals were apologizing to Chen Hu and other beast spirits, something they found utterly unacceptable. The netizens were initially stunned, then began viciously cursing online. Public opinion completely collapsed. Watching Dai Xingye's retreating figure, Chen Hu nodded. "This fellow isn't bad. He surrendered quite quickly. Damn it." The vanguard muttered grumpily, then added, "Great king, shall we chase after them and kill? All you think about is killing." Bai Li shook her head and explained, "Since they submitted voluntarily, let them leave. If we kill them all, they'll retaliate with mushroom bombs and destroy the tiger domain. It wouldn't be worth it." She turned to go back, adding, "From now on, humans will reassess us. Their generals can be killed instantly. Our people will fear us. For now, they probably won't dare take action against us, unless they truly resort to mushroom bomb attacks. But that also carries risks. It's another gamble. If they fail to kill Chen Hu and Bai Li, humans will surely come up with severe retaliation methods." Chen Hu understood everything Bai Li was thinking and agreed. "Unless they are certain they can definitely kill me or your queen, they will absolutely dare not attack us again. You can rest assured." Ping Ping understood and softly said, "If Tiger King brother and the queen survive, they will surely launch furious revenge. These consequences are beyond human beings bearing." The vanguard said, "Damn it. Those people bully the weak and fear the strong. They're afraid well attack cities and devour their entire populations. But if real fighting breaks out, the vanguard wouldn't fear anything at all. It really only thought about fighting, desperately eager to clash with those generals. Xiao Sheng said, "Your Majesty and the Queen have considered everything thoroughly. Let's leave them alone for now. Bear in mind that the number of beast spirits in the tiger domain was actually not large." Xiao Sheng and Dahui could imagine that even if they all died, it wouldn't pose a major problem for Chen Hu. Without them, new beast spirits could simply be recruited. Therefore, they dared not act recklessly and decided to temporarily set aside the matter as if nothing had happened. Chen Hu looked at the two eagles and asked, "Do you have names?" Marquis Golden Wing replied, "My name is Marquis Golden Wing. This brother of mine is Zhufeng." It turned out they already had names. Chen Hu nodded slightly. Having names is good. Find somewhere outside to rest. You'll be safe in my tiger domain. Silver Wing, come here and explain our rules to them. Silver Wing, the eunuch chief steward, flew over immediately. Brothers Marquis Golden Wing, follow me. They soon departed quickly. Chen Hu ordered the plant army to remain on high alert. He also instructed the monkeys to keep watering diligently, striving to elevate the plant army to a new level. The stronger the plant army, the better the protection for the tiger domain. Baili returned to the cave and opened her phone to check online comments, which were mostly criticizing Dongchuan authorities. What was supposed to be an inspiring livestream had turned into this, an outcome Dongchuan officials never anticipated. Their representatives must be overwhelmed with stress. Chen Hu leaned closer and saw more messages continuously sent by Jiang Songtao, who was anxiously asking about Chen Hu's current condition. Because if Chen Hu died, Jiang Songtao would certainly not survive either. That was why he worried and feared. After seeing the livestream footage, Jiang Songtao became extremely nervous. Chen Hu remarked, "This guy, scared a cat." Baili said, "Forget about him. Now that our tiger domain has been exposed, we need to consider the future. Humans might communicate with us, or perhaps even wage war." After pondering, Chen Hu asked, "Humans will still come to communicate with us?" Baili nodded, "Possibly, depending on circumstances. If any danger arises, we need to leave the tiger domain immediately, ideally slipping away unnoticed, just like before in the karst cave." After all, truth bombardment was still very potent. Yet humans also feared that even truth couldn't handle Chen Hu. However, Chen Hu and his group actually feared truth too. At this second stage, struggling naturally was understandable. Chen Hu asked, "Should we dig tunnels?" It seemed few of the surrounding beast spirits were capable of digging holes. Baili suggested, "Have Xiao Sheng and others seek out beast spirits skilled at tunneling, capture them, and force them to cooperate." "That's a great idea." Chen Hu nodded in agreement. Baili's suggestion was actually quite reasonable, something that had temporarily eluded Chen Hu. It was indeed necessary to prepare a suitable escape route for their tiger domain, ensuring the possibility of retreating unscathed in the face of sudden danger. Digging a retreat cave seemed simple enough, but often the simplest solutions were the most effective. And so Chen Hu saw Baili still playing on her phone. He ran out to find Xiao Sheng and the others, and explained to them the kind of beast he needed to find. He told them to search the entire mountain range, find as many as they could. They didn't quite understand why Chen, but they knew this was an order they had to obey. So they dispatched the monkeys and wolves to search, striving to find suitable animals for Chen Hu as soon as possible. At that moment, the cactus air defense system emitted another alarm. They all raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw another drone flying over, as if those people were coming again to scan or monitor Chen Hu and his Zhao Xinghua and his team definitely wouldn't rest easy. In the days to come, Chen Hu could expect to be constantly monitored by them. Chen Hu said, "Shoot them all down. If you find any cameras or devices outside the tiger domain, destroy them all. If there's anything you can't destroy, report back to me." The beasts replied in unison, "Yes." The cactus thorns shot up, knocking down every drone in the sky above the tiger domain. Not a single one left. Being watched was unpleasant, not just for Chen Hu but for all the beasts. Humans want to spy on us? No way. With that problem solved, Chen Hu ordered them to go out quickly and find burrowing animals. The more the better. The greater the number, the faster the digging. They swiftly set off to follow his orders. Outside the tiger domain, there was no danger for now. Everything had truly calmed down for a short while. Humans would not come to harass them again. It seemed like the best possible outcome. However, outside the tiger domain, a bat hanging upside down from a tree said resentfully, "The two eagles I wanted are gone." The little sparrow replied, "I told you to act quickly, but you wouldn't listen." You see, the Bat King had really coveted those two eagles and longed to subdue them. But now the eagles belonged to Chen Hu. The Bat King exclaimed regretfully, "Oh well, there are plenty of eagles in the world. I don't care about those two." The little sparrow thought the Bat King was just stubborn. He couldn't get them, plain and simple, but he refused to admit it. The sparrow stopped bothering with the Bat King and flew away. The Bat King sighed helplessly and flew away as well. It knew very well that it was no match for Chen Hu yet. Just now they had been merely watching the show, once they saw Chen Hu get involved, they dared not make a move. Even less did they dare to get involved. The Bat King could only watch as Chen Hu was subdued by Chen Hu, powerless to stop it. The new drone has been shot down again. Zhao Xinghua exclaimed in amazement. The air defense capability of their plants is comparable to our real air defense systems. They still couldn't understand why the two tigers possessed such high intelligence and could cultivate such extraordinary. Zhao Xinghua asked again, how is Wei Feng? Jiang Lang shook his head. Can't be saved. He had just come out of the emergency room, shaking his head regretfully. He was too impulsive, alas. Zhao Xing was fists clenched. This was one of their Dongchuan generals. He asked, are we really not going to take? Jiang Lang said, I've reported everything here to the capital. The leadership also agreed with our cabinet's discussion. Without 100% certainty of killing the fire tiger and ice tiger, we are not allowed to retaliate. He turned his head and looked toward the city outside. If we truly anger them, they will certainly retaliate. If they charge into the city, your command post might be able to defend itself, but what about the ordinary people? People are the top priority. Zhao Xinghua loosened his fists and said in understanding, most people haven't yet mutated or become martial artists. Our schools need to accelerate the training of more martial artists and mutants. Seeing that he understood, Jiang Lang patted Zhao Xinghua on the shoulder. Su Weifeng can't be saved, but the Research Institute needs a batch of mutants for human studies. He signed a donation consent form long ago. They'll send him over later. As for the two tigers, don't act on your own for now. Zhao Xinghua said, don't worry, I know what's important and what's not. I won't provoke them for no reason. For the safety of the many cities and counties in the south, he couldn't act rashly, even surveillance risked. The world has truly changed. Jiang Lang said, he'll head back tomorrow. You take care of the rest. However, the cabinet's idea is that we can try to contact and communicate with the fire tiger and ice tiger. Maybe we can keep them stabilized considering they never actively harm people. After the spiritual energy revival, all animals to some extent would actively prey on humans. Chen Hu and his group had also killed people, but only after those people had provoked Chen Hu first. Then he would eliminate all who provoked him. If they hadn't stumbled upon the tiger domain by chance, they might never have known where Chen Hu was. Zhao Xinghua thought about the matter of the fire tiger and ice tiger and found some merit in it. He nodded. They'll consider it. As for whether to contact them, that would be decided later. Jiang Lang added, the negative impact of the live stream, the cabinet will arrange to eliminate it. It was truly an accident. Zhao Xinghua asked, what if those two eagles come out to prey on people again? That was his greatest concern. Now those two eagles were under the fire tiger's protection. They didn't dare offend the fire tiger either. Jiang Lang said, that's why I'm asking you to communicate with them. This task will be tough. If the communication fails and the eagles come out again, find a way to kill them. Zhao Xinghua let out a breath. It wasn't just tough, it was hellish difficulty. If the fire tiger were so easy to communicate with, they would have done so long ago. But some things had to be done. He'd just have to grit his teeth and carry on, then see what the future would bring. Chen Hu had ordered them to find beasts that were skilled at digging caves. Their efficiency was quite high. In less than 2 days they brought back 3 pangolins, all at the 9th level of body tempering. Chen Hu decisively performed the blood bonding ritual and controlled them. On the 3rd day, Gray brought back a mole. Chen Hu highly praised Gray, because the mole was an animal that spent its entire life underground, a professional underground tunnel engineer. When it came to digging underground, no one was more professional than a mole. Moreover, it was a mutated mole now with a much larger body, so its digging would be very fast. Chen Hu also controlled the mole and said, you've done well. Come out and take a look, my dear. At the sound of Chen Hu's voice, Bai Li emerged from the cave and took a quick glance. There stood a mole and 3 armadillos obediently positioned beside her. They were still unable to speak, yet brought before such overwhelming power, they felt a mixture of nervousness and uncertainty, utterly at a loss. The 3 armadillos had arrived 2 days earlier than the mole. They were faring reasonably well, having adapted better than the mole, but now they too felt unsettled with no specific tasks assigned to them. This left them wondering what purpose served their forced confinement. Bai Li remarked, another mole. It seems more adept at digging than the armadillos. Chen Hu nodded in agreement. Indeed, my dear. Where should we begin digging? Where exactly should we start? This certainly requires careful consideration. Bai Li retrieved Jiang Songtao's phone, opened the satellite map, and studied the nearby mountainous terrain. Dig toward the south. Bai Li moved to the southern side of the tiger domain, not outside the arched entrance, but within it near the spiritual fields at the foot of the mountain. She added, begin digging here, tunneling completely through the base of the entire mountain. Her pads glided swiftly across the screen before settling on a point further out. This location is approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from our spiritual fields. This shall be our exit point. Though the 3 armadillos and the mole could not speak, they understood beast language and only now grasped that they were being tasked with digging such an extensive tunnel. What could possibly be the purpose of digging such a long passage? Chen Hu pondered and asked, if Phase 3 arrives and the ground expands, will our tunnels collapse? The planet beneath their feet would grow larger as spiritual energy revived. Indeed, this was a valid concern. Li replied. Generally caves expand along with the earth, though collapse remains possible. However, this need not worry us. We can simply inspect them regularly. With 4 skilled diggers present, regular inspections are certainly feasible. Li continued, follow me. She needed to leave and take all 4 animals along for a tour. She wanted to show them the precise route, so they would know how to dig properly. At 7 or 8 kilometers they could traverse it quickly. Upon returning to the tiger domain, Li pointed to the spot she had chosen and said, start digging outward from here. Do you understand? The 3 armadillos and the mole nodded vigorously, indicating comprehension and readiness to begin digging in a specific direction. Li instructed, begin now, and dig deeper. A tunnel leading outward would become their future escape route. Li took great care in this matter and added, make the tunnel wider as well so we may enter it easily in the future. After hearing her instructions, they nodded once more, showing understanding. The mole began first, using its front paws to forcefully scrape away piles of earth. Soon an underground entrance appeared. Seeing this, the 3 armadillos promptly hopped in, coordinating with the mole's efforts as earth was continuously carried out. Chen Hu would not interfere with the digging method. He lacked expertise himself. He merely enlisted the aid of some monkeys to transport the excavated earth, providing sufficient conditions for the animals' work. Those naturally inclined to burrow were indeed the most professional at it. Watching them work so diligently, Chen Hu felt reassured. Since their essence had pledged allegiance to him, there was no fear of disobedience. He soon set aside his concerns. Li glanced briefly before returning to cultivate, preparing to advance to the 8th layer of spiritual gathering, to boost her strength as soon as possible. By then she would teach Chen Hu a lesson. She would make him understand what true status within a household meant. Chen Hu remained indifferent. He let the tigress grow stronger. For now he merely patrolled his territory, observing how his subordinates trained. In the following period, no new beasts were under control. Only those in the body refinement stage within this mountain range existed. Most would become Chen Hu's food. They were unworthy of his control, truly beneath his notice. Yet the mountains were vast. The tiger domain occupied only the middle outer layers. As for what lay deep within the mountains, neither Chen Hu nor Li wished to explore it. Before long, another week passed. Chen Hu entered the mole's tunnel project and saw that the excavated space was ample. Even after he enlarged his form, he could pass through comfortably. Approximately 1 kilometer had been dug so far. The earth removed had been carried by the monkeys outside to form a small hill. To avoid detection by drones or satellites, Chen Hu instructed the monkeys to plant grass atop the transported earth, or even allow watermelons and peas to spread and grow over it. If anyone discovered what he was doing, they would make new assumptions based on what they saw rendering their underground tunnel. Fortunately, no one had found them yet. Not only could the mole and armadillos dig effectively, but their tunnels also remained stable. While excavating, they reinforced the interior simultaneously. Great Lord! Silverwing's voice came from above. Curious, Chen Hu leaped out of the cave and asked, what's wrong? Silverwing replied, someone has come from outside. He wishes to see you. Should we eat him? Someone had arrived from outside wanting to meet him. Chen Hu felt somewhat surprised. He suspected this visitor might relate to the recent eagle destruction operation. He shook his head. Don't eat him. He'll go check. And make sure no one knows we're digging earth. Silverwing confidently nodded. Your Majesty need not worry. We conceal things exceptionally well. No one will discover us if plants grow over the excavated earth. This eunuch chief always got things done right, and Chen Hu trusted him fully. Silverwing was particularly thoughtful. Stepping out of the arched entrance, Chen Hu saw a lone figure standing beyond the tiger domain. Golden Wing Marquis and Jifeng, both eagles, stared intently at the person. Had they not needed to await Chen Hu's command, they would have devoured him outright. They sought revenge through consuming humans. Yet facing so many creatures, the man remained remarkably calm, unshaken, standing there with a faint smile. Li received word from Ping Ping about the newcomer's arrival. Out of curiosity, she stepped outside to take a look. Just a normal human, not a mutated one, nor an ancient warrior. I wonder what they intend. Regarding human behavior, they felt both apprehension and bewilderment. Chen Hu glanced upward, noticing a system prompt hovering above the man's head. Indeed, he was an ordinary person possessing no cultivation level. Chen Hu said, Little Sage, ask him. For now he relied on Little Sage to translate human speech. Many couldn't comprehend beast language, so Little Sage conveyed Chen Hu's words to the visitor. I am Gu Sudong, secretary to Zhao Xinghua, the supreme leader of the southern command of Dongchuan. This man named Gu Sudong said with utmost courtesy, I pay my respects to the Tiger King. I am here today under orders specifically to visit you. So this person is a leader's secretary. In the human world, Chen Hu understood that this man held a certain status. Truly fitting for a secretary. Facing so many fierce beasts, he remained calm and composed. But they had only sent an ordinary secretary, a commoner, neither a superpower nor an ancient martial artist. Was this their way of showing sincerity? Chen Hu asked, You came to visit me. Is there something you need? Xiao Sheng translated Chen Hu's words. Gu Sudong said, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. We came for them not to oppose the Tiger King. He glanced at the two eagles and continued, we have orders to cooperate in dealing with them, but now that they are the Tiger King's animals we will not make a move. We'll stop here, and we hope they will no longer kill people. Chen Hu asked again, and then, Gu Sudong went on, we've heard about what happened in the north, but the north is the north, and here is the south. We guarantee that we will not make a move against the Tiger King and your clan. He also seemed to be shifting the blame. The affairs of the north had nothing to do with the south. In reality, it was a simultaneous order issued by the high command within Dongchuan, an order to be executed regardless of north or south. Chen Hu certainly did not believe Gu Sudong's explanation. But the humans thought that Chen Hu and his animals had only recently gained intelligence. Surely they couldn't think as much as humans did. He believed he could fool Chen Hu and the others about some matters. Is that all? Chen Hu asked. Xiao Sheng continued to translate. Gu Sudong shook his head. Of course not. We originally wanted to send some gifts to the Tiger King as an apology, but we didn't know what you needed. So I wanted to ask, what does the Tiger King require? What did they need? They didn't require much at the moment. Many human items were useless to them. What Chen Hu truly wanted humans could never provide. Gu Sudong continued, we detected network signal transmissions here. The Tiger King must have obtained a mobile phone through some other channel, correct? Hearing this, Chen Hu and Bai Li exchanged glances. They both felt that the enslaved spirit Jiang Songtao might have already been exposed. In fact, this outcome was within their expectations. If humans were still unaware of the Tiger domain, no one would pay attention to their phone signals regardless of transmission. But now that humans knew, they would definitely conduct various checks. It was not surprising that they could trace the signals here. Since they were playing the spy game, their struggle with humans could become a battle of spies and counter-spies. Chen Hu showed no great reaction. Since it was exposed, so be it. He asked, so are you going to give us phones? Gu Sudong nodded slightly. Yes, but without electricity, even phones are troublesome. We've also prepared a large energy storage battery for the Tiger King. With your consent, we can install it at any time. His face was full of sincerity, as if he genuinely wanted to curry favor with Chen Hu. Gu Sudong didn't dwell on why Chen Hu and his animals could use phones as if it wasn't worth much thought. He merely mentioned it briefly as if to let Chen Hu know that their use of phones in the Tiger domain was no longer. Chen Hu could see it clearly. Humans indeed had many tricks. He asked, wife, what do you think? Bai Li said coldly, the equipment they send will definitely be rigged with something. They'll try to play tricks on us. That was inevitable. Bugs, network viruses. Chen Hu was sure they would be there. If it were him, he would use the same methods. Bai Li said, we can accept them for now, ease their concerns and keep them steady. Maybe in the future we can feed them false information. After all, humans had no idea that Bai Li was a reborn empress, nor did they know that devices like bugs were completely transparent to her. Accepting the equipment might even allow them to turn the tables. Humans couldn't understand animal speech either, at least not yet. In the future they might develop translation tools. Seeing that Chen Hu and the others were only whispering, without further reaction, Gu Sudong asked again, may I ask the Tiger King, do you need them? As he spoke, his expression was ingratiating, as if he desperately wanted to befriend Chen Hu. Only then did Chen Hu lift his head and agree, then send them over. Xiao Sheng translated. Hearing that Chen Hu was willing to accept, Gu Sudong quickly said, good, he'll send people to install it right away. Please wait a moment, Tiger King. The man soon left. Damn it, Pioneer cursed. I thought they came for a fight, but they caved so quick. Last time with such a big display it didn't get to fight. It thought today would be a chance for a fierce battle, but now it felt a great disappointment. Dahue warned. Your Majesty, the humans are sucking up to us not only to keep us from killing everywhere. I think there's another purpose. The things they send might not all be good. They had already considered such concerns. Jin Eho also warned. Your Majesty, I've dealt with humans for a long time. They are extremely cunning. You must be careful. Maybe the delivered items hide extremely powerful bombs. It even knew what bombs were. It seemed it had suffered from such things before. Chen Hu nodded. I know everything you've said, and I've already considered it. If they want to send things, let them. It will allay their suspicions and keep them from acting against us for now. They listened and nodded slightly. That reasoning made sense. Zhu Feng asked, Your Majesty, when are we attacking the human cities? Chen Hu said, I have no such plan. Don't dwell on that. Jin Eho and Zhu Feng, the two eagles, felt disappointed and unwilling, for their desire was to annihilate all humans. But their vital blood essence was already controlled by Chen Hu. No matter how unwilling, they couldn't rebel now and had to obey his arrangements. Not long after, Gu Sudong returned. Behind him followed a group of engineers along with large machinery delivering a huge energy storage battery. Gu Sudong added, when the battery runs out, feel free to contact us. We can replace it anytime. May I ask if the Tiger King is ready for installation? Bai Li said, don't come up. Install it at the foot of the mountain and pull the wires up after you're done. Gu Sudong was amazed at this. This white tiger seemed to know everything and understood everything. What was its background? Nevertheless, Gasudong had no choice but to agree. As you wish. Those people continued to fuss below the mountain. It took about half a day before they finished arranging everything and prepared an exceptionally long power cord that extended all the way to the periphery of the tiger domain. Besides these wires, there were various capacitors, transformers, and other equipment. Wiley glanced around and said, "That's enough for now. We will arrange the internal wiring ourselves." After hearing Xiao Sheng's translation, Gasudong smiled and said, "Electricity is extremely dangerous. You may not know how to use it properly. Let us handle it instead." Actually, he wanted to enter the tiger domain to see what was inside. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Humans knew so little about the fire tigers and ice tigers that they wished to gain a deeper understanding by entering their domain. Wiley said, "You needn't worry about this." Xiao Sheng continued translating. Gasudong felt disappointed but did not press further. Once everything was ready, they handed it over to Chen Hu and his companions, leaving behind sufficient wires, plugs, and other items. Finally, a basket of phones was brought up. They even installed a wireless router for Chen Hu's group, a device that required only a SIM card and power to connect to the internet. After leaving all these items behind, Gasudong took his leave without lingering any longer. As if fearing that doing too much might provoke Chen Hu and his group, he decided to stop at a reasonable point. That would be sufficient. Chen Hu said, "My wife, I have no intention of cooperating with anyone." He thought Bai Li as an empress might still be inclined toward human interaction. It seemed she was considering cooperation again. Bai Li concurred, "I likewise have no desire to cooperate. We shall merely accept their belongings to make them feel at ease. Otherwise, if they truly bomb our tiger domain, what shall we do?" They had already made considerable investments within the tiger domain. Additionally, the pond contained water imbued with spiritual energy, and the spiritual fields here would not be abandoned for the time being. Bai Li intended to keep everything. "At the very least, I shall retain until the 4th stage. By the 3rd stage, I shall be able to form a powerful array near the spiritual fields. With the cacti present, those people will be unable to harm the tiger domain. For now, I am merely temporarily appeasing humans to lower their vigilance. However, I must not reveal too many abilities. The foolish tiger has already noticed that I possess numerous inexplicable talents. I am not yet ready for him to know that I am the reincarnation of the future empress." Bai Li also harbored certain personal secrets, her own private matters. If Chen Hu were to learn that the formidable empress had been subdued by a tiger and forced to become a tiger's consort, her dignity would be utterly shattered. It was truly embarrassing. Bai Li felt quite shy. Listening to Bai Li's thoughts, Chen Hu slowly grinned. So his white tiger wife possessed such depth, and even knowledge of arrays, though it remained unused at present. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, arrays still existed. Chen Hu did not mind. He was content to wait patiently, saying, "I will follow my wife's wishes. As long as there is no cooperation with humans, anything is acceptable. They may simply lower their guard, and all these things can be accepted." Chen Hu was unlike that iron-eating beast who would fully submit to humans and fight on their behalf. That would be foolish behavior. He could not bring himself to do such things. Bai Li instructed, Xiao Sheng dispatched several monkeys to pull the wires over. It is not yet electrified, so it remains safe. The electrical switch remained in the energy storage batteries at the mountain base, meaning the wires atop the mountain carried no current. Monkeys' hands are the most similar to humans. Naturally, tasks requiring manual labor were delegated to the monkeys. Not long after the wires entered the cave. As for the phones they had delivered, neither Chen Hu nor Bai Li wanted any of them. Only Jiang Songtao's phone was used, allowing them to monitor as they pleased. Chen Hu said, "Distribute these among the monkeys. Have them tap on the phones whenever they have free time, being careful not to damage them. They can do whatever they like." Xiao Sheng, being clever, quickly grasped Chen Hu's intent and asked, "Your Majesty's plan serves two purposes. First, to pacify them and prevent them from destroying our tiger domain. Second, to fabricate misleading information so they cannot accurately assess us, correct?" Chen Hu laughed. "I didn't expect you to consider these matters." Xiao Sheng replied proudly, "Before, while living in the zoo, I observed countless humans and heard them discuss similar topics. Zoo cities were practically universities where beasts honed their skills prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Through eavesdropping on conversations at the zoo, Xiao Sheng had acquired so much knowledge. Had the zoo still existed, Chen Hu might even have sent Hui and others there to study and refine themselves. The zoo is indeed a valuable place. Chen Hu said, "Now that you understand, rest assured, we will never use these items." "Can you read?" Xiao Sheng replied. "In the zoo, I learned some characters. Occasionally humans would take us to perform circus acts involving basic reading and arithmetic, from which I gleaned certain knowledge." This fellow was indeed intelligent. He had learned some characters even before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Chen Hu approved. "Excellent. Go play on the phones, but remember to leave one wire exposed outside for charging. Be cautious regarding electric leakage." Xiao Sheng understood that Chen Hu held him in high regard. Receiving praise from His Majesty was undoubtedly Returning to the cave, Bailey opened her phone and informed Jiang Songtao that discovery might be imminent, advising him to remain calm, as if nothing had occurred. Upon learning of the potential exposure, Jiang Songtao nearly burst into tears, but ultimately resolved to endure. Since change was impossible, he chose to face the challenge head-on. Chen Hu reported, "My wife, everything has been settled." Bailey nodded and replied, "For now, leave them alone. Humans seek tranquility in the city, and we require a brief respite as well." Neither side desires conflict. The humans wish for Chen Hu to refrain from indiscriminate killing, while Chen Hu prefers avoiding unnecessary trouble. A temporary equilibrium has thus been established between the tiger domain and humanity. Yet Chen Hu deemed this not true cooperation. It was merely humans seeking stability, fundamentally different from collaboration. After Gu Sudong returned, he immediately recounted his encounter with Chen Hu and his companions to Zhao Xinghua, adding, "Those two tigers possess remarkably heightened intelligence and extreme vigilance. They never permitted entry, forcing us to confine our equipment to the exterior." Zhao Xinxiu remarked, "With such formidable prowess, their intelligence must be substantial. Did they exhibit strong resistance?" Gu Sudong shook his head. "Not at all. I believe our communication strategy proved reasonable. Dialogue rather than continued pursuit." Zhao Xinxiu concurred. Earlier in the northern regions, Lao Chaos forces chased relentlessly, eventually driving tigers southward toward the Japanese nation. Their missile attacks obliterated entire bases, demonstrating tremendous ferocity. Thinking of the unfortunate northern Wa kingdom, Zhao Xinghua and his companions felt a schadenfreude. They recalled how the northern Wa kingdom had caused countless mutated beings and ancient martial artists from Dongchuan to meet their doom at the Tianji Snow Mountain. Zhao Xinghua commanded, "I too wish to eliminate them, and my heart burns with resentment. Yet given our current predicament, maintaining stability is paramount. We must continue to engage in good faith communication." This was the strategy Jiang Lang had devised before his departure. Judging by the outcomes thus far, Jiang Lang's plan proved far more suitable than outright pursuit. Gu Sudong said, "Rest assured, Director. I will maintain contact with them to ensure stability in the south." In truth, whether they remained in contact or not, the south would remain stable regardless. Zhao Xinghua gave a slight nod, planning to report their current actions and all achieved results to the cabinet later. Gu Sudong added, "And what about Jiang Songtao? How shall we handle him?" As long as they wish to investigate, tracing Jiang Songtao would be effortless. With Dongquan's technological capabilities, pinpointing the source of a mobile data signal was trivial. Assign someone to keep watch. Zhao Xinghua pondered for a moment and said, "I have a feeling that Jiang Songtao might lead us to some unexpected gains." Currently, any matter related to Chen Hu and his associates was under Zhao Xinghua's close surveillance. Gu Sudong remarked, "Those two tigers possess such high intelligence, they may well anticipate our surveillance of Jiang Songtao." Zhao Xinghua shook his head and replied, "I think it's fine. For now, there's nothing more. Continue with this task." Apart from Chen Hu, the south also had to deal with those two eagles. However, since the eagles had been subdued by Chen Hu, they too became matters concerning Chen Hu. If they could not resolve the issue with Chen Hu, many of their endeavors would be hindered. Zhao Xinghua added, "In general, knowing where the fire tiger and ice tiger are is better than not knowing. They remain fairly stable." "They are indeed very stable, never actively attacking cities." Gu Sudong nodded slightly and said, "I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on Jiang Songtao." Then he took his leave. As for Jiang Songtao, he remained unaware of the official attention. He felt somewhat fortunate because the school belle had suddenly confessed her feelings for him, and they began dating. They even slept together and engaged in activities beyond childhood innocence. Jiang Songtao's ego had soared. He felt he was reaching the pinnacle of life, finally on the path to true happiness. In the past, he could never have imagined the bliss of being with the school belle. But this school belle was utterly obedient to him. Jiang Songtao began showing off their relationship. He even flaunted it to Chen Hu, sending a few photos to Chen Hu's phone. Upon seeing them, Chen Hu wondered, how could a man flaunt his romance to a tiger? Was Jiang Songtao insane? So Chen Hu asked Ping Ping to take a photo of him and Bailey together, flaunting back at Jiang Songtao. How boring. Bailey rolled her eyes at Chen Hu, finding his childishness exasperating. Chen Hu admitted it was indeed childish, but added Jiang Songtao said he hasn't noticed anyone watching him. However, he mentioned that the two companions who entered the mountains with him earlier are all dead. Yet back at school he saw one of those supposedly deceased individuals alive, a man named Su Jinping. But now that person has vanished. Bailey said he must have been parasitized. Chen Hu also guessed it was the blood-sucking worm. When he had dealt with Song Yue, that worm had escaped unnoticed. Both of Jiang Songtao's classmates had been drained of blood by the worm. After losing Song Yu's corpse, the worm would inevitably seek another host. Bailey added, "This parasitized individual, we don't know if he's friend or foe. Let's ignore him for now. This emperor is about to break through to the 8th level of spirit gathering. You must stay home to protect me, I cannot be disturbed. Understand?" Her relationship with Chen Hu had grown increasingly intimate. In the past, she would deny it, calling Chen Hu detestable and a foolish tiger. Now they depended on each other, Bailey cultivated diligently, while Chen Hu guarded her, their partnership harmonious. Moreover, whenever Bailey gained something, Chen Hu received immediate feedback. Chen Hu said, "So soon to the 8th level. It hasn't been long since you broke through to the 7th. Before pursuing Jin Eho, Bailey had made a breakthrough, reaching the 7th level. Bailey lifted her head proudly. This emperor is gifted, breaking through quickly is only natural. Chen Hu chuckled, but not faster than me. Bailey, this infuriating creature, once I reach the 9th level, I will definitely pin him to the ground and beat him. The thought of pinning Chen Hu to the ground had occurred to her many times dating back to long ago. Yet she had never abandoned this desire, though she still lacked the capability. Hearing his wife's thoughts, Chen Hu smirked triumphantly. He gently nuzzled her neck. Tiger King Queen. Pingping's voice rang out timidly. Pingping seems about to break through too. Bailey exclaimed in surprise, "You're about to break through as well." No wonder she's a nine-tailed celestial fox. She only broke through to the 3rd tier not long ago. This celestial fox had been accumulating strength steadily. Initially at a low cultivation level, time allowed her to gradually catch up. Currently the highest realm in Tiger Domain was Jin Eho at the 4th tier. Pingping was about to surpass Jin Eho on the verge of a breakthrough. She nodded softly. After obtaining the nourishing essence technique, I touched the threshold of breakthrough, yet something always eluded me, preventing full comprehension. Bailey appraised this little maid now, finding her much more agreeable. Not bad. This emperor's maid must not be too weak. If you have any doubts, come to me anytime. Gaining Bailey's recognition was no easy feat. Seeing Bailey acknowledge her strength, Pingping beamed. Thank you, Queen Sister. Chen Hu mused. Wife, perhaps I could ask Xiao Sheng to dispatch more monkeys to search for any other celestial treasures in the Luoying mountain range to help you break through faster. Bailey said, celestial treasures are hard to come by, but we can have them search. According to her memories of future records, aside from the Tiger Domain location, no other celestial treasures existed in the Luoying mountain range during this phase. However, exceptions existed, like the Morning Dew, which had no record 300 years later. If there were indeed others, it wouldn't be surprising. Bailey believed that having aspirations was still worthwhile. How could one know without searching? Chen Hu strode outside, letting out a tiger's roar that pierced the air, gathering the beasts. The queen is about to break through and requires celestial treasures as aids. If any of you know where such treasures exist, report to me immediately, or go search for them now. Xiao Sheng and Da Hui, you command the most beasts, or arrange this swiftly. Da Hui and Xiao Sheng replied in unison, yes. Upon hearing that the queen needed celestial treasures, they were eager to comply. As loyal subordinates, serving the king and queen was their instinct, and they would never refuse. Upon receiving the order, the monkey and wolf packs were preparing to depart. The vanguard approached from behind, hesitated for a moment, and said, Great King, I know of a place where celestial treasures may exist, though I cannot be certain. Oh. Chen Hu was quite surprised that this creature had something hidden in reserve. He asked, why didn't you say so earlier? The vanguard replied nervously, I wanted to keep it for myself to retrieve later. But if Great King and Queen have any use for it, I will surrender it. Seeing the expression on its face, Chen Hu knew it was speaking truthfully. How could there truly be valuable things left? Yet here it was concealing them. Considering its willingness to hand over the item, Chen Hu decided to spare it. Chen Hu said, wait a moment. He immediately went back to inform Bailey of the new discovery. Bailey, currently stuck at her cultivation stage, upon hearing that the vanguard had located new opportunities or celestial treasures, said, let's go take a look. She did not hesitate at all. Since the vanguard suggested they might find something, she assumed it would not be wrong. Chen Hu stepped out and instructed vanguard, lead the way. Silverwing, you come along too. Silverwing, the chief steward, proved surprisingly useful at times. As a dragonfly, its field of vision was vast, capable of seeing many things. Its warnings about danger often surpassed those of Chen Hu and his companions. Silverwing joyfully exclaimed, that sounds wonderful. To accompany Chen Hu on missions was an honor for Silverwing, further solidifying its status as chief steward. The vanguard indeed intended to save that item for personal use later, but after being subdued by Chen Hu, it hadn't yet had time to retrieve it. Now it could only lead the way, guiding Chen Hu and others deeper into the Luoying mountain range. Knowing the direction they needed to fly, Silverwing took flight ahead to scout the path, ensuring no dangers lay along their route. As they traveled, they passed through the rainforest where they had previously subdued the little dragon lawn. After passing through the rainforest, they continued deeper into the mountains. The vanguard explained, before the world upheaval, I lived in those mountains. After the upheaval, a calico cat came to those mountains, and I was unable to defeat it. No way. Silverwing descended from the sky in disbelief. You couldn't beat a calico cat. Just a calico cat. Though both were feline creatures, surely a tiger could dispatch a calico cat with mere claws. What about bloodline suppression? Damn it. The vanguard, blushing awkwardly, said, Brother Silverwing, don't speak yet. I haven't finished explaining. That calico cat was at the 8th level of body tempering, while I was only at the 5th level. Obviously, I couldn't defeat it. Although bloodline suppression exists, insufficient cultivation levels mean defeat remains inevitable. Helplessly, the vanguard continued. I had to flee to another mountain to live. There I encountered the second phase of the upheaval and broke through rapidly. Now I am at the spirit-gathering realm. Body tempering and spirit-gathering realms were universally known among the beasts in Tiger Domain. Once these terms spread throughout the region, everyone learned how to assess their own strength based on cultivation level. The vanguard continued. Originally, I planned to return to seek revenge against that calico cat. But considering it was already stronger than me before, and now that I've reached spirit gathering, who knows what realm it might have attained, I hesitated. Silverwing added bluntly, that just means you're cowardly. Vanguard. Damn it. Why does everything that Dragonfly says sound so piercing? Had it not been for Silverwing's position as chief steward, the vanguard might have taken action against it. Clearing its throat awkwardly, the vanguard said, it's not cowardice, it's caution for safety reasons. Still cowardly, Silverwing countered. Vanguard. Helplessly, Chen Hu intervened. Enough. Silverwing, shut up. Only then did Silverwing dare remain silent. Chen Hu's words demanded obedience. Being dominated by a calico cat left the vanguard utterly embarrassed. Finally, it added, on that mountain, when I met Great King, he simply took me away. Taken away forcibly, of course. Naturally, Silverwing wouldn't dare phrase it that way, or else Chen Hu would make it question its very existence. Chen Hu instructed, keep leading the way. Bailey asked, what exactly is this celestial treasure you mentioned? The vanguard shook its head, saying, actually, I don't know what it is, but it looks like something planted by humans. Curiously, Silverwing asked, what could humans possibly plant deep within the Luoying mountain range? The location they were heading right now was precisely inside that mountain range. They needed to venture even deeper. Struggling to recall the scene, the vanguard stated confidently, definitely human-made, but from very, very long ago. This statement baffled Chen Hu and his companions again. What do you mean by someone from long ago? Helplessly, Chen Hu remarked, your ability to express yourself is terrible. Undeterred, the vanguard insisted, I don't know how to describe it well. Great King, once we arrive at the location, you'll see what it is. Chen Hu reluctantly agreed to trust the vanguard and explore this mystery alongside it. Bailey, gazing at the jungle before her, seemed lost in thought, voicing no doubt about the vanguard's words. In fact, she felt somewhat excited, as though they might discover something entirely new. After walking some distance, returning from ahead, Silverwing reported, Great King, there are many cats ahead, a variety of them, all possessing body tempering level strength. The vanguard declared, we're entering the territory of that calico cat. It still harbored psychological trauma regarding that particular feline. Chen Hu noticed it trembling slightly, and helplessly asked, what are you afraid of? Just a calico cat. The vanguard replied, Great King, you don't understand. That calico cat is extremely vicious. Meow. At that moment, the wild cats finally spotted Chen Hu's group daring to trespass into their domain. Immediately, one cat let out a loud cry. Meow. Other cats responded in kind. Their cries layered one atop another, echoing across the entire mountain. Silverwing exclaimed, good heavens, how many wild cats inhabit this mountain? The cacophony annoyed Silverwing immensely. Chen Hu commented, there really are a lot of cats here. The vanguard nodded emphatically, indeed many. They pressed forward without stopping. Meow. Who are you? A plump ginger cat appeared before Chen Hu. Species cat, cultivation level, first stage of spirit gathering. This plump ginger cat had reached the threshold, enabling speech, accompanied by a troop of wildcat soldiers blocking Chen Hu's party. An imposing presence radiated from them. The ginger cat continued, meow. Identify yourselves. Dare you intrude onto the Cat King's territory? Seeking death, perhaps? It seemed rather arrogant. Not particularly large, roughly the size of a calf. The vanguard observed the ginger cat closely and stepped forward, asking, do you remember me? After scrutinizing the vanguard for a while, the ginger cat burst into laughter. So, it's you. Haven't learned your lesson yet. Still coming back after being beaten. That plump orange cat still recognized Xianfeng. It also recalled how Xianfeng had once been savagely beaten by a tabby cat, and it laughed loudly. Are you specifically here to die? Upon hearing the plump orange cat's words, Xianfeng became furious. He had already understood the functions of different cultivation levels and knew how to judge an opponent's level based on their aura. The plump orange cat before him was merely at the first level of spirit gathering, yet he dared to act so arrogantly before Xianfeng, who was at the 3rd level. Before returning, he had worried that those cats might be too vicious. Seeing the plump orange cat's cultivation level, Xianfeng instantly regained confidence, feeling he could easily defeat them. Without hesitation, he lunged forward toward his opponent. Chen Hu reminded, don't kill it. Seeing another spirit gathering beast, the plump orange cat, aside from being fat, probably had no other flaws. As long as a creature reached the spirit gathering level, Chen Hu wished to subdue it. Besides this plump orange cat, the tabby cat was also one. The plump orange cat was at the 1st level of spirit gathering, while the tabby cat, its leader, was at a higher level. Chen Hu decided to take both these beasts. Xianfeng said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I'll just beat it up." Actually, in his heart, Xianfeng did not intend to let it go. But since he couldn't disobey Chen Hu's orders, he would beat it up first. The plump orange cats had no concept of cultivation levels. They completely disregarded Xianfeng. "Meow. How arrogant. He'll bite you to death." With a loud cry, the plump orange cat launched an attack against Xianfeng. Prior to this, these cats could have easily defeated Xianfeng. Many animals realized that after the resurgence of spiritual energy and the great changes in heaven and earth, the original relationship of the strong preying upon the weak had been broken. As long as one mutated into something powerful, even a small kitten could defeat a tiger. Meow. Seeing the plump orange cat attack, all the surrounding cats let out a simultaneous meow, cheering for the plump orange cat. They also looked down on Xianfeng, believing that the plump orange cat would surely pin him to the ground and rub it in. The plump orange cat, full of confidence, aimed to bite Xianfeng's neck. Xianfeng was no longer that old tiger. He was Tiger Xianfeng. With one swipe of his paw, he sent the plump orange cat flying. This was the difference in strength and in cultivation level. The plump orange cat had little understanding of cultivation levels. A bit overconfident earlier, it rolled around on the ground before dazedly getting up. Some struggled to recover, wondering exactly what had just happened. "I thought you were much more formidable," Xianfeng said coldly as he approached the plump orange cat. The plump orange cat quickly straightened itself, jumped up with clenched teeth in defiance, and attacked again. But as soon as it neared Xianfeng, it was once more swiped away by a single paw. However, this time Xianfeng pursued swiftly. Pressing down hard with his tiger paw, he pinned the plump orange cat to the ground. Meow. The plump orange cat emitted a piercing scream. Meow. Upon seeing this, all the other cats erupted in rage, rushing together towards Xianfeng to rescue the plump orange cat. But Xianfeng stood calmly, watching the multitude of cats charging at him. With a sweep of his paw, he sent several cats flying. All the various abilities of those cats were employed simultaneously, but none of them proved effective against Xianfeng. Xianfeng didn't need to use his special abilities. Simply swiping his paws wildly and sweeping his tail left and right, he could knock down one body-refining level cat after another. Meow. At that moment, another cat's voice came from the mountain. "Let it go." That voice belonged to a cat. Xianfeng knew the tabby cat had arrived. Should he release the plump orange cat or not? He would release it. He no longer feared the tabby cat. Even if the tabby cat teamed up with the plump orange cat, though he couldn't defeat them, there were still Chen Hu and Bai Li. There was also eunuch de Zongguanini. Species cat cultivation level, 3rd level of spirit gathering. Chen Hu looked up and saw a massive tabby cat slowly walking down the mountain, still at the 3rd level of spirit gathering. His cultivation level was similar to Xianfeng's. He said, "That tabby cat gives me a sense of impending doom." Bai Li was also watching the tabby cat, saying, "Xianfeng has met his match, but it shouldn't be a problem." The tabby cat quickly reached Xianfeng. Not having been killed, upon seeing Xianfeng loosen his grip, the plump orange cat hastily jumped up and ran behind the tabby cat. The plump orange cat said, "Your Majesty, it's him." He suddenly became so strong. "It's you." The tabby cat still recognized Xianfeng and sneered, "Aren't you the one begging for mercy on your knees last time I beat you?" The past incident was bluntly exposed by the tabby cat. Instantly filled with rage, Xianfeng felt humiliated and charged ferociously toward the tabby cat. The tabby cat still didn't take Xianfeng seriously. Seeing Xianfeng return seeking revenge, it immediately let out a mocking meow and pounced towards Xianfeng. Thus the two engaged in combat heated. One tiger, one cat. They fought desperately. Both the cat and the tiger bore numerous claw marks on their bodies. Soon the tabby cat was shocked. It had originally assumed Xianfeng had come looking for trouble. Unexpectedly, Xianfeng's current strength was vastly greater than before. Die. The tabby cat's ferocity flared up. Raising its cat claws, it continued attacking relentlessly. Xianfeng was no slouch either. Although he felt some pain, he wasn't afraid at all and countered fiercely. But ultimately, a tiger remains a tiger. Tigers are among the apex predators of the food chain. Though cats are not weak, they are ultimately inferior to tigers. Their cultivation levels were the same, but Xianfeng excelled in animal characteristics. The tabby cat quickly found himself unable to keep up. The plump orange cat ferociously shouted, "Team up. Bite this tiger to death." Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the tabby cat could no longer remain calm. After letting out a shout, other cats began emitting cat sounds. They intended to attack Xianfeng together. If the plump orange cat joined in, Xianfeng would stand no chance against the two cats combined. Xianfeng was about to retreat, but the attacks of the other cats had already reached his side. Chen Hu knew that if things continued this way, Xianfeng would sustain serious injuries. He let out a mighty tiger roar that echoed throughout the forest. Then the aura of the Lingyuan tiger ancestors' bloodline pressed down toward those cats. Tigers belong to the feline family. The aura of the Lingyuan tiger ancestors' bloodline also affected those cats. The tabby cats sensed the suppression from Chen Hu's bloodline and were startled, including Xianfeng. Even Bai Li beside Chen Hu was affected. Only dragonflies not being felines could continue flying normally, quite puzzled by the others' intense reactions. With the appearance of the bloodline aura, all the cats froze. Some were so frightened they wanted to crawl. Xianfeng was fortunate. He immediately returned to Chen Hu's side and lay down obediently. This demonstrated the power of higher-level bloodline suppression. A simple press-down made them lose the courage to even stand up. The tabby cat stared at Chen Hu in disbelief, asking, "Who exactly are you? How could such a tiger be so powerful?" It couldn't believe it. Chen Hu said, "Submit to me or face death." Speaking, he stepped toward the tabby cat, the bloodline suppression becoming increasingly terrifying the closer he got. Feeling Chen Hu's suppression, the tabby cat could only prostrate on the ground. Its form began to shift, gradually shrinking to the size of a small kitten, its earlier ferocity receding. Terror gripped its heart. The tabby cat pleaded, "Don't kill me, I am willing to submit to you, I am willing to surrender, please don't kill me." It decided to yield first, surviving this moment before seeking a way to escape Chen Hu's control. Hearing the cat's pledge of obedience, Chen Hu ceased his pressure and said, "Give me a drop of your essence blood." "What do you need essence blood for?" The tabby cat naturally knew the great value of essence blood and its importance. "Can I refuse to hand it over?" the tabby cat asked. Chen Hu remained silent, but intensified the bloodline suppression. So close, the tabby cat felt as though a massive mountain weighed upon it. That mountain pressed down until it could barely breathe. "He'll give it, he'll give it." The moment the words left the tabby cat's mouth, Chen Hu withdrew his suppression. The tabby cat realized some things were unavoidable. Chen Hu would show no mercy. If it refused to submit, it would be devoured in a single bite. Left with no choice, the tabby cat surrendered a drop of its essence blood. Chen Hu collected it, and the cat immediately felt a binding sensation wrap around its being. The essence blood claimed its master, creating a shackle upon the cat. The tabby cat dared not resist, obediently submitting and transformed into a small kitten trailing beside Chen Hu. Chen Hu glanced at the chubby orange cat and asked, "What about yours?" He added, "All cats hand over your essence blood." "How many cats are there in total?" The tabby cat murmured, 54 in total, though some might have been killed in the fighting." The vanguard quickly said, "No kills. I held back my claws. Only injuries." The vanguard knew well the weight of its own claws. When it said no one was killed, Chen Hu believed it. The chubby orange cat extracted a drop of its essence blood and offered it to Chen Hu. The other cats witnessed this and gathered around. Chen Hu asked Silverwing to count. There were indeed 54 cats, all at the body tempering stage, albeit at different levels. Chen Hu swallowed their essence blood in one gulp. These cats were now under his control, eternally loyal and incapable of betrayal. Even if they were unwilling, they could not change this reality. Yet the tabby cat harbored deep hatred for the vanguard, glaring fiercely. The vanguard bared its teeth in a grin, wearing an expression of utter indifference. But in its heart it felt a sense of vengeance finally achieved. The grudges of the past could now be laid to rest. Since all were now under control, and the tabby cat had been thoroughly duped, the vanguard was quite satisfied. The tabby cat dared not retaliate given Chen Hu's presence. Silverwing flew over and declared, "From now on, Tiger King is our sovereign, and this is our queen. You tabby cat are no longer fit to be king. Truly worthy of being the grand steward." It proactively introduced Chen Hu, and Bai Li displaying unwavering loyalty. "Sovereign queen," the tabby cat and chubby orange cat said in unison. The other small cats once again prostrated before Chen Hu and Bai Li. Gaining a group of feline subordinates pleased Bai Li, and she asked, "What are all your names?" Silverwing eagerly interjected, "The queen is asking for your names. If you don't have any, I could help name you." It had only named itself before, never any other beasts. Thus it was quite eager. The obsession with naming ran deep. The tabby cat said, "Answering the queen, my name is Sang Biao." Sang Biao. Chen Hu thought it was a fitting name. He hadn't expected the tabby cat to actually be called Sang Biao. It suited it perfectly. The chubby orange cat said, "My name is Fei Biao." Silverwing laughed heartily. "Fei Biao, huh? Huh?" Fei Biao grew flustered and quickly said, "Don't laugh, stop laughing. That name was given to me by my former master, whom I later ate. I'm not fat, just bloated. It's the fur that makes me look big." It had accepted the name, but still felt a deep embarrassment. Sang Biao mused silently, thankful that his former master hadn't called him Mimi. Later he named himself Sang Biao. How majestic that was. Chen Hu interrupted, "Enough, stop laughing." Silverwing, understanding, immediately fell silent. Following the vanguard had yielded a whole group of cats. Today's luck was good. That vanguard fellow knew about these cats, but hadn't mentioned them earlier. Chen Hu asked, "Do any of you know if there are beasts above the spirit gathering stage nearby?" Sang Biao and Fei Biao exchanged glances, then shook their heads together. Sang Biao explained, "Answering the sovereign, it seems there are no beasts above spirit gathering in the vicinity. If there were, it dared not keep silent. Having fallen so low, it would eagerly drag others down with it. If such beasts existed, it would willingly reveal them. But there were none. Chen Hu studied Sang Biao, finding no sign of deceit, and said, never mind. Vanguard continued leading the way. Curious, Sang Biao asked, may I ask the sovereign what is your purpose here? Chen Hu said, we seek heavenly treasures. Do you know where any can be found? The two cats shook their heads once more. Fei Biao wondered aloud, where would heavenly treasures be around here? The Vanguard retorted, that's because you know nothing. Having said that, it strode to the front to lead the way. Seeing that Sang Biao and the others had all been subdued by Chen Hu, the Vanguard set aside all past grievances. After a moment's hesitation, Sang Biao and the others also stopped dwelling on those conflicts. Dwelling was futile, they were still bound. Curiously, they followed behind the Vanguard. They wanted to see what heavenly treasure lay hidden here, unknown even to them. Chen Hu and Bai Li ascended the mountain together. Silverwing flew overhead, unable to walk, so it stayed aloft. After some time, they reached the mountainside. Their exposed rocks jutted from the cliff, bearing the shape of stone. They resembled the guardian beasts that often stood outside ancient tombs. Bai Li asked, Vanguard, is this the heavenly treasure you spoke of? The Vanguard nodded repeatedly, answering the sovereign yes. I discovered it by chance before. No other animal knows. The entrance is here. This is indeed the Jingyao royal tomb. This should be a tomb that would only open during the fourth phase, and within appeared a spiritual treasure, a blade. Later generations called that blade the heaven-slashing blade, ultimately claimed by the first Emperor Realm powerhouse. But now in the second phase, the Jingyao royal tomb has already opened. Anomalies, all anomalies. Chen Hu was stunned. So this was truly an ancient tomb. A royal tomb at that. The heaven-slashing blade. The name had a domineering ring to it. A blade that seemed tailor-made for him. After all, he was the Tiger King, equally imposing. But was there only a single blade within, and no other heavenly treasures? That would not suffice for what Bai Li needed to break through. As Bai Li pondered this, and Chen Hu caught her thoughts, the Vanguard had already located the entrance hidden among the weeds. It's right here. The Vanguard pushed through the grass, revealing a dark, gaping entrance before them. Fei Biao exclaimed in astonishment, there's a cave here. We've been on this mountain for so long, and never discovered this cave. If not for the Vanguard leading the way, these cats would have remained utterly unaware of this place. The Vanguard raised its head proudly. There are plenty of places you don't know about. During the fourth phase, the Jingyao royal tomb emerged, causing quite a stir. Now the royal tomb appears utterly unremarkable. How strange. The variables I, the Emperor, have introduced are too great. Bai Li's inner thoughts continued to echo in Chen Hu's mind. So this ancient tomb in the future would stir great commotion and present another opportunity. Yet now it was truly unremarkable. Chen Hu sensed for a moment there was no trace of spiritual energy inside. He asked, Xianfeng, are you certain there's something in there? Xianfeng guaranteed, yes, this is where those people were long ago. Upon arriving here, Chen Hu finally understood Xianfeng's words. Because in Xianfeng's cognition, there was no concept of an ancient tomb. That's why it said where people were long ago. That's not wrong. Ancient tombs were indeed built by people long ago. Bai Li said, let's go in and take a look. Ini said, I'll scout ahead. It flew in immediately. The second to enter was naturally Xianfeng, who said, I went in once before, so am familiar with what's inside. They led the way ahead. What they first entered was the tomb passage. Something must have happened, perhaps a landslide, that exposed the statues and the entrance of the passage. They walked in, finding the passage extremely long. They delved deeper as if there was no end. However, the further they went, the more the path sloped downward. After about 20 minutes, they finally saw the first burial chamber filled with funerary objects. The tomb was enormous. Sang Biao exclaimed in surprise, walking so long. Are we already deep into the mountain? Given their pace, they were indeed close to the heart of the mountain. The owner of this ancient tomb was quite intriguing. But a place called a royal tomb would hardly be ordinary. As an outsider from another world, Chen Hu had no idea who Jingyao of the Jingyao royal tomb was. Any place called a royal tomb must belong to a prince or a high-ranking noble. Ahead, Xianfeng said again. They moved forward, and the second burial chamber appeared. Inside there was a coffin, an enormous stone coffin, along with another pile of funerary objects. Xianfeng ignored the stone coffin. This should be the main burial chamber, but what it sought was not here. It wandered along another tomb passage for a while. They could hear the gurgle of flowing water ahead. Chen Hu said, is there water inside an ancient tomb? Typically, for preservation purposes, tombs must remain dry. During construction, moisture-proofing had to be considered. This contradicted Chen Hu's knowledge, but perhaps the people of this new world had different ideas. Or it could be a mutation inside the tomb after the spiritual energy revival. Anything was possible. Xianfeng said in confusion. There wasn't any before, but for some reason. Now there is. It could also hear the sound of water. Bai Li said, let's continue. She began to believe that there was something here. Xianfeng received the order and continued to lead the way. A moment later, a faint red light appeared ahead. They could finally sense a hint of spiritual energy. Chen Hu exclaimed, it's hidden quite deep. No wonder we didn't feel anything outside. There's something else here, different from what appeared in the fourth phase. This aura is like blood grape, another celestial treasure. With blood grape this emperor can break through. Now there's blood grape, but in the future only the heaven-splitting blade appears. Listening to these thoughts, what about that heaven-splitting blade? Chen Hu wanted it. Though his tiger claws couldn't wield a blade, it was the weapon of a future human emperor-level powerhouse. Such a formidable weapon must be obtained. Perhaps through continued breakthroughs and mutations in the future, he might evolve hands like a human's, enabling him to hold a blade and strike enemies. Turning a corner, the red light grew more pronounced. On the wall clung a vine. A cluster of blood-red grapes appeared before them. There were about 40 to 50 grapes, each lustrous red and fully ripe, exuding an enticing spiritual energy. Gulp. Seeing this, Xianfeng and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They didn't know the name blood grape, but they could tell at a glance that it was a good thing. They all coveted it. However, under Chen Hu's suppression, they could only eye it longingly, not daring to act rashly. Bailey stepped forward, swung her tiger claw, and plucked it, along with a long vine. Blood grape, as its name implies. It was crimson like blood. Even after being picked, the red light remained glowing as if blood flowed within. There was also a faint smell of blood. Even Bailey found it tempting. She bit the vine of the blood grape and said, "Let's head back." The prize was secured. There was nothing else worth excavating in this ancient tomb for now. Chen Hu only wanted to obtain the blood grape for Bailey, to help Bailey break through further and comprehend new things. With the celestial treasure in hand, it was time to return. When they reached the main chamber, Bailey said, "Open it." Chen Hu had been thinking about the heaven-splitting blade. Hearing his wife's words, he wondered if the blade was inside. He slashed down with his claw, and the stone coffin burst apart, shattering into pieces. A corpse tumbled out. Chen Hu had no interest in the corpse, but he noticed a curved blade in its hand. "Wife, is this what you want?" His tiger claw pressed on the curved blade. Bailey said, "Bring it back too." The heaven-splitting blade was indeed here. Since they were already here, Bailey wouldn't miss this weapon, which she would give to this foolish tiger. In fact, Bailey couldn't understand why this ordinary Jingyao royal tomb contained blood grape, and the heaven-splitting blade usable by an emperor-level powerhouse. The changes in the Jingyao royal tomb had never been explained. Even 300 years later, no one knew the reason. They only knew the tomb was special. Bailey put aside her thoughts and said, "Let's go back." Chen Hu said, "Ini, help me take the blade." Ini flew down from the air, its claws gripping the heaven-splitting blade. With a firm lift, it soared upward. The dragonfly had considerable strength. Ini said, "Your Majesty, this blade is a bit heavy, but I'm strong enough. Rest assured, I can definitely bring it."